recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Introductory material. This file contains the dedication, an epigram in the form of a version of the Ballad of Thomas the Rhymer, and an introduction by James Stephens. Dedication. To W.G.E. and to my friends K.H. and G.C.L.M. I dedicate this book. It is neither allegory nor fable, but a story to be read for its own sake. E.R.E. 9th January 1922. Through Thomas lay on Huntley bank, a fairly he spied wi' his ee, and there he saw a lady bright, come riding down by the Eildon tree. Her skirt was of the grass-green silk, her mantle of the velvet fine. At ilka tet of a horse's mane hung 50 siller bells and 9. True Thomas he pulled off his cap, and louted low down on his knee. Hail to thee, Mary, Queen of Heaven, for thy peer on earth could never be. Oh no, Thomas, she says, that name does not belong to me. I'm but the Queen of fair Elfland, that am hither come to visit thee. Harp and carp, Thomas, she says, harp and carp alang wi' me, and if ye dare to kiss my lips, sure of your body I will be. Betide me weal, betide me woe, that weird shall never daunt on me. Sin he has kissed her rosy lips, all underneath the Eildon tree. Thomas the Rhymer. Introduction. The Worm Ouroboros, no worm but the serpent itself, is a wonderful book. As a story or as prose, it is wonderful, and there being a cause for every effect, the reason for writing it should be as marvellous again. Shelley had to write the Prometheus Unbound. He was under compulsion, for a superhuman energy had come upon him, and he was forced to create a matter that would permit him to imagine and think and speak like a god. It was so with Blake, who willed to appear as a man but existed like a mountain. And at their best, the work of these poets is inhuman and sacred. It does not greatly matter that they had or had not a message. It does not matter at all that either can be charged with nonsense, or that both have been called madmen. The same charge might be laid against a volcano or a thunderbolt, or this book. It does not matter that they could transcend human endurance and could move tranquilly in realms where lightning is the norm of speed. The work of such poets is sacred because it outpaces man, and, in a realm of their own, wins even above Shakespeare. An energy such as came on the poets has visited the author of this book, and his dedicatory statement that it is neither allegory nor fable but a story to be read for its own sake puts us off with the assured arrogance of the poet who is too busy creating to have time for schoolmastering. But, waking or in dream, this author has been in strange regions, and has supped at a torrent which only the greatest know of. The story is a long one. This reader would have liked it twice as long. The place of action is indicated casually as the planet Mercury, and the story tells of the wars between two great kingdoms of that planet, and the final overthrow of one. Mr. Eddison is a vast man. He needed a whole cosmos to play in, and created one, and he forged a prose to tell of it that is as gigantic as his tale. In reading this book, the reader must a little break his way in, and must surrender prejudices that are not allowed for. He may think that the language is more rotund than is needed for a tale, but as he proceeds, he will see that only such a tongue could be spoken by these colossi, and soon he will delight in a prose that is as life-giving as it is magnificent. Mr. Eddison's prose never plays him false. It rises and falls with his subject, and is tender, humorous, sour, precipitate, and terrific as the occasion warrants. How nicely the cogger danced for the red folio. Foxy red above, but with black bellies, round furry faces, innocent amber eyes and great soft paws. On a sudden the music ceased and the dancers were still, and standing side by side, paw in furry paw, they bowed shyly to the company, and the red foliot called them to him, and kissed them on the mouth, and sent them to their seats. Corund leaned on the parapet, and shaded his eyes with his hand, that was broad as a smoked haddock, and covered on the back with yellow hairs growing somewhat sparsely, as the hairs on the skin of a young elephant. A dismal tempest suddenly surprised them. For 40 days it swept them in hail and sleet over a wide wallowing ocean, without a star, without a course. Night came down on the hills. A great wind moaning out of the hueless west tore the clouds as a ragged garment, revealing the lonely moon that fled naked betwixt them. Dawn came like a lily, saffron-hued, smirked with smoke-grey streaks, that slanted from the north. He was naked to the waist, his hair, breast, and arms to the armpits clotted and dropped with blood, and in his hands 2 bloody daggers. Quotations can give some idea of the rhythm of his sentences, but it can give none of the massive sweep and intensity of his narrative. Milton fell in love with the devil because the dramatic action lay with him, and in this book Mr. Eddison trounces his devils for being naughty. The word bad has no significance here, but he trounces the Wizard King and his kingdom with affection and delight. What gorgeous monsters are Gorice the 12th, and Corund and Corineus! The reader will not easily forget them. Nor Gorice's great antagonist Lord Jus, nor the marvellous traitor Lord Gro, with whom the author was certainly in love, nor the great fights and the terrible fighters Lords Brandok Dahar and Goldgriv Lusco, and a world of others, and their wives. Nor will he forget the mountain Koshtrapivraka that had to be climbed, and was climbed, as dizzying a feat as literature can tell of. So huge he was that even here, at 6 miles' distance, the eye might not at a glance behold him, but must sweep back and forth as over a broad landscape, from the ponderous roots of the mountain, where they sprang black and sheer from the glacier, up the vast face, where buttress was piled upon buttress, and tower upon tower, in a blinding radiance of ice-hung precipice and snow-filled gully, to the lone heights, where, like spears menacing high heaven, the white teeth of the summit ridge cleft the sky. Mr. Eddison's prose does not derive from the English Bible. His mind has more affinities with Celtic imaginings of method, and his work is Celtic, in that it is inspired by beauty and daring, rather than by thoughts and moralities. He might be Scotch or Irish, scarcely the former, for while Scotland loves full-mouthed verse, she, like England, is prose shy. But from whatever heaven Mr. Eddison come, he has added a masterpiece to English literature. James Stephens. End of introductory material. Prologue of The Worm Ouroboros. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Prologue. The Induction. There was a man named Lessingham, dwelt in an old low house in Wasdale, set in a grey old garden, where yew trees flourished that had seen Vikings in Copeland in their seedling time. Lily and rose and larkspur bloomed in the borders, and begonias with blossoms big as saucers, red and white and pink and lemon colour, in the beds before the porch. Climbing roses, honeysuckle, clematis, and the scarlet flame flower scrambled up the walls. Thick woods were on every side without the garden, with a gap northeastward opening on the desolate lake and the great fells beyond it. Gable, rearing his crag-bound head against the sky, from behind the straight, clean outline of the screes. Cool and long shadows stole across the tennis lawn. The air was golden. Doves murmured in the trees. 2 chaffinches played on the near post of the net. A little water wagtail scurried along the path. A French window stood open to the garden, showing darkly a dining room panelled with old oak, its Jacobean table bright with flowers and silver, and cut glass and Wedgwood dishes heaped with fruit.
greengages, peaches and green muscat grapes. Lessingham lay back in a hammock chair watching through the blue smoke of an after-dinner cigar and the warm light of the Gloire de Dijon roses that clustered about the bedroom window overhead. He had her hand in his. This was their house. "Should we finish that chapter of Najal?" she said. She took the heavy volume with its faded green cover and read. "He went out on the night of the Lord's Day, when 9 weeks were still to winter. He heard a great crash, so that he thought both heaven and earth shook. Then he looked into the west airt, and he thought he saw hereabouts a ring of fiery hue, and within the ring a man on a grey horse. He passed quickly by him and rode hard. He had a flaming firebrand in his hand, and he rode so close to him that he could see him plainly. He was black as pitch, and he sung this song with a mighty voice. Here I ride swift steed, his flank flecked with rime. Rain from his mane drips, horse mighty for horn. Flames flare at each end, gold glows in the midst. So fares it with Floss's reeds, as this flaming brand flies. And so fares it with Floss's reeds, as this flaming brand flies." Then he thought he hurled the firebrand east towards the fells before him, and such a blaze of fire leapt up to meet it that he could not see the fells for the blaze. It seemed as though that man rode east among the flames and vanished there. After that he went to his bed, and was senseless for a long time. But at last he came to himself. He bore in mind all that had happened, and told his father. But he bade him tell it to Hajauti, Skeggi's son. So he went and told Hajauti, but he said he had seen the wolf's ride, and that comes ever before great tidings. They were silent a while. Then Lessingham said suddenly, "Do you mind if we sleep in the east wing tonight?" "What, in the lotus room?" "Yes." "I'm too much of a lazybones tonight, dear," she answered. "Do you mind if I go alone, then?" "I shall be back to breakfast. I like my lady with me. Still, we can go again when next moon rains. My pet is not frightened, is she?" "No," she said, laughing. Her eyes were a little big. Her fingers played with his watch chain. "I'd rather," she said presently, "you went later on and took me. All this is so odd still. The house and that. And I love it so. And after all it is a long way, and several years too, sometimes in the lotus room, even though it is all over next morning. I'd rather we went together. If anything happened then, well, we'd both be done in. And it wouldn't matter so much, would it?" "Both be what?" said Lessingham. "I'm afraid your language is not all that might be wished." "Well, you taught me," said she, and they laughed. They sat there till the shadows crept over the lawn and up the trees, and the high rocks of the mountain shoulder beyond burned red in the evening rays. He said, "If you like to stroll a bit of way up the fellside, Mercury is visible tonight. We might get a glimpse of him just after sunset." A little later, standing on the open hillside below the hawking bats, they watched for the dim planet that showed at last low down in the west between the sunset and the dawn. He said, "It is as if Mercury had a finger on me tonight, Mary. It's no good my trying to sleep tonight except in the lotus room." Her arm tightened in his. "Mercury," she said. "It is another world. It is too far." But he laughed and said, "Nothing is too far." They turned back as the shadows deepened. As they stood in the dark of the arched gate leading from the open fell into the garden, the soft, clear notes of a spinet sounded from the house. She put up her finger. "Hark," she said, "your daughter playing Les Barricades." They stood listening. "She loves playing," he whispered. "I'm glad we taught her to play." Presently he whispered again, "Les Barricades Mysterious." What inspired Couperin with that enchanted name? And only you and I know what it really means. Les Barricades Mysterieuses. That night, Lessingham lay alone in the lotus room. Its casements opened eastward on the sleeping woods and the sleeping bare slopes of Ilgill Head. He slept soft and deep, for that was the house of Post Meridian, and the house of peace. In In the deep and dead time of the night, when the waning moon peered over the mountain shoulder, he woke suddenly. The silver beams shone through the open window on a form perched at the foot of the bed. A little bird, black, round-headed, short-beaked, with long sharp wings, and eyes like two stars shining. It spoke and said, "Time is." So Lessingham got up and muffled himself in a great cloak that lay on a chair beside the bed. He said, "I am ready, my little martlet." For that was the House of Heart's desire. Surely the martlet's eyes filled all the room with starlight. It was an old room, with lotuses carved on the panels and on the bed and chairs and roof beams, and in the glamour the carved flowers swayed like water lilies in a lazy stream. He went to the window, and the little martlet sat on his shoulder. A chariot, coloured like the halo about the moon, waited by the window, poised in air, harnessed to a strange steed. A horse it seemed, but winged like an eagle, and its forelegs feathered and armed with eagle's claws instead of hooves. He entered the chariot, and that little martlet sat on his knee. With a whir of wings the wild coursers sprang skyward. The night about them was like the tumult of bubbles about a diver's ears diving in a deep pool under a smooth steep rock in a mountain cataract. Time was swallowed up in speed. The world reeled, and it was but as the space between two deep breaths till that strange courser spread wide his rainbow wings and slanted down the night over a great island that slumbered on a slumbering sea, with lesser isles about it, a country of rock mountains and hill pastures, and many waters, all a-glimmer in the moonshine. They landed within a gate crowned with golden lions. Lessingham came down from the chariot, and the little black martlet circled about his head, showing him a yew avenue leading from the gates. As in a dream, he followed her.
End of prologue.
Chapter 1. The Castle of Lord Juss. Of the rarities that were in the lofty presence chamber fair and lovely to behold, and of the qualities and conditions of the lords of Demonland, and of the embassy sent unto them by King Gorice the 11th, and of the answer thereto. The eastern stars were paling to the dawn, as Lessingham followed his conductor along the grass walk between the shadowy ranks of Irish yews, that stood like soldiers, mysterious and expectant in the darkness. The grass was bathed in night dew, and great white lilies sleeping in the shadows of the yews loaded the air of that garden with fragrance. Lessingham felt no touch of the ground beneath his feet, and when he stretched out his hand to touch a tree, his hand passed through branch and leaves as though they were unsubstantial as a moonbeam. The little martlet, alighting on his shoulder, laughed in his ear. "Child of earth," she said, "dost think we are here in dreamland?" He answered nothing, and she said, "This is no dream. Thou, first of the children of men, art come to Mercury, where thou and I will journey up and down for a season to show thee the lands and oceans, the forests, plains, and ancient mountains, cities and palaces of this world, Mercury, and the doings of them that dwell therein. But here thou canst not handle aught, neither make the folk ware of thee, not though thou shout thy throat hoarse. For thou and I walk here impalpable and invisible, as it were two dreams walking." They were now on the marble steps which led from the yew walk to the terrace opposite the great gate of the castle. "No need to unbar gates to thee and me," said the martlet, as they passed beneath the darkness of that ancient portal, carved with strange devices, and clean through the massy timbers of the bolted gate, thickly riveted with silver, into the inner court. "Go we into the lofty presence chamber, and there tarry a while. Morning is kindling the upper air, and folk will soon be stirring in the castle, for they lie not long abed when day begins in Demonland. For be it known to thee, O Earthborn, that this land is Demonland, and this castle the castle of Lord Juss, and this day now dawning his birthday, when the demons hold high festival in Juss's castle, to do honour unto him, and to his brethren Spitfire and Goldrib Luscar, and these and their fathers before them bear rule from time immemorial in Demonland, and have the lordship over all the demons." She spoke, and the first low beams of the sun smote javelin-like through the eastern windows, and the freshness of morning breathed and shimmered in that lofty chamber, chasing the blue and dusky shades of departed night to the corners and recesses and to the rafters of the vaulted roof. Surely no potentate of earth, not Croesus, not the great king, not Minos in his royal palace in Crete, not all the pharaohs, not Queen Semiramis, nor all the kings of Babylon and Nineveh had ever a throne room to compare in glory with that high presence chamber of the lords of Demon Land. Its walls and pillars were of snow-white marble, every vein whereof was set with small gems, rubies, corals, garnets, and pink topaz. 7 pillars on either side bore up the shadowy vault of the roof. The roof tree and beams were of gold, curiously carved, the roof itself of mother of pearl. A side aisle ran behind each row of pillars, and 7 paintings on the western side faced 7 spacious windows on the east. At the end of the hall, upon a dais, stood 3 high seats, the arms of each composed of 2 hippogriffs wrought in gold, with wings spread, and the legs of the seats the legs of the hippogriffs. But the body of each high seat was a single jewel of monstrous size, the left-hand seat a black opal, a sparkle with steel blue fire, the next a fire opal, as it were a burning coal, the third seat an alexandrite, purple like wine by night, but deep sea green by day. 10 more pillars stood in semicircle behind the high seats, bearing up above them and the dais a canopy of gold. The benches that ran from end to end of the lofty chamber were of cedar, inlaid with coral and ivory, and so were the tables that stood before the benches. The floor of the chamber was tessellated, of marble and green tourmaline, and on every square of tourmaline was carved the image of a fish, as the dolphin, the conger, the catfish, the salmon, the tunny, the squid, and other wonders of the deep. Hangings of tapestry were behind the high seats, worked with flowers, snake's head, snapdragon, dragonmouth, and their kind, and on the dado below the windows were sculptures of birds and beasts and creeping things. But a great wonder of this chamber, and a marvel to behold, was how the capital of every one of the 24 pillars was hewn from a single precious stone, carved by the hand of some sculptor of long ago into the living form of a monster. Here was a harpy with a screaming mouth, so wondrously cut in ochre-tinted jade it was a marvel to hear no scream from her. Here in wine-yellow topaz a flying fire-drake, there a cockatrice made of a single ruby, there a star sapphire the colour of moonlight, cut for a cyclops, so that the rays of the star trembled from his single eye. Salamanders, mermaids, chimeras, wild men of the woods, leviathans, all hewn from faultless gems, thrice the bulk of a big man's body, velvet dark sapphires, crystallite, beryl, amethyst, and the yellow zircon that is like transparent gold. To give light to the presence chamber were 7 escarbuncles, great as pumpkins, hung in order down the length of it, and 9 fair moonstones standing in order on silver pedestals between the pillars and the dais. These jewels, drinking in the sunshine by day, gave it forth during the hours of darkness in a radiance of pink light and a soft effulgence as of moonbeams. And yet another marvel, the nether side of the canopy, over the high seats, was encrusted with lapis lazuli, and in that feigned dome of heaven burned the 12 signs of the zodiac, every star a diamond that shone with its own light. Folk now began to be astir in the castle, and there came a score of serving men into the presence chamber, with brooms and brushes, cloths and leathers, to sweep and garnish it, and burnish the gold and jewels of the chamber. Lissom they were, and sprightly of gait, of fresh complexion and fair-haired. Horns grew on their heads. When their tasks were accomplished, they departed, and the presence began to fill with guests. A joy it was to see such a shifting maze of velvets, furs, curious needleworks, and cloth of tissue, tiffanies, laces, ruffs, goodly chains and carcanets of gold, such glitter of jewels and weapons, such nodding of the plumes the demons wore in their hair, half veiling the horns that grew upon their heads. Some were sitting on the benches or leaning on the polished tables, some walking forth and back upon the shining floor. Here and there were women among them, women so fair one had said, "It is surely the white-armed Helen, this one." This Arcadian Atalanta. This Phryne that stood to Praxiteles for Aphrodite's picture. This Thais, for whom great Alexander, to pleasure her fantasy, did burn Persepolis like a candle. This she that was rapt by the dark god from the flowering fields of Enna, to be queen for ever among the dead that be departed.
Now came a stir near the stately doorway, and Lessingham beheld a demon of burly frame and noble port, richly attired. His face was ruddy and somewhat freckled, his forehead wide, his eyes calm and blue like the sea. His beard, thick and tawny, was parted and brushed back and upwards on either side. "Tell me, my little martlet," said Lessingham, "is this Lord Juss?" "This is not Lord Juss," answered the martlet, "nor aught so worshipful as he. The lord thou seest is Val, who dwelleth under Cartadza by the salt sea. A great sea captain is he, and one that did service to the cause of Demonland, and of the whole world besides, in the late wars against the ghouls. But cast thine eyes again towards the door, where one standeth amid a knot of friends, tall and somewhat stooping, in a corselet of silver, and a cloak of old brocaded silk, coloured like tarnished gold. Something like to Val in feature, but swarthy and with bristling black mustachios." "I see him," said Lessingham. "This then is Lord Juss." "Not so," said Martlet. "'Tis but Viz, brother to Val. He is wealthiest in goods of all the demons, save the three brethren only and Lord Brandok Dahar." "And who is this?" asked Lessingham, pointing to one of light and brisk step and humorous eye, who in that moment met Val and engaged him in converse apart. Handsome of face he was, albeit somewhat long-nosed and short-nosed, keen and hard and filled with life and the joy of it. "Here thou beholdest," answered she, "Lord Zig, the far-famed tamer of horses. Well loved is he among the demons, for he is merry of mood, and a mighty man of his hands withal, when he leadeth his horsemen against the enemy." Val threw up his beard and laughed a great laugh at some jest that Zig whispered in his ear, and Lessingham leaned forward into the hall if haply he might catch what was said. The hum of talk drowned the words, but leaning forward, Lessingham saw where the arras curtains behind the dais parted for a moment, and one of princely bearing advanced past the high seats down the body of the hall. His gait was delicate, as of some lithe beast of prey newly wakened out of slumber, and he greeted with lazy grace the many friends who hailed his entrance. Very tall was that lord, and slender of build, like a girl. His tunic was of silk, coloured like the wild rose, and embroidered in gold with representations of flowers and thunderbolts. Jewels glittered on his left hand, and on the golden bracelets on his arms, and on the fillet twined among the golden curls of his hair, set with plumes of the kingbird of paradise. His horns were dyed with saffron, and inlaid with filigree work of gold. His buskins were laced with gold, and from his belt hung a sword, narrow of blade and keen, the hilt rough with beryls and black diamonds. Strangely light and delicate was his frame and seeming, yet with a sense of slumbering power beneath, as the delicate peak of a snow mountain seen afar in the low red rays of morning. His face was beautiful to look upon, and softly coloured like a girl's face, and his expression one of gentle melancholy, mixed with some disdain. But fiery glints awoke at intervals in his eyes, and the lines of swift determination hovered round the mouth below his curled mustachios. "At last," murmured Lessingham, "at last, Lord Juss." "Little art thou to blame," said the martlet, "for this misprision, for scarce could a lordlier sight have joyed thine eyes. Yet is this not Juss, but Lord Brandok Dahar, to whom all Demonland west of Shalgreth and Straparden oweth allegiance, the rich vineyards of Crothering, the broad pasture lands of Fales, and all the western islands and their crag-bound fastnesses. Think not, because he affecteth silks and jewels like a queen, and carrieth himself light and dainty as a silver birch tree on the mountain, that his hand is light or his courage doubtful in war. For years was he held for the third best man-at-arms in all Mercury, along with these, Goldrib Lusco and Gorice the 10th of Witchland. And Gorice he slew, 9 summers back in single combat, when the witches harried in Goblin Land, and Brandok Dahar led 580 demons to succour Gaslark, the king of that country. And now can none surpass Lord Brandok Dahar in feats of arms, save perchance Goldry alone. Yet lo, she said, as a sweet and wild music stole on the ear, and the guests turned towards the dais, and the hangings parted, at last the triple lordship of Demonland. Strike softly, music, smile, fates, on this festal day. Joy and safe days shine for this world and Demonland. Turn thy gaze first on him who walks in majesty in the midst, his tunic of olive green velvet ornamented with devices of hidden meaning in thread of gold and beads of chrysolite. Mark how the buskins clasping his stalwart calves glitter with gold and amber. Mark the dusky cloak streamed with gold and lined with blood-red silk, a charmed cloak made by the sylphs in forgotten days, bringing good hap to the wearer, so he be true of heart and no dastard. Mark him that weareth it, his sweet dark countenance, the violet fire in his eyes, the sombre warmth of his smile like autumn woods in late sunshine. This is Lord Gro, lord of this age remembering castle, than whom none hath more worship in wide Demonland. Somewhat he knoweth of art magical, yet useth not that art, for it sappeth the life and strength, nor is it held worthy that a demon should put trust in that art, but rather in his own might and main. Now turn thine eyes to him that leaneth on Gro's left arm, shorter, but mayhap sturdier than he, apparelled in black silk that shimmers with gold as he moveth, and crowned with black eagle's feathers among his horns of yellow hair. His face is wild and keen like a sea eagle's, and from his bristling brows the eyes dart glances sharp as a glancing spear. A faint flame, pallid like the fire of a will-o'-the-wisp, breathes ever and anon from his distended nostrils. This is Lord Spitfire, impetuous in war. Last, behold on Gro's right hand yon lord that bulks mighty as Hercules, yet steppeth lightly as a heifer. The thews and sinews of his great limbs ripple as he moves beneath a skin whiter than ivory. His cloak of cloth of gold is heavy with jewels. His tunic of black sendaline hath great hearts worked thereon in rubies and red silk thread. Slung from his shoulders clanks a two-handed sword, the pommel a huge star ruby, carven in the image of a heart, for the heart is his sign and symbol. This is that sword forged by the elves, wherewith he slew the sea monster, as thou mayest see in the painting on the wall. Noble is he of countenance, most like to his brother Gro, but darker brown of hair, and ruddier of hue, and bigger of cheekbone. Look well on him, for never shall thine eyes behold a greater champion than the Lord Gro, captain of the hosts of Demonland. Now, when the greetings were done, and the strains of the lutes and recorders sighed, and lost themselves in the shadowy vault of the roof, the cup-bearers did fill great gems made in form of cups with ancient wine, and the demons caroused to Lord Gro's deep draughts in honour of this day of his nativity. And now they were ready to set forth by twos and threes into the parks and pleasaunces, some to take their pleasure about the fair gardens and fish ponds, some to hunt wild game among the wooded hills, some to disport themselves at quoits or tennis, or riding at the ring, or martial exercises, that so they might spend the livelong day as befitteth high holiday, in pleasure and action without care, and thereafter revel in the lofty presence chamber till night grew old with eating and drinking and all delight. But as they were upon going forth, a trumpet was sounded without, 3 strident blasts.
What killjoy have we here? Said Spitfire. The trumpet soundeth only for travellers from the outlands. I feel it in my bones some rascal is come to Gaeling, one that bringeth ill hap in his pocket, and a shadow athwart the sun on this our day of festival. Speak no word of ill omen, answered Gro. Whosoe'er it be, we will straight dispatch his business, and so fall to pleasure indeed. Some run to the gate and bring him in. The serving man hastened, and returned, saying, Lord, it is an ambassador from Witchland and his train. Their ship made land at Lookinghaven Ness at nightfall. They slept on board, and your soldiers gave them escort to Gaeling at break of day. He craveth present audience. From Witchland, ha? Said Gro. Such smokes use ever to go before the fire. Shall's bid the fellow, said Spitfire, wait on our pleasure. It is pity such should poison our gladness. Goldry laughed and said, Whom hath he sent us? Laxus, think you, to make his peace with us again for that vile part of his practised against us off Cartadza? detestably falsifying his word he had given us. Just said to the serving man, "Thou sawest the ambassador. Who is he?" "Lord," answered he, "his face was strange to me. He is little of stature, and, by your highness' leave, the most unlike to a great lord of Witchland that ever I saw. And, by your leave, for all the marvellous rich and sumptuous coat he weareth, it is very like a false jewel in a rich casing." "Well," said Just, "a sour draught sweetens not in the waiting. Call we in the ambassador." Lord Just sat in the high seat midmost of the dais, with Goldry on his right in the seat of black opal, and on his left Spitfire, throned on the Alexandrite. On the dais sat likewise those other lords of Demonland, and the guests of lower degree thronged the benches and the polished tables, as the wide doors opened on their silver hinges, and the ambassador, with pomp and ceremony, paced up the shining floor of marble and green tourmaline. "Why, what a beastly fellow is this?" said Lord Goldry in his brother's ear. "His hairy hands reach down to his knees. A shuffleth in his walk like a hobbled jackass." "I like not the dirty face of the ambassador," said Lord Zig. "His nose sitteth flat on the face of him, as it were a dab of clay, and I can see pat up his nostrils a summer's day journey into his head. If's upper lip bespeak him not a rare spouter of rank fustian, perdition catch me. Were it a finger's breadth longer, I might tuck it into his collar to keep his chin warm of a winter's night." "I like not the smell of the ambassador," said Lord Grandock the Hearth, and he called for censers and sprinklers of lavender and rose water to purify the chamber, and let open the crystal windows that the breezes of heaven might enter and make all sweet. So the ambassador walked up the shining floor, and stood before the lords of Demonland that sat upon the high seats between the golden hippogriffs. He was robed in a long mantle of scarlet, lined with ermine, with crabs, woodlice, and centipedes worked thereon in golden thread. His head was covered with a black velvet cap, with a peacock's feather fastened with a brooch of silver. Supported by his train-bearers and attendants, and leaning on his golden staff, he with raucous accent delivered his mission. "Just, Goldry, and Spitfire, and ye other demons, I come before you as the ambassador of Gorice the 11th, most glorious king of Witchland, lord and great duke of Butany and Estramarine, commander of Shulan, Thramni, Mingos, and Permio, and high warden of the Essamorchian marches, great duke of Trace, king paramount of Vestria and Nevria, and prince of Ar, great lord over the country of Agedia, Maltrani, and of Baltari, and Toribia, and lord of many other countries, most glorious and most great, whose power and glory is over all the world, and whose name shall endure for all generations. And first I bid you be bound by that reverence for my sacred office of envoy from the king, which is accorded by all people and potentates, save such as be utterly barbarous, to ambassadors and envoys." "Speak, and fear not," answered Just. "Thou hast mine oath, and that hath never been forsworn to witch or other barbarian." The ambassador shut out his lips in an oath, and threatened with his head, then grinned, laying bare his sharp and misshapen teeth, and proceeded. "Thus saith King Gorice, great and glorious, and he chargeth me to deliver it to you, neither adding any word nor taking away. I have it in mind that no ceremony of homage or fealty hath been performed before me by the dwellers in my province of Demonland." As the rustling of dry leaves stream in a flagged court when a sudden wind striketh them, there went a stir among the guests. Nor might the Lord Spitfire contain his wrath, but springing up and clapping hand to sword hilt, as minded to do a hurt to the ambassador, "Province!" he cried. "Are not the demons a free people? And is it to be endured that Witchland should commission this slave to cast insults in our teeth, and this in our own castle?" A murmur went about the hall, and here and there folk rose from their seats. The ambassador drew down his head between his shoulders like a tortoise, baring his teeth and blinking with his small eyes. But Lord Grandock the Hearth, lightly laying his hand on Spitfire's arm, said, "The ambassador hath not ended his message, cousin, and thou hast frightened him. Have patience, and spoil not the comedy. We shall not lack words to answer King Gorice, nor swords if he must have them. But it shall not be said of us of Demonland that it needeth but a boorish message to turn us from our ancient courtesy towards ambassadors and heralds." So spake Lord Brandok Dahar, in lazy, half-mocking tone, as one who but idly returneth the ball of conversation, yet clearly, so that all might hear. And therewith the murmurs died down, and Spitfire said, I am tame. Say thine errand freely, and imagine not that we shall hold thee answerable for aught thou sayest, but him that sent thee. Whose humble mouthpiece I only am, said the ambassador, somewhat gathering courage, and who, saving your reverence, lacketh not the will nor the power to take revenge for any outrage done upon his servants. Thus saith the king, I therefore summon and command you, Juss, Spitfire, and Goldry Bludskull, to make haste and come to me in Witchland in my fortress of Carsey, and there dutifully kiss my toe in witness before all the world that I am your lord and king, and rightful overlord of all Demonland. Gravely and without gesturing, Lord Juss hearkened to the ambassador, leaning back in his high seat with either arm thrown athwart the arched neck of the hippogriff. Goldry, smiling scornfully, toyed with the hilt of his great sword. Spitfire sat strained and glowering, the sparks crackling at his nostrils. Thou hast delivered all, said Juss. All, answered the ambassador. Thou shalt have thine answer, said Juss. While we take rede thereon, eat and drink. And he beckoned the cupbearer to pour out bright wine for the ambassador. But the ambassador excused himself, saying that he was not athirst, and that he had store of food and wine aboard of his ship, which should suffice his needs and those of his following. Then said Lord Spitfire, No mortal law the spawn of Witchland fear venom in the cup. They who work commonly such villainy against their enemies, as witness Rhyssador of Goblinland, whom Corsus murthered with a poisonous draught, shake still in the knees lest themselves be so entertained to their destruction. And snatching the cup, he quaffed it to the dregs and dashed it on the marble floor before the ambassador, so that it was shivered into pieces. And the lords of Demonland rose up and withdrew behind the flowery hangings into a chamber apart, to determine of their answer to the message sent unto them by King Gorice of Witchland. When they were private together, Spitfire spake and said, Is it to be borne that the king should put such shame and mockery upon us? Could I not at the least have made a son of Corundor of Corsus his ambassador to bring us his defiance, instead of this filthiest of his domestics, a gibbering dwarf, fit only to make them gab and game at their tippling bouts, when they were 3 parts senseless with boozing? Lord Juss smiled somewhat scornfully. With wisdom, he said, and with foresight hath Witchland made choice of his time to move against us, knowing that 33 of our well-built ships are sunken in Cartadza Sound in the battle with the ghouls, and but 14 remain to us. Now that the ghouls are slain, every soul, and utterly abolished from this world, and so the great curse and peril of all this world ended by the sword and great valour of Demonland alone, now seemeth the happy moment unto these late mouth-friends to fall upon us. For have not the witches a strong fleet of ships, since their whole fleet fled at the beginning of their fight with us against the ghouls, leaving us to bear the burden? And now are they minded for this new treason to set upon us traitorously and suddenly in this disadvantage. For the king well judgeth we can carry no army to Witchland, nor do aught in his despite, but must be long months a shipbuilding. And doubt not he holdeth an armament ready aboard at Tenemas to sail hither if he get the answer he knoweth we shall send him. Sit we at ease then, said Goldry, sharpening our swords, and let him ship his armies across the salt sea. Not a witch shall land in Demonland, but shall leave here his blood and bones to make fat our cornfields and our vineyards. Rather, said Spitfire, apprehend this rascal, and put to sea today with the 14 ships left us. We can surprise Witchland in his strong place at Carsey, sack it, and give him to the crows to peck at, or ever he is well awake to the swiftness of our answer. That is my counsel. Nay, said Juss, we shall not take him sleeping. Be certain that his ships are ready and watching in the Witchland seas, prepared against any rash onset. It were folly to set our neck in the noose, and little glory to Demonland to await his coming. This, then, is my rede. I will bid Gorice to the duello, and make offer to him to let lie on the fortune thereof the decision of this quarrel. A good rede if it might be fulfilled, said Goldry, but never will he dare to stand with weapons in single combat against thee or against any of us. Nevertheless, the thing shall be brought about. Is not Gorice a mighty wrestler, and hath he not in his palace in Carsey the skulls and bones of 99 great champions whom he hath vanquished and slain in that exercise? puffed up beyond measure is he in his own conceit, and folk say it is a grief to him that none hath been found this long while that durst wrestle with him, and woefully he pineth for the 100th. He shall wrestle a fall with me. Now this seemed good to them all. So when they had talked on it a while, and concluded what they would do, glad of heart the lords of Demonland turned them back to the lofty presence chamber. And their lord just spake, and said, Demons, ye have heard the words which the king of Witchland, in the overweening pride and shamelessness of his heart, hath spoken unto us by the mouth of this ambassador. Now this is our answer, which my brother shall give, the Lord Gro, and we charge thee, O ambassador, to deliver it truly, neither adding any word nor taking away. And the Lord Gro spake, We, the lords of Demonland, do utterly scorn thee, Gorice the 11th, for the greatest of dastards, in that thou basely fleddest and forsookest us, thy sworn confederates, in the sea battle against the Gauls. Our swords, which in that battle ended so great a curse and peril to all this world, are not bent nor broken. They shall be sheathed in the bowels of thee and thy minions, Corsus to wit, and Corund, and their sons, and Carinius, and what other evildoers harbour in waterish Witchland, sooner than one little sea-pink growing on the cliffs of Demonland shall do thee obeisance. But that thou mayest, if so thou wilt, feel our power somewhat, I, Lord Gro, make thee this offer, that thou and I do match ourselves singly each against other, to wrestle 3 falls at the court of the Red Foliot, who inclineth neither to our side nor to thine in this quarrel. And we will bind ourselves by mighty oaths to these conditions, that if I overcome thee, the demons shall leave you of Witchland in peace, and ye them, and the witches shall forswear for ever their impudent claims on Demonland. But if thou, Gorice, win the day, then thou hast the glory of that victory, and withal full liberty to thrust thy claims upon us with the sword. So spake the Lord Gro, standing in great pride and splendour beneath the starry canopy, and scowling terribly on the ambassador from Witchland, so that the ambassador was abashed, and his knees smote together. And Gro called for his scribe, and made him write the message for Gorice the king in great characters on a roll of parchment. And the lords of Demonland sealed it with their seals, and gave it to the ambassador. The ambassador took it and made haste to depart. But when he was come to the stately doorway of the presence chamber, being near the door and amongst his attendants, and away from the lords of Demonland, he plucked up heart a little, and turned and said, Rashly and to thy certain undoing, O Gro, hast thou bidden our lord the king to contend with thee in wrestling. For be thou never so mighty of limb, yet hath he overthrown as mighty, and he wrestleth not for sport, but will surely work thy life's decay, and keep the dead bones of thee with the bones of the 99 champions whom he hath heretofore laid low in that exercise. Therewith, because Goldry and the other lords scowled upon him terribly, and the guests near the door fell to hooting and reviling of the witches, the ambassador went forth hastily, and hastily down the shining stairs and across the court, as one who fleeth along a lane on a dark and windy night, daring not to turn his head, lest his eye behold some fearsome thing prepared to clasp him. So speeding, he was fain to catch up about his knees the folds of his velvet cloak richly worked with crabs and creeping things, and huge whooping and laughter went up among the common lag of people without, to behold his long and nerveless tail thus bared to their unfriendly gaze, insomuch that they fell to shouting with one accord, Though his mouth be foul, he hath a fair tail. Saw ye not his tail? Hooray for Gorice, who hath sent us a monkey for his ambassador. And with jibe and unmannerly yell, the crowd hung lovingly upon the ambassador and his train, all the way down from Galing Castle to the quays, so that it was like a sweet homecoming to him to come on board his well-built ship, and have her rowed amain out of Looking Haven. So when they had rounded Looking Haven Ness and were free of the land, they hoisted sail, and voyaged before a favouring breeze eastward over the teeming deep to Witchland. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 2. The Wrestling for Demonland. of the prognostics which troubled Lord Gro concerning the meeting between the King of Witchland and the Lord Gro, and how they met, and of the issue of that wrestling. "How could I have fallen asleep?" cried Lessingham. "Where is the castle of the demons? And how did we leave the great presence chamber where they saw the ambassador?" For he stood on rolling uplands that lead to the sea, treeless on every side as far as the eye might reach, and on 3 sides shimmered the sea, kissed by the sun and roughened by the salt-glad wind that charged over the downs, charioting clouds without number through the illimitable heights of air. The little black martlet answered him, "My hippogriff travelleth as well in time as in space. Days and weeks have been left behind us, in what seemeth to thee but the twinkling of an eye, and thou standest in the Foliot Isles, a land happy with the mild regiment of a peaceful prince, on the day appointed by King Gorice to wrestle with Lord Gro. Terrible must be the wrestling betwixt 2 such champions, and dark the issue thereof. And my heart is afraid for Gulbra, big and strong though he be, and unconquered in war. For there hath not arisen in all the ages such a wrestler as this Gorice, and strong he is, and hard and unwearying, and skilled in every art of attack and defence, and subtle withal, and cruel and fell like a serpent." Where they stood, the down was cut by a coombe that descended to the sea, and overhanging the coombe was the palace of the Red Foliot, rambling and low, with many little towers and battlements, built of stones hewn from the wall of the coombe, so that it was hard from a distance to discern what was palace and what native rock. Behind the palace stretched a meadow, flat and smooth, carpeted with the close wiry turf of the downs. At either end of the meadow were booths set up, to the north the booths of them of Witchland, and to the south the booths of the demons. In the midst of the meadow was a space marked out with wiggers, 60 paces either way for the wrestling ground. Only the birds of the air and the sea wind were abroad as then, save those that walked armed before the witches' booths, 6 in company, harnessed as for battle, in burners of shining bronze, with greaves and shields of bronze, and helms that glanced in the sun. 5 were proper slender youths, the eldest of whom was not yet beard full grown, black-browed and great of jaw. The 6th, huge as a neat, topped them by half a head. Age had flecked with grey the beard that spread over his big chest to his belt stiffened with studs of iron. But the vigour of youth was in his glance, and in his voice, and in the tread of his foot, and in his fist so lightly handling his bony spear. "Behold, wonder and lament," said the martlet, "that the innocent eye of day should be enforced still to look upon the children of night everlasting. Corrund of Witchland, and his cursed sons." Lessingham thought, "A most fiery politician is my little martlet. Damned fiends and angels, and nothing betwixt for her. But I'll dance to none of their tunes, but wait for these things unfolding." So walked those back and forth as caged lions before the witches' booths, until Corrund halted, and leaning on his spear, said to one of his sons, "Go in and seek out Gro, that I may speak with him." And the son of Corrund went, and returned anon with Lord Gro, that came with furtive step, yet goodly and fair to behold. The nose of him was hooked like a sickle, and his eyes great and fair like the eyes of an ox, inscrutable as they. Lean and spare was his frame, pale was his face, and pale his delicate hands, and his long black beard was tightly curled and bright as the coat of a black retriever. Corrund said, "How is it with the king?" Gro answered him, "He chafeth to be at it, and to pass away the time he playeth at dice with Corineus, and the luck goeth against the king." "What makest thou of that?" asked Corrund. And Gro said, "The fortune of the dice jumpeth not commonly with the fortune of war." Corrund grunted in his beard, and laying his large hand on Lord Gro's shoulder, "Speak to me a little apart," he said. And when they were private, "Darken not counsel," said Corrund to me and my sons. "Have I not these 4 years past been as a brother unto thee, and wilt thou still be secret to us?" But Gro smiled a sad smile, and said, "Why should we by words of ill omen strike yet another blow where the tree tottereth?" Corrund groaned. "Omens," said he, "increase upon us from that time forth, when the king accepted the challenge, evilly, and flatly against thy counsel and mine and the counsel of all the great ones in the land. Surely the gods have made him fair, having ordained his destruction, and our humbling before these demons." And he said, "Omens thicken upon us, O Gro. first the night raven that went widdershins round about the palace of Carcy, that night when the king accepted this challenge, and we were all drunken with wine after our great feasting and surfeiting in his halls. Next the stumbling of the king, when as he went upon the poop of a long ship which bare us on this voyage to these islands. Next the squint-eyed cupbearer that poured out unto us yesternight. And throughout, the devilish pride and bragging humour of the king. No more. He is fair, and the dice fall against him. Gro spake and said, O Corrand, I will not hide it from thee that my heart is heavy as thy heart, and a shadow of ill to be. For as I lay sleeping betwixt the strokes of night, a dream of the night stood by my bed, and beheld me with a glance so fell, that I was all adread and quaking with fear. And it seemed to me that the dream smote the roof above my bed, and the roof opened and disclosed the outer dark, and in the dark travelled a bearded star, and the night was quick with fiery signs, and blood was on the roof, and great gouts of blood on the walls and on the cornice of my bed. And the dream screeched like the screech owl, and cried, Which land from thy hand, O king? And methought the whole world was lighted in a low, and with a great cry I awoke out of the dream. Thou art wise, said Corrand, and belike the dream was a true dream, sent thee through the gate of Horn, and belike it forebodeth events great and evil for the king and for Witchland. Gro said, Disclose it not to the others, for none can strive with fate and gain the victory, and it would but cast down their hearts. But it is fitting we be ready against evil hap. If, which yet may the gods forfend, ill come out of this wrestling bout, fail not every one of you, ere you act on any enterprise, to take counsel of me. Bear his back without brother behind it. Together must we do that we do. Thou hast my firm assurance on't, said Corrand. Now began a great company to come forth from the palace, and take their stand on either side of the wrestling ground. The red Foliot sate in his car of polished ebony, drawn by 6 black horses with flowing manes and tails. Before him went his musicians, pipers and minstrels doing their craft, and behind him 50 spearmen, weighed down with armour and ponderous shields that covered them from chin to toe. Their armour was stained with madder, in such wise that they seemed bathed in blood. Mild to look on was the red Foliot, yet kingly. His skin was scarlet, like the head of the green woodpecker. He wore a diadem of silver, and robes of scarlet trimmed with black fur. So when the Foliots were assembled, one stood forth with a horn at the command of the red Foliot, and blew 3 blasts. Therewith came forth from their booths the lords of Demonland, and their men-at-arms, Juss, Goldry, Spitfire, and Brandok Dahar, all armed as for battle, save Goldry, who was muffled in a cloak of cloth of gold, with great hearts worked thereon in red silk thread. And from their booths in turn came the lords of Witchland, all armed, and their fighting men, and little love was there in the glances they and the demons cast upon each other. In the midst stalked the king, his great limbs muffled like Goldry's in a cloak, and it was of black silk lined with black bearskin, and ornamented with crabs worked in diamonds. The crown of Witchland, fashioned like a hideous crab, and encrusted with jewels so thickly that none might discern the iron whereof it was framed, weighed on his beetling brow. His beard was black and bristly, spade-shaped and thick, his hair close cropped. His upper lip was shaved, displaying his sneering mouth, and from the darkness below his eyebrows looked forth eyes that showed a green light, like those of a wolf. Corrand walked at the king's left elbow, his giant frame an inch less in stature than the king. Corinius went on the right, wearing a rich cloak of sky-blue tissue over his shining armour. Tall and soldier-like was Corinius, and young and goodly to look upon, his swaggering gait and insolent eye, thick-lipped withal and somewhat heavy of feature, and the sun shone brightly on his shaven brow. Now the red Foliot let sound the horn again, and standing in his ebony car he read out the conditions as thus. O Gorice the 11th, most glorious king of Witchland, and O Lord Goldry Blusco, captain of the hosts of Demonland, it is compact betwixt you, and made fast by mighty oaths whereof I, the red Foliot, am keeper, that ye shall wrestle 3 falls together on these conditions, namely, that if Gorice the king be victorious, then he hath that glory, and withal full liberty to enforce with the sword his claims of lordship over many mountained Demonland. But if victory fall to the Lord Goldry Blusco, Then shall the demons let the witches abide in peace, and they them, and the witches shall forswear for ever their claims of lordship over the demons. And you, O king, and you, O Goldri Blusco, are likewise bound by oath to wrestle fairly, and to abide by the ruling of me, the Red Foliot, whom ye are content to choose as your umpire. And I do swear to judge justly between you. And the laws of your wrestling are that neither shall strangle his adversary with his hands, nor bite him, nor claw, nor scratch his flesh, nor poach out his eyes, nor smite him with his fists, nor do any other unfair thing against him. But in all other respects ye shall wrestle freely together. And he that shall be brought to earth with hip or shoulder shall be accounted fallen. The Red Foliot said, Have I spoken well, O king, and do you swear to these conditions? The king said, I swear. The Red Foliot asked in like manner, Dost thou swear to these conditions, O Lord Goldri Blusco? And Goldri answered him, I swear. Without more ado, the king stepped into the wrestling ground on his side, and Goldri Blusco on his, and they cast aside their rich mantles, and stood forth naked for the wrestling. And folk stood silent for admiration of the thews and sinews of those twain, doubting which were mightier of build and likelier to gain the victory. The king stood taller by a little, and was longer in the arm than Goldri, but the great frame of Goldri showed excellent proportions, each part wedded to each as in the body of a god, and if either were brawnier of chest, it was he, and he was thicker of neck than the king. Now the king mocked Goldri, saying, Rebellious hound, it is fit that I make demonstration unto thee, and unto these foliots and demons that witness our meeting, that I am thy king and lord, not by virtue only of this my crown of Witchland, which I thus put by for an hour, but even by the power of my body over thine, and by my might and main. Be satisfied that I will not have done with thee until I have taken away thy life, and sent thy soul squealing bodiless into the unknown. And thy skull and thy marrow bones will I have away to Gorice, to my palace, to be a token unto all the world that I have been the bane of 100th great champion by my wrestling, and thou not least among them that I have slain in that exercise. Thereafter, when I have eaten and drunk and made merry in my royal palace at Gorice, I will sail with my armies over the teeming deep to many-mountained demon land, and it shall be my footstool, and these other demons the slaves of me, yea, and the slaves of my slaves. But the Lord Goldri Blusco laughed lightly, and said to the Red Foliot, O Red Foliot, I am not come hither to contend with the king of Witchland in windy railing, but to match my strength against his, sinew against sinew. Now they stood ready, and the Red Foliot made a sign with his hand, and the cymbals clashed for the first bout. At the clash the two champions advanced and clasped one another with their strong arms, each with his right arm below and left arm above the other's shoulder, until the flesh shrank beneath the might of their arms that were as brazen bands. They swayed a little this way and that, as great trees swaying in a storm, their legs planted firmly, so that they seemed to grow out of the ground like the trunks of oak trees. Nor did either yield ground to the other, nor might either win a master hold upon his enemy. So swayed they back and forth for a long time, breathing heavily. And now Goldri, gathering his strength, gat the king lifted a little from the ground, and was minded to swing him round and so dash him to earth. But the king in that moment, when he found himself lifted, leaned forward mightily, and smote his heel swiftly round Goldri's leg on the outside, striking him behind and a little above the ankle, in such wise that Goldri was fain to loosen his hold on the king. And greatly folk marvelled that he was able in that plight to save himself from being thrown backward by the king. So they gripped again, until red wheals rose on their backs and shoulders by reason of the grievous clasping of their arms. And the king on a sudden twisted his body sideways, with his left side turned from Goldri, and catching with his leg Goldri's leg on the inside below the great muscle of the calf, and hugging him yet closer, he lurched mightily against him, striving to pull Goldri backward, and so fall upon him and crush him as they fell to earth. But Goldri leaned violently forward, ever tightening his hold on the king, and so violently bare he forward in his strength that the king was balked of his design, and clutched together they both fell to earth side by side with a heavy crash, and lay bemused while one might count half a score. The Red Foliot proclaimed them even in this bout, and each returned to his fellows to take breath and rest for a space. Now while they rested, a flittermouse flew forth from the witchland booths, and went widdershins round the wrestling ground, and so returned silently when she came. Lord Gro saw her, and his heart waxed heavy within him. He spake to Corund and said, Needs must that I make trial even at this late hour, if there be not any means to turn the king from further adventuring with himself, ere all be lost. Corund said, Be it as thou wilt, but it will be in vain. So Gro stood by the king and said, Lord, give over this wrestling. Great of growth and mightier of limb than any that you did overcome aforetime is this demon. Yet have you vanquished him. For you did throw him, as we plainly saw, and wrongfully hath the red foliot adjudged you evenly matched, because in the throwing of him your majesty's self did fall to earth. Tempt not the fates by another bout. Yours is the victory in this wrestling. And now we, your servants, wait but your nod to make a sudden onslaught on these demons and slay them, as we may lightly overcome them taken at unawares. And for the foliots, they be peaceful and sheep-like folk, and will be held in awe when we have smitten the demons with the edge of the sword. So may you depart, O king, with pleasure and great honour, and afterward fare to Demonland and bring it into subjection. The king looked sourly upon Lord Gro, and said, Thy counsel is unacceptable and unseasonable. What lieth behind it? Gro answered, There have been omens, O king. And the king said, What omens? Gro answered and said, I will not hide it from you, O my lord the king, that in my sleep about the darkest hour a dream of the night came to my bed, and beheld me with a glance so fell that the hairs of my head stood up, and pale terror gat hold upon me. And methought the dream smote up the roof above my bed, and the roof yawned to the naked air of the midnight, that laboured with fiery signs, and a bearded star travelling in the houseless dark. And I beheld the roof and the walls one gore of blood, and the dream screeched like the screech owl, crying, Witchland from thy hand, O king! And therewith the whole world seemed lighted in one flame, and with the shout I awoke sweating from the dream. But the king rolled his eyes in anger upon Lord Gro, and said, Well am I served, and faithfully, by such false scheming foxes as thou. It ill fits your turn that I should carry this deed to the end with mine own hand only, and in the blindness of your impudent folly ye come to me with tales made for scaring of babes, praying me gently to forego my glory, that thou and thy fellows may make yourselves big in the world's eyes by deeds of arms. Gro said, Lord, it is not so. But the king would not hear him, but said, Methinks it is for loyal subjects to seek greatness in the greatness of their king, nor desire to shine of their own brightness. As for this demon, when thou sayest that I have overcome him, thou speakest a gross and impudent lie. In this bout I did but measure myself with him. But thereby know I of a surety that when I put forth my might, he will not be able to withstand me. And all ye shall shortly behold how, as one shattereth the stalk of Angelica, I will break and shatter the limbs of this golden Glusco. As for thee, false friend, subtle fox, unfaithful servant, this long time am I grown weary of thee, slinking up and down my palace devising darkly things I know not. Thou, that art naught akin to Witchland, but an outlander, a goblin exile, a serpent warmed in my bosom to my hurt. But these things shall have an end. When I have put down this golden Glusco, then shall I have leisure to put down thee also. And Gro bowed in sorrow of heart before the anger of the king, and held his peace. Now was the horn blown for the second bout, and they stepped into the wrestling ground. At the clashing of the cymbals the king sprang at Goldry as the panther springeth, and with the rush bare him backward, and well nigh forth of the wrestling ground. But when they were carried almost among the demons, where they stood to behold the contest, Goldry swung to the left, and strove as before to get the king lifted off his feet. But the king foiled him, and bent his ponderous weight upon him, so that Goldry's spine was like to have been crushed beneath the murthering violence of the king's arms. Then did the Lord Goldry Glusco show forth his great power as a wrestler. For even under the murthering clasp of the king, he, by the might that was in the muscles of his brawny chest, shook the king first to the right and then to the left, and the king's hold was loosened, and all his skill and mastery but narrowly saved him from a grievous fall. Nor did Goldry delay nor ponder how next to make trial of the king, but sudden as the lightning he slackened his hold, and turned, and with his back under the king's belly gave a mighty lift. And they that witnessed it stood amazed, in expectancy to see the king thrown over Goldry's head. And yet, for all his striving, might not Goldry get the king lifted clean off the ground. Twice and 3 times he strove, and at each trial he seemed further from his aim, and the king bettered his hold. And at the 4th essay that Galdry made to lift the king over his back and fling him headlong, the king thrust him forward and tripped him from behind, so that Galdry was crawled on his hands and knees, and the king clung to him from behind and passed his arms round his body beneath the armpits and saw back over the shoulders, being minded to clasp his 2 hands at the back of Galdry's neck. Then said Corrund, the demon is sped already. By this hold hath the king brought to their bane more than 60 famous champions. He delayeth only till his fingers be knit together behind the neck of the accursed demon, to draw the head of him forward until the bones of the neck or the breastbone be bursten asunder. He delayeth over long for my peace, said Gro. The king's breath came out of him in great puffs and grunts, as he strained to bring his fingers to meet behind Galdry's neck. Nor was it aught else than the hugeness of his neck and burly chest that saved the Lord Galdry Blusco in that hour from utter destruction. Crawled on his hands and knees, he could nowise escape from the hold of the king, neither lay hold on him in turn. Howbeit, because of the bigness of Galdry's neck and chest, it was impossible for the king to fasten that hold upon him, for all his striving. When the king perceived that this was so, and that he but wasted his strength, he said, I will loose my hold on thee and let thee up, and we will stand again face to face, for I deem it unworthy to grapple on the ground like dogs. So they stood up, and wrestled another while in silence. Soon the king made trial once again of the fall whereby he had sought to throw him in the first bout, twisting suddenly his right side against Galdry, and catching with his leg Galdry's leg, and therewith leaning against him with main force. And when, as before, Galdry bare forward with great violence, tightening his grip, the king lurched mightily against him, and, being still ill content to have missed his hold that never heretofore had failed him, he thrust his fingers up Galdry's nose in his cruel anger, scratching and clawing at the delicate inner parts of the nostrils in such wise that Galdry was fain to draw back his head. Therewith the king, lurching against him yet more heavily, gat him thrown a grievous fall on his back, and himself fell atop of him, crushing him and stunning him on the earth. And the red foliot proclaimed Gorice the king victorious in this bout. Therewithal the king turned him back to his witches, that loudly acclaimed his mastery over Galdry. He said unto Lord Gro, It is as I have spoken, the testing first, next the bruising, and in the last bout the breaking and killing. And the king looked evilly on Gro. Gro answered him not a word, for his soul was grieved to see blood on the nails and fingers of the king's left hand, and he thought he knew that the king must have been sore bested in this bout, seeing that he must do this beastly deed or ever he might overcome the might of his adversary. But the Lord Galdry Blusco, when he was come to his senses and had gotten him up from that great fall, spake to the red foliot in mickle wrath, saying, This devil hath overcome me by craft, doing that which it is a shame to do, in that he clawed me with his fingers up my nose. The sons of Corrund raised an uproar at the words of Galdry, loudly crying that he was the greatest liar and dastard, and all they of Witchland shouted and cursed in like manner. But Galdry shouted in a voice like a brazen trumpet, that was plain to hear above the clamour of the witches, O red foliot, judge now fairly betwixt me and King Gorice, as thou art sworn to do. Let him show his finger-nails, if there be not blood on them. This fall is void, and I claim that we wrestle it anew. And the lords of Demonland in like manner shouted that this fall should be wrestled anew. Now the red foliot had seen somewhat of what was done, and well was he minded to call the bout void. Yet had he forborne to do this, out of fear of King Gorice, that had looked upon him with a basilisk's eye, threatening him. And now, while the red foliot was troubled in his mind, uncertain between the angry shouts of the witches and the demons, whether safety lay rather with his honour, or with truckling to King Gorice, the king spake a word to Corineus, who went straightway, and standing by the red foliot, spake privily in his ear. And Corineus menaced the red foliot, and said, Beware, lest thy mind be swayed by the browbeating of the demons. Rightfully hast thou adjudged the victory in this bout unto our lord the king, and this talk of thrusting of fingers in the nose is but a pretext and a vile imagination of this Galdry Blusco, who, being thrown fairly before thine eyes, and before us all, and perceiving himself unable to stand against the king, now thinketh with his swaggering he can bear it away, and thinketh by cheats and subtleties to avoid defeat. If, against thine own beholding, and the witness of us, and the plighted word of the king, thou art so hardy as to hearken to the guileful persuading of these demons, Yet bethink thee that the king hath overborne 99 great champions in this exercise, and this shall be the 100th. And bethink thee too, that Witchland lieth nearer to thine isles than Demonland by many days' sailing. Hard shall it be for thee to abide the avenging sword of Witchland if thou do him despite, and against thy sworn oath as umpire incline wrongfully to his enemies in this dispute. So spake Gorice, and the red Foliot was cowed. Albeit he believed in his heart that the king had done what thereof Goldry accused him, yet for terror of the king, and of Gorice that stood by and threatened him, he durst not speak his thought, but in sore perplexity gave order for the horn to be blown for the 3rd bout. And it came to pass at the blowing of the horn, that the flittermouse fared forth again from the booths of the witches, and going widdershins round about the wrestling ground, returned on silent wing whence she came. When the Lord Goldry Blusco understood that the red Foliot would pay no heed to his accusation, he grew red as blood. A fearsome sight it was to behold how he swelled in his wrath, and his eyes blazed like disastrous stars at midnight, and being wood with anger, he gnashed his teeth till the froth stood at his lips and slavered down his chin. Now the cymbals clashed for the onset. Therewith ran Goldry upon the king as one straught of his wits, bellowing as he ran, and gripped him by the right arm with both his hands, one at the wrist and one near the shoulder. And so it was that before the king might move, Goldry spun round with his back to the king, and by his mickle strength and the strength of the anger that was in him, he heaved the king over his head, hurling him as one hurleth a ponderous spear, head foremost to the earth. And the king smote the ground with his head, and the bones of his head and his spine were driven together and smashed, and blood flowed from his ears and nose. With the might of that throw Goldry's wrath departed from him, and left him strengthless, in such sort that he reeled as he went from the wrestling ground. His brethren Juss and Spitfire bare him up on either side, and put his cloak of cloth of gold worked with red hearts about his mighty limbs. Meanwhile dismay was fallen upon the witches, to behold their king so caught up on a sudden and dashed upon the ground, where he lay crumpled in a heap, shattered like the stalk of an hemlock that one breaketh and shattereth. In great agitation the red Foliot came down from his car of ebony, and made haste thither where the king was fallen. And the lords of Witchland came likewise thither stricken at heart. And Corund lifted the king in his burly arms, but the king was stone dead. So those sons of Corund made a litter with their spears, and laid the king on the litter, and spread over him his royal mantle of black silk lined with bearskin, and set the crown of Witchland on his head, and without word spoken bare him away to the witches' booths, and the other lords of Witchland, without word spoken, followed after. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 3. The Red Foliot. Of the entertainment of the witches in the palace of the Red Foliot, and of the wiles and subtleties of Lord Gro, and how the witches departed by night out of the Foliot Isles. The Red Foliot gat him back into his palace and sat in his high seat, and he sent unto the lords of Witchland and of Demonland, that they should come and see him. Nor did they delay, but came straightway and sat on the long benches, the witches on the eastern side of the hall, and the demons on the west, and their fighting men stood in order on either side behind them. So sat they in the shadowy hall, and the sun declining to the western ocean shone through the high windows of the hall on the polished armour and weapons of the witches. The Red Foliot spake among them, and said, A great champion hath been strook to earth this day, in fair and equal combat. And according to the solemn oaths whereby ye are bound, and whereof I am the keeper, there is here an end to all unpeace betwixt Witchland and Demonland, and ye of Witchland are to forswear for ever your claims of lordship over the demons. Now for a sealing and making fast of this solemn covenant between you, I see no likelier rede than that ye all join with me here this day in good friendship, to forget your quarrels in drinking of the Arval of King Gorice the 11th, than whom hath reigned none mightier nor more worshipful in all this world. and thereafter depart in peace to your native lands. So spake the Red Foliot, and the lords of Witchland assented thereto. But Lord Juss answered and said, O Red Foliot, as to the oath sworn between us and the King of Witchland, thou hast spoken well, nor shall we depart one tittle from the article of our oaths, and the witches may abide in peace for ever, as for us, if, as is clean against their use of nature, they forbear to devise evil against us. For the nature of Witchland was ever as a flea that attacketh a man in the dark. But we will not eat nor drink with the lords of Witchland, who bewrayed and forsook us, their sworn confederates, at the sea fight against the ghouls. Nor we will not drink the Arval of King Gorice the 11th, who worked a shameful and unlawful slight against my kinsman this day when they wrestled together. So spake Lord Juss, and Corrand whispered Gro in the ear, saying, Were it not for the privilege of this respected company, now were the time to set upon them. But Gro said, I prithee yet have patience. This were over hazardous, for the luck goeth against Witchland. Let us rather take them in their beds tonight. Fain would the Red Foliot turn the demons from their resolve, but without avail, they courteously thanking him for his hospitality, which they said they would enjoy that night in their booths, being minded on the morrow to take to their beaked ship and fare over the unvintaged sea to Demonland. Therewith stood up Lord Juss, and with him the Lord Gro, that went in all his war gear, his horned helm of gold, and his golden burnie set with ruby hearts, and bare his two-handed sword forged by the elves wherewith he slew the beasts out of the sea in days gone by. And Lord Spitfire, that glared upon the lords of Witchland as a falcon glareth, hungering for her prey. And the Lord Brandok that looked on them, and chiefly on Corinius, with the eye of contemptuous amusement, playing idly with the jewelled hilt of his sword, until Corinius grew ill at ease beneath his gaze, and shifted this way and that in his seat, scowling back defiance. For all the rich array and goodly port and countenance of Corinius, he seemed but a very boor beside the Lord Brandok and dearly did each hate the other. So the lords of Demonland with their fighting men went forth from the hall. The Red Foliot sent after them, and made them in their booths to be served of great plenty of wine and good and delicate meats, and sent them musicians and a minstrel to gladden them with songs and stories of old time, that they might lack naught of entertainment. But for his other guests he let bear in the massy cups of silver, and the great eared wine jars holding 2 firkins apiece, and he let pour forth to the witches and the Foliots, and they drank the cup of memory unto King Gorice the 11th, slain that day by the hand of Gulgriv. Thereafter, when their cups were brimmed anew with foaming wine, the Red Foliot spake among them and said, O ye lords of Witchland, will you that I speak a dirge in honour of Gorice the King, that the Dark Reaper hath this day gathered? So when they said yea to this, he called to him his player on the theorbo, and his player on the hautboy, and commanded them, saying, Play me a solemn music. And they played softly, in the Aeolian mode, a music that was like the wailing of wind through bare branches on a moonless night, and the Red Foliot leaned forth from his high seat, and recited this lamentation. I that in hale was in gladness, and trouble it now with great sickness, and feeble it with infirmity, timor mortis contebat me. Our pleasance here is all vain glory, this false world is but transitory. The flesh is bruckle, the feigned is slee, timor mortis contebat me. The state of man does change and vary, now sound, now sick, now blithe, now sary, now dance and merry, now like to die. Timor mortis contebat me. No state in erd here standeth sicker, as with the wind waveth the wicker. So one is this world's vanity, timor mortis contebat me. Unto the death go us all, Estatis, princes, prelates, and potestatis, both rich and poor of all degree, timor mortis contebat me. He taketh the Nicties into field, enormous under helm and shield. Victor he is at all melee, timor mortis contebat me. That strong, unmerciful tyrant, Tachus on the mother's breast soucand, the babe full of benignity, timor mortis contebat me. He taketh the champion in the stour, the captain closet in the tower, the lady in bower full of beauty, timor mortis contabat me. He spareth no lord for his puissance, nor clerk for his intelligence. His awful strake may no man flee, timor mortis contabat me. Art magicianus and astrologus, rhethoris, logicianus, theologus, them helpeth no conclusionus slee, timor mortis contabat me. In medicine the most practitioners, leeches, chirurgianus, and physicianus, themselves from death may not supplee, timor mortis contabat me. When the Red Foliot had spoken thus far his dirge, he was interrupted by an unseemly brawling betwixt Corineus and one of the sons of Corund. For Corineus, who gave not a fig for music or dirges, but liked well of carding and dicing, had brought forth his dice-box to play with the son of Corund. They played a while to Corineus's great content, for at every throw he won, and the other's purse waxed light. But at this 11th stanza, the son of Corund cried out that the dice of Corineus were loaded, and he smote Corineus on his shaven jowl with the dice-box, calling him cheat and mangy rascal, whereupon Corineus drew forth a bodkin to smite him in the neck withal. But some went betwixt them, and with much ado and much struggling and cursing they were parted, and it being shown that the dice were not loaded, the son of Corund was fain to make amends to Corineus, and so they were set at one again. Now was the wine poured forth yet again to the lords of Witchland, and the Red Foliot drank deep unto the glory of that land and the rulers thereof. And he issued command, saying, Let my cargo come and dance before us, and thereafter my other dances. For there is no pleasure whereon the Foliots do more dearly dote than this pleasure of the dance, and sweet to us it is to behold delightful dancing, be it the stately splendour of the pavane, which progresseth as large clouds at sundown that pass by in splendour, or the graceful allemande, or the fandango, which goeth by degrees from languorous beauty to the swiftness and passion of bacchanals dancing on the high lawns under a summer moon that hangeth in the pine trees, or the joyous maze of the galliard, or the geig, dear to the Foliots. Therefore delay not, but let my cargo come, that she may dance before us. Therewith hastened the cargo into the shadowy hall, moving softly and rolling a little in her gait, with her head thrust forward, and a little flurried was she in her bearing as she darted this way and that her large and beautiful eyes, mild and timid, that were like liquid gold heated to redness. Somewhat like a heron she was, but stouter and shorter of leg, and her beak shorter and thicker than the heron's. And so long and delicate was her pale grey plumage, that hard it was to say whether it were hair or feathers. So the wind instruments, and the lutes and dulcimers played a coranto, and the cargo tripped up the hall betwixt the long tables, jumping a little and bowing a little in her step, and keeping excellent time to the music. And when she came near to the dais where the Red Foliot sat ravished with delight at her dancing, the cargo lengthened her step, and glided smoothly and slowly forward toward the Red Foliot. And so gliding, she drew herself up in stately wise, and opened her mouth, and drew back her head, till her beak lay tight against her breast, flouncing out her feathers so that they showed like a wide-cut skirt with a crinoline. And the crest that was on her head rose up erect half again her own height from the ground, and she sailed majestically toward the Red Foliot. On this wise did the cargo at every turn that she took in the coranto, forth and back along the length of the Foliot's hall, and they all laughed sweetly at her, being overjoyed at her dancing. When the dance was done, the Red Foliot called the cargo to him, and made her sit on the bench beside him, and stroked her soft grey feathers and made much of her. All bashful as she sat beside the Red Foliot, casting her ruby eyes in wonder upon the witches in their company. Next the Red Foliot called for his cat-bears, that stood before him foxy red above, but with black bellies, round furry faces, and innocent amber eyes, and soft great paws, and tails barred alternately with ruddy rings and creamy. And he said, O cat-bears, dance before us, since dearly we delight in your dancing. They asked, Lord, will you that we perform the geig? And he answered them, The geig, and ye love me. So the stringed instruments began a swift movement, and the tambourines and triangles entered on the beat, and swiftly twinkled the feet of the cat-bears in the joyous dance. The music rippled and ran, and the dancers danced till the hall was awhirl with the rhythm of their dancing, and the witches roared applause. On a sudden the music ceased, and the dancers were still, and, standing side by side, paw in furry paw, they bowed shyly to the company, and the Red Foliot called them to him, and kissed them on the mouth, and sent them to their seats. that they might rest and view the dances that were to follow. Next the red Foliot called for his white peacocks, coloured like moonlight, that they might lead the pavan before the lords of Witchland. In glorious wise did they spread their tails for the stately dance, and a fair and lovely sight it was to see their grace and the grandeur of their carriage as they moved to the music chaste and noble. With them were joined the golden pheasants, who spread wide their collars of gold, and the silver pheasants, and the peacock pheasants, and the estridges, and the bustards, footing it in pomp, pointing the toes, and bowing and retiring in due time to the solemn strains of the pavan. Every instrument took part in the stately pavan. The lutes and the dulcimers, and the theorbos, and the sackbuts and the hautboys, the flutes sweetly warbling as birds in the upper air, and the silver trumpets, and the horns that breathed deep melodies trembling with mystery and tenderness that shakes the heart, and the drum that beateth to battle, and the wild throb of the harp, and the cymbals clashing as the clash of armies. And a nightingale sitting by the red Foliot sang the pavan in passionate tones that dissolved the soul in their sweet mournful beauty. The Lord Gro covered his face with his mantle, and wept to hear and behold the divine pavan. For as ghosts re-arisen it raised up for him old happy half-forgotten days in Goblin Land, before he had conspired against King Gaslark, and been driven forth from his dear native land, an exile in waterish Witchland. Thereafter let the red Foliot give order for the galliard. Joyously swept forth the melody from the stringed instruments, and 2 dormice, fat as butter, spun into the hall. Wilder whirled the music, and the dormice capered ever higher, till they bounded from the floor up to the beams of the vaulted roof, and down again, and up again to the roof beams in the joyful dance. And the Foliots joined in the galliard, spinning and capering in mad delight of the dance. And into the hall twirled 6 capripeds, footing it lightly as the music swept ever faster, and a one-footer that leaped hither and thither about and about as the flea hoppeth, till the witches grew hoarse with singing and shouting and hounding of him on. Yet ever capered the dormice higher and wilder than any else, and so swiftly flashed their little feet to the galloping music that no eye might follow their motion. But little he know was Lord Gro gladdened by the merry dance. Sad melancholy sat with him for his companion, darkening his thoughts, and making joy hateful to him as sunshine to owls of the night, so that he was well pleased to mark the red Foliot go softly from his seat on the dais, and forth from the hall by a door behind the arras, and seeing this, himself departed softly amid the full tide of the galliard, forth of that hall of swift movement and gleeful laughter, forth into the quiet evening, where above the smooth downs the wind was lulled to sleep in the vast silent spaces of the sky, and the west was a bower of orange light, fading to purple and unfathomable blue in the upper heaven, and naught was heard save the murmur of the sleepless sea, and naught seen save a flight of wildfowl flying against the sunset. In this quietness, Gro walked westward above the coombe, until he came to the land's edge, and stood on the lip of a chalk cliff falling to the sea, and was ware of the red Foliot, alone on that high western cliff, gazing in a study at the dying colours in the west. When they had stood for a while without speech, gazing over the sea, Gro spake and said, "Consider how as day now dieth in yonder chambers of the west, so hath the glory departed from Witchland." But the red Foliot answered him not, being in a study. Then Gro said, "Though Demonland lieth where thou sawest the sun descend, yet eastward out of Witchland must thou look for the morning splendour. Not more surely shalt thou behold the sun go up thence tomorrow, than thou shalt see shine forth in short season the glory and honour and power of Witchland, and beneath her destructive sword her enemies shall be as grass before the sickle." The red Foliot said, "I am in love with peace, and the soft influence of the evening air. Leave me, or if thou wilt stay, break not the charm." "O red Foliot," said Gro, "art thou in love with peace indeed? So should the rising again of Witchland tune sweet music to thy thought, since we of Witchland love peace, nor are we stirrers up of strife, but the demons only. The war against the ghouls, whereby the 4 corners of the earth were shaken, was hatched by Demonland. Thou speakest," said the red Foliot, "clean against thine intention, a great praise of them. For who ever saw the like of these man-eating ghouls for corruption of manners, inhuman degeneration, and deluge of iniquities, who every 50 year from time immemorial have had their grand climacterical year, and but last year brake forth in never-imagined ferocity? But if they sail now, 'tis on the dark lake they sail, grieving no earthly seas nor rivers. Praise Demonland, therefore, who did put them down for ever." "I make no question of that," answered Lord Gro. "But foul water as soon as fair will quench hot fire. Sore against our will did we of Witchland join with the demons in that war, foreseeing, as hath been bloodily approved, that the issue must be but the puffing up of the demons, who desire no other thing than to be lords and tyrants of all the world. Thou, said the Red Folliot, wast in thy young days King Gaslark's man, a goblin born and bred, his very foster brother nourished at the same breast. Why must I observe thee, a plain traitor against so good a king, whose perfidy the common people then did openly reprove, as I did well perceive even so lately as last autumn, when I was in the city of Zargezaculo, at the time of their festivities for the betrothal of the king's cousin German, the Princess Armeline, unto the Lord Gro, they carrying filthy pictures of thee in the street, singing of thee thus: It was pity one so witty, malcontent, leaving reason, should to treason so be bent. But his gifts were but shifts, voids of grace, and his bravery was but knavery, vile and base. Said Gro, wincing a little, the art of it agreeth well with the sentiment, and with the condition of those who invented it. I will not think so noble a prince as thou art will set thy sails to the wind of the rabble's most partial hates and envies. For the vile addition of traitor I do reject and spit upon it. But true it is that, regarding not the god of fools and women, nice opinion, I do steer by my own lodestar still. Howbeit, I came not to discourse to thee on so small a matter as myself. This I would say unto thee with most sad and serious entertain. Be not lulled to think the demons will leave the world at peace. That is farthest from their intent. They would not listen to thy comfortable words, nor sit at meat with us. So set be they to imagine mischief against us. What said Juss? Witchland was ever as a flea. Ay, as a flea which he itcheth to crush betwixt his fingernails. Oh, if thou be in love with peace, a short way lieth open to thy heart's desire. Naught spake the Red Folliot, gazing still into the dim reflections of the sunset, which lingered below a darkening sky where stars were born. Gro said softly, as a cat purring, Where softening unctions failed, sharp surgery bringeth speediest ease. Wilt thou not leave it to me? But the Red Folliot looked angrily upon him, saying, What have I to do with your enmities? You are sworn to keep the peace, and I will not abide your violence nor your breaking of oaths in my quiet kingdom. Gro said, Oaths be of the heart, and he that breaketh them in open fact is oft, as now, no breaker in truth, for already were they scorned and trampled on by his opposites. But the Red Folliot said again, What have I to do with your enmities, that set you by the ears like fighting dogs? I am yet to learn that he that hath a righteous heart, and clean hands, and hateth none, must needs be drawn into the brawls and manslayings of such as you and the demons. Lord Gro looked narrowly upon him, saying, Thinkest thou that the straight path of him that affecteth neither side lieth still open for thee? If that were thine aim, thou shouldst have bethought thee ere thou gavest thy judgment on the second bout. For clear as day it was to us and to thine own people, and most of all to the demons, that the king played foul in that bout. And when thou calledst him victorious, thou didst loudly by that word trumpet thyself his friend, and unfriends to Demonland. Markest thou not, when they left the hall, with what a snake's eye Lord Just beheld thee? Not with us only, but with thee he refused to eat and drink, that so his superstitious scruples may be unhurt when he proceeds to thy destruction. For on this are they determined, nothing is more certain. The Red Folliot sank his chin upon his breast and stood silent for a space. The hues of death and silence spread themselves where late the fires of sunset glowed, and large stars opened like flowers on the illimitable fields of the night sky. Arcturus, Spica, Gemini, and the little dog, and Capella and her kids. The Red Folliot said, Witchland lieth at my door, and Demonland, how stand I with Demonland? And Gro said, Also tomorrow's sun goeth up out of Witchland. For a while they spoke not. Then Lord Gro took forth a scroll from his bosom, and said, The harvest of this world is to the resolute, and he that is infirm of purpose is ground betwixt the upper and the nether millstone. Thou canst not turn back. So would they scorn and spurn thee, and we witches likewise. And now by these means only may lasting peace be brought about, namely, by the setting of Gorice of Witchland on the throne of Demonland, and the utter humbling of that brood beneath the heel of the witches. The Red Foliot said, Is not Gorice slain? And drank we not but now his Orval, slain by a demon? And is he not the second in order of that line who hath so died by a demon? A 12th Gorice, said Gro, at this moment of time sitteth king in Gorice. O Red Foliot, know that I am a reader of the planets of the night, and of those hidden powers that work out the web of destiny, whereby I know that this 12th king of the house of Gorice in Gorice shall be a most crafty warlock, full of guiles and wiles, who by the might of his egromancy and the sword of Witchland shall exceed all earthly powers that be, and ineluctable as the levin bolt of heaven goeth out his wrath against his enemies. So saying, Gro stooped and took a glowworm from the grass, saying kindly to it, Sweeting thy lamp for a moment, and breathed upon it, and held it to the parchment, saying, Sign now thy royal name to these articles, which require thee not at all to go to war, but only, in case war shall arise, to be of our party, and against these demons that do privily pursue thy life. But the Red Foliot said, Wherein am I certified that thou speakest not a lie? Then took Gro a writing from his purse, and showed thereon a seal like the seal of Lord Jus, and there was written, Unto Vol all love and trust, and fail not whenas thou sailest upon Witchland, to cast of 3 or 4 ships for the Foliot Isles, to put down those, and bren the Red Foliot in his house. For if we gat not the life of these worms churted out of them, the shame will stick on us for ever. And Gro said, My servant stole this from them, while they spoke with thee in thine hall tonight. Which the Red Foliot believed, and took from his belt his inkhorn and his pen, and signed his royal name to the articles of the treaty proposed to him. Therewith Lord Gro put up the parchment in his bosom, and said, Swift surgery. Needs must that we take them in their beds tonight. So shall tomorrow's dawn bring glory and triumph to Witchland, now fixed in an eclipse, and to the whole world peace and soft contentment. But the Red Foliot answered him, My Lord Gro, I have signed these articles, and thereby stand I bound in enmity to Demonland. But I will not bewray my guests that have eaten my salt, be they never so deeply pledged to mine enemies. Be it known to thee, I have set guards on your booths this night, and on the booths of them of Demonland, that no unpeaceful deeds may be done betwixt you. This which I have done, by this will I stand, and ye shall both depart tomorrow in peace, even as you came. Because I am your friend and sworn to your party, I and my Foliots will be on your side when war is between Witchland and Demonland. But I will not suffer night slayings nor murders in my isles. Now with these words of the Red Foliot, Lord Gro was as one that walketh along a flowery path to his rest, and in the last steps a gulf yawneth suddenly athwart the path, and he standeth agape and disappointed at the hither side. Yet in his subtlety he made no sign, but straight replied, Righteously hast thou decreed, and wisely, O Red Foliot. For it was truly said, Let worthy minds ne'er stagger in distrust, to suffer death or shame for what is just. And that which we saw in darkness must unfold in the open light of day, lest it be found withered in the very hour of maturity. Nor would I have urged thee otherwise, but that I do thoroughly fear these demons, and all my mind was to take their plotting in reverse. Do then one thing only for us. If we set sail homeward, and they on our heels, they will fall upon us at a disadvantage, for they have the swifter ship. Or if they get to sea before us, they will lie in wait for us on the high seas. Suffer us then to sail tonight, and do thou on some pretext delay them here for 3 days only, that we may get us home wherever they leave the Foliot Isles. I will not gainsay thee in this, answered the Red Foliot, for here is naught but what is fair and just, and lieth with mine honour. I will come to your booths at midnight and bring you down to your ship. When Gro came to the witches' booths, he found them guarded even as the Red Foliot had said, and the booths of them of Demonland in like manner. So he went into the royal booth where the king lay in state on a bier of spear shafts, robed in his kingly robes, over his armour that was painted black and inlaid with gold, and the crown of Witchland on his head. 2 candles burned at the head of King Gorice, and 2 at his feet, and the night wind blowing through the crannies of the booth made them flare and flicker, so that shadows danced unceasingly on the wall and roof and floor. On the benches round the walls sat the lords of Witchland, sullen of countenance, for the wine was dead in them. Balefully they eyed Lord Gro at his coming in, And Corineus sat upright in his seat and said, "Here is the goblin, father and fosterer of our misfortunes. Come, let us slay him." Gro stood among them with head erect, and held Corineus with his eye, saying, "We of Witchland are not run lunatic, my lord Corineus, that we should do this gladness to the demons, to bite each at the other's throat like wolves. Methinks if Witchland be the land of my adoption only, yet have I not done least among you to ward off sheer destruction from her in this pass we stand in. If ye have aught against me, let me hear it and answer it." Corineus laughed a bitter laugh. "Hearken to the fool! Are we babies and milksops, thinkest thou? And is it not clear as day thou stoodest in the way of our falling on the demons, when we might have done so, urging what silly counsels I know not in favour of doing it by night? And now is night come, and we close prisoned in our booths, and no chance to come at them unless we would bring an hornet's nest of foliots about our ears, and give warning of our intent to the demons and every living soul in this island. And all this has come about since thy slinking off and plotting with the red foliot. But now hath thy guile overreached itself, and now we will kill thee, and so an end of thee and thy plotting." With that Corineus sprang up and drew his sword, and the other witches with him. But Lord Gro moved not an eyelid, only he said, "Hear mine answer first. All night lieth before us, and 'tis but a moment's task to murder me." Therewith stood forth the Lord Corund, with his huge bulk betwixt Gro and Corineus, saying in a great voice, "Whoso shall point weapon against him shall first have to do with me, though it were one of my sons. We will hear him. If he clear not himself, then we will hew him in pieces." They sat down muttering. And Gro spake and said, "First behold this parchment, which is the articles of a solemn covenant and alliance, and behold where the red foliot hath set his sign manual thereto. True, his is a country of no might in arms, and we might tread him down and ne'er feel the leaving stick to our boot, and little avail can their weak help be unto us in the day of battle. But there is in these isles a meetly good road and riding place for ships, which if our enemies should occupy, their fleet were most aptly placed to do us all the ill imaginable. Is then this treaty a light benefit where now we stand? Next, know that when I counselled you take the demons in their beds, instead of fall upon them in the foliot's hall, I did so being advertised that the red foliot had commanded his soldiers to turn against us or against the demons, whichever first should draw sword upon the other. And when I went forth from the hall it was, as Corineus hath so deeply divined, to plot with the red foliot. But the aim of my plotting I have shown you on these articles of alliance. And indeed, had I, as Corineus vilely accuseth me, practised with the red foliot against Witchland, I had hardly been so simple as to return into the mouth of destruction, when I might have bided safely in his palace." Now when Gro perceived that the anger of the witches against him was appeased by his defence, wherein he spake cunningly both true words and lies, he spake again among them, saying, "Little gain have I of all my pains and thoughts expended by me for Witchland, and better it were for Witchland if my counsel were better heeded. Corund knoweth how, to mine own peril, I counselled the king to wrestle no more after the first bout, and if he had ta'en my rede, rather than suspect me and threaten me with death, we should not be now to bear him home dead to the royal catacombs in Carse." Corund said, "Truly hast thou spoken." "In one thing only have I failed," said Gro, "and it can shortly be amended. The red foliot, albeit of our party, will not be one to attack the demons by fraud, nor will he suffer us to smite them in these isles. Some fond, simple scruples hang like cobwebs in his mind, and he is stubborn as touching this. But I have prevailed upon him to make them tarry here for 3 days' space, while we put to sea this very night, telling him, which he most innocently believeth, that we fear the demons, and would flee home ere they be let loose to take us at a disadvantage on the high seas. And home we will indeed ere they set sail, yet not for fear of them, but rather that we may devise a deadly blow against them, or ever they win home to Demonland." "What blow, goblin?" said Corineus. And Gro answered and said, "One that I will devise upon with our lord the King Gorice the 12th, who now awaiteth us in Carse, and I will not blab it to a wine-bibber and a dicer, who hath but now drawn sword against a true lover of Witchland." Whereupon Corineus leapt up in mickle wrath to thrust his sword into Gro, but Corund and his sons restrained him. In due time the stars revolved to midnight, and the red foliot came secretly with his guards to the witches' booths. The lords of Witchland took their weapons, and the men-at-arms bare the goods, and the king went in the midst on his bier of spear shafts. So went they picking their way in the moonless night round the palace, and down the winding path that led to the bed of the Coombe, and so by the stream westward toward the sea. Here they deemed it safe to light a torch to show them the way. Desolate and bleak showed the sides of the Coombe in the wind-blown flare, and the flare was thrown back from the jewels of the royal crown of Witchland, and from the armoured buskins on the king's feet, showing stark with toes pointing upwards from below his bearskin mantle, and from the armour and the weapons of them that bare him, and walked beside him, and from the black cold surface of the little river, hurrying for ever over its bed of boulders to the sea. The path was rugged and stony, and they fared slowly, lest they should stumble and drop the king. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 4. Conjuring in the Iron Tower. Of the Hold of Gorice, and of the midnight practices of King Gorice the 12th in the ancient chamber, preparing dole and doom for the lords of Demonland. When the witches were come aboard of their ship, and all stowed, and the rowers set in order on the benches, they bade farewell to the red folio and rowed out to the deep, and there hoisted sail and put up their helm and sailed eastward along the land. The stars wheeled overhead, and the east grew pale, and the sun came out of the sea on the larboard bow. Still sailed they 2 days and 2 nights, and on the 3rd day there was land ahead, and morning rose abated by mist and cloud, and the sun was as a ball of red fire over Witchland in the east. So they hung a while off Tenemos, waiting for the tide, and at high water sailed over the bar and up the Druima, past the dunes and mud flats and the Ergaspian mere, till they reached the bend of the river below Gorice. Solitary marshland stretched on either side, as far as the eye might reach, with clumps of willow and rare homesteads showing above the flats. Northward above the bend, a bluff of land fell sharply to the elbow of the river, and on the other side sloped gently away for a few miles till it lost itself in the dead level of the marshes. On the southern face of the bluff, monstrous as a mountain in those low sedgelands, hung square and black the fortress of Gorice. It was built of black marble, rough-hewn and unpolished, the outworks enclosing many acres. An inner wall with a tower at each corner formed the main stronghold, in the southwest corner of which was the palace, overhanging the river. And on the southwest corner of the palace, towering sheer from the water's edge 70 cubits or more to the battlements, stood the keep, a round tower lined with iron, bearing on the corbel table beneath its parapet in varying form and untold repetition the sculptured figure of the crab of Witchland. The outer ward of the fortress was dark with cypress trees, black flames burning changelessly to heaven from a billowy sea of gloom. East of the keep was the water-gate, and beside it a bridge and bridge-house across the river, strongly fortified with turrets and machicolations, and commanded from on high by the battlements of the keep. Dismal and fearsome to view was this strong place of Gorice, most like to the embedded soul of dreadful night brooding on the waters of that sluggish river. By day a shadow in broad sunshine, the likeness of pitiless violence sitting in the place of power, darkening the desolation of the mournful fen. By night, a blackness more black than night herself. Now was the ship made fast near the water-gate, and the lords of Witchland landed, and their fighting men, and the gate opened to them, and mournfully they entered in and climbed the steep ascent to the palace, bearing with them their sad burden of the king. And in the great hall in Gorice was Gorice the 11th laid in state for that night, and the day wore to its close, nor was any word from King Gorice the 12th. But when the shades of night were falling, there came a chamberlain to Lord Gro as he walked upon the terrace without the western wall of the palace. And the chamberlain said, My lord, the king bids you attend him in the iron tower, and he chargeth you bring unto him the royal crown of Witchland. Gro made haste to fulfil the bidding of the king, and betook himself to the great banqueting hall, and all reverently he lifted the iron crown of Witchland, set thick with priceless gems, and went by a winding stair to the tower, and the chamberlain went before him. When they were come to the first landing, the chamberlain knocked on a massive door that was forthwith opened by a guard, and the chamberlain said, My lord, it is the king's will that you attend his majesty in his secret chamber at the top of the tower. And Gro marvelled, for none had entered that chamber for many years. Long ago had Gorice VII practised forbidden arts therein, and folk said that in that chamber he raised up those spirits whereby he gat his bairn. See, thence was the chamber sealed, nor had the late kings need of it, since little faith they placed in art magical, relying rather on the might of their hands and the sword of Witchland. But Gro was glad at heart, for the opening of this chamber by the king met his designs halfway. Fearlessly he mounted the winding stairs that were dusky with the shadows of approaching night, and hung with cobwebs, and strewn with the dust of neglect, until he came to the small low door of that chamber, and pausing, knocked thereon and hearkened for the answer. And one said from within, Who knocketh? And Gro answered, Lord, it is I, Gro. And the bolts were drawn, and the door opened, and the king said, Enter. And Gro entered, and stood in the presence of the king. Now the fashion of the chamber was that it was round, filling the whole space of the loftiest floor of the round dungeon keep. It was now gathering dusk, and weak twilight only entered through the deep embrasures of the windows that pierced the walls of the tower, looking to the four quarters of the heavens. The furnace glowing in the big hearth threw fitful gleams into the recesses of the chamber, lighting up strange shapes of glass and earthenware, flasks and retorts, balances, hourglasses, crucibles and astrolabes, a monstrous three-necked alembic of phosphorescent glass supported on a bain-marie, and other instruments of doubtful and unlawful aspect. Under the northern window, over against the doorway, was a massive table blackened with age, whereon lay great books bound in black leather, with iron guards and heavy padlocks. And in a mighty chair beside this table was King Gorice XII, robed in his conjuring robe of black and gold, resting his cheek on his hand that it was lean as an eagle's claw. The low light, mother of shade and secrecy, that hovered in that chamber, moved about the still figure of the king, his nose hooked as the eagle's beak, his cropped hair, his thick close-cut beard and shaven upper lip, his high cheekbones and cruel, heavy jaw, and the dark eaves of his brows, whence the glint of green eyes showed as no friendly lamp to them without. The door shut noiselessly, and Gro stood before the king. The dusk deepened, and the firelight pulsed and blinked in that dread chamber, and the king leaned without motion on his hand, bending his brow on Gro, and there was utter silence, save for the faint purr of the furnace. In a while the king said, I sent for thee, because thou alone wast so hardy as to urge to the uttermost thy counsel upon the king that is now dead, Gorice XI of memory ever glorious, and because thy counsel was good. Marvellest thou that I wist of thy counsel? Gro said, O my lord the king, I marvel not of this, for it is known to me that the soul endureth, albeit the body perish. Keep thou thy lips from over-speech, said the king. These be mysteries whereon but to think may snatch thee into peril, and whoso speaketh of them, though in so secret a place as this, and with me only, yet at his most bitter peril speaketh he. Gro answered, O king, I spake not lightly. Moreover, you did tempt me by your questioning. Nevertheless, I am utterly obedient to your majesty's admonition. The king rose from his chair and walked towards Gro slowly. He was exceeding tall, and lean as a starved cormorant. Laying his hands upon the shoulders of Gro, and bending his face to Gro's, art not afeard, he asked, to abide me in this chamber at the close of day? Or hast not thought on't, and on these instruments thou seest, their use and purpose, and the ancient use of this chamber? Gro blenched never a whit, but stoutly said, I am not afeard, O my lord the king, but rather rejoiced I at your summons. For it jumpeth with mine own designs, when I took counsel secretly in my heart after the wars that the fates fulfilled for Witchland and the Foliot Isles. For in that day, O king, when I beheld the light of Witchland darkened, and her might abated in the fall of King Gorice XI of glorious memory, I thought on you, Lord, the 12th Gorice, raised up King Gorice, and there was present to my mind the word of the soothsayer of old, where he singeth, 10, 11, 12, I see, in sequent variety, of puissance and mastery, with sword, sinews, and gramarye, in the hold of Carse, lording it royally. And being minded that he singleth out you, the 12th, as potent in gramarye, all my care was that these demons should be detained within reach of your spells, until we should have time to win home to you and to apprise you of their fairings, that so you might put forth your power and destroy them by art magic, or ever they come safe again to many mountain demon land. The king took Gro to his bosom and kissed him, saying, Art thou not a very jewel of wisdom and discretion? Let me embrace thee and love thee forever. Then the king stood back from him, keeping his hands on Gro's shoulder, and gazed piercingly upon him for a space in silence. Then kindled he a taper that stood in an iron candlestick by the table where the books lay, and held it to Gro's face. And the king said, Aye, wise thou art and of good discretion, and some courage hast thou. But if thou be to serve me this night, needs must I try thee first with terrors till thou be inured to them, as tried gold runneth in the crucible, or if thou be base metal only, till that thou be eaten up by them. Gro said unto the king, For many years, lord, or ever I came to Gorice, I fared up and down the world, and I am acquainted with objects of terror as a child with his toys. I have seen in the southern seas, by the light of Achenar and Canopus, giant seahorses battling with 8-legged cuttlefishes in the whirlpools of the Corsh. Yet was I unafraid. I was in the isle Siona when the first of the pit brast forth in that isle and split it as a man's skull is split with an axe, and the green gulfs of the sea swallowed that isle, and the stench and the steam hung in the air for days where the burning rock and earth had sizzled in the ocean. Yet was I unafraid. Also was I with Gazlark in the flight out of Zagizaculo, when the ghouls took the palace over our heads, and portents walked in his halls in broad daylight, and the ghouls conjured the sun out of heaven. Yet was I unafraid. And for 30 days and 30 nights wandered I alone on the face of the Maruna in Upper Impland, where scarce a living soul hath been, and there the evil wights that people the air of that desert dogged my steps and gibbered at me in darkness. Yet was I unafraid, and came in due time to Morna Maruna, and thence, standing on the lip of the escarpment as it were on the edge of the world, looked south away where never mortal eye had gazed aforetime, across the untrodden forests of the Barbinan. And in that skyey distance, preeminent beyond range on range of ice-rolled mountains, I beheld 2 peaks throned forever between firm land and heaven in unearthly loveliness. The spires and airy ridges of Kostra Pivlaka, and the wild precipices that soar upward from the abysses to the queenly silent snow dome of Kostra Belorn. When Gro had ended, the king turned him away, and, taking from a shelf a retort filled with a dark blue fluid, set it on a bain-marie and a lamp thereunder. Fumes of a faint purple hue came forth from the neck of the retort, and the king gathered them in a flask. He made signs over the flask, and shook forth into his hand therefrom a fine powder. Then said he unto Gro, holding out the powder in the open palm of his hand, Look narrowly at this powder. And Gro looked. The king muttered an incantation, and the powder moved and heaved, and was like a crawling mass of cheese mites of an overripe cheese. It increased in volume in the king's hand, and Gro perceived that each particular grain had legs. The grains grew before his eyes, and became the size of mustard seeds, and then of barleycorns swiftly crawling each over other. And even as he marvelled, they waxed great as kidney beans, and now was their shape and seeming clear to him, so that he beheld that they were small frogs and paddocks. And they overflowed from the king's hand as they waxed swiftly in size, pouring onto the floor, and they ceased not to increase and grow, and now they were large as little dogs, nor might the king retain more than a single one, holding his hand under its belly while it waved its legs in the air. And they were walking on the tables and jostling on the floor. Pallid they were, and permeable to light like thin horn, and their hue a faint purple, even as the hue of the vapour whence they were engendered. And now was the room filled with them, so that they mounted perforce one on another's shoulders, and they were of the bigness of well-fatted hogs, and they goggled their eyes at Gro and croaked. The king looked narrowly on Gro, who stood in the presence of that spectacle, the crown of Witchland in his hands, and the king marked that the crown trembled not a whit in Gro's hands that held it. So he said a certain word, and the paddocks and the frogs grew small again, shrinking more swiftly than they had grown, and so vanished. The king now took from the shelf a ball the size of the egg of an ostrich, of dark green glass. He said unto Gro, Look well at this glass, and tell me what thou seest. Gro answered him, I see a shifting shadow within. The king commanded him, saying, Dash it down with all thy strength upon the floor. The Lord Gro lifted the ball with both hands above his head, and it was ponderous as a ball of lead, and according to the command of Gorice the king, he hurled it on the floor so that it was pashed in pieces. and behold, a puff of thick smoke burst forth from the fragments of the ball, and took the form of one of human shape and dreadful aspect, whose 2 legs were 2 writhing snakes, and it stood in the chamber so tall that the head of it touched the vaulted ceiling, viewing the king and Gro malevolently and menacing them. The king caught down a sword that hung against the wall, and put it in Gro's hands, shouting, "Smite off the legs of it, and delay not, or thou art but dead." Gro smote and cut off the left leg of the evil wight, easily, as it were cutting of butter. But from the stump came forth 2 fresh snakes a-writhing, and so it fared likewise with the right leg. But the king shouted, "Smite and cease not, or thou art but a dead dog." And ever as Gro hewed a snake in twain, forth came 2 more from the wound, till the chamber was a maze of their wriggling forms. And still Gro hewed with a will until the sweat stood on his brow, and he said, panting between the strokes, "O king, I have made him many-legged as a centipede. Must I make him a myriapod ere night's decline?" And the king smiled, and spake a word of hidden meaning, and therewith the turmoil was gone as a gust of wind departeth, and naught left save the shivered splinters of the green ball on the chamber floor. "Wast not afeard?" asked the king, and when Gro said nay, "Methinks these sights of terror should much afflict thee," said the king, "since well I know thou art not skilled in art magical." "Yet am I a philosopher," answered Lord Gro, "and somewhat know I of alchemy and the hidden properties of this material world, the virtues of herbs, plants, stones, and minerals, the ways of the stars in their courses, and the influences of those heavenly bodies. And I have held converse with birds and fishes in their degree, and that generation which creepeth on the earth is not held in scorn by me, but oft talk I in sweet companionship with the eft of the pond, and the glowworm, and the ladybird, and the pismire, and their kind, making them my little gossips. So have I a certain lore which lighteth me in the outer court of the secret temple of gramarye and art forbid, albeit I have not peered within that temple. And by my philosophy, O king, I am certified concerning these apparitions which you have raised for me, that they be illusions and phantasms only, able to terrify the soul indeed of him that knoweth not divine philosophy, but without bodily power or essence, nor is aught to fear in such, save the fear itself wherewith they strike the simple." Then said the king, "By what token knowest thou this?" And Lord Gro made answer unto him, "O king, as a child weaveth a daisy chain, thus easily did you conjure up these shapes of terror. Not in such wise fareth he that calleth out of the deep the deadly terror indeed, but with toil and sweat, and with straining of thought, will, heart, and sinew fareth he." The king smiled. "Thou sayest true. Now therefore, since phantasmagoria maketh not thy heart to quail, I present thee a more material horror." And he lighted the candles in the great candlesticks of iron, and opened a little secret door in the wall of the chamber near the floor. And Gro beheld iron bars within the little door, and heard a hissing from behind the bars. The king took a key of silver of delicate construction, the handle slender and 3 spans in length, and opened the iron-grated door. And the king said, "Behold and see, that which sprung from the egg of a cock, hatched by the deaf adder. The glance of its eye sufficeth to turn to stone any living thing that standeth before it. Were I but for one instant to loose my spells whereby I hold it in subjection, in that moment would end my life days and thine. So strong in properties of ill is this serpent which the ancient enemy that dwelleth in darkness hath placed upon this earth, to be a bane unto the children of men, but an instrument of might in the hand of enchanters and sorcerers." Therewith came forth that offspring of perdition from its hole, strutting erect on its 2 legs that were the legs of a cock, and a cock's head it had, with rosy comb and wattles, but the face of it like no fowl's face of middle earth, but rather a gorgon's out of hell. Black shining feathers grew on its neck, but the body of it was the body of a dragon with scales that glittered in the rays of the candles, and a scaly crest stood on its back, and its wings were like bat's wings, and its tail the tail of an aspic, with a sting in the end thereof, and from its beak its forked tongue flickered venomously. And the stature of the thing was a little above a cubit. Now because of the spells of King Gorice whereby he held it ensorcelled, it might not cast its baneful glance upon him, nor upon Gro, but it walked back and forth in the candlelight, averting its eyes from them. The feathers on its neck were fluffed up with anger, and wondrous swiftly twirled its scaly tail, and it hissed ever more fiercely, irked by the bonds of the king's enchantment. And the breath of it was noisome, and hung in sluggish wreaths about the chamber. So for a while it walked before them, and as it looked sidelong past him, Gro beheld the light of its eyes, that were as sick moons burning poisonously through a mist of greenish yellow in the dusk of night, and strong loathing seized him, so that his gorge rose to behold the thing, and his brow and the palms of his hands became clammy, and he said, My lord the king, I have looked steadfastly on this cockatrice, and it affrighteth me no whit, but it is loathly in my sight, so that my gorge riseth because of it. And with that he fell a-vomiting. And the king commanded that serpent back into its hole, whither it returned, hissing wrathfully. Now the king poured forth wine, speaking a charm over the cup. And when the bright wine had revived Lord Gro, the king spake, saying, It is well, O Gro, that thou hast shown thyself a philosopher indeed, and of heart intrepid. Yet even as no blade is utterly tried until one try it in very battle, where if it snap, woe and doom wait on the hand that wields it, so must thou in this midnight suffer a yet fiercer furnace heat of terror, wherein if thou be reduced we are both lost eternally, and this Gorice and all Witchland blasted with us for ever in ruin and oblivion. Darest abide this trial? Gro answered, I am hot to obey your word, O king, for well know I that it is idle to hope by phantoms and illusions to appall the demons, and that against the demons the deadly eye of thy cockatrice were turned in vain. Stout of heart are they, and instructed in all lore, and just a sorcerer of ancient power, who hath charms to blunt the glance of basilisk or cockatrice. He that would strike down the demons must conjure indeed. Great, said the king, is the strength and cunning of the seed of Demonland. By main strength have they now shown mastery over us, as sadly witnesseth the overthrow of Gorice the 11th, against whom no mortal could stand up and wrestle and not die, till cursed Goldred, drunk with spleen and envy, slew him in the Foliot Isles. Nor was there any aforetime to outdo us in feats of arms, and Gorice the 10th, victorious in single combats without number, made our name glorious over all the world. Yet at the last he gat his death, out of all expectation, and by what treacherous sleight I know not, standing in single combat against the curled step-dancer from Crobberring. But I, that am skilled in gramarye, do bear a mightier engine against the demons than brawny sinews, or the sword that smiteth asunder. Yet is mine engine perilous to him that useth it. Therewith the king unlocked the greatest of those books that lay by on the massive table, saying in Gro's ear, as one who would not be overheard, This is that awful book of gramarye, wherewith in this same chamber, on such a night, Gorice the 7th stirred the vasty deep. And know that from this circumstance alone ensued the ruin of King Gorice the 7th, in that having by his hellish science conjured up somewhat from the primeval dark, and being utterly fordone with the sweat and stress of his conjuring, his mind was cloudy for a moment, in such sort that either he forgot the words writ in this gramarye, or the page whereon they were writ, or speech failed him to speak those words that must be spoken, or might to do those things which must be done to complete the charm. Wherefore he kept not his power over that which he had called out of the deep, but it turned upon him, and tear him limb from limb. Such like doom will I avoid, renewing in these latter days those self-same spells, if thou durst stand by me undismayed the while I utter my incantations. And shouldst thou mark me fail or waver ere all be accomplished, then shalt thyself lay hand on book and crucible, and fulfil whatsoever is needful, as I shall first show thee. Or quailest thou at this? Gro said, Lord, show me my task, and I will carry it, though all the furies of the pit flock to this chamber to say me nay. So the king instructed Gro, rehearsing to him those acts that were needful, and making known unto him the diverse pages of the gramarye, whereon were writ those words which must be spoken, each in its due time and sequence. But the king pronounced not yet those words, pointing only to them in the book, for whoso speaketh those words in vain and out of season is lost. And now when the retorts and beakers with their several necks and tubes and the appurtenances thereof were set in order, and the unhallowed processes of fixation, conjunction, deflagration, putrefaction, and rubification were nearing maturity, and the baleful star Antares, standing by the astrolabe, within a little of the meridian, signified the instant approach of midnight, the king described on the floor with his conjuring rod 3 pentacles enclosed within a 7-pointed star, with the signs of Cancer and of Scorpio joined by certain runes. And in the midst of the star he limned the image of a green crab eating of the sun. And turning to the 73rd page of his great black gramarye, the king recited in a mighty voice words of hidden meaning, calling on the name that it is a sin to utter. Now when he had spoken the first spell and was silent, There was a deadly quiet in that chamber, and a chill in the air as of winter. And in the quiet Gro heard the king's breath coming and going, as of one who hath rowed a course. Now the blood rushed back to Gro's heart, and his hands and feet became cold, and a cold sweat brake forth on his brow. But for all that he held his courage firm, and his brain ready. The king motioned to Gro to break off the tail of a certain drop of black glass that lay on the table, and with the snapping of its tail the whole drop fell in pieces in a coarse black powder. Gro, by the king's direction, gathered that powder, and dropped it in the great alembic, wherein a green fluid seethed and bubbled above the flame of a lamp. And the fluid became red as blood, and the body of the alembic filled with a tawny smoke, and sparks of sun-like brilliance flashed and crackled through the smoke. Thereupon distilled from the neck of the alembic a white oil incombustible, and the king dipped his rod in that oil, and described round the seven-pointed star on the floor the figure of the worm Ouroboros, that eateth his own tail. And he wrote the formula of the crab below the circle, and spake his second spell. When that was done, yet more biting seemed the night air, and yet more like the grave the stillness of the chamber. The king's hand shook as with an ague as he turned the pages of the mighty book. Gro's teeth chattered in his head. He gritted them together and waited. And now through every window came a light unto the chamber as of skies paling to the dawn. Yet not wholly so, for never yet came dawn at midnight, nor from all four quarters of the sky at once, nor with such swift strides of increasing light, nor with a light so ghastly. The candle flames burned filmy as the glare waxed strong from without, an evil pallid light of bale and corruption, wherein the hands and faces of the King Gorice and his disciples showed death pale, and their lips black as the dark skin of a grape, where the bloom has been rubbed off from it. The king cried terribly, "Thy hour approacheth!" And he took a phial of crystal containing a decoction of wolf's jelly and salamander's blood, and dropped 7 drops from the alembic into the phial, and poured forth that liquor on the figure of the crab drawn on the floor. Gro leaned against the wall, weak in body but with will unbowed. So bitter was the cold that his hands and feet were benumbed, and the liquor from the vial congealed where it fell. Yet the sweat stood in beads on the forehead of the king by reason of the mighty striving that was his, and in the overpowering glare of that light from the underskies he stood stiff and erect, hands clenched and arms outstretched, and spake the words, "Luro vopo vir voracadumia." Now with those words spoken the vivid light departed as a blown-out lamp, and the midnight closed down again without. Nor was any sound heard, save the thick panting of the king. But it was as if the night held its breath in expectation of that which was to come, and the candles sputtered and burned blue. The king swayed and clutched the table with his left hand, and again the king pronounced terribly the word, "Vawarkadumia." Thereafter, for the space of 10 heartbeats, silence hung like a kestrel poised in the listening night. Then went a crash through earth and heaven, and a blinding wildfire through the chamber, as it had been a thunderbolt. All Carse quaked, and the chamber was filled with the beating of wings, like the wings of some monstrous bird. The air that was wintry cold waxed on a sudden hot as the breath of a burning mountain, and Gro was near choking with the smell of soot and the smell of brimstone. And the chamber rocked as a ship riding in a swell with the wind against the tide. But the king, steadying himself against the table and clutching the edge of it till the veins on his lean hand seemed nigh to bursting, cried in short breaths and with an altered voice, "By these figures drawn, and by these spells enchanted, by the unction of wolf and salamander, by the unblessed sign of Cancer now leaning to the sun, and by the fiery heart of Scorpio that flameth in this hour on night's meridian, thou art my thrall and instrument. Abase thee and serve me, worm of the pit. Else will I by and by summon out of the ancient night intelligences and dominations mightier far than thou, and they shall serve mine ends, and thee shall they chain with chains of quenchless fire, and drag thee from torment to torment through the deep." Therewith was the earthquake stilled, and there remained but a quivering of the walls and floor, and the wind of those unseen wings, and the hot smell of soot and brimstone burning. And speech came out of the teeming air of that chamber, strangely sweet, saying, "Accursed wretch that troublest our quiet, what is thy will?" The terror of that speech made the throat of Gro dry, and the hairs on his scalp stood up. The king trembled in all his members like a frightened horse, yet was his voice level and his countenance unruffled as he said hoarsely, "Mine enemies sail at daybreak from the Foliot Isles. I loose thee against them as a falcon from my wrist. I give thee them. Turn them to thy will. How or where it skills not, so thou do but break and destroy them off the face of the world. Away! But now was the king's endurance clean spent, so that his knees failed him, and he sank like a sick man into his mighty chair. But the room was filled with the tumult as of rushing waters, and a laughter above the tumult like the laughter of souls condemned. And the king was reminded that he had left unspoken that word which should dismiss his sending. But to such weariness was he now come, and so utterly was his strength gone out from him in the exercise of his spells, that his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth, so that he might not speak the word. And horribly he rolled up the whites of his eyes, beckoning to Gro, the while his nerveless fingers sought to turn the heavy pages of the grammar. Then sprang Gro forth to the table, and against it sprawling, for now was the great keep of Gorice shaken anew as one shaketh a dice-box, and lightnings opened the heavens, and the thunder roared unceasingly, and the sound of waters stunned the ear in that chamber, and still that laughter pealed above the turmoil. And Gro knew that it was now with the king, even as it had been with Gorice VII in years gone by, when his strength gave forth, and the spirit tear him and plastered those chamber walls with his blood. Yet was Gro mindful, even in that hideous storm of terror, of the 97th page whereon the king had shown him the word of dismissal, and he wrenched the book from the king's palsied grasp and turned to the page. Scarce had his eye found the word, when a whirlwind of hail and sleet swept into the chamber, and the candles were blown out and the tables overset. And in the plunging darkness beneath the crashing of the thunder, Gro, pitching headlong, felt claws clasp his head and body. He cried in his agony the word, that was the word, Tripsora Copsum! And so fell a swooning. It was high noon when the Lord Gro came to his senses in that chamber. The strong spring sunshine poured through the southern window, lighting up the wreckages of the night. The tables were cast down, and the floor strewn and splashed with costly essences and earths spilt from shattered phials and jars and caskets. Aphroselmia, shell of gold, saffron of gold, arsen, amian, stypteria of Melos, confounded with mandragora, vinum ardens, sal ammoniac, devouring aqua regia, little pools and scattered globules of quicksilver, poisonous decoctions of toadstools and uberies, monk's hood, thorn apple, wolf's bane and black hellebore, quintessences of dragon's blood and serpent's bile, and with these, splashed together and wasted, elixirs that wise men have died a-dreaming of, spiritus mundi, and that sovereign alkahest which dissolveth every substance dipped therein, and that aurum portabile, which being itself perfect induceth perfection in the living frame. And in this welter of spoiled treasure were the great conjuring books, hurled amid the ruin of retorts and aludels of glass and lead and silver, sandbaths, matrasses, spatulae, athanors, and other instruments innumerable of rare design, tossed and broken on the chamber floor. The king's chair was thrown against the furnace, and huddled against the table lay the king, his head thrown back, his black beard pointing skyward, showing his sinewy, hairy throat. Gro looked narrowly at him, saw that he seemed unhurt and slept deep, and so, knowing well that sleep is a present remedy for every ill, watched by the king in silence all day till supper time, for all he was sore and hungered. When at length the king awoke, he looked about him in amaze. "Methought I tripped at the last step of last night's journey," he said, "and truly strange riot hath left its footprints in my chamber." Gro answered, "Lord, sorely was I tried, yet fulfilled I your behest." The king laughed as one whose soul is at ease, and standing upon his feet said unto Gro, "Take up the crown of Witchland and crown me, and that high honour shalt thou have, because I do love thee for this night gone by." Now without were the lords of Witchland assembled in the courtyard, being bound for the great banqueting hall to eat and drink, unto whom the king came forth from the gate below the keep, robed in his conjuring robe. Wondrous bright sparkled the gems of the iron crown of Witchland above the heavy brow and cheekbones and the fierce, disdainful lip of the king, as he stood there in his majesty, and Gro with the guard of honour stood in the shadow of the gate. And the king said, "My lords Corund, and Corsus, and Corinius, and Galandus, and ye sons of Corsus and of Corund, and ye other witches, behold your king, the 12th Gorice, crowned with this crown in Gorice to be king of Witchland and of Demonland. And all countries of the world and the rulers thereof, so many as the sun doth spread his beams over, shall do me obeisance and call me king and lord." All there shouted assent, praising the king and bowing down before him. Then said the king, Imagine not that oaths sworn unto the demons by Gorice the 11th of memory ever glorious bind me any whit. I will not be at peace with this Jus and his brethren, but do account them all mine enemies. And this night have I made a sending to take them on the waste of waters as they sail homeward to many-mountain demon land. Corum said, Lord, your words are as wine unto us. And well we guessed that the principalities of darkness were afoot last night, seeing all Gorice rocked, and the foundations thereof rose and fell as the breast of the large earth a-breathing. When they were coming to the banqueting hall, the king said, Gro shall sit at my right hand this night, since manfully hath he served me. And when they scowled at this, and spake each in the other's ear, the king said, Whoso among you shall so serve me, and so water the growth of this witch land, as hath Gro in this night gone by, unto him will I do like honour. But unto Gro he said, I will bring thee home to Goblin land in triumph, that wentest forth in exile. I will pluck Gaslark from his throne, and make thee king in Zadjis-Akulo, and all Goblin land shalt thou hold for me in fee, exercising dominion over it. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 5. King Gorice's Sending. Of King Gaslark, and of the coming of the sending upon the demons on the high seas, with how the Lord Jus, by the egging on of his companions, was persuaded to an unadvised rashness. The next morning following that night, when King Gorice the 12th sat crowned in Gorice, as is aforesaid, was Gaslark a-sailing on the middle sea, homeward from the east. 7 ships of war he had, and they steered in column south-westward, close hauled on the starboard tack. Greatest and fairest among them was she who led the line, a great dragon of war, painted azure of the summer sea, with towering head of a worm, plated with gold and wrought with overlapping scales, gaping defiance from her bows, and a worm's tail erect at the poop. 75 picked men of Goblin land sailed on that ship, clad in gay kirtles and byrnies of mail, and armed with axes, spears, and swords. Their shields, each with his device, hung at the bulwarks. On the high poop sat King Gaslark, his sturdy hands grasping the great steering paddle. Goodly of mien and well knit were all they of Goblin land that went on that great ship, yet did Gaslark outdo them all in goodliness and strength, and all kingliness. He wore a silken kirtle of Tyrian purple. Broad wristlets of woven gold were on his wrists. Dark-skinned was he, as one that had lived all his days in the hot sunshine, clean-cut of feature, somewhat hooky-nosed, with great eyes and white teeth, and tight-curled black mustachios. Naught restful was there in his presence and bearing, but rashness and impetuous fire, and he was wild to look on, swift and beautiful as a stag in autumn. Teshmar, that was the skipper of his ship, stood at his elbow. Gaslark said to him, Is it not one of the 3 gallant spectacles of the world, a good ship treading the hastening furrows of the sea like a queen in grace and beauty, scattering up the wave crests before her stem in a glittering rain? Yea, lord, answered he. And what be the other 2? One that I most unhappily did miss, whereof but yesterday we had tidings, to behold such a battling of great champions and such a victory as Lord Gro obtained upon yonder vaunting tyrant. The 3rd shall be seen, I think, said Teshmar, when the Lord Gro Blusco shall, in your royal palace of Zadjis-Akulo, amid pomp and high rejoicing, wed the young princess your cousin. Most fortunate lord, that must be lord of her whom all just censure doth acknowledge the ornament of the earth, the model of heaven, the queen of beauty. Kind gods hasten the day, said Gaslark, for truly 'tis a most sweet lass, and those kinsmen of Demonland my dearest friends. But for whose great upholding time and again, Teshmar, in days gone by, where were I today, and my kingdom, and where thou and all of you? The king's brow darkened a little with thought. After a time he began to say, I must have more great action. These trivial harryings, spoils of Nevria, chasing of Ezomokian blackamoors, be toys not worthy of our great name and renown among the nations. Something I would enact that shall embroil and astonish the world, even as the demons when they purged earth of the ghouls, ere I go down into silence. Teshmar was staring toward the southern bourne. He pointed with his hand. "There rideth a great ship, O king, and methinks she hath a strange look." Gaslight gazed earnestly at her for an instant, then straightway shifted his helm and steered towards her. He spake no more, staring ever as he sailed, marking ever as the distance lessened more and more particulars of that ship. Her silken sail fluttered in tatters from the yard. She rode feebly, as one groping in darkness, with barely strength to steer her from drifting stern foremost before the wind. So hung she on the sea, as one struck stupid by some blow, doubting which way her harbour lay or which way her course. As a thing which hath been held in the flame of a monstrous candle, so seemed she, singed and besmirched with soot. Smashed was her proud figurehead, and smashed was her high forecastle, and burned and shattered the carved timbers of the poop and the fair seats that were thereon. She leaked, so that a score of her crew must be still a-bailing to keep her afloat. Of her 50 oars, half were broken or gone adrift, and many of the ship's company lay wounded, and some slain under her thwarts. Now was King Gaslark ware, as he drew near, that here was the Lord Juss on her ruined poop a-steering, and by him Spitfire and Brandok the Har. Their jewelled arms and gear and rich attire were black with most stinking soot, and it was as though admiration and grief and anger were so locked and twined within them that none of these passions might win forth to outward showing on their frozen countenances. When they were within hailing distance, Gaslark hailed them. They answered him not, only beholding him with alien eyes. But they stopped the ship, and Gaslark lay aboard of her and came on board, and went upon the poop and greeted them. And he said, "Well met in an ill hour. What's the matter?" The Lord just made as if to speak, but no word came. Only he took Gaslark by both hands and sat down with a great groan on the poop, averting his face. Gaslark said, "O Juss, for so many a time as thou hast borne part in my evils and succoured me, surely right requireth I have part of thine." But Juss answered in a thick, strange voice, all unlike himself. "Mine, sayest thou, O Gaslark? What in the stablished world is mine, that am thus in a moment reaved of him that was mine own heartstring, my brother, the might of mine arm, the chiefest citadel of my dominion?" And he burst into a great passion of weeping. King Gaslark's rings were driven into the flesh of his fingers by the grip of Juss's strong hands on his. But he scarce wist of the pain. Such agony of mind was in him for the loss of his friend, and for the bitterness and wonder that it was to behold these 3 great lords of Demonland weep like frightened women, and all their ship's company of tried men of war weeping and wailing besides. And Gaslark saw well that their lordly souls were unseated for a season because of some dreadful fact, the havoc whereof his eyes most woefully beheld, while its particulars were yet dark to him, yet with a terror in darkness that might well make his heart to quail. By much questioning he was at last well advertised of what had befallen, how they, the day before, in broad noon, on such a summer sea, had heard a noise like the flapping of wings outstretched from one edge of the sky to another, and in a moment the calm sea was lifted up and fell again, and the whole sea clashed together and roared. Yet was the ship not sunken. And there was a tumult about them of thunder and raging waters, and black night, and wildfire in the night, which presently passing away, and the darkness lifting, the sea lay solitary as far as eye might reach. "And nothing is more certain," said Juss, "than that this is a sending of King Gorice the 12th, spoken of by the prophets as a great clerk of necromancy beyond all other this world hath seen. And this is his vengeance for the wars we wrought for Witchland in the Foliot Isles. Against such a peril I had provided certain amulets made of the stone Alectorian, which groweth in the gizzard of a cock hatched on a moonless night, when Saturn burneth in a human sign and the Lord of the Third House is in the ascendant. These saved us, albeit sorely buffeted, from destruction, all save Goldry alone. He, by some cursed chance, whether he neglected to wear the charm I gave him, or the chain of it was broken in the plunging of the ship, or by some other means 'twas lost. When daylight came again, we stood but 3 on this poop where 4 had stood. More I know not." "O Gaslark," said Spitfire, "our brother that is stolen from us, with us it surely lieth to find him and set him free." But Just groaned and said, "In which star of the unclimbed sky wilt thou begin our search? Or in which of the secret streams of ocean, where the last green rays are quenched in oozy darkness? Gaslight was silent for a while. Then he said, I think naught likelier than this, that Gorice hath caught away Goldriblusco into Corsi, where he holdeth him in duress, and thither must we straightway to deliver him. Just answered no word. But Gaslight seized his hand, saying, Our ancient love, and your oft succouring of Goblin land in days gone by, make this my quarrel. Hear now my rede. As I fared from the east through the straits of Rinna, I beheld a mighty company of 40 sail, bound eastward to the Bestrian Sea. Well it was they marked us not, as we lay under the Isles of Elion in the dusk of evening. For touching later at Norvasp in Pixieland, we learned that there sailed Laxus with the whole Witchland fleet, being minded to work evil deeds among the peaceful cities of the Bestrian seaboard. And as well met were an antelope with a devouring lion, as I and my 7 ships with those ill-doers in such strength on the high seas. But now, behold how wide standeth the door to our wishes. Laxus and that great armament are safe harrying eastward ho. I make question whether at this moment more than 90 or 10 fighting men be left in Corsi. I have here of mine own nigh on 500. Never was fair a chance to take Witchland with his claws beneath the table, and royally may we scratch his face ere he get them forth again. And Gaslight laughed for joy of battle, and cried, O Jus, smiles it not to thee, this rede of mine? Gaslight, said Lord Jus, nobly and with that open hand and heart that I have loved in thee from of old, hast thou made this offer. Yet not so is Witchland to be overcome, but after long days of labour only, and laying of schemes and building of ships, and gathering of hosts answerable to the strength we bear of late against the ghouls when we destroyed them. Nor for all his urging might Gaslight move him any whit. But Spitfire sat by his brother and spake privately to him. Kinsman, what ails thee? Is all high heart and swiftness to action crushed out of Demonland? And doth but the unserviceable, juiceless skin remain to us? Thou art clean unlike that thou hast ever been, and could Witchland behold us now, well might he judge that base fear had ta'en hold upon us, seeing that with the odds of strength so fortunately of our side we shrink from striking at him. Just said in Spitfire's ear, This it is, that I do misdoubt me of the steadfastness of the goblins. Too like to fire among dead leaves is the sudden flame of their valour, a poor thing to rely on, if once they be checked. So do I count it folly trusting in them for our main strength to go up against Corsi. Also it is but a wild fancy that Goldra have been transported into Corsi. But Spitfire leaped up a-cursing and cried out, O Gaslark, thou wert best fare home to Goblin land, but we will sail openly to Corsi and crave audience of the great king, entreating him sufferers to kiss his toe, and acknowledging him to be our king and us his ill-conditioned disobedient children. So may he haply restore unto us our brother, when he hath chastised us, and haply of his mercy send us home to Demonland, there to fawn upon Corsus or vile Carinius, or whomsoever he shall set up in Galing for his viceroy. For with Goldry hath all manliness departed out of Demonland, and we be milksops that remain, and objects of scorn and spitting. Now while Spitfire spake thus in wrath and sorrow of heart, the Lord Brandok Dahar fared fore and aft on the gangway about and about, as a caged panther fareth when feeding time is long overdue. And at whiles he clapped hand to the hilt of his long and glittering sword and rattled it in the scabbard. At length, standing over against Gaslark, and eyeing him with a mocking glance, O Gaslark, he said, This that hath befallen breedeth in me a cruel perturbation, which carries my spirits outwards, stirring up a tempest in my mind, and preparing my body to melancholy and madness itself. The cure of this is only fighting. Wherefore, if thou love me, Gaslark, out with thy sword and ward thyself. Fight I must, or this passion will kill me quite out. 'Tis pity to draw upon my friend, but sith we be banned from fighting with our enemies, what choice remaineth? Gaslark laughed, and seized him playfully by the arm, saying, I will not fight with thee. How prettily soe'er thou ask it, Brandok Dahar, that savest Goblin land from the witches. But straight grew grave again, and said to Jus, O Jus, be ruled. Thou seest what temper thy friends are in. All we be as hounds tugging against the leash to be loosed against Corsi in this happy hour, that likely cometh not again. Now when Lord Jus perceived them all against him, and hot-mouthed for that attempt, he smiled scornfully and said, O my brother and my friends, what echoes and quail-pipes are you become, who seem to catch wisdom by imitating her voice. But ye be mad like March hares, every man of you, and myself too. Break ice in one place, 'twill crack in more. And truly I care not greatly for my life, now that Goldry is gone from me. Cast we lots, then, which of us three shall fare home to Demonland with this our ship, that is but a lame duck since this sending? And he on whom the lot shall fall must fare home to concert the raising of a mighty fleet and armament, to carry on our war against the witches. So spake Lord Just, and all they who had but a short hour ago felt themselves in such point that there was in them no hope of convalescence nor of life, had now their spirits raised in a seeming drunkenness, and thought only on the gladness of battle. The lords of Demonland marked each his lot, and cast it in the helm of Gaslark, and Gaslark shook the helm, and there leapt forth the lot of the Lord Spitfire. Right wrathful was he. So the lords of Demonland did off their armour, and their costly apparel that was black with soot, and let cleanse it. 60 of their fighting men that were unscathed by the sending went aboard one of Gaslark's ships, and the crew of that ship manned the ship of Demonland, and Spitfire took the steering paddle, and the demons that were hurt lay in the hold of the hollow ship. They brought forth a spare sail, and hoisted it in place of that was destroyed. So, in sore discontent, yet with a cheerful countenance, the Lord Spitfire set sail for the west. And Gaslark the king sat by the steering paddle of his fair dragon of war, and by him the Lord Just and the Lord Brandok Dahar, who was like a war horse impatient for battle. Her prow swung north, and so round east away, and her sail broidered with flower de luces smote the mast, and filled to the northwest wind. And those of the 6 fared after her in line ahead, with white sails unfurled, striding majestic over the full broad billows. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 6. The Claws of Witchland. Of King Gaslark's leading in the attempt on Carse in the dark, and how he prospered therein, and of the great stand of Lord Just and Lord Brandok Dahar. On the evening of the 3rd day, when as they drew near to within sight of the Witchland coast, they brailed up their sails and waited for the night, that so they might make their landfall after dark, for little to their mind it was that the king should have news of their fairings. This was their plan, to beach their ships on the lonely shore some 2 leagues north of Tenemos, whence it was but 2 hours' march across the fen to Carse. So when the sun set, and all the ways were darkened, they muffled their oars, and rowed silently to the low shore, that showed strangely near in the darkness, yet ever seemed to flee and keep its distance as they rowed toward it. Coming at length ashore, they drew their ships upon the beach. Some 50 men of the goblins they left to guard the ships, while the rest took their weapons. And when they were marshalled, they marched inland over the sand dunes, and so on to the open fen. And seeing that the most of them by far were of goblin land, it was agreed between those 3, Just, Brandok Dahar, and Gaslark, that Gaslark should have command of this emprise. So fared they silently across the marshes, that were firm enough for marching, so it were done circumspectly, rounding the worst moss-hags, and the small locks that were scattered here and there. For the weather had been fine for a season, and little new water stood on the marsh. But as they drew near to Carse, the weather worsened and fine rain began to fall. And albeit there was little comfort marching through the drizzling murk of night towards that fortress of evil name, yet was Lord Just glad at the rain, since it favoured surprise, and on surprise hung all their hopes. About the middle night, they halted within 400 paces of the outer walls of Carse, that loomed ghostly through the watery curtain, silent as it had been a tomb where Witchland lay in death, rather than the nailed shell wherein so great a power sat waiting. The sight of that vast bulk, couched shadowy in the rain, lighted the fire of battle in the breast of Gaslark, nor would aught please him save that they should go forthwith up to the walls with all their force, and so march round them, seeking where they might break suddenly in and seize the place. Nor would he listen to the counsel of Lord Just, who would send forth detachments to select a spot for assault, and bring back word before the whole force advanced. Be sure, said Gaslark, that they within are all foxed and cup-shotten the 3rd night with swilling of wine, in honour of such triumph as he hath gotten by his sending, and but a sorry watch is kept on such a night. For who, say they, shall come up against Carse now that the power of Demonland is stricken in pieces? The scorned goblins? Ha! A motion for laughter and derision. But thine advance guard might give them warning, or ever our main force could seize the occasion. Nay, But as the ghouls in an evil day, coming suddenly upon me in Zarge's Aculo, gat my palace taken ere we were well ware of their coming, so must we take this hold of Corsi. And if thou fearest to sally, right hotly do I desire it. For if they open the gate, we are enough to force an entry in despite of any numbers they are like to have within. Now Just thought ill of this counsel. Yet, for a strange languor that still hung about his wits, he would not gainsay Gaslark. So crept they in stealth near to the great walls of Corsi. Softly ever fell the rain, and breathless stood the cypresses within the outer ward, and blank and dumb and untenanted frowned the black marble walls of that sleeping castle, and dour midnight waited over all. Now Gaslark issued command, bidding them march warily round the walls northward, for no way was betwixt the lofty walls and the river on the south and east, but on the north-east was he hopeful to find a likely place to win into the hold. In such order went they that Gaslark, with 100 of his ablest men, led the van, and after him came the demons. The main strength of the goblins followed after, with Teshmar for their captain. Warily they marched, and now were they on the rising ground that ran back north and west from the bluff of Corsi to the fen. Full eager were they of Goblin land, and flown with the intoxication of impending battle, and they of the vanguard fared apace, outstripping the demons, so that Just was fain to hasten after them, lest they should lose touch and fall to confusion. But Teshmar's men feared greatly to be left behind, nor might he hold them back, but they must run betwixt the demons and the walls, meaning to join with Gaslark. Just swore under his breath, saying, "See the unruly rabble of Goblin land, and they will yet be our undoing." In such case stood they, nor were Teshmar's folk more than 20 paces from the walls, when, sudden as night lightning, flares were kindled along the walls, dazzling the goblins and the demons, and brightly lighting them for those that manned the walls, who fell a-shooting at them with spears and arrows, and a slinging of stones. In the same moment opened a postern gate, whence sallied forth the Lord Gorice, with 150 stout lads of Witchland, shouting, "He that would sup of the crab of Witchland must deal with the nippers ere he essay the shell." And charging Gaslark's army in the flank, he cut them clean in two. As one wood fared forth Gorice, smiting on either hand with a two-edged axe with heft lapped with bronze. And greatly though the folk of Gaslark outnumbered him, yet were they so taken at unawares and confounded by the sudden onslaught of Gorice that they might not abide him, but everywhere gave ground before his onslaught. And many were wounded, and some were slain. And with these Teshmar of Goblin land, the master of Gaslark's ship. For smiting at Gorice, and missing of his aim, he louted forward with the blow, and Gorice hewed at him with his axe, and the blow came on Teshmar's neck, and so hewed off his head. Now Gaslark, with the best of his fighting men, was come some way past the postern, but when as they fell to fighting, he turned back straightway to meet Gorice, calling loudly on his men to rally against the witches and drive them back within the walls. So when Gaslark was gotten through the press to within reach of Gorice, he thrust at Gorice with the spear, wounding him in the arm. But Gorice smote the spear shaft asunder with his axe, and leapt upon Gaslark, giving him a great wound on the shoulder. And Gaslark took to his sword, and many blows they banded that made either stagger, till Gorice struck Gaslark on the helm a great downstroke of his axe, as one driveth a pile with a wooden mallet. And because of the good helm he wore, given by Lord Just in days gone by as a gift of love and friendship, was Gaslark saved, and his head not cloven asunder. For on that helm Gorice's axe might not bite. Yet with that great stroke were Gaslark's senses driven forth of him for a season, so that he fell senseless to the earth, and with his fall came dismay upon them of Goblin land. All this befell in the first brunt of the battle, nor were the lords of Demon land yet fully joined in the melee, for the great press of Gaslark's men were between them and the witches. But now Jus and Brandok the Har went forth mightily with their following, and took up Gaslark that lay like one dead, and just bade a company of the goblins bear him to the ships, and there was he bestowed safe and sound. But the witches shouted loudly that King Gaslark was slain, and at this chosen time Corund, that was come privily forth of a hidden door on the western side of Corsi, with 50 men, took the goblins mightily in the rear. So they, still falling back before Gorice and Corund, and their hearts sick at the supposed slaying of Gaslark, waxed full of doubt and dejection. For in the watery darkness they might nowise perceive by how much they outwent in numbers the men of Witchland. And panic took them, so that they broke and fled before the witches that came after them resolute, as a stoat holdeth by a rabbit, and slew them by scores and by 50s as they fled from Corsi. Scarce 70 men of that brave company of Goblin land that went up with Gazlock against Gorice won away into the marshes and came to their ships, escaping pitiless destruction. But Corund and Corineus and their main force turned without more ado against the demons, and bitter was the battle that befell betwixt them, and great the clatter of their blows. And now were the odds clean changed about with the putting of the goblins out of the battle, since but few of Witchland were fallen, and they were as 4 to 1 against the demons, hemming them in and having at them from every side. And some shot at them from the wall, until a chance shot came that was like to have stove in Corund's helm, who straightway sent word that when the rout was ended, he would make lark pies of the cow-headed doddy-pole whosoever he might be, that had set them thus a-shooting, spoiling sport for their comrades and endangering their lives. Therewith ceased the shooting from the wall. And now grim and woundsome grew the battle, for the demons mightily withstood the onset of the witches, and the Lord Brandok Dahar rushed with an onslaught ever and anon upon Corund or upon Corineus, nor might either of these great captains bear up long against him, but every time gave back before Lord Brandok Dahar, and bitterly cursed they one another, as each in turn was fain to save himself amid the press of their fighting men. Nor could one hope in one night's space to behold such deeds of derring-do as were done that night by Lord Brandok Dahar, that played his sword lightly as one handleth a willow wand, yet death sat on the point thereof. In such wise that 11 stout soldiers of Witchland were slain by him, and 15 besides were sorely wounded. And at the last Corineus, stung by Corund's taunts as by a gadfly, and well nigh bursting for grief and shame at his ill-speeding, leapt upon Lord Brandok Dahar as one reft of his wits, aiming at him a great two-handed blow that was apt enough to cleave him to the brisket. But Brandok Dahar slipped from the blow lightly, as a kingfisher flying above an alder-shadowed stream avoideth a branch in his flight, and ran Corineus through the right wrist with his sword, and straight was Corineus put out of the fight. Nor had they greater satisfaction that went against Lord Juss, who mowed at them with great swashing blows, beheading some and hewing some asunder in the midst, till they were fain to keep clear of his reaping. So fought the demons in the lair and watery mist, greatly against great odds, until all were smitten to earth, save those 2 lords alone, Juss and Brandok Dahar. Now stood King Gorice on the outer battlements of Gorice, all armed in his black armour inlaid with gold. And he beheld those twain how they fought back to back, and how the witches beset them on every side, yet nowise might prevail against them. And the king said unto Gro that was by him on the wall, Mine eyes dazzle in the mist and torchlight. What be these that maintain so bloody an advantage upon my Kempery men? Gro answered him, Surely, O king, these be none other than Lord Juss and Lord Brandok Dahar of Crothering. The king said, So by degrees cometh my sending home to me. For by my art I have intelligence, albeit not certainly, that Goldry was taken by my sending. So have I my desire, on him I hold most in hate. And these, saved by their enchantments from like ruin, have been driven mad to rush into the open mouth of my vengeance. And when he had gazed a while, the king sneered, and said unto Gro, A sweet sight, to behold 100 of my ablest men flinch and duck before these twain. Till now methought there was a sword in Witchland, and methought Corineus and Corund not simple braggarts without power or heart, as here appeareth, since like boys well birched they do cringe from the shining swords of Juss and the vile upstart from Crothering. But Corineus, who stood no longer in the battle but by the king, full of spleen and his wrist all bloody, cried out, You do us wrong, O king! Juster it were to praise my great deed in ambushing this mighty company of our enemies, and putting them all to the slaughter. And if I prevailed not against this Brandok Dahar, your majesty needs not to marvel, since a greater than I, Gorice the 10th, of memory ever glorious, was lightly conquered by him. Wherein methinks I am the luckier, to have but a gored wrist and not my death. As for these twain, they be stick-frees, on whom no point or edge may bite. And naught were more to be looked for, since we deal with such a sorcerer as this Juss. Rather, said the king, are ye all-grown milksops. But I have no further stomach for this interlude, but straight will end it. Therewith the king called to him the old Duke Corsus, bidding him take nets and catch the demons therein. And Corsus, faring forth with nets, by sheer weight of numbers, and with the death of near a score of the witches, at length gat this performed. And Lord Juss and Lord Brandok Dahar well tangled in the nets, and lapped about as silkworms in their cocoons, and so drawn into Gorice. Soundly were they bumped along the ground, and glad enow were the witches to have gotten those great fighters scotched at last, for utterly spent were Corund and his men, and fain to drop for very weariness. So when they were gotten into Gorice, the king let search with torches, and bring in them of Witchland that lay hurt before the walls, and any demons or goblins that were happed upon in like case he let slay with the sword. And the Lord Juss and the Lord Brandok de Har, still lapped tightly in their nets, he let fling into a corner of the inner court of the palace, like 2 bales of damaged goods, and set a guard upon them until morning. As the lords of Witchland were upon going to bed, they beheld westward by the sea a red glow, and tongues of fire burning in the night. Corineus said unto Lord Gro, Lo, where these goblins burn their ships, lest we pursue them as they flee shamefully homeward in the ship they keep from the burning. 1 ship sufficeth, for most of them be dead. And Corineus betook him sleepily to bed, pausing on the way to kick at the Lord Brandok de Har, that lay safely swathed in his net, powerless as then to do him harm. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 7. Guests of the King in Gorice. Of the 2 banquet halls that were in Gorice, the old and the new, and of the entertainment given by King Gorice XII, in the one hall to Lord Juss and Lord Brandok de Har, and in the other to the Prince Lafayeries, and of their leave-taking when the banquet was done. The morrow of that battle dawned fair on Gorice. Folk lay long abed after their toil, and until the sun was high naught stirred before the walls. But towards noon came forth a band sent by King Gorice to bring in the spoil, and they took up the bodies of the slain, and laid them in Ho on the right bank of the river Druima, half a mile below Gorice, witches, demons, and goblins in one grave together, and raised up a great Ho over them. Now was the sun's heat strong, but the shadow of the great keep rested still on the terrace without the western wall of the palace. Cool and redolent of ease and soft repose was that terrace, paved with flagstones of red jasper, with spleenwort, asafoetida, livid toadstools, dragon's teeth, and bitter moonseed growing in the joints. On the outer edge of the terrace were bushes of arbor vitae planted in a row, squat and round like sleeping dormice, with clumps of chalk-poured aconite in interspaces. Many 100 feet in length was the terrace from north to south, and at either end a flight of black marble steps led down to the level of the inner ward in its embattled wall. Benches of green jasper, massively built and laden with velvet cushions of many colours, stood against the palace wall facing to the west, and on the bench nearest the iron tower a lady sat at ease, eating cream wafers and a quince tart, served by her waiting women in dishes of pale gold for her morning meal. Tall was that lady, and slender, and beauty dwelt in her as the sunshine dwells in the red floral and grey-green trunks of a beechwood in early spring. Her tawny hair was gathered in deep folds upon her head, and made fast by great silver pins, their heads set with amethyst diamonds. Her gown was of cloth of silver, with a knotted cordwork of black silk embroidery, everywhere decked with little moonstones, and over it she wore a mantle of figured satin, the colour of the wood-pigeon's wing, tinselled and overcast with silver threads. White-skinned she was, and graceful as an antelope. Her eyes were green with yellow fiery gleams. Daintily she ate the tart and wafers, sipping at whiles from a cup of amber, artificially carved, white wine cooled from the cellars below Gorice, and a maiden sitting at her feet played on a 7-stringed lute, singing very sweetly this song. Ask me no more where Jove bestows, when June is past the faded rose, for in your beauty's orient deep these flowers as in their roses sleep. Ask me no more whither do stray the golden atoms of the day, for in pure love heaven did prepare those powders to enrich your hair. Ask me no more whither doth haste the nightingale when May is past, for in your sweet dividing throat she winters and keeps warm her note. Ask me no more where those stars light that downwards fall in dead of night, for in your eyes they sit and there fixed become as in their sphere. Ask me no more if east or west the phoenix builds her spicy nest, for unto you at last she flies, and in your fragrant bosom dies. No more, said the lady, thy voice is cracked this morning. Is none abroad yet thou canst find to tell me of last night's doing? Or are all gone my lord's gate, that I left sleeping still as though all the poppies of all earth's gardens breathed drowsiness about his head? One cometh, madam, said the damosel. The lady said, the Lord Gro, he may resolve me. Though were he in the Stour last night, that were a wonder indeed. Therewith came Gro along the terrace from the north, clad in a mantle of dun-coloured velvet, with a collar of raised work of gold upon silver pearl, and his long black curly beard was perfumed with orange flower water and angelica. When they had greeted one another, and the lady had bidden her women stand apart, she said, "My lord, I thirst for tidings. Recount to me all that befell since sundown, for I slept soundly till the streaks of morning showed through my chamber windows, and then I awoke from a flying dream of senates sounding to the onset, and torches in the night, and wars alarums. And there were torches indeed in my chamber, lighting my lord to bed, but answered me no word, but straightway fell asleep as in utter weariness. Some slight scratches he hath, but else unhurt. I would not wake him, for balm is in slumber, also is he ill to do with if one wake him so. But the tattle and wild surmise of the servants bloweth as ever to all points of wonder, as that a great armament of Demonland is disembarked at Tenemos, and all routed last night by my lord and by Corineus, and Goldrib Lusco slain in single combat with the king. Or that Just hath set a charm on Laxus and all our fleet, making them sail like parricides against this land, Just and the other demons leading them. And all slain save Laxus and Goldrib Lusco, but these brought bound into Carsi, stark mad and frothing at the lips, and Corineus dead of his wounds after slaying of Brandok the Hard. Or, foolishly, and her green eyes lightened dangerously, that it was my brother risen in revolt to wrest Pixieland from the overlordship of Gorice, and joined with Gazlock to that end, and their army overthrown and both ta'en prisoner." Gro laughed and said, "Surely, O my lady Presmira, truth masketh in many a strange disguise when she rideth rumour's broomstick through kings' palaces. But somewhat of herself hath she shown thee, if thou conclude that an event was brought to birth betwixt dark and sunrise to stagger the world, and that the power of Witchland bloomed forth this night into unbeholden glory." "Thou speakest big, my lord," said the lady. "Were the demons in it?" "Aye, madam," he said. "And triumphed on, unslain?" "All slain save Juss and Brandok the Har, and they taken," said Gro. "Was this my lord's doing?" she asked. "Greatly as I think," said Gro, "though Corineus claimeth for himself, as commonly the main honour of it." Presmira said, "He claimeth over much." And she said, "There were none in it save demons?" Gro, knowing her thought, smiled and made answer, "Madam, there were witches." "My Lord Gro," she cried, "thou dost ill to mock me. Thou art my friend. Thou knowest the prince my brother, proud and sudden to anger. Thou knowest it chafeth him to have Witchland over him. Thou knowest the time is many days overpast when he should bring his yearly tribute to the king." Gro's great ox eyes were soft as he looked upon the Lady Presmira, saying, "Most assuredly am I thy friend, madam. Belike, if truth were told, thou and thy lord are all the true friends I have in waterish Witchland, you two and the king, but who sleepeth safe in the favour of kings? Aye, madam, none of Pixieland stood in the battle yesternight, therefore let thy soul be at ease. But my task it was, standing on the battlements beside the king, to smile and smile, while Corineus and our fighting men made a bloody havoc for 400 or 500 of mine own kinsfolk." Presmira caught her breath and was silent a moment. Then, "Gazlock?" "The main force was his, it appeareth," answered Lord Gro. "Corineus braggeth himself his banesman, and certain it is he felled into earth, but I am secretly advertised he was not among the dead taken up this morning." "My lord," she said, "my desire for news drinks deep while thou art fasting. Son, bring meat and wine for my Lord Gro." And 2 damosels ran, and returned with sparkling golden wine in a beaker, and a dish of lampreys with hippogriffs sauce. So Gro sat him down on the jasper bench, and while he ate and drank, rehearsed to the Lady Presmira the doings of the night. When he had ended, she said, "How hath the king dealt with those twain, Lord Juss and Lord Brandok the Har?" Gro answered, "He hath them clapped up in the old banqueting hall in the Iron Tower." And his brow darkened, and he said, "'Tis pity thy lord lay thus long abed, and so came not to the council, where Corsus and Corineus, backed by their stepsons and the sons of Corsus, egged on the king to use shamefully these lords of Demonland. True is that distich which admonisheth us, know when to speak, for many times it brings danger to give the best advice to kings. And little for my health, and little gain withal, had it been, had I then openly withstood them. Corineus is ever watchful to fling goblin in my teeth, but Corond weigheth in their counsels as his hand weigheth in battle." Now as Gro spake, came the Lord Corond on the terrace, calling for still wine to cool his throat withal. Presmira poured forth to him, "Thou art blamed to me for keeping thy bed, my lord, that shouldst have been devising with the king touching our enemies ta'en captive in this night gone by." Corond sat by his lady on the bench and drank. "If that be all, madam," said he, "then have I little to charge my conscience withal. for naught lies readier than strike off their heads, and so bring all to a fit and happy ending. Or otherwise, said Gro, as the king determined. He let drag before him Lord Juss and Lord Brandok de Har, and with many fleers and gibes, Welcome, he saith, to Gorice. Your table shall not lack store of delicates while ye are my guests, albeit ye come unbidden. Therewith he let drag them to the old banquet hall, and he bade his smiths drive great iron staples into the wall, whereon he let hang up the demons by their wrists, spread-eagled against the wall, making both wrists and ankles fast to the staples with gyves of iron. And the king let dight the table before their feet as for a banquet, that the sight and the savour might torment them, and he called all us to his council thither, that we might praise his conceit and mock them anew. Said Presmira, a great king should rather be a dog that killeth clean, than a cat that patteth and sporteth with his prey. True it is, said Coron, that they were safely slain. He rose from his seat. "'Twere not amiss," he said, "that I had word with the king." "Wherefore so?" asked Presmira. "He that sleepeth late," said Coron, eyeing her humorously, "sometimes hath news for her that riseth betimes to sit on the western terrace. And this was I come to tell thee, that I but now beheld eastward from our chamber window, riding toward Gorice out of Pixieland down the way of kings. La Fieries, she said. Mine eyes be strong enow and clear enow, said Coron, but thou scarce require me swear to mine own brother at 3 miles distance, and as for thine, I leave thee the swearing. Who should ride down the way of kings from Pixieland, cried Presmira, but La Fieries. That, madam, let echo answer thee, said Coron, and it sticketh in my mind, that the prince my brother-in-law is one that tieth to his heartstrings the remembrance of past benefits. This too, that none did him ever a greater benefit than Juss, that saved his life 6 winters back in England the Moor. Wherefore, if La Fieries be to share our revels this night, needful it is that the king command these gabblers to keep silence touching our entertainment of these lords in the old banquet hall, and in general touching the share of Demonland in this fighting. Presmira said, Come, I'll go with thee. They found the king on the topmost battlements above the watergate, with his lords about him, gazing east-away toward the long hills, beyond which lay Pixieland. But when Corrund began to open his mind to the king said, Thou growest old, O Corrund, and like a good-for-nothing chapman bringest not thy wares to market ere the market be done. I have already ta'en order for this, and straightly charged my people that naught befell last night save the faring of the goblins against Gorice, and their overthrow, and my chasing of them with a great slaughter into the sea. Whoso by speech or sign shall reveal to La Fieries that the demons were in it, or that these enemies of mine are thus entertained by me to their discomfort in the old banquet hall, he shall lose nothing but his life. Corrund said, It is well, O king. The king said, Captain General, what is our strength? Corinius answered, 70 and 3 were slain, and the others, for the most part, hurt. I among them, but am thus one-handed for the while. I will not engage to find you, O king, 50 sound men in Gorice. My lord Corrund, said the king, thine eyes pierced ever a league beyond the best among us, young or old. How many makest thou young company? Corrund leaned on the parapet, and shaded his eyes with his hand, that was broad as a smoked haddock, and covered on the back with yellow hairs growing somewhat sparsely, as the hairs on the skin of a young elephant. He rideth with 60 horse, O king. 1 or 2 more I give you for good luck, but if I have a horseman fewer than 60, never love me more. The king muttered an imprecation. It is the curse of chance bringeth him thus pat, when I have my powers abroad, and am left with too little strength to awe him if he prove irksome. One of thy sons, O Corrund, shall take horse and ride south to Zorn and Permio, and muster a few score fighting men from the herdsmen and farmers with what speed he may. It is commanded. Now was the afternoon wearing to evening when the Prince La Fieries was come in with all his company, and greetings done, and the tribute safe bestowed, and the sleeping room appointed for him and his. And now ere all gathered together in the great banquet hall that was built by Gorice the 11th, when he was first made king, in the southeast corner of the palace. And it far exceeded in greatness and magnificence the old hall, where Lord Juss and Lord Brandok de Har were held in duress. 7 equal walls it had, of dark green jasper, specked with bloody spots. In the midst of one wall was the lofty doorway, and in the walls right and left of this, and in those that enclosed the angle opposite the door, were great windows placed high, giving light to the banquet hall. In each of the 7 angles of the wall, a caryatide, cut in the likeness of a 3-headed giant from ponderous blocks of black serpentine, bowed beneath the mass of a monstrous crab hewn out of the same stone. The mighty claws of those 7 crabs, spreading upwards, bear up the dome of the roof. It was smooth, and covered all over with paintings of battles and hunting scenes and wrestling bouts in dark and smoky colours, answerable to the gloomy grandeur of that chamber. On the walls beneath the windows gleamed weapons of war and of the chase, and on the 2 blind walls were nailed up all orderly the skulls and dead bones of those champions which had wrestled aforetime with King Gorice XI, or ever he appointed in an evil hour to wrestle his gold with Blisco. Across the innermost angle facing the door was a long table and a carven bench behind it, and from the two ends of that table, set square with it, two other tables yet longer, and benches by them on the sides next to the wall stretched to within a short space of the door. Midmost of the table, to the right of the door, was a high seat of old cypress wood, great and fair, with cushions of black velvet embroidered with gold, and facing it at the opposite table another high seat, smaller, and the cushions of it sewn with silver. In the space betwixt the tables, 5 iron braziers, massive and footed with claws like an eagle's, stood in a row, and behind the benches on either side were 9 great stands for flamboys to light the hall by night, and 7 behind the crossbench, set at equal distances and even with the walls. The floor was paved with steer-type, white and creamy, with veins of rich brown and black and purples and splashes of scarlet. The tables resting on great trestles were massy slabs of a dusky polished stone, powdered with sparks of gold as small as atoms. The women sat on the crossbench, and midmost of them the Lady Presmira, who outwent the rest in beauty and queenliness, as Venus the lesser planets of the night. Zenambria, wife to Duke Corsus, sat on her left, and on her right Suiva, daughter to Corsus, strangely fair for such a father. On the upper bench, to the right of the door, the lords of Witchland sat above and below the king's high seat, clad in holiday attire, and they of Pixieland had place over against them on the lower bench. The high seat on the lower bench was set apart for Lafayeries. Great plates and dishes of gold and silver and painted porcelain were set in order on the tables, laden with delicacies. Harps and bagpipes struck up a barbaric music, and the guests rose to their feet as the shining doors swung open and Gorice the king, followed by the prince his guest, entered that hall. Like a black eagle surveying earth from some high mountain, the king passed by in his majesty. His byrnie was of black chainmail, its collar, sleeves and skirt edged with plates of dull gold set with hyacinths and black opals. His hose were black, cross-gartered with bands of sealskin trimmed with diamonds. On his left thumb was his great signet ring, fashioned in gold in the semblance of the worm Ouroboros that eateth his own tail. The bezel of the ring the head of the worm, made of a peach-coloured ruby of the bigness of a sparrow's egg. His cloak was woven of the skins of black cobras, stitched together with gold wire, its lining of black silk sprinkled with dust of gold. The iron crown of Witchland weighed on his brow, the claws of the crab erect like horns, and the sheen of its jewels was many-coloured like the rays of Sirius on a clear night of frost and wind at Yuletide. The Prince Lafayeries went in a mantle of black cendolene, sprinkled everywhere with spangles of gold, and the tunic beneath it of rich figured silk dyed deep purple of the past flower. From the golden circlet on his head, 2 wings swung aloft exquisitely fashioned, in plates of beaten copper, veneered with jewels and enamels and plated with precious metals, with the semblance of the wings of the oleander hawk-moth. He was something below the common height, but stout and strong and sturdily knit, with red crisp curly hair, broad-faced and ruddy, clean-shaved with high wide-nostrilled nose and bushy red heavy eyebrows, whence his eyes, most like his lady sister's, sea-green and fiery, shot glances like a lion's. When the king was coming to his high seat, with Corund and Corinius on his left and right, in honour of their great deeds of arms, and Lafayeries facing him in the high seat on the lower bench, the thralls made haste to set forth dishes of pickled grigs and oysters in the shell, and whelks, snails, and cockles fried in olive oil and swimming in red and white hippogriffs. And the feasters delayed not to fall on these dainties, while the cupbearer bore round a mighty ball of beaten gold filled with sparkling wine, the hue of the yellow sapphire, and furnished with 6 golden ladles, resting their handles in 6 half-moon-shaped nicks in the rim of that great bowl. Each guest, when the bowl was brought to him, must brim his goblet with the ladle, and drink unto the glory of Witchland and the rulers thereof. Somewhat greenly looked Corinius on the prince, and whispering Hemming, Corund's son, in the ear who sat next him, he said, "True it is that Lafayeries is the showiest of men in all that belongeth to gear and costly array. Mark with what ridiculous excess he affecteth Demonland in the great store of jewels he flaunteth, and with what an apish insolence he sitteth at the board. Yet this lobcock liveth only by our sufferance, and I see he hath not forgot to bring with him to Witchland the price of our hand withheld from twisting of his neck." Now were borne round dishes of carp, pilchards, and lobsters, and thereafter story now of meats. The fat kid roasted whole and garnished with peas on a spacious silver charger, kid pasties, plates of neats' tongues and sweetbreads, sucking rabbits in jellies, hedgehogs baked in their skins, hogs' haslets, carbonados, chitterlings, and dormouse pies. These and other luscious meats were borne round continually by thralls who moved silent on bare feet. and merry waxed the talk, as the edge of hunger became blunted a little, and the cockles of men's hearts were warmed with wine. "What news in Witchland?" asked the Fieries. "I have heard naught newer," said the king, "than the slaying of Gaslark." And the king recounted the battle in the night, setting forth as in a frank and open honesty every particular of numbers, times, and comings and goings, save that none might have guessed from his tale that any of Demonland had part or interest in that battle. Our Fieries said, "Strange it is that he should so attack you. An enemy might smell some cause behind it." "Our greatness," said Corineus, looking haughtily at him, "is a lamp whereat other moth than he have been burnt. I count it no strange matter at all." Presmira said, "Strange indeed, were it any but Gaslark. But sure with him no wild sudden fancy were too light, but it should chariot him like thistledown to storm heaven itself." "A bubble of the air, madam, all fine colours without and empty wind within. I have known others such," said Corineus, still resting his gaze with studied insolence on the prince. Presmira's eye danced. "O my lord Corineus," said she, "change first thine own fashion, I pray thee, ere thou convince gay attire of inward folly, lest beholding thee we misdoubt thy precept, or thy wisdom." Corineus drank his cup to the brains and laughed. Somewhat reddened was his insolent face about the cheeks and shaven jowl, for surely was none in that hall more richly apparelled than he. His ample chest was cased in a jerkin of untanned buckskin plated with silver scales, and he wore a collar of gold that was rough with smaragds, and a long cloak of sky-blue silk brocade lined with cloth of silver. On his left wrist was a mighty ring of gold, and on his head a wreath of black bryony and sleeping nightshade. Gro whispered Corrund in the ear, "He biddeth it down apace, and the hour is yet early. This presageth trouble, since ever with him indiscretion treadeth hard on the heels of surliness, as he waxeth drunken." Corrund grunted assent, saying aloud, "To all peaks of fame might Gaslark have climbed, but for this same rashness. Naught more pitiful hath been heard to tell of than his great sending into Impland 10 years ago, when, on a sudden conceit that I should lay all Impland under him and become the greatest king in all the world, he hired Zeldornius and Helteranius and Valcanius Faustus, the 3 most notable captains found on earth," said Lafires. "Nothing is more true," said Corrund. "These he hired, and brought him ships and soldiers and horses and such a clutter of engines of war as hath not been seen these 100 years, and sent them whither? To the rich and pleasant lands of Vestria? No. To Demonland? Not a whit. To this Witchland, where with the 20th part the power I hath now risked all and suffered death and doom? No, but to yonder hell-besmitten wilderness of Upper Impland, treeless, waterless, not a soul to pay him tribute had he laid it under him, save wandering bands of savage imps, with more bugs on their bodies than pence in their purses, I warrant you. Or was he minded to be king among the divils of the air, ghosts and hobthrushes that be found in that desert? Without controversy there be 17 several sorts of divils on the Maruna, said Corsus, very loud and sudden, so that all turned to look on him. Fiery divils, divils of the air, terrestrial devils, as you may say, and watery divils, and subterranean divils. Without controversy there be 17 sorts, 17 several sorts of hobthrushes, and several sorts of divils, and if the humour took me I could name them all by rote." Wondrous solemn was the heavy face of Corsus, his eyes baggy underneath and somewhat bloodshot, his pendulous cheeks, thick blubber upper lip, and bristly grey moustachios and whiskers. He had eaten, mainly to provoke thirst, pickled olives, capers, salted almonds, anchovies, fumados, and pilchards fried with mustard, and now awaited the salt chine of beef to be a pillow and a resting place for new potations. The lady Zenambria asked, "Knoweth any for certain what fate befell Jalcanius and Helteranius, and Zeldornius and their armies?" "Heard I not," said Presmira, "that they were led by will-o'-the-wisps to the regions Hyperborean, and there made kings?" "Told thee by the Madge Howlet, I fear me, sister," said Lafires. "When as I fared through Impland the Moor, 6 years ago, there was many a wild tale told me hereof, but naught within credit." Now was the chine served in amid shallots on a great dish of gold, borne by 4 serving men, so weighty was the dish and its burden. Some light there glowed in the dull eye of Corsus to see it come, and Corrund rose up with brimming goblet, and the witches cried, "The song of the chine, O Corrund!" Great as a neat stood Corrund in his russet velvet kirtle, girt about with a broad belt of crocodile hide edged with gold. From his shoulders hung a cloak of wolf's skin with the hair inside, the outside tanned and diapered with purple silk. Daylight was nigh gone, and through a haze of savours rising from the feast, the flamboy shone on his bald head set about with thick grizzled curls, and on his keen grey eyes and his long and bushy beard. He cried, "Give me a rouse, my lords, and if any fail to bear me out in the refrain, I'll ne'er love him more." And he sang the song of the chine in a voice like the sounding of a gong, and all they roared in the refrain till the piled dishes on the service tables rang. Bring out the old chine, the cold chine to me, and how'll I charge him, come and see. Brawn tusked, brawn well soused and fine, with a precious cup of muscadine. How shall I sing, how shall I look, in honour of the master cook? The pig shall turn round and answer me, Canst thou spare me a shoulder? A wee, a wee. The duck, goose, and capon, good fellows all three, shall dance thee an antic, so shall the turkey. But oh, the cold chine for me. How shall I sing, how shall I look, in honour of the master cook? With brewis I'll anoint thee from head to heel, shall make thee run nimbler than the new-oiled wheel. With pie crust we'll make thee the 8th wise man to be. But oh, the old chine, the cold chine for me. How shall I sing, how shall I look, in honour of the master cook? When the chine was carved and the cups replenished, the king issued command, saying, Call hither my dwarf, and let him act his antic gestures before us. Therewith came the dwarf into the hall, mopping and mowing, clad in a sleeveless jerkin of striped yellow and red macado, and his long and nerveless tail dragged on the floor behind him. Somewhat fulsome is this dwarf, said Lafayette. Speak within door, prince, said Gorice. Know'st not his quality? I hath been envoy extraordinary from King Gorice the 11th, of memory ever glorious, unto Lord Jussin Galing and the lords of Demonland, and 'twas the greatest courtesy we could study to do them, to send them this looby for our ambassador. The dwarf practised before them to the great content of the lords of Witchland and their guests, save for his jerking upon Gorice and the prince, calling them two peacocks, so like in their bright plumage that none might tell either from other, which somewhat galled them both. And now was the king's heart waxen glad with wine, and he pledged Gro, saying, Be merry, Gro, and doubt not that I will fulfil my word I spake unto thee, and make thee king in Zajezaculo. Lord, I am yours for ever, answered Gro, but methinks I am little fitted to be a king. Methinks I was ever a better steward of other men's fortunes than of mine own. Whereat the Duke Corsus, that was sprawled on the table well nigh asleep, cried out in a great voice but husky withal, A brace of divils broil me, if thou sayest not sooth. If thine own fortunes come off but bluely, care not a rush. Give me some wine, a full weeping goblet. Ha! Ha! Whippy away! Ha! Ha! Witchland! When wear ye the crown of Demonland, O king? How now, Corsus, said the king, art thou drunk? But Lafayette said, Ye swear peace with the demons in the Foliot Isles, and by mighty odds are you bound to put by forever your claims and lordship over Demonland. I hoped your quarrels were ended. Why, so they are, said the king. Corsus chuckled weakly. Ye say well, very well, O king, very well, Lafayette. Our quarrels are ended. No room for more. For, look you, Demonland is a ripe fruit, ready to drop me thus in our mouth. Leaning back, he gaped his mouth wide open, suspending by one leg above it, and Hortaland bursted with its own dripping. The bird slipped through his fingers, and fell against his cheek, and so onto his bosom, and so on the floor, and his brazen byrnie and the sleeves of his pale green kirtle were splashed with gravy. Whereat Gorice let fly a great peal of laughter, but Lafayette flushed with anger, and said, scowling, Drunkenness, my lord, is a jest for thralls to laugh at. Then sit thou mum, prince, said Gorice, lest thy quality be called in question. For my part, I laugh at my thoughts, and they be very choice. But Corsus wiped his face and fell a-singing. Whene'er I bid the wine down, asleep drop all my cares. A fig for fret, a fig for sweat, a fig care I for cares. Sith death must come, though I say nay, why grieve my life's days with affairs? Come bib we then the wine down, of Bacchus fair to see, for alway while we bibbing be, asleep drop all our cares. With that, Corsus sank heavily forward again on the table, and the dwarf, whose japes all else in that company had taken well, even when themselves were the mark thereof, leapt up and down, crying, Hear a wonder! This pudding singeth! When with 2 platters, thralls, ye have served it to the board without a dish. One were too little to contain so vast a deal of bullet's blood and lard. Swift, and carve it ere the vapours burst the skin. I will carve thee, filth, said Corsus, lurching to his feet, and catching the dwarf by the wrist with one hand, he gave him a great box on the ear with the other. The dwarf squealed and bit Corsus's thumb to the bone, so that he loosed his hold, and the dwarf fled from the hall, while the company laughed pleasantly. So flieth folly before wisdom which is in wine, said the king. The night is young. Bring me botargos, and caviar and toast. Drink, prince. The red Thramnian wine, that is thick like honey, wooeth the soul to divine philosophy. How vain a thing is ambition! This was Gaslark's bane, whose enterprises of such pitch and moment have ended thus, in a kind of nothing. Or what thinkest thou, Gro, thou which art a philosopher? Alas, poor Gaslark, said Gro, had all grown to his mind, and had he gainst all expectation gotten us overthrown. Even so had he been no nearer to his heart's desire than when he first set forth. For he had of old in Zages Aculo eating and drinking, and gardens, and treasure, and musicians, and a fair wife, all soft ease and contentment all his days. And at the last, howsoe'er we shape our course, cometh the poppy that abideth all of us by the harbour of oblivion hard to cleanse. Dry withered leaves of laurel or of cypress tree, and a little dust, naught else remaineth. With a sad brow I say it, said the king. I hold him wise that resteth happy, even as the red foliot, and tempteth not the gods by over-mounting ambition to his dejection. Lafayette had thrown himself back in his high seat, with his elbows resting on its lofty arms and his hands dangling idly on either side. With head held high and incredulous smile, he hearkened to the words of Gorice the king. Gro said in Coran's ear, The king hath found strange kindness in the book. I think thou and I be clean out of fashion, answered Coran, whispering, but we be not yet drunken. The cause whereof is that thou drinkest within measure, which is good, and me this amethyst at my belt keepeth sober, where I never saw surfeit swelled with wine. Lafayette said, You are pleased to jest, O king. For my part, I had as lief have this musk-million on my shoulders, as a head so blockish as to want ambition. If thou wert not our princely guest, said Corinis, I had called that spoke in the right fashion of a little man. Which land affecteth not such vaunts, but can afford to speak as our lord the king in proud humility. Turkey cocks do strut and gobble, not so the eagle, who holdeth the world at his discretion. Pity on thee, cried the prince, if this cheap victory turned thee so giddy. Goblins! Corinis scowled. Corsus chuckled, saying to himself, but loud enough for all to hear, Goblins, quotha! They were small game had they been all. Aye, there it is, had they been all. The king's brow was like a foul black cloud. The women held their breath. But Corsus, blandly insensible of these gathering thunders, beat time on the table with his cup, drowsily chanting to a most mournful air, When birds in water deep do lie, and fishes in the air do fly, when water burns and fire doth freeze, and oysters grow as fruits on trees. A resounding hiccup brought him to a full close. The talk had died down. The lords of Witchland, ill at ease, studying to wear their faces to the bent of the king's looks. But Presmira spake, and the music of her voice came like a refreshing shower. This song of my Lord Corsus, she said, made me hopeful for an answer to a question in philosophy. But Bacchus, you see, hath ta'en his soul into Elysium for a season, and I fear me nor truth nor wisdom cometh from his mouth tonight. And this was my question, whether it be true that all animals of the land are in their kind in the sea. My Lord Corinis, or thou, my princely brother, can you resolve me? Why, so it is received, madam, said Lafayette. An inquiry will show thee many pretty instances, as the sea frog, the sea fox, the sea dog, the sea horse, the sea lion, the sea bear. And I have known the barbarous people of Ezamokia eat of a conserve of sea mice, mashed and brayed in a mortar with the flesh of that beast named Bos Marinus, seasoned with salt and garlic. Oh, speak to me somewhat quickly, cried the Lady Sreva, ere in imagination I taste such a nasty meat. Prithee, yonder gold peaches and raisins of the sun as an antidote. Lord Gro will instruct me better than I, said Lafayette. For my part, albeit I think nobly of philosophy, yet have I little leisure to study it. Oft have I hunted the badger, yet never answered that question of the doctors, whether he hath the legs of one side shorter than of the other. Neither know I, for all the lampreys I have eat, how many eyes the lamprey hath, whether it be 9 or 2. Presmira smiled. O my brother, thou art too smored, I fear me, in the dust of action, in the field, to be at accord with these nice searchings. But be there birds under the sea, my Lord Gro? Gro made answer, In rivers, certainly, though it be but birds of the air sojourning for a season, as I myself have found them in outer inland, asleep in winter time at the bottom of lakes and rivers, two together, mouth to mouth, wing to wing. But in the spring they revive again, and by the woods are full of their singing. And for the sea there be true sea cuckoos, sea thrushes, and sea sparrows, and many more. It is passing strange, said Zenambria. Corsus sang. When sorcerers do leave their charm, when spiders do the fly no harm. Presmira turned to Coran, saying, Was there not a merry dispute betwixt you, my lord, concerning the toad and the spider? Thou maintaining that they do poisonously destroy one another, and my Lord Gro that he would show thee to the contrary. 'Twas even so, lady, said Coran, and it is yet in controversy. Corsus sang. And when the blackbird leaves to sing, and likewise serpents for to sting, then you may say, and justly too, the old world now is turned anew. And so sank back into bloated silence. "My lord the king," cried Presmira, "I beseech you, give order for the ending of this difference between two of your council, ere it wax to dangerous heat. Let them be given a toad, O king, and spiders without delay, that they may make experiment before this goodly company." Therewithal fell a laughing, and the king commanded a thrall, who shortly brought fat spiders to the number of 7, and a crystal wine-cup, and enclosed with them beneath the cup a toad, and set all before the king, and all beheld them eagerly. "I will wager 2 firkins of pale Permian wine to a bunch of radishes," said Coran, "that victory shall be given unto the spiders. Behold how without resistance they do sit upon his head and pass all over his body." Gro said, "Done." "Thou wilt lose the wager, Coran," said the king. "This toad taketh no hurt from the spiders, but sitteth quiet out of policy, tempting them to security, that upon advantage he may swallow them down." While they watched, fruits were borne in, queen apples, almonds, pomegranates and pistic nuts, of fresh balls and jars of wine, and among them a crystal flagon of the peach-coloured wine of Crothering, vintaged many summers ago in the vineyards that stretched southward toward the sea from below the castle of Lord Brandock the Harp. Corineus drank deep and cried, "'Tis a royal drink, this wine of Crothering. Folk say it will be good cheap this summer." Whereat Lafayeries shot a glance at him, and the king, marking it, said in Corineus's ear, "Wilt thou be prudent? Let not thy pride flatter thee to think aught shall avail thee, any more than my vilest thrall, if by thy doing this prince smell out my secrets." By then was the hour waxing late, and the women took their leave, lighted to the doors in great state by thralls with flamboys. In a while, when they were gone, "A plague of all spiders!" cried Corund. "Thy toad hath swallowed one already." "2 more," said Gro. "Thy Theoric crumbleth apace, O Corund. He hath 2 at a gulp, and but 4 remain." The Lord Corineus, whose countenance was now aflame with furious drinking, held high his cup, and catching the prince's eye, "Mark well, Lafayeries," he cried, "a sign and a prophecy. First 1, next 2 at a mouthful, and early after that, as I think, the 4 that remain. Art not afeard lest thou be found a spider when the brunt shall come?" "Hast thou drunk thyself horn mad, Corineus?" said the king under his breath, his voice shaken with anger. "He is as witty a marmalade-eater as ever I conversed with," said Lafayeries, "but I cannot tell what the dickens he means." "That," answered Corineus, "which should make thy smirking face turn serious. I mean our ancient enemies, the hastardly mongrels of Demonland. First gulp Goldry, taken heaven knows whither by the king's sending in a deadly scud of wind." "The devil damn thee!" cried the king. "What drunken brabble is this?" But the Prince Lafayeries waxed red as blood, saying, "This it is then that lieth behind this hudder-mudder, and ye go to war with Demonland? Think not to have my help therein." "We shall not sleep the worse for that," said Corineus. "Our mouth is big enough for such a morsel of march-pain as thou, if thou turn irksome." "Thy mouth is big enough to blab the secretest intelligence, as we now most laughably approve," said Lafayeries. "Were I the king, I would draw lobster's whiskers on thy skin for a tipsy and a prattling popinjay." "An insult!" cried the Lord Corineus, leaping up. "I would not take an insult from the gods in heaven. Reach me a sword, boy. I will make bestiary and cutworks in his guts." "Peace on your lives," said the king in a great voice, while Corund went to Corineus and Gro to the prince to quiet them. "Corineus is wounded in the wrist and cannot fight, and belike his brain is fevered by the wound." "Heal him then of this carving the goblins gave him, and I will carve him like a capon," said the prince. "Goblins?" said Corineus fiercely. "No, vile fellow, the best swordsman in the world gave me this wound. Had it been thou that stood before me, I had cut thee into steaks, that art caponed already." But the king stood up in his majesty, saying, "Silence on your lives!" And the king's eyes glittered with wrath, and he said, "For thee, Corineus, not thy hot youth and rebellious blood, nor yet the wine thou hast swilled into that greedy belly of thine, shall mitigate the rigour of my displeasure. Thy punishment I reserve unto tomorrow. And thou, Lafayeries, look thou bear thyself more humbly in my halls. Overpert was the message brought me by thine herald at thy coming hither this morning, and too much it smacked of a greeting from an equal to an equal, calling thy tribute a gift, though it, and thou, and all thy principality are mine by right to deal with as seems me good. Yet did I bear with thee, unwisely as I think, since thy pertness nourished by my forbearance springeth up yet rancour at my table, and thou insultest and brawlest in my halls. Be advised lest my wrath forge thunderbolts against thee." The Prince Lafayeries answered and said, "Keep frowns and threats for thine offending thralls, O king, since me they affright not, and I laugh them to scorn." nor am I careful to answer thine injurious words, since well thou knowest my old friendship unto thine house, O king, and unto Witchland, and by what bands of marriage I am bound in love to the Lord Corrund, to whom I gave my lady sister. If it suit not my stomach to proclaim like a servile minister thy suzerainty, yet needest thou not to carpet this, since thy tribute is paid thee, aye, and in over measure. But unto Demonland am I bound, as all the world knoweth, and sooner shalt thou prevail upon the lamps of heaven to come down and fight for thee against the demons than upon me. And unto Corineus, that so boasteth, I say that Demonland hath ever been too hard for you witches. Goldri Bloodsko and Brandok Dahar have shown you this. This is my counsel unto thee, O king, to make peace with Demonland. My reasons, first, that thou hast no just cause of quarrel with them. Next, and this should sway thee more, that if thou persist in fighting against them, it will be the ruin of thee and of all Witchland. The king bit his fingers with signs of wonderful anger, and for a minute's time no sound was in that hall. Only Corrund spake privately to the king, saying, Lord, or for all sakes swallow your royal rage. You may whip him when my son Hackmon returneth, but till then he outnumbers us, and your own party so overwhelmed with wine that, trust me, I would not have ventured the price of a turnip on our chances if it come to fighting. Troubled at heart was Corrund, for well he knew how dear beyond account his lady wife held the keeping of the peace betwixt Lefyres and the witches. In this moment Corsus, somewhat roused in an evil hour out of lethargy by the loud talk and movement, began to sing. When all the prisoners hereabout have justled all their prisoners out, because indeed they have no cause to keep them in by common laws. Wherein Corineus, in whom wine and quarrelling and the king's rebukes had lighted a fire of reckless and outrageous malice, before which all counsels of prudence or policy were dissipated like wax in a furnace, shouted loudly, Wilt see our prisoners, prince, in the old banquet hall, to prove thyself an ass? What prisoners? Cried the prince, springing to his feet. Hell's furies! I am weary of these dark equivocations, and will know the truth. Wilt thou rage so beastly? Said the king. The man is drunk. No more wild words. Thou canst not daff me so. I will know the truth, said Lefyres. So thou shalt, said Corineus. This it is, that we witches be better men than thou, and thy hen-hearted pixies, and better men than the accursed demons. No need to hide it further. 2 of that breed we have laid by the heels, and nailed them up on the wall of the old banquet hall, as farmers nail up weasels and polecats on a barn door. And there shall they bide till they be dead. Just and Brandok Dahar. O most villainous lie, said the king, I'll have thee hewn in pieces. But Corineus said, I nurse your honour, O king. We must no longer skulk before these pixies. Thou diest for it, said the king, and it is a lie. Now was dead silence for a space. At last the prince sat down slowly. His face was white and drawn, and he spake unto the king, slowly and in a quiet voice. O king, that I was somewhat hot with you, forgive me. And if I have omitted any form of allegiance due to you, think rather that in my blood it is to chafe at such ceremonies, than that I had any lack of friendship unto you, or ever dreamed of questioning your overlordship. Aught that you shall require of me, and that lieth with mine honour, aught of ceremony or fealty, will I with joy perform. And, save against Demonland, is my sword ready against your enemies. But here, O king, tottereth the tower ready to fall athwart our friendship, and pash it in pieces. It is known to you, O king, and to all the lords of Witchland, that my bones were whitening these 6 years in Implan the Moor if Lord Just had not saved me from the barbarous imps that followed Fax Fe Faz, who besieged me 4 months with my small following shut up in Leiden Angruna. My friendship shall you have, O king, if you yield me up my friends. But the king said, I have not thy friends. Show me then the old banquet hall, said the prince. The king said, I will show it thee anon. I will see it now, said the prince, and he rose from his seat. I will dissemble with thee no longer, said the king. I do love thee well, but when thou askest me to yield up to thee Just and Brandok Dahar, thou askest a thing all Pixieland and thy dear's heart's blood were unable to purchase from me. These be my worst enemies. Thou knowest not at what cost of toil and danger I have at last laid hand on them. And now let not thy hopes make thee an unbeliever, when I swear to thee that Just and Brandok Dahar shall rot and die in prison. And for all his gentle speeches, and offers of wealth and rich advantage, and upholding in peace and war, might not Lefyres shake the king. And the king said, Forbear, Lefyres, or thou wilt vex me. They must rot. So when the prince Lefyres saw that he might not move the king by soft words, he took up his fair crystal goblet, egg-shaped, with 3 claws of gold to stand withal, welded to a collar of gold about its middle, bossed with topazes, and hurled it at Gorice the king, so that the goblet smote him on the forehead, and the crystal was brast asunder with the force of the blow, and the king's forehead laid open, and the king strook senseless. Therewith was huge uproar in the banquet hall. Nor would Coran that any should have speedier hand therein than he, but catching up his two-edged sword and crying, "Look to the king, Gro! Here's distressful revels!" he leaped upon the table, and his sons likewise, and Galandus, and the other witches seized their weapons, and in like manner did Lafayeres and his men, and there was battle in the great hall in Carcy. Corineus, whose left hand only might as now wield weapon, even so sprang forth in most gallant wise, calling upon the prince with many vile words to abide his onset. But the fumes of unbridled potations, that being flown to his brain had made him frantic mad, wrought in his legs more foggily, dulling their wonted nimbleness, and his foot sliding in a puddle of spilt wine he fell backwards a grievous fall, striking his head against the polished table. And Corsus, that was now well nigh speechless and quite stupefied with drink, so that a baby might tell as well as he what meant this hubbub, reeled cup in hand, shouting, "Drunkenness is better for the body than physic. Drink always, and you shall never die." So shouting, he was smitten square in the mouth by a breast of veal, flung at him by Eleron of Pixiland, the captain of the prince's bodyguard, and so fell like a hog athwart Corineus, and there lay without sense or motion. Then were the tables overset, and wounds given and taken, and swiftly ran the tide of vantage against the witches. For albeit the Pixies were none such great soldiers as they of Witchland, yet this served them mightily, that they were well nigh sober, and their foes as so many casks filled with wine, staggering and raving for the most part from their long tipping and quaffing. Nor did Coran's amethyst avail him thoroughly, but the wine clogged his veins, so that he waxed scant of breath, and his strokes lighter and slower than they were wont. Now for the love he bare his sister Presmira, and for his old kindness' sake for Witchland, the prince charged his men to fight only for the overpowering of the witches, slaying none if so it might be, and on their lives to look to it that the Lord Coran took no hurt. And when they had fairly gotten the mastery, Lafayeres made certain of his folk take jars of wine, and therewith soused Corund and his men most lustily in the face, while others held them at weapons' point, until by the power of the wine both within and without, they were well brought under. And they barricaded the great doorway of the hall with the benches and tabletops, and heavy oaken trestles, and Lafayeres charged Eleron hold the door with the most of his following, and set guards without each window, that none might come forth from the hall. But the prince himself took flamboys and went 6 in company to the old banquet hall, overpowered the guard, brake open the doors, and so stood before Lord Juss and Lord Brandock de Har, that hung shackled to the wall side by side. Something dazzled they were in the sudden torchlight, but Lord Brandock de Har spake and hailed the prince, and his mocking, haughty, lazy accents were scarcely touched with hollowness, for all his hunger-starving, and long watching, and the carking care of his affliction. "Lafayeres," he said, "day ne'er broke up till now, and methought ye were yonder false fitchews fostered in filth and fen, the spawn of Witchland, returned again to fleer and flout at us." Lafayeres told them how things had gone, and he said, "Occasion gallopeth apace. Upon this bargain do I loose you, that ye come incontinently with me out of Carcy, and seek no revenge tonight upon the witches." Just said yea to this, and Brandock de Har laughed, saying, "Prince, I so love thee, I could refuse thee nothing, were it shave half my head, and go in fusty until harvest time, sleep in my clothes, and discourse pious nothing 7 hours a day with my lady's lapdog. This night we be utterly thine. An instant only bear with us. This fare shows too good to rest untasted after so much looking on. It were discourteous too to leave it so." Therewith, their chains being now stricken off, he eat a great slice of turkey, and 3 quails boned and served in jelly, and just a dozen plovers' eggs, and a cold partridge. Lord Brandock de Har said, "I prithee break the eggshells just when the meat is out, lest some sorcerer should prick or write thy name thereon, and so mischief thy person." And pouring out a stoup of wine, he quaffed it off, and filling it again, "Perdition catch me if it be not mine own wine of Prothering. So any a carefuller host than King Gorice." And he pledged Lord Juss in the 2nd cup, saying, "I will drink with thee next in Carcy, when the King of Witchland and all the lords thereof are slain." Thereafter they took their weapons that lay by on the table, set there to distress their souls, and with little expectation they should so take them up again. And glad at heart, albeit somewhat stiff of limb, they went forth with Lafayeres from that banquet hall. When they were come into the courtyard, Juss spake and said, "Herein might honour hold us back, even hadst thou made no bargain with his Lafayeres. For great shame it were to us, and we fell upon the lords of Witchland when they were drunk, and unable to meet us in equal battle. But let us, ere we be gone from Carcy, ransack this hold for my kinsman Gold of Lusco, since for his sake only, and in hope to find him here, we fared on his journey. So you touch no other thing but only Goldry, if ye shall find him, I am content," said the prince. So when they had found keys, they ransacked all Carcy, even to the dread chamber where the king had conjured, and the vaults and cellars below the river, but it availed not. And as they stood in the courtyard in the torchlight, there came forth on a balcony the lady Presmira in her nightgown, disturbed by this ransacking. Ethereal as a cloud she seemed, pavilioned in the balmy night, as a cloud touched by the exhalations of the unrisen moon. "What transformation is this?" said she. "Demons loose in the court." "Content thee, dear heart," said the prince. "Thy man is safe, and all else beside, as I think, save that the king hath a broken head, the which I lament, and will without question soon be healed. They lie all in the banquet hall tonight, being too sleepy sodden with the feast to take their chambers." Presmira cried, "My fears have fallen upon me. Art thou broken with witchland?" "That may I not forejudge," he answered. "Tell them tomorrow that naught I did in hatred, and naught but what I was by circumstance enforced to. For I am not such a coward, nor so great a villain, as leave my friends caged up, while strength is left me to work for their setting free." "You must straightway forth from Carse," said Presmira, "and that of the instant. My stepson Hackmon, which was sent to gather strength to all thee if need were, rideth by now from the south with a great company. Thy horses are fresh, and ye may well outdistance the king's men if they ride after you. If thou wilt not yet raise up a river of blood betwixt us, begone." "Why, fare thee well then, sister, and doubt it not, these rifts between me and Witchland shall soon be patched up and forgot." So spake the prince with a merry voice, yet grieved at heart, for well he weened the king should never pardon him that blow, nor his robbing him of his prey. But she said sadly, "Farewell, my brother, and my heart tells me I shall never see thee more. When thou tookst these from prison, thou didst dig up 2 mandrakes shall bring sorrow and death to thee, and to me, and to all Witchland." The prince was silent, but Lord just vowed to Presmira, saying, "Madam, these things be on the knees of fate, but imagine not that while life and breath be in us, we shall leave to uphold the prince thy brother. His foes be our foes for this night's sake." "Thou swearest it?" she said. He answered, "Madam, I swear it unto thee and unto him." The Lady Presmira withdrew sadly to her chamber, and in short space she heard their horse hoofs on the bridge, and looking forth beheld where they galloped on the way of kings, dim in the coppery light of the waning moon rising over Pixieland. So sate she by the window of Corin's lofty bedchamber, gazing through the night, long after her brother and the lords of Demonland and her brother's men were ridden beyond her seeing, long after their last hoof-beat had ceased to echo on the road. In a while, fresh horse hoofs sounded from the south, and a noise as of many riding in company, and she knew it was young Hackmon back from Permior. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 8. The First Expedition to Impland. Of the homecoming of the demons, and how Lord Just was taught in a dream whither he must seek for tidings of his dear brother, and how they took counsel at Crothering, and determined of their expedition to Impland. Midsummer night, ambrosial, starry-kirtled, walked on the sea, as the ship that brought the demons home drew nigh to her journey's end. The cloaks of Lord Just and Lord Brandok the Har, who slept on the poop, were wet with dew. Smoothly they had passage through that charmed night, where winds were hushed to sleep, and naught was heard, save the waves talking beneath the bows of the ship, the lilting, changeless song of the steersman, and the creak, dip, and swash of oars keeping time to his singing. Vega burned like a sapphire near the zenith, and Arcturus low in the northwest, beaconing over Demonland. In the remote southeast Fomalhaut rose from the sea, a lonely splendour in the dim region of Capricorn and the fishes. So rode they till day broke, and a light wind sprang up fresh and keen. Just waked, and stood up to scan the grey glassy surface of the sea spread to vast distances where sky and water faded into one. Astern, great clouds bridged the gates of day, boiling upwards into crags of wine-dark vapour and burning plumes of sunrise. In the stainless spaces of the sky above these sailed the horned moon, frail and wan as a white foam flower blown from the waves. Westward, facing the thunder smoke of dawn, the fine far ridge of Cartazzo was like cut crystal against the sky, the first island sentinel of many-mountained Demonland, his topmost cliffs dawn-illumined with pale gold and amethyst, while yet the lesser heights lay obscure, lapped in the folds of night. And with the opening day the mists swathing the mountain's skirts were lifted up in billowy masses that grew and shrank and grew again, made restless by the wayward winds which morning waked in the hollow mountainside, and torn by them into wisps and streamers. Some were blown upward, steaming up the great gullies in the rocks below the peak, while now and then a puff of cloud swam free for a minute, floated a minute's space as ready to sail skyward, then indolently stooped again to the mountain wall, to veil it in an unsubstantial fleece of golden vapour. And now all the western seaboard of Demonland lay clear to view, stretching 50 miles and more, from Northhouse Skerries, past the Drake Holmes and the low downs of Kesterwick and Byland, beyond which tower the mountains of the Scarf, past the jagged skyline of the Thornbacks, and the far Neverdale peaks overhanging the wooded shores of Onwoodlie and Lower Tiveranderdale, to the extreme southern headland, filmy pale in the distance, where the great range of Rimon Armon plunges its last wild bastion in the sea. As a lover gazing on his mistress, so gazed Lord Juss on Demonland rising from the sea. No word spake he till they came off Looking Haven Ness, and could see where beyond the beaked promontory the Sound opened between Cartadza and the mainland. Albeit the outer sea was calm, the air in the Sound was thick with spray from the churning of the waters among the reefs and swallowing shoals. For the tide ran like a mill race through that Sound, and the roaring of it was plain to hear at 2 miles' distance where they sailed. Juss said, "Mindest thou my shepherding of the Ghoul fleet into yonder jaws? I would not tell thee for shame when as the fit was on me, but this is the first day since the sending came upon us, that I have not wished in my heart that the races of Cartadza had gulped me down also, and given me one ending with the accursed ghouls." Lord Brandok Dahar looked swiftly upon him, and was silent. Now in a short while was the ship coming to Looking Haven, and alongside of the marble quay. There amid his folk stood Spitfire, who greeted them, saying, "I made all ready to bring 3 of you home in triumph from your ship, but Vol counselled against it. Glad am I that I took his counsel, and put by those things I had prepared. They had cut me to the heart to see them now." Juss answered him, "O my brother, this noise of hammers in Looking Haven, and these 10 keels laid on the slips, show me ye have been busied on things nearer our needs than bay leaves and the instruments of joy since thou camest home." So they took horse, and while they rode, related to Spitfire all that had befallen since their faring to Carsey. In such wise came they north past the harbour, and so over Havershore tongue to Beckfoot, where they took the upper paths that climb into Evendale, close under the screes of Starkstead Pike, and so came a little before noon to Galing. The black rock of Galing stands at the end of the spur that runs down from the south ridge of Little Drakeholm, dividing Brankdale from Evendale. On 3 sides the cliffs fall sheer from the castle walls to the deep woods of oak and birch and rowan tree, which carpet the flats of Moongarth Bottom, and feather the walls of the gill through which the Brankdale Beck plunges in waterfall after waterfall. Only on the northeast may aught save a winged thing come at the castle, across a smooth grass-grown saddle, less than a stone's throw in width. Over that saddle runs the paven way, leading from the Brankdale Road to the Lion Gate, and within the gate is that garden of the grass-walk between the yews, where Lessingham stood with the martlet 9 weeks before, when first he came to Demonland. When night fell and supper was done, Juss walked alone on the walls of his castle, watching the constellations burn in the moonless sky above the mighty shadows of the mountains, listening to the hooting of the owls in the woods below, and the faint distant tinkle of cowbells, and breathing the fragrance borne up from the garden on the night wind, that even in high summer tasted keen of the mountains and the sea. These sights and scents and voices of the holy night so held him in thrall that it wanted but an hour of midnight when he left the battlements, and called the sleepy house-carls to light him to his chamber in the south tower of Galing. Wondrous fair was the great 4-posted bed of the Lord Juss, builded of solid gold, and hung with curtains of dark blue tapestry, whereon were figured sleep flowers. The canopy above the bed was a mosaic of tiny stones, jet, serpentine, dark hyacinth, black marble, bloodstone and lapis lazuli, so confounded in a maze of altering hue and lustre, that they might mock the palpitating sky of night. And therein was the likeness of the constellation of Orion, held by Juss for guardian of his fortunes, the stars whereof, like those beneath the golden canopy in the presence chamber, were jewels shining of their own light, yet dead wood glimmering in the dark. For Betelgeuse was a ruby shining, and a diamond for Rigel, and pale topazes for the other stars. The 4 posts of the bed were of the thickness of a man's arm in their upper parts, but their lower parts great as his waist, and carven in the image of birds and beasts. At the foot of the bed a lion for courage, and an owl for wisdom, and at the head an launch for faithfulness of heart, and a kingfisher for happiness. On the cornice of the bed, and on the panels above the pillow against the wall, were carved Juss's deeds of derring do, and the latest carving was of the sea fight with the ghouls. To the right of the bed stood a table with old books of songs, and books of the stars, and of herbs, and beasts, and travellers' tales, and there was Juss wont to lay his sword beside him while he slept. All the walls were panelled with dark, sweet-smelling wood, and armour and weapons hung thereon. Mighty chests and almeries, hasped and bound with gold, stood against the wall, wherein he kept his rich apparel. Windows opened to the west and south, and on each window ledge stood a bowl of palest jade, filled with white roses, and the air entering the bedchamber was laden with their scent. About cockcrow came a dream unto Lord Juss, standing by his head and touching his eyes, so that he seemed to wake and look about the chamber. And he seemed to behold an evil beast, all burning as a drake, busy in his chamber, with many heads, the most venomous that ever he the days of his life had seen, and about it its 5 fawns, like to itself but smaller. It seemed to Juss that in place of his sword there lay a great spear of fair workmanship on the table by his bed, and it seemed to him in his dream that this spear had been his all his life, and was his greatest treasure, and that with it he might accomplish all things, and without it scarcely aught to his mind. He laboured to reach out his hand to the spear, but some power withheld him, so that for all his striving he might not stir. But that beast took up the spear in its jaws, and went with it forth from the chamber. It seemed to Juss that the power that held him departed with the departing of the beast, so that he leapt up and snatched down weapons from the wall, and made an onslaught on the fawns of that fell beast, that were tearing down the woven hangings, and marring with their fiery breath the figure of the kingfisher at the head of his bed. All the chamber was full of the reek of burning, and he thought his friends were with him in the chamber, Vol and Viz, and Zig and Spitfire and Brandok the Har, fighting with the beasts, and the beasts prevailed against them. Then it seemed to him that the bedpost carven in the likeness of an owl spake to him in his dream in human speech. And the owl said, O fool, that shalt justly be put in great misery without end, except thou bring back the spear. Hast thou forgot that this only is thy greatest treasure, and most worthiest thy care? Therewith came back that grim and graceful beast into the chamber, and Juss assailed it, crying to the owl, Uncivil owl, where then must I find my spear that this beast hath hidden? And it seemed to him that the owl made answer, Inquire in Costra Belorn. So tumultuous was Lord Juss's dream, that he was flung at waking out of bed onto the deerskin carpets of the floor, and his right hand clutched the hilt of his great sword where it lay on the table by his bed, whereas in his dream he had beheld the spear. Mightily moved was he, and forthwith clothed himself, and faring through the dim corridors came to Spitfire's chamber, and sat on the bed and waked him, and just told him his dream, and said, I hold myself clean of all blame hereabout, for from that day forth this only hath been my care, how to find my dear brother and fetch him home, and only then to wreak myself on the witches. And what was this spear in my dream if not Goldra? This vision of the night kindleth for us a beacon fire we needs must seek to. It bade me inquire in Costra Belorn, and till that be done never will I rest, nor so much as think on aught besides. Spitfire answered and said, Thou beest our oldest brother, and I shall follow and obey thee in all that thou wilt do or shalt ordain hereof. Then fared Juss to the guest chamber, where Lord Brandok the Har lay a-sleeping, and waked him and told him all. Brandok the Har snuggled him under the bedclothes and said, Let me be, and let me sleep yet 2 hours. Then will I rise and bathe and array myself and eat my morning meal, and thereafter will I take rede with thee, and tell thee somewhat for thine advantage. I have not slept in a goose-feather bed and sheets of lawn these many weeks. If thou plague me now, by God I will incontinently take horse over the stile to Crothering, and let thee and thine affairs go to the devil. So Juss laughed and left him in peace. And later, when they had eaten, they walked in a plashed alley, where the air was cool and the purple shadow on the path was dappled with bright flecks of sunshine. Lord Brandok the Har said, Thou knowest that Costra Belorn is a great mountain, beside which our mountains of Demonland would seem but little hills unremarked, and that it standeth in the uttermost parts of earth, beyond the wastes of Upper Impland, and thou mightest search a year through all the peopled countries of the world, and not find one living soul who had so much as beheld it from afar. This much I know, said Lord Juss. Is thine heart utterly bent on this journey? Said Brandok the Har. Or is it not preposterous, and a thing to comfort our enemies, that we should thus, at the bidding of a dream, fly to far and perilous lands, rather than pay Witchland presently for the shame he hath done us? Juss answered him, My bed is hallowed by spells of such a virtue, that no naughty dream flown through the ivory gate, nor no noisome wizardry hath power to trouble his sleep who sleepeth there. This dream is true. For Witchland there is time enow. If thou wilt not go with me to Costra Belorn, I must go without thee. Enough, said Lord Brandok the Har. Thou knowest for thee I tie my purse with a spider's thread. Then fare we must to Impland, and herein may I help thee. For listen while I tell thee a thing. When as I slew Gorice the 10th in Goblinland, Gaslight gave me, along with other good gifts, a great curiosity, a treatise or book, copied out on parchment by Borean his secretary, wherein it speaketh of all the ways to Impland, and what countries and kingdoms lie next to the Maruna, and the fronts thereof, and the marvels that he found in those lands. And all that is writ in this book was set down faithfully by Borean after the telling of Gro, the same which now hath part with the Witchlanders. great honour had Gro, as then, from Gaslight, for his far journeyings, and for that which is written in this book of wonders. And this it was that had first put in Gaslight's mind to send that expedition into Impland, which so reduced him, and came so wretchedly to naught. If then thou wilt seek to Costra Bellorn, come home with me today, and I will show thee my book. So spake Lord Brandok de Har, and Lord Just straightway ordered forth the horses, and sent messengers to Vol under Cartadza, and to Viz at Dark Lairstead, bidding them meet him at Crothering with what speed they might. It was 4 hours before noon when Just, Spitfire, and Brandok de Har rode down from Galing and through the woods of Moongarth Bottom at the foot of the lake, taking the main bridle road up Breakingdale that runs by the western margin of Moonmere under the buttresses of the Scarf. They rode slowly, for the sun was strong on their back. Glassy was the lake and like a turquoise, and the birch-clad slopes to the east and north, and the bare rugged ridges of Stathfell and Budrefell beyond, were mirrored in its depths. On the left as they rode, the spurs of the Scarf impended from on high in piled bastions of black porphyry, like giants' castles, and little valleys choked with monstrous boulders, among which the silver birches crowding showed like tiny garden plants, ran steeply back between the spurs. Up those valleys appeared successively the main summits of the Scarf, savage and remote, frowning downward as it were between their own knees, Glomery Pike, Micklescarf, and Illstack. By noon they had climbed to the extreme head of Breakingdale, and halted on the stile, a little beyond the watershed, under the sheer northern wall of Ildrennock. Before them the pass plunged steeply into Armaderdale. The lower reach of Switchwater shone 15 miles or more to the west, well nigh hidden in the heat haze. Nearer at hand in the northwest lay Ramerick Mere, bosomed among the smooth-backed Kellyaland hills and the easternmost uplands of Shalgreth Heath, with the sea beyond. And on the valley floor, near the water's meet where Transdale runs into Armaderdale, it was possible to descry the roof of Zig's house at Many Bushes. When they came down thither, Zig was out a-hunting, so they left word with his lady wife and drank a stirrup cup and rode on, up Switchwater Way, and for 12 miles or more along the southern shore of Switchwater. So dropped they into Gashtondale, and then surrounding the western slopes of Erngate End, came upon the Crothering side, when the shadows were lengthening in the golden summer evening. The side ran gently west for a league or more, to where Thunderfirth lay like beaten gold beneath the sun. Across the firth, the pine forests of Westmark, old as the world, rose toward Broxty Edge and Gemsar Edge, a far-flung amphitheatre of bare cliff and screed shutting in the prospect to the north. High on the left towered the precipices of Erngate End. Southward and southeastward lay the sea. So rode they down the side, through deep peaceful meadows, fair with white ox-eye daisies, bluebells and yellow goat's beard and sea campion, deep blue gentians, agrimony and wild marjoram, and pink clover and bindweed and great yellow buttercups feasting on the sun. And on an eminence beyond which the land fell away more steeply toward the sea, the onyx towers of Crothering, standing above woods and gardens, showed milk-white against heaven in the clear Hyaline. When they were now but half a mile from the castle, Just said, "Behold and see! The Lady Mevrian hath espied us from afar, and rideth forth to bring thee home." Brandok de Har cantered ahead to meet her, a lady light of build and exceeding fair to look upon, brave of carriage like a war-horse, soft of feature, clear-browed, grey-eyed and proud-eyed, sweet-mouthed, but not as one who can speak naught but sweetness. Her robe was of pale buff-coloured silk, with corsage covered as by a spider's web with fine golden threads, and she wore a point-lace ruffle stiffened with gold and silver wire, and spangled with little diamonds. Her deep hair, black as the raven's wing, was fastened with pins of gold, and a yellow rose that nestled in its coils was as the moon looking forth among thick clouds of night. "Doings be afoot, my lady sister," said Lord Brandok de Har. "One king of Witchland have we done down since we sailed hence, and guested in Carson with another, little to our content. All which things I'll tell thee anon. Now lieth our road south for Impland, and Crothering is but our caravanserai." She turned her horse, and they rode all in company into the shadow of the ancient cedars that clustered to the north of the home meads and pleasure gardens, stately, gaunt-limbed, flat-browed, bleak against the sky. On the left a lily-paven lake slept cool beneath mighty elms, with a black swan near the bank, and her 4 cygnets dozing in a row, their heads tucked beneath their wings, so that they looked like balls of grey-brown froth floating on the water. The path leading to the bridge gate zigzagged steeply up the mound, between low, broad balustrades of white onyx, bearing at intervals square onyx pots, planted some with yellow roses, and some with wondrous flowers, great and delicate, with frail white shell-like petals. Deep mysterious scents had those flowers, thick with soft hairs within, and dark within with velvety purple, streaked with black and blood-colour and dust of gold. The castle of Lord Brandok de Har, standing at the top of the mound, was circled by a ditch both broad and deep. The gate before the drawbridge was of iron, gilded and richly wrought. The towers and gatehouse were of white onyx like the castle itself, and on either hand before the gate was a colossal marble hippogriff, standing more than 30 feet high at the withers, and the wings and hooves and talons of the hippogriffs and their manes and forelocks were overlaid with gold, and their eyes carbuncles of purest lustre. Over the gate was written in letters of gold, Ye braggers an awe, be scared an awa, fle brandok da ha. But to tell even a 10th part of the marvels rich and beautiful that were in the house of Crotherin, its cool courts and colonnades rich with gems and fragrant with costly spices and strange blooms, its bedchambers where, caught like Aphrodite in her golden net, the spirit of sleep seemed ever to shake slumber from its plumes, and none might be waking long in those chambers but sweet sleep overcame their eyelids, the chamber of the sun and the chamber of the moon, and the great middle hall with its high gallery and ivory stair. To tell of all these were but to cloy imagination, with picturing in one while of overmuch glory and splendour. Naught befell that night save the coming of Zig before sundown, and of those brethren Vol and Viz in the night, having ridden hard in obedience to the word of Just. In the morning, when they had eaten their day meal, the lords of Demonland went down into Plaisance, and with them the Lady Mevrian, and in an alley that was roofed with beams of cedar resting on marble pillars, the beams and pillars smothered with dark red roses, they sat looking eastward across a sunk garden. The weather was sweet and gracious, and thick dew lay on the pale terraced lawns that led down among flower beds to the fish pond in the midst. The water made a cool mirror, whereon floated yellow and crimson water lilies opening to the sky. All the greens and flower colours glowed warm and clean, but soft withal and shadowy, veiled in the grey haze of the summer morning. They sat here and there as they listed, on chairs and benches, near a huge tank or vase of dark green jade, where sulphur-coloured lilies grew in languorous beauty, their back-curled petals showing the scarlet anthers, and all the air was heavy with their sweetness. The great jade vase was round and flat like the body of a tortoise, open at the top where the lilies grew. It was carved with scales, as it were the body of a dragon, and a dragon's head, a-gaping, reared itself at one end, and at the other the tail curved up and over, like the handle of a basket, and the tail had little fore and hind feet with claws, and a smaller head at the end of the tail gaped downwards, biting at the large head. 4 legs supported the body, and each leg was a small dragon, standing on its hind feet, its head growing into the parent body, as the thigh or shoulder joint should join the trunk. In the curve of the creature's neck, his back propped against its head, sat the Lord Brandok Dahar, in graceful ease, one foot touching the ground, the other swinging free. And in his hands was the book, bound in dark, puce-coloured goatskin and gold, given him by Gazlark in years gone by. Zig watched him idly turn the pages while the others talked. Leaning toward Mevrian, he whispered in her ear, Is not he able and shapen for to subdue and put under him all the world, thy brother? A man of blood and peril, and yet so fair to behold that it is a marvel. Her eyes danced. She said, It is pure truth, my lord. Now spake Spitfire, saying, Read forth to us, I pray thee, the Book of Gro, for my soul is afire to set forth on this faring. 'Tis writ somewhat crabbedly, said Brandok Dahar, and most damnably long. I spent half last night a-searching on't, and 'tis most apparent no other way lieth to these mountains, save by the Maruna, and across the Maruna is, if Gro say true, but one way, and that from the Gulf of Nuelva, a 20 days' journey from north by south-est. For here he telleth of water springs by the way, but he saith in other parts of the desert be no water springs, save only springs venomous, where the water reeketh like a seething pot continually, having somewhat a sulphureous and somewhat unpleasant savour, and the ground nourisheth here no plant nor herb, except it be venomous champignons or toadstools. If he say true, said Spitfire, he is a turncoat and a renegado, wherefore not therefore a liar. But a philosopher, answered Just. I knew him well of old in Goblin land, and I judge him to be one who is not false, save only in policy. Subtle of mind he is, and dearly loveth plotting and scheming, and, as I think, perversely affecteth ever the losing side if he be brought into any quarrel, and this hath dragged him oft times to misfortune. But in this book of his travels he must needs speak truth, as it seemeth to me, to be true to his own self. The Lady Mevrian looked approvingly on Lord Just, and her eye twinkled, for well it liked her humour to hear men's natures so divined. O Just, friend of my heart, said Lord Brandok Dahar, thy words proceed as ever they did from the true fount of wisdom, and I embrace them and thee. This book is a guide which we shall follow not helter-skelter, but as old men of war. If then the right road to Morna Maruna lie from the Gulf of Nuelva, were we not best sail straight thitherward, and lay up our ships in that gulf where the coast and countryside be without habitation, rather than fare to some nearer haven of outer implant such as All Mouth, whither thou and Spitfire fared 6 summers ago. Not All Mouth or this journey, said Just. Some sport perchance we might obtain there, had we leisure for fighting with the accursed inhabitants. But every day's delay we now do, make holdeth my brother another day in bondage. The princes and phases of the imps have many strong-walled towns and towers in all those coastlands, and hard by, in the mediamnus of the river Arlen, in Orpish, is the great castle of Fax Fair Faz, whereto Goldry and I drave him home from Leaden Nanguna. "'Tis an ill coast too to find a landing," said Brondok the Half, turning the leaves of the book. "As he saith, Impland the Moor beginneth at the west side of the mouth of Arlen, and occupieth all the land unto the headland Cibrion, and therefro south away to the Corsh, by guess a 700 miles, whereby the sea is not there of nature favourable, nor no haven is, or coming in meet for ships." So after some talk and searching of that book of Gro, they determined this should be their plan, to fare to Impland by way of the straits of Melikafkaz and the Didonian Sea, and so lay up their ships in the Gulf of Nuelva, and landing there start straightway across the wilderness to Morna Maruna, even as Gro had described the way. "Ere we leave it," said Brondok the Half, "hear what he speaketh concerning Coster Beloan. This he beheld from Morna Maruna, whereof he saith, The country is hilly, sandy, and barren of wood, and come as forest full of ling moors and mosses, with stony hills. Here is a mighty strong and used burrow for flying serpents in some barren heathy and sandy ground, and there by the little round castle of Morna Maruna standeth on Ompren edge, as on the limit of the world, sore weather-beaten and in ruin. This castle was brent in time of war, spoiled and razed by King Gorice the fort of Witchland in ancient days, and they say there was blameless folk dwelled therein, and right gentle, nor was there any need for Gorice to have used them so cruelly. But he caused the whole household there to appear before him, and then slow some out of hand, and the residue he throw all down the steep cliff. And but few supervivid after the great fall, and these fled away through the untrodden forests of Bavinon, and without question perished there in great sorrow and misery. Some fable that it was for this cruel fact's sake that King Gorice was eat by divils on the Maruna, with all his host, one man only coming home again to tell of these things befallen. Now mark. From Morna Maruna I beheld southaway 2 great mountains standing over Bavinian, as 2 queens in beauty seated in the sky, by estimation 20 leagues far hence, above many more ice-robed mountains supereminent. The which, as I learned, was Coster Beloan, the one, and the other Coster Pibrarca, and I viewed them continually unto the going down of the sun, and that was the fairest sight, and the most beautifulest and gallant marvel that mine eyen hath seen. Therewith talked I with the small things that dwell there in the ruins and in the bushes growing round about, as it is my wont, and amongst them one of those birds called martlets, that have feet so little that they seem to have none. And this little martlet, sitting in a framboosier or raspis bush, told me that none may come alive unto Coster Beloan, for the manticoras of the mountains will certainly eat his brains ere he come thither, and were he so fortunate as escape these manticoras, yet could he never climb up the great crags of ice and rock on Coster Beloan, for none is so strong as to scale them but by art magical, and such is the virtue of that mountain that no magic availeth there, but only strength and wisdom alone. And as I say, these would not avail to climb those cliffs and ice rivers. "What be these manticores of the mountains that eat men's brains?" asked the Lady Mevrian. "This book is so excellent well writ," said her brother, "that thine answer appeareth on this same page. The beast Manticora, which is as much as to say devourer of men, renneth, as I heard tell, on the skirt of the mountains below the snowfields. These be monstrous beasts, ghastly and full of horror, enemies to mankind, of a red colour, with 2 rows of huge great teeth in their mouths. It hath the head of a man, his iron like a goot, and the body of a lion lancing out sharp prickles from behind. And his tail is the tail of a scorpion, and is more deliberate to go than is foul to flee, and his voice is as the roaring of 10 lions. These beasts, said Spitfire, were alone enough to draw me thither. I shall bring thee home a small one, madam, to keep chained in the court. That should dash me from thy friendship for ever, cousin, said Mevrian, stroking the feathery ears of her little marmoset that cuddled in her lap. That which feedeth on brains were overnourished in Demonland, and belike would overrun the whole countryside. Send it to Witchland, said Zig, where when it hath eat up Gro and Corrund it may sup lightly on the king, and then most fortunately starve for lack of its proper nutriment. Just stood up from his seat. Thou and I and Spitfire, said he to Brondok the Half, must to work roundly and gather strength, for 'tis already midsummer. You, viz. Vol and Zig, must have the warding of our homes whiles we be gone. We cannot be less than 2,000 swords on this faring. How many ships, Vol? Asked Lord Brandok canst thou give us, busked and boon, ere this moon wane? There be 14 afloat, said Vol. Besides these, 10 keels lie on the slips at Lookinghaven, and 9 more hath Spitfire but now laid down on the beach before his house at Owlswick. 30 in some, said Spitfire. You see we have not twiddled our thumbs whilst you were gone. Just paced back and forth with great strides, his brow clouded and his jaw clenched. In a while he said, Laxus hath 40 sail, dragons of war. I am not so idle-headed as fare without an army into Impland, but certain it is that if our ill-willers would move war against us, we stand in apparent weakness, here or abroad, to throw back their onset. Vol said, Of these 19 ships a-building, no more than 2 can take the water before a month be past, and but 7 more ere 6 months' time, push we never so mightily the work. The season weareth, and my brother wasteth in duress. We must sail ere another moon grow old, said Just. Vol said, Then with 16 sail thou sailest, or Just, and then thou leavest us not one ship at home till more be finished and launched. How can we leave you so? Cried Spitfire. But Brandok looked towards his lady sister, met her glance, and was satisfied. The choice lieth fair before us, said he. If we will eat the egg, little need to debate whether the shell must go. Mevrian rose from her seat laughing, and said, Then let the council rise, my lords. And her eyes grew serious, and she said, Shall they make rhymes upon us that we of Demonland, whom men repute and hold the mightiest lords in all the world, hung sheepishly back from this high needful enterprise, lest, our greatest captains being abroad, our enemies might haply take us home at disadvantage? It shall not be said of the women of Demonland that they upheld such counsels. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 9. Salapanta Hills. Of the landing of Lord Jus and his companions in Outer Impland, and their meeting with Zeldornius, Halteranius, and Jalcanius Faustus, and of the tidings told by Mivarsh, and the dealings of the 3 great captains on the hills of Salapanta. On the 31st day after that council held in Crothering, the fleet of Demonland put to sea from Lookinghaven, 11 dragons of war and 2 great ships of burthen, bound for the uttermost seas of earth in quest of the Lord Goldred Lusco. 1800 demons fared on that expedition, and not a man among them that was not a complete soldier. For 5 days they rode southaway on a windless sea, and on the 6th the sea cliffs of Goblinland came out of the haze on their starboard bow. They rode south along the land, and on the 10th day out from Lookinghaven passed under the Ness of Ozam, journeying thence 4 days with a favouring wind over the open seas to Cibrion. But now, when they had rounded that dark promontory, and were about steering east along the coast of Impland the Moor, and less than 10 days' journey lay betwixt them and their haven in Nuelva, a dismal tempest suddenly surprised them. For 40 days it swept them in hail and sleet over wide wallowing ocean, without a star, without a course, till on a fierce midnight of wind and darkness and roaring waters was Jus's and Spitfire's ship, and other 4 in her company, driven on the rocks on a lee shore and broken in pieces. Hardly, and after long battling among great waves, those brethren won ashore, weary and hurt. In the inhospitable light of a wet and windy dawn, there mustered on the beach such of their folk as had escaped out of the mouth of destruction, and there were 333. Spitfire, beholding these things, spake and said, This land hath a villainous look stirreth my remembrance, as but to behold verjuice soureth the mouth of him who once tasted thereof. Rememberest thou this land? Just scanned the low, long coastline that swept north and west to an estuary, and beyond ran westwards till it was lost in the scud and driving spray. Desolate birds flew above the welter of the surges. He said, Certainly this is all and mouth, where least of all I had choose to come a land with so small a head of men. Yet shalt thou prove here, as it hath ever been, how all occasions are but steps for us to climb fame by. Our ship is lost, cried Spitfire, and the more part of our men, and worst of all Brandok that is worth 10,000. Easily shall a little ant bid this ocean dry, and shall we in this taking perform our enterprise. And he cursed and blasphemed, saying, Cursed be the malice of the sea, which, having broke our power, now speweth us ashore here to our mere undoing, and so hath done great succour to the king of Witchland, and unto all the world beside great damage. But Just answered him, Think not that these contrary winds come of fortune, or by the influence of malignant and combustive stars. this weather bloweth out of Gorice. Even as these very waves thou beholdest have each his backwash or undertow, so followeth after every sending an undertow of evil hap, whereby, albeit in essence a less deadly thing, many have been drowned and washed away who stood unremoved against the mail-stroke of the breaker. So were we twice since that day brought near to our bane. First, when, our judgment being darkened with a strange distraction, we went up with Gaslark against Gorice. Next, when this storm wrecked us here by all and mouth. Though by mine art I rebated the king's sending, yet against the maleficial undertow that followed it my charms avail not, nor the virtues of all sorcerous herbs that grow. Are these things so, and wilt thou yet be temperate? Said Spitfire. Content thee, said Juss. The sands run down. A certain time only runneth this stream for our hurt. It must now have well nigh spent itself, and it were too perilous for him to conjure a second time, as last May he conjured in Gorice. Who told thee that? Asked Spitfire. I do but conjecture it, answered he, from my studying of certain prophetic writings touching the princes of that blood and line, whereby it appeareth, yet not clearly but riddle-wise, that if one and the same king, essaying a second time in his own person an enterprise in that kind, should fail, and the powers of darkness destroy him, then is not his life spilt alone, as it fortuned aforetime unto Gorice the Seventh at his first attempt, but there shall be an end for ever of the whole house of Gorice, which hath for so many generations reigned in Gorice. Well, said Spitfire, so stand we to our chance. Old Muck Hills will bloom at last. Now for 19 days fared those brethren in their company eastward through outer Impland, first across a country of winding sleepy rivers and weedy lakes innumerable, then by rolling uplands and champaign ground. At length, on an even, they came upon a heath running up eastward to a range of tumbled hills. The hills were not lofty nor steep, but rugged of outline, and their surface rough with crags and boulders, so that it was a maze of little eminences and valleys, grown upon by heather and fern and rank sad-coloured grass, with stunted thorn trees and junipers harbouring in the clefts of the rocks. On the watershed, as on an horse's withers, looking west to the red October sunset, and south to the far line of the Didonian Sea, they came upon a spy fortalice, old and desolate, and one sitting in the gate. For very joy their hearts melted within them, when they knew him for none other than Brandok the Har. So they embraced him, as one beyond hope risen from the grave, and he said, Through the straits of Malikafkaz was I borne, and wrecked at last on the lonely shore 10 leagues southward from this spot, whither I won alone, having lost my ship and all my dear companions. In my mind it was that ye must fare by this road to Nuelva, if ye suffered shipwreck in the outer coasts of Impland. Hearken, he said, and I will tell you a wonder. A 7 night have I awaited you in this roosting stead of daws and owls, and it is a caravanserai of great armies that pass by in the wilderness, and having parleyed with 2, I await the 3rd. For well I think that here I have made discovery of a great mystery, one that hath engaged the speculations of wise men for years. For on that day of my coming hither, when sunset was red as now you see it, behold an army marching up from the east, with great flags a-flaunting in the wind, and all kinds of music. Which I beholding, methought, if these be enemies, then goeth down my life's days with honour, and if friends, then cometh provender from those waggons of burthen that follow this army. A weighty argument, since not so much as the smell of victuals had I, save nasty nuts and berries of the open field, since I came forth of the sea. So went I, taking my weapons, on the walls of this spy fortalice, and hailed them, bidding them say forth their quality. And he that was their captain rode up under the walls, and hailed me with all courtesy and noble port. And who think ye 'twas? They answered not. One that hath been famous, said he, up and down the earth for a marvellous, valorous, and brave soldier of fortune. Have ye forgot the enterprise of Gaslark, that had its burying in Impland? Was he little and dark? Asked Juss, like a keen dagger suddenly unsheathed at midnight? Or bright with the splendour of a pen and spear at a jousting on high holiday? Or was he dangerous of aspect like an old sword, rusty in the midst, but bright at point and edge, brought forth for deeds of destiny at the fated day? Thine arrow striketh in the triple ring of the mark, said Lord Brandok the Har. Great of growth he was, and a very peacock of splendour in his panoply of war, and a great pitch-black stallion bare him. So I spake him fair, saying, O most magnificent and godlike Helteranius, conqueror in 100 fights, what makest thou these long years in outer Impland with this great head of men? And what dark lodestone draws you these 9 years, since with great sound of trumpets and tramp of horses, thou and Zeldonius and Jalcanius Faustus went forth to make Impland Gaslark's footstool, since which time all the world believeth you lost and dead? And he beheld me with alien eyes, and made answer, O Brandock de Har, the world journeyeth to its silly will, but I fare alway with my purpose before me. Be it 9 years, or but 9 moons, or 9 ages, what care I? Zeldonius would I encounter, and engage him in battle, that still fleeth before my face. Eat and drink with me tonight, but think not to detain me, nor to turn me to idle thoughts beside my purpose. For with the dawning of the day I must forth again in quest of Zeldonius. So I ate and drank, and was merry that night with Helteranius, in his pavilion of silk and gold. And with the dawn he marshalled his army, and marched westward toward the plains. And on the 3rd day, as I sat without this wall, cursing your slow coming, behold an army marching from the east, and one leading them mounted on a small dun horse. And he was clad in black armour shining like the raven's wing, with black eagle's plumes in his helm, and eyes like the eyes of a cat mountain, full of sparkling flame. Little was he, and fierce of face, and lithe and hard to look on, and tireless to look on, like a stoat. And I hailed him from where I sat, saying, O most notable and puissant Jalcanias Faustus, shatterer of the hosts of men, whitherward over the lonely heaths forlorn, thou and thy great armament. And he lighted down from his horse, and took me by the arms with both his hands, and said, If a man dream, to speak with dead men betokens profit, and art not thou of the dead, O Brandock de Har? For in forgotten days, that now spring up in my mind as flowers in a weed-choked garden after many years, so bloomest thou in my memory, great among the great ones of the world that was, thou and thine house in Crothering above the sea locks in many-mountain demon land. But oblivion, like a sounding sea, soundeth betwixt me and those days. And the noise of the surf stoppeth mine ears, and the mist of the sea darkeneth mine eyes that strain for a sight of those far times and the deeds thereof. Yet for those dead days' sake, eat with me and drink with me tonight, since here for a night once more I pitch my moving tent on Salapanta hills, and tomorrow I fare onward. For never may rest bring balm to my soul until I find out Helteranius, and smite his head from his shoulders. Great shame to him, but little marvel is it, that he still courseth before me as an hare. For traitors were ever dastards, and who ever heard tell of a more hellish, devilish, damned traitor than he? 9 years ago, when Zeldonius and I made ready to decide our quarrels by battle, word came to me in a lucky hour, how that this Helteranius with cunning colubrine, and malice viperine, and slight serpentine, went about to attack me in the rear. So turned I right about to crush him, but the fat chuff-cat was fled. So spake Jalcanias Faustus, and I ate and drank with him that night, and caroused with him in his tent. And at break of day he struck camp and rode westaway with his army. Brandock de Har ceased, and looked eastward toward the gates of night, and lo, an army faring up from the lower moorlands, toward them on the ridge, horsemen and footmen in dense array, and their captain on a great brown horse riding in the van. Long-limbed he was and lean, all armed in dusty, rusty armour, hacked and dinted in 100 fights, with worn leather gauntlets on his hands, and a faded campaigning cloak thrown back from his shoulders. He carried his casque at his saddle-bow, and his head was bare, the head of an old lean hunting dog, with white hair swept back from a rugged brow, where blue veins showed, great-nosed and bony-faced, with huge bushy white mustachios and eyebrows, and blue eyes gleaming from cavernous eye-sockets. His horse was cursed-looking, with ears laid back, and bloodshot dangerous eyes, and he in the saddle sat erect and unyielding as a lance. When he and his army came up upon the ridge, he drew rein and hailed the demons. And he said, On every 9th day these 9 years have I beheld this lonely place of earth, as I pursued after Jalcanias Faustus, but still eludeth me, and still fleeth before me. And this is strange, since he was ever a great fighter, and engaged these 9 years past to do battle with me. And now fear cometh upon me that eld draweth a veil of illusion athwart mine eyes, portending the approach of death or ever I perform my will. For here in the uncertain light of evening rise up before me shapes and semblances, as of guests of Gazloik the king in Zygesiculo in days gone by, old friends of Gazloik's out of many mountain demon land, Brandock de Har that slew the king of Witchland, and Spitfire of Owlswick, and Juss his brother, the same which had lordship over all the demons ere we fared to Impland, ghosts and back corners of a world forgot. But if ye be right flesh and blood, speak and discover yourselves. Juss answered him, O most redoubtable Zeldonius, and in war invincible, well might a man expect spirits of the dead on these quiet hills about cockshut time. And if thou deem as such, how much more shall we, that be wanderers new shipwrecked out of hungry seas, suppose thee but a shade, and these great hosts of thine but fetches of the dead that be departed, steaming up from Erebus as daylight dies? O most renowned and redoubtable Zeldonius, said Brandock de Har, thou wast once my guest in Crothering, To resolve thy doubts and ours, bid us to supper. It will matter indeed if spirits bodiless were able to bid wine and eat up earthly baked meats. So Zeldonius let pitch his tents, and appointed the 5th hour before midnight for those lords of Demonland to sup with him. Ere they foregathered in Zeldonius' tent, they spake among themselves, and Spitfire said, Was ever such a wonder, or such a pitiful trick of the fates, as bringeth these 3 great captains to waste the remnant of their days in this remote wilderness? Doubt not but there's practice in it, that maketh them march these long years this changeless round, each fleeing one that would fain encounter him, and still seeking another that flies before him. Never went man with that look of the eyes Zeldonius hath, said Just, but he was a man ensorcelled. With such a look, said Brandok the Har, went Helteranius and Jalcanias. But mark our interest. 'Twere good to break the charm and claim their help for our pains. Shall show the old lion all the truth of this fact tonight? So spake Lord Brandok the Har, and those 3 deemed his counsel good. So at supper, when men's hearts were gladdened with good cheer, the Lord just sate him down by Zeldonius and opened to him this matter, saying, O renowned Zeldonius, how befalleth it that these 9 years thou pursuest after Jalcanias Faustus, shatterer of hosts, and what was your difference betwixt you that set you by the ears? Zeldonius said, O Jus, must I answer thee by reasons in this matter that is ruled by the high stars and fate that lays men at their length? Enough for thee that unpeace befell betwixt me and Jalcanias mighty in war, and it was confirmed between us that by the arbitrament of the bloody field we should end our difference. But he abode me not, and these 9 years I seek to meet with him in vain. There was a 3rd of you, said Jus. What tidings hast thou of Helteranius? Zeldonius answered him, No tidings. Wilt thou, said Just, that I enlighten thee hereon? Zeldonius said, Thou and thy fellows alone of the children of men have spoken with me since these things began. For they that dwelt in this region fled years ago, accounting the place accursed. A paltry crew they were, and mean meat enow for our swords. Speak then if thou meanest me well, and show me all. Helteranius, said Lord Jus, pursueth thee these 9 years, as thou pursuest Jalcanias Faustus. My cousin here hath seen him but 6 days ago, in this same place, and talked with him, and shook him by the hand, and knew his mind. Surely ye be all 3 holden by some enchantment, that being old comrades in arms, so strangely and to so little purpose, to pursue each the other's life. I prithee, let us be a mean betwixt you all to set you at one again, and free you from so strange a thraldom. But with those words spoken was Zeldonius grown red as blood. In a while he said it were black treachery. I'll not credit it. But Lord Brandok the Har answered him, From his own lips I received it, O Zeldonius, and thereto I plight my troth. This besides, that Jalcanias Faustus was turned from battling with thee 9 years ago, as he himself hath told me, and made firmly saying with the most fearful oaths, by intelligence brought him that Helteranius was in that hour minded to take him in the rear. Ay, said Spitfire, and unto this day he marcheth on Helteranius' track as thou on his. With those words spoken was Zeldonius grown yellow as old parchment, and his white mustachios bristled like a lion's. He sat silent a while, then, resting upon Just the cold and steady gaze of his blue eyes, The world comes back to me, he said, and this memory therewith, that they of Demonland were truth-tellers, whether to friend or foe, and ever held it shame to cog and lie. All they bowed gravely, and he said with a great low of anger in his eyes, This Helteranius deviseth against me, it well appeareth, the self-same treachery, whereof he was falsely accused to Jalcanias Faustus. There were no likelier place to crush him than here on Salapanta Ridge. If I stand here to abide his onset, the lie of the ground befriendeth me, and Jalcanias cometh at his heels to gather the broken meats after I have made my feast. Brandok the Har said in Jus's ear, Our peacemaking taketh a pretty turn, heels of the air, monstrous and ladylike. But naught they could say would move Zeldonius, so in the end they offered him their backing in this adventure. And when the day is won, then shalt thou lend us thy might in our enterprise, and aid us in our wars with Witchland that be for to come. But Zeldonius said, O Jus, and ye lords of Demonland, I yield you thanks, but ye shall not meddle in this battle. For we came 3 captains with our hosts unto this land, and beheld the land and laid it under us. Ours it is, and if any meddle or make with us, where we never saw set at enmity one with another, we must join together in his despite and bring him to bane. Be still then, and behold and see what birth fate shall bring forth on Salapanta Hills. But if I live, thereafter shall ye have my friendship and my help in all your enterprises whatsoever. For a while he sat without speech, his stark veined hands clenched on the board before him. Then, rising, went without word to the door of his pavilion to study the night. Then turned he back to Lord Just, and spake to him, Know that when this moon now past was but 3 days old, I began to be troubled with a catarrh or rheum which yet troubleth me. And well thou wottest that whoso falleth sick on the 3rd day of the moon's age, he will die. Tonight also is a new moon, and of a Saturday, and that betokeneth fighting and bloodshed. Also the wind bloweth from the south, and he that beginneth that game with the south wind shall have the victory. With such uncertain blackness and brightness openeth the door of fate before me. Just bowed his head and said, O Zeldonius, thy speech is sooth. I was ever a fighter, said Zeldonius. Far into the night sat they in the tent of renowned Zeldonius, drinking and talking of life and destiny and old wars, and the chances of war and great adventure. And an hour after midnight they parted, and Just and Spitfire and Brandok the Half betook them to their rest in the watchtower on the ridge of Salapanta. On such wise passed 3 days by, Zeldonius waiting with his army on the hill, and the demons supping with him nightly. And on the 3rd day he drew out his army as for battle, expecting Heltoranius. But neither that day, nor the next day following, brought sight nor tidings of Heltoranius, and strange it seemed to them, and hard to guess, what turn of fortune had delayed his coming. The 6th night was overcast, and murk darkness covered the earth. When supper was done, as the demons betook themselves to their sleeping place, they heard a scuffle, and the voice of Brandok the Har, who went foremost of them, crying, Here have I caught a heath-dog's whelp. Give me a light. What shall I do with him? Men were roused and lights brought, and Brandok the Har surveyed that which he held pinioned by the arms, caught by the entrance to the fortalice. One with scared wild beast eyes and a swart face, golden earrings in his ears, and a thick, close-cropped beard interlaced with gold wire twisted among its curls. Bare-armed, with a tunic of otter-skin, and wide hairy trousers cross-stitched with silver thread, a circlet of gold on his head, and frizzled dark hair plaited in 2 thick tails that hung forward over his shoulders. His lips were drawn back, like a cross-grained dog's, snarling betwixt fear and fierceness, and his white pointed teeth and the whites of his eyes flashed in the torchlight. So they had him with him then into the tower, and set him before them, and just said, Fear not, but tell forth unto us thy name and lineage, and what brings thee lurking in the night about our lodging. We mean thee no hurt, so thou practise not against us and our safety. Art thou a dweller in this impland, or a wanderer like as we be, from countries beyond the seas? Hast thou companions? And if so, where be they, and what, and how many? And the stranger gnashed upon him with his teeth, and said, O devils transmarine, mock not but slay. Just entreated him kindly, giving him meat and drink, and in a while made question of him once more, What is thy name? Whereto he replied, O devil transmarine, pity of thine ignorance, sith thou know'st not Mivarsh Faz. And he fell into a great passion of weeping, crying aloud, Woe worth the woe that is fallen upon all the land of Impland. What's the matter? Said Just. But Mivarsh ceased not to wail and to lament, saying, Out Harrow and alas for Fax Fe Faz, and Ilarosh Faz, and Lermesh Faz, and Gandasa Faz, and all the great ones in the land. And when they would have questioned him, he cried again, Curse ye bitterly Filpritz Faz, which betrayed us into the hand of the devil Ultramontane in the castle of Orpish. What devil is this thou speakest of? Asked Just. He hath come, he answered, over the mountains out of the north country, that alone was able to answer Fax Fe Faz, and the voice of his speech is like unto the roaring of a bull. Out of the north, said Just, giving him more wine, and exchanging glances with Spitfire and Brandok the Har. I would hear more of this. Mivarsh drank and said, O devils transmarine, ye give me strong waters which comfort my soul, and ye speak me soft words. But shall I not fear soft words? Soft words were spoke by this devil Ultramontane, when he and cursed Filpritz spake soft words unto us in Orpish, unto me and unto Fax Fe Faz, and Gandasa and Ilarosh, and unto all of us, after our overthrowing battle against him by the banks of Arlen. Just asked, Of what fashion is he to look on? He hath a great yellow beard, beflecked with grey, said Mivarsh, and a bold shiny pate, and standeth big as a neat. Just spake apart to Brandok the Har. There's matter in it if this be true. And Brandok the Har poured forth unto Mivarsh, and bade him drink again, saying, O Mivarsh Faz, we be strangers and guests in wide-flung Impland. Be it known to thee that our power is beyond ken, and our wealth transcendeth the imagination of man. Yet is our benevolence of like measure with our power and riches, overflowing us honey from our hearts, and to such as receive us openly, and tell us that which is. Only be warned, that if any lie to us, or assay craftily to delude us, not the manticores that lodge beyond the Maruna were more dreadful to that man than we. Mivarsh quailed, but answered him, Use me well, you were best, and you shall hear from me naught but what is true. First with the sword he vanquished us, and then with subtle words invited us to talk with him in Orpish, pretending friendship. But they are all dead that hearkened to him. For when he held them closed up in the council room in Orpish, himself went secretly forth, while his men laid hands on Gandasa-Faz, and on Ilarosh-Faz, and on Fax-Fair-Faz that was greatest amongst us, and on Lermesh-Faz, and cut off their heads and set them up on poles without the gate. And our armies that waited without were dismayed to see the heads of the Fazes of Implant so set on poles, and the armies of the devils Ultramontane still threatening us with death. And this big, bold, bearded devil spake them of Implant fair, saying these that he had slain were their oppressors, and he would give them their heart's desire if they would be his men, and he would make them free, every man, and share out all Implant amongst them. So were the common sort befooled, and brought under by this bold devil from beyond the mountains, and now none withstandeth him in all Implant. But I that had held back from his council in Orpish, fearing his guile, hardly escaped from my folk that rose against me, and I fled into the woods and wildernesses. Where last saw ye him? Asked Juss. Nivosh answered him, a 3 days' journey northwest of this, at Tormerish in Achari. What made he there? Asked Juss. Nivosh answered, still devising evil. Against whom? Asked Juss. Nivosh answered, against Zeldornius, which is a devil transmarine. Give me some more wine, said Juss, and fill again a beaker for Nivosh-Faz. I do love naught so much as tale-telling o' nights. With whom devised he against Zeldornius? Nivosh answered, with another devil from beyond seas. I have forgot his name. Drink and remember, said Juss, or if 'tis gone from thee, paint me his picture. He hath about my business, said Nivosh, that was little of stature. His eyes be bright, and he somewhat favoureth this one, pointing at Spitfire, though belike he hath not all so fierce a face. He is lean-faced and dark of skin. He goeth in black iron. Is he Jalcanias Faustus? Asked Juss, and Nivosh answered, aye. There's musk and amber in thy speech, said Juss. I must have more of it. What mean they to do? This, said Nivosh. As I sat listening in the dark without their tent, it was made absolute that this Jalcanias had been deceived in supposing that another devil transmarine, whom men call Helteranius, had been minded to do treacherously against him. Whereas, as the bold devil made him believe, 'twas no such thing. And so it was concluded that Jalcanias should send riders after Helteranius to make peace between them, and that they two should forthwith join to kill Zeldornius, one falling on him in the front, and the other in the rear. So 'tis come to this, said Spitfire. And when they have Zeldornius slain, said Nivosh, then must they help this bold pate in his undertakings. And so pay him for his reeds, said Juss, and Nivosh answered, even so. One more thing I would know, said Juss. How great a following hath he in Implant? The greatest strength that he can make, answered Nivosh, of devils Ultramontane, is, as I think, 200. Many imps beside will follow him, but they have but our country weapons. Lord Brandok de Hart took Juss by the arm and went forth with him into the night. The frosted grass crunched under their tread. Strange stars blinked in the south in a windy space betwixt cloud and sleeping earth. Achenar near the meridian bedimming all lesser fires with its pure radiance. So cometh Corund upon us as an eagle out of the sightless blue, said Brandok de Hart, with 12 times our forces, to let us the weight of the Maruna, and all Implant like a spaniel smiling at his heel, if indeed this simple soul say true, as I think he doth. Thou fallest all of a holiday mood, said Juss, at the first scenting of this great hazard. O Juss, cried Brandok de Hart, thine own breath lighteneth at it, and thy words come more sprightly forth. Are not all lands, all airs, one country to us, so there be great doings afoot to keep bright our swords? Juss said, ere we sleep I will inform Zeldornius how the wind shifteth. He must face both ways now, till this field be cut. This battle must not go against him, for his enemies be engaged, if Nivosh say true, to give the help of their swords to Corund. So fared they to Zeldornius' tent, and Juss said by the way, of this be satisfied, Corund beareth not blade on the hills of Salapanta. The king hath intelligences to keep him advertised of all enchanted circles of the world, and well he knoweth what influences move here, and with what danger to themselves outlanders draw sword here, as witness the doom fulfilled these 9 years by these 3 captains. Therefore will Corund, instructed in these things by his master that sent him, look to deal with us otherwhere than in this charmed corner of the earth, and he were as well take a bear by the tooth as meddle in the fight that now impendeth, and so bring upon him these 3 seasoned armies joined in one for his destruction. They passed the guard with the watchword, and waked Zeldornius and told him all, and he, muffled in his great faded cloak, went forth to see guards were set, and all sure against an onslaught from either side. and standing by his tent to give good night to those lords of Demonland, he said, "It lights me better, sir. I ever was a fighter. So, one fight more." The morrow dawned and passed uneventful, and the morrow's morrow. But on the third morning after the coming of Mivarsh, behold, east and west, great armies marching from the plains, and Zeldonius' array drawn up to meet them on the ridge, with weapons gleaming and horses champing, and trumpets blowing the call of battle. No greetings were betwixt them, nor so much as a message of challenge or defiance, but Jalcanias with his black riders rushed to the onset from the west, and Helteranius from the east. But Zeldonius, like a grey old wolf, snapping now this way, now that, stemmed the tide of their onslaught. So began the battle great and fell, and continued the livelong day. Thrice on either side Zeldonius went forth with a great strength of chosen men, insomuch that his enemies fled before him as the partridge doth before the sparrow-hawk. And thrice did Helteranius, and thrice Jalcanias Faustus, rally and hurl him back, mounting the ridge anew. But when it drew near to evening, and the dark day darkened toward night, the battle ceased, dying down suddenly into silence. Those lords of Demonland came down from their tower, and walked among the heaps of dead men slain, toward a piece of slabby rock in the neck of the ridge. Here, alone on that field, Zeldonius leaned upon his spear, gazing downward in a study, his arm cast about the neck of his old brown horse, who hung his head and sniffed the ground. Through a rift in the western clouds the sun glared forth, but his beams were not so red as the linden bent of Salapanta field. As Juss and his companions drew near, no sound was heard save from the fortalice behind them, a discordant plucking of a harp, and the voice of Mivarsh where he walked and harped before the walls, singing this ditty: "The hag is astride this night for to ride, the devil and she together, through thick and through thin, now out and then in, though ne'er so foul be the way. A thorn or a burr she takes for a spur, with a lash of a bramble she rides now, through brakes and through briars, o'er ditches and mires, she follows the spirit that guides now. No beast for his food dares now range the wood, but hushed in his lair he lies lurking, while mischiefs by these, on land and on seas, at noon of night are a-working. The storm will arise, and trouble the skies, this night and more for the wonder. The ghost from the tomb affrighted shall come, called out by the clap of the thunder." When they were come to Zeldonius, the Lord Juss spake, saying, "O most redoubtable Zeldonius, renowned in war, surely thy prognostications by the moon were true. Behold the noble victory thou hast obtained upon thine enemies." But Zeldonius answered him not, still gazing downwards before his feet. And there was Helteranius fallen, the sword of Jalcanias Faustus standing in his heart, and his right hand grasping still his own sword that had given Jalcanias his bane sword. So looked they a while on those two great captains slain. And Zeldonius said, "Speak not comfortably to me of victory, O Juss. So long as that sword, and that had his master alive, I did not more desire mine own safety than their destruction, who with me in days gone by made conquest of wide inland. And see with what a poising violence they laboured my undoing, and in what an unexpected ruin are they suddenly broken and gone." And as one grown into a deep sadness, he said, "Where were all heroical parts but in Helteranius? And a man might make a garment for the moon, sooner than fit the o'erleaping actions of great Jalcanias, who now leaveth but his body to be dung that earth that was lately shaken at his terror. I have waded in red blood to the knee, and in this hour, in my old years, the world is become for me a vision only, and a mock show." Therewith he looked on the demons, and there was that in his eyes that stayed their speech. In a while he spake again, saying, "I swear unto you my furtherance if I prevailed, but now is mine army passed away as wax wasteth before the fire, and I wait the dark ferryman who tarrieth for no man. Yet since never have I wrought mine obligations in sandy, but in marble memories, and since victory is mine, receive these gifts. And first thou, O Brandock Dahar, my sword, since before thou wast of years 18 thou wast accounted the mightiest among men-at-arms. Mightily may it avail thee, as me in time gone by. And unto thee, O Spitfire, I give this cloak. Old it is, yet may it stand thee in good stead, since this virtue it hath, that he who weareth it shall not fall alive into the hands of his enemies. Wear it for my sake. But unto thee, O Juss, give I no gift, for rich thou art of all good gifts. Only my good will give I unto thee, ere earth gape for me." So they thanked him well. And he said, "Depart from me, since now approacheth that which must complete this day's undoing." So they fared back to the spy fortalice, and night came down on the hills. A great wind, moaning out of the hueless west, tore the clouds as a ragged garment, revealing the lonely moon that fled naked betwixt them. As the demons looked backward in the moonlight to where Zeldonius stood gazing on the dead, a noise as of thunder made the firm land tremble, and drowned the howling of the wind. And they beheld how earth gaped for Zeldonius. After that, the dark shut down athwart the moon, and night and silence hung on the field of Salapanta. End of Chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 10. The Marchlands of the Maruna. Of the journey of the demons from Salapanta to Eshgra-Ogo, wherein is set down concerning the lady of Ishne-Namatra, and other notable matters. Mivarsh Faz came betimes on the morrow to the lords of Demonland, and found them ready for the road. So he asked them where their journey lay, and they answered, East. Eastward, said Mivarsh, all ways lead to the Maruna. None may go thither and not die. But they laughed and answered him, Do not too narrowly define our power, sweet Mivarsh, restraining it to thy capacities. Know that our journey is a matter determined of, and it is fixed with nails of diamond to the wall of inevitable necessity. They took leave of him and went their ways with their small army. For 4 days they journeyed through deep woods, carpeted with the leaves of 1,000 autumns, where at midmost noon twilight dwelt among hushed woodland noises, and solemn eyeballs glared nightly between the tree trunks, gazing on the demons as they marched or took their rest. The 5th day, and the 6th, and the 7th, they journeyed by the southern margin of a gravelly sea, made all of sand and gravel, and no drop of water, yet ebbing and flowing away with great waves, as another sea doth, never standing still and never at rest. And always by day and night, as they came through the desert, was a great noise very hideous, and a sound as it were of tambourines and trumpets. Yet was the place solitary to the eye, and no living thing afoot there, save their company faring to the east. On the 8th day they left the shore of that waterless sea, and came by broken rocky ground to the descent to a wide vale, shelterless and unfruitful, with the broad stony bed of a little river winding in the strath. Here, looking eastward, they beheld in the lustre of a late bright shining sun a castle of red stone, on a terrace of the fellside beyond the valley. Just said, We can be there before nightfall, and there we will take guesting. When they drew near, they were aware, betwixt sunset and moonlight, of one sitting on a boulder in their path, about a furlong from the castle, as if gazing on them, and awaiting their coming. But when they came to the boulder, there was no such person. So they passed on their way toward the castle, and when they looked behind them, lo, there was he sitting on the boulder, bearing his head in his hands, a strange thing which would cause any man to abhor. The castle gate stood open, and they entered in, and so by the courtyard to a great hall, with the board set as for a banquet, and bright fires, and 100 candles burning in the still air. But no living thing was there to be seen, nor a voice heard in all that castle. Lord Brandok Dahar said, In this land to fail of marvels only for an hour were the strangest marvel. Banquet we lightly, and so to bed. So they sat down and ate, and drank of the honey-sweet wine, till all thoughts of war and hardship, and the unimagined perils of the wilderness, and Corin's great army preparing their destruction, faded from their minds, and the spirit of slumber wooed their weary frames. Then a faint music, troublous in its voluptuous wild sweetness, floated on the air, and they beheld a lady enter on the dais. Beautiful she seemed beyond the beauty of mortal women. In her dark hair was the likeness of the horned moon, in honey-coloured cymophanes, every stone whereof held a straight beam of light imprisoned, that quivered and gleamed as sunbeams quiver wading in the clear deeps of a summer sea. She wore a coat hardy of soft crimson silk, close-fitting, so that she did truly apparel her apparel, and with her own loveliness made it more sumptuous. She said, My lords and guests in Ishne-Namatra, there be beds of down and sheets of lawn for all of you that be aweary. But know that I keep a sparrow-hawk sitting on a perch in the eastern tower, and he that will wake my sparrow-hawk this night long, alone without any company and without sleep, I shall come to him at the night's end, and shall grant unto him the first thing that he will ask me of earthly things. So saying, she departed like a dream. Brandok Dahar said, Cast we lots for this adventure.
but just spake against it, saying, There's likely some guile herein. We must not in this accursed land suffer aught to seduce our minds, but follow our set purpose. We must not be of those who go forth for wool and come home shorn. Brandok Dahar and Spitfire mocked at this, and cast lot between themselves. And the lot fell upon Lord Brandok Dahar. Thou shalt not deny me this, said he to Lord Juss, else will I never more do thee good. I never could yet deny thee anything, answered Juss. Art not thou and I finger and thumb? Only forget not, whatsoe'er betide, wherefore we be come hither. Art not thou and I finger and thumb? Said Brandok Dahar. Fear nothing, O friend of my heart, I'll not forget it. So while the others slept, Brandok Dahar waked the Sparrowhawk night long in the eastern chamber. For all that the cold hillside without was rough with hoarfrost, the air was warm in that chamber and heavy, disposing strongly to sleep. Yet he closed not an eye, but still beheld the Sparrowhawk, telling it stories and tweaking it by the tail ever and anon as it grew drowsy. And it answered shortly and boorishly, looking upon him malevolently. And with the golden dawn, behold that lady in the shadowy doorway. At her entering in, the Sparrowhawk clicked its wings as in anger, and without more ado tucked its beak beneath its wing and went to sleep. But that bright lady, looking on the Lord Brandok Dahar, spake and said, Require it of me, my Lord Brandok Dahar, that which thou most desirest of earthly things. But he, as one bedazzled, stood up, saying, O lady, is not thy beauty at the dawn of day an irradiation that might dispel the mists of hell? My heart is ravished with thy loveliness, and only fed with thy sight. Therefore thy body will I have, and none other thing earthly. Thou art a fool, she cried, that knowest not what thou askest. Of all things earthly mightest thou have taken choose, but I am not earthly. He answered, I will have naught else. Thou dost embrace then a great danger, said she, and loss of all thy good luck, for thee and thy friends beside. But Brandok Dahar, seeing how her face became on a sudden such as are new-blown roses at the dawning, and her eyes wide and dark with love-longing, came to her and took her in his arms, and fell to kissing and embracing of her. On such wise they abode for a while, that he was ware of no thing else on earth, save only the sense-maddening caress of that lady's hair, the perfume of it, the kiss of her mouth, the swell and fall of that lady's breast straining against his. She said in his ear softly, I see thou art too masterful. I see thou art one who will be denied nothing, on whatsoever thine heart is set. Come. And they passed by a heavy curtained doorway into an inner chamber, where the air was filled with the breath of myrrh and nard and ambergris, the fragrancy as of sleeping loveliness. Here, amid the darkness of rich hangings and subdued glints of gold, a warm radiance of shaded lamps watched above the couch, great and broad and downy-coloured. And here, for a long time, they solaced them with love and all delight. Even as all things have an end, he said at the last, O my lady, mistress of hearts, here would I abide ever, abandoning all else for thy love's sake. But my companions tarry for me in thine halls below, and great matters wait on my direction. Give me thy divine mouth once again, and bid me adieu. She was lying as if asleep across his breast, smooth-skinned, white, worn, with shapely throat leaned backward against the sparse odorous darknesses of her unbound hair, one tress, heavy and splendid like a python, coiled between white arm and bosom. Swift as a snake she turned, clinging fiercely about him, pressing fiercely again to his her insatiable, sweet, fervent lips, crying that here must he dwell unto eternity in the intoxication of perfect love and pleasure. But when in the end, gently constraining her to loose him and let him go, he arose and clothed and armed him, that lady caught about her a translucent robe of silvery sheen, as when the summer moon veils but not hides with a filmy cloud her beauty's splendour, and so standing before him spake and said, Go then, this is got by casting of pearls to hogs. I may not slay thee, since over thy body I have no other power. But because thou shalt not laugh over much, having required me of that which was beyond the pact, and being enjoyed is now slighted of thee and abused, therefore know, proud man, that 3 gifts I here will grant thee thereto, of mine own choosing. Thou shalt have war and not peace. He that thou worst hatest shall throw down and ruin thy fair lordship, Crothering Castle and the mains thereof. And though vengeance shall overtake him at the last, by another's hand than thine shall it come, and to thine hand shall it be denied. Therewith she fell a-weeping. And the Lord Brandok Dahar, with great resolution, went forth from the chamber, and looking back from the threshold, he beheld both that and the outer chamber void of lady and sparrowhawk both, and a great weariness came suddenly upon him. So, going down, he found Lord Juss and his companions sleeping on the cold stones, and the banquet hall empty of all gear, and dank with moss and cobwebs, and bats sleeping head downward among the crumbling roof beams. Nor was any sign of last night's banqueting. So Brandok Dahar roused his companions, and told Juss how he had fared, and of the weird laid on him by that lady. And there went greatly wondering forth of the accursed castle of Ishnain na Martra, glad to come off so scatheless. On that 9th day of their journey from Salapanta, they came through wastelands of stone and living rock, where not so much as an earth-louse stirred with life. Gorges split the earth here and there, rock-walled labyrinths of gloom, unvisited for ever by sunbeam or moonbeam, turbulent in their depths with waters that leapt and churned for ever, never still and never silent. So was that day's journey tortuous, turning now up, now down along those river-banks to find crossing places. When they were halted at noon by the deepest rift they had yet beheld, there came one hastening to them, and fell down by Juss and lay panting face to earth, as breathless from long running. And when they raised him up, behold Mivarsh Faz, harnessed in the gear of a black rider of Jalkanias Faustus, and armed with axe and sword. Great was his agitation, and he speechless for lack of breath. They used him kindly, and gave him to drink from a great skin of wine, Zeldonius' gift. And anon he said, "He hath armed countless hundreds of our folk, with weapons taken from Salapanta field. These, led by the devils his sons, with Philprits cursed of the gods, be gone before to hold all the ways be east of you. Night and day have I ridden and run to warn you. Himself with his main strength of devils ultramontane rideth hot on your tracks." They thanked him well, marvelling much that he should be at such pains to advertise them of their danger. "I have eat your salt," answered he, "and moreover ye are against this naughty wicked bald head that came over the mountains to oppress us. Therefore I would do you good. But I can little, for I am poor that was rich in land and fee, and I am alone that had formerly 500 spearmen lodging in my halls to do my pleasure." "There's need to do quickly that we do," said Lord Brandok Dahar. "How great start of him hadst thou?" "He must be upon you in an hour or twain," said Mivarsh, and fell a-weeping. "To cope him in the open," said Juss, "were great glory, and our certain death." "Give me to think but a minute's while," said Brandok Dahar. And while they busked them, he walked musing by the lip of that ravine, switching pebbles over the edge with his sword. Then he said, "This is without doubt that stream Athrashar, spoken of by Gro. O Mivarsh, runneth not this flood of Athrashar south to the salt lakes of Ogor Morveor? And was there not there about a hold named Eshgra Ogor?" Mivarsh answered, "This is so. But never I heard of any so witless as go thither. Here where we stand is the land fearsome enough, but Eshgra Ogor standeth at the very edge of the Maruna. No man hath harboured there these 100 years." "Standeth it yet?" said Brandok Dahar. "For all I wot of," answered Mivarsh. "Is it strong?" he asked. "In old times it was thought no place stronger," answered Mivarsh. "But ye were as well die here by the hand of the devils ultramontane, as there be torn in pieces by bad spirits." Brandok Dahar turned him about to Juss. "It is resolved," said he. Juss answered, "Yea," and forthwith they started at a great pace south along the river. "Methought you should have gotten clean away ere this," said Mivarsh as they went. "This is but 9 or 10 days' journey, and 'tis now the 16th day since ye did leave me on Salapanta hills." Brandok Dahar laughed. "16th," said he. "Thou'lt be rich, Mivarsh, if thou reckon gold pieces of this fashion thou dost days. This is but our 9th day's journey." But Mivarsh stood stoutly to it, saying that was the 7th day after their departure when Corrund first came to Salapanta, and I, fleeing now 9 days before his face, chanced on your tracks, and now out of all expectation on you. Nor for all their mocking would he be turned from this. And when, as they still pressed through the desert southward, the sun declined and set in a clear sky, behold the moon a little past her full, and just so that she was 7 days older than on that night she was when they came to Ishnain na Martra. So he showed this wonder to Brandok Dahar and Spitfire, and much they marvelled. "You are much to thank me," said Brandok Dahar, "that I kept you not a full year awaiting of me. Beshrew me, but that 7 days' space seemed to me but an hour." "Likely enow to thee," said Spitfire somewhat greenly, "but all we slept the week out on the cold stones, and I am half lamed yet with the ache on't." "Nay," said Just, laughing, "I will not have thee blame him." The moon was high when they came to the salt lakes, that lay one a little above the other in rocky basins. Their waters were like rough silver, and the harsh face of the wilderness was black and silver in the moonlight. And it was as a country of dead bones, blind and sterile beneath the moon. Betwixt the lakes a rib of rock rose monstrous to an eminence crag-begirt on every side, with dark walls ringing it round above the cliffs. Thither they hastened, and as they climbed and stumbled among the crags, a she-owl squeaked on the battlements, and took wing ghost-like above their heads. The teeth of Mivarsh Faz chattered, but right glad were the demons as they won up the rocks, and entered at last into that deserted burg. Without, the night was still, but fires were burning in the desert eastward, and others, as they watched, were kindled in the west, and soon was the circle joined of twinkling points of red about Eshgra-Ogo and the lakes. Just said, "By an hour have we forestalled them, and behold how he ringeth us about, as men ring a scorpion in flame." So they made all sure, and set the guard, and slept until past dawn. But Mivarsh slept not, for terror of hop thrushes from the marina. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 11. The Burg of Eshgra-Ogo. Of the Lord Corun's besieging of the burg above the lakes of Orgomoveo, and what befell there betwixt him and the demons, wherein is also an example how the subtle of heart standeth at whiles in great danger of his death. When the Lord Corund knew of a surety that he held them of Demonland shut up in Eshgra-Ogo, he let diet supper in his tent, and made a surfeit of venison pasties, and heathcocks, and lobsters from the lakes. Therewith he drank nigh a skinful of sweet dark Thramnian wine, in such sort that an hour before midnight, becoming speechless, he was holpen by Gro to his couch, and slept a great deep sleep till morning. Gro watched in the tent, his right elbow propped on the table, his cheek resting on his hand, his left hand reaching forward with delicate fingers, toying now with the sleek heavy perfumed masses of his beard, now with the goblet, whence he sipped ever and anon pale wine of Permior. His thoughts, inconstant as insects in a summer garden, flitted ever round and round, resting now on the scene before him, the great form of his general wrapped in slumber, now on other scenes sundered by great gulfs of time, or weary leagues of perilous ways. So that in one instant he saw in fancy that lady in Carse welcoming her lord returned in triumph, and him, maybe, crowned king of new vanquished Impland, and in the next, swept from the future to the past, beheld again the great sending off in Zajezaculo, Gazlock in his splendour on the golden stairs, saying adieu to those three captains and their matchless armament, foredoomed to dogs and crawls on Salapanta hills. And always, like a gloomy background darkening his mind, loomed the yawning void, featureless and vast, beyond the investing circle of Corun's armies, the blind blasted emptiness of the marina. With such fancies, melancholy like a great bird settled upon his soul. The lights flickered in their sockets, and for very weariness Gro's eyelids closed at length over his large liquid eyes, and, too tired to stir from his seat to seek his couch, he sank forward on the table, his head pillowed on his arms. The red glow of the brazier slumbered ever dimmer and dimmer on the slender form and black shining curls of Gro, and on the mighty frame of Corund, where he lay with one great spurred booted leg stretched along the couch, and the other flung out sideways, resting its heel on the ground. It wanted but 2 hours of noon when a sunbeam striking through an opening in the hangings of the tent shone upon Corun's eyelids, and he awoke fresh and brisk as a youth on a hunting morn. He waked Gro, and giving him a clap on the shoulder, "Thou wrongest a fair morn," he said. "The devil damn me black as buttermilk, if it be not great shame in thee, and I, that was born this day 46 years, as the years come about, busy with mine affairs since sunrise." Gro yawned and smiled and stretched himself. "O Corund," he said, "counterfeit a livelier wonder in thine eyes if thou wilt persuade me thou sawest the sunrise. For I think that were as a new and unexampled a sight for thee as any I could produce to thee in Impland." Corund answered, "Truly, I was seldom so uncivil as surprise Madame Aurora in her nightgown." and the thrice or four times I have been forced thereto taught me it is an hour of crude airs and mists which breed cold dark humours in the body, an hour when the torch of life burns weakest. Within there! Bring me my morning draught! The boy brought 2 cups of white wine, and while they drank, "A thin, ungracious drink is the wellspring," said Coron, "a drink for queasy-stomached skipjacks, for sand-leverets, not for men. And like it is the day-spring, an ungrateful sapless hour, an hour for stab-i-the-backs and cold-blooded betrayers. Ah, give me wine," he cried, "and noonday vices and brazen-browed iniquities." "Yet there's many a deed of profit done by owl-light," said Gro. "Aye," said Coron, "deeds of darkness, and there, my lord, I'm still thy scholar. Come, let's be doing." And taking his helm and weapons, and buckling about him his great wolfskin cloak, for the air was eager and frosty without, he strode forth. Gro wrapped himself in his fur mantle, drew on his lambskin gloves, and followed him. "If thou wilt take my rede," said Lord Gro, as they looked on Eshgro Ogo, stark in the barren sunlight, "thou wilt do this honour to Philpritz, which I question not he much desireth, to suffer him and his folk take first knock at this nut. It hath a hard look. Pity it were to waste good witchland blood in a first assault, when these vile instruments stand ready to our purpose." Coron grunted in his beard, and with Gro at his elbow paced in silence through the lines, his keen eyes searching ever the cliffs and walls of Eshgro Ogo, till, in some half-hour's space, he halted again before his tent, having made a complete circuit of the burg. Then he spake, "Put me in yonder fighting stead, and if it were only but I and 50 able lads to man the walls, yet would I hold it against 10,000. Gro held his peace a while, and then said, "Thou speakest this in all sadness?" "In sober sadness," answered Corrund, squaring his shoulders at the burg. "Then thou'lt not assault it?" Corrund laughed. "Not assault it, quotha! That were a sweet tale twixt the boiled and the roast in Gorice. I'd not assault it." "Yet consider," said Gro, taking him by the arm. "So shapeth the matter in my mind. They be few and shut up in a little place, in this far land, out of reach and out of mind of all succour. Were they devils and not men, the multitude of our armies and thine own tried qualities must daunt them. Be the place never so cocksure, doubt not some doubts thereof must poison their security. Therefore, before thou risk a repulse which must dispel those doubts, use thine advantage. Bid just to a parley. Offer him conditions, it skills not what. Bribe them out into the open." "A pretty plan," said Corrund. "Thou'lt merit wisdom's crown if thou canst tell me what conditions we can offer that they would take. And whilst thou riddlest that, remember that though thou and I be masters hereabouts, another reigns in Gorice." Lord Gro laughed gently. "Leave jesting," he said, "O Corrund, and never hope to gull me to believe thee such a babe in policy. Shall the king blame us though we sign away Demonland, aye, and the wide world besides, to lure him forth? Unless indeed we were so neglectful of our interest as suffer him once forth to elude our clutches." "Gro," said Corrund, "I love thee, but hardly canst thou receive things as I receive them, that have dealt all my days in great stripes, given and taken in the open field. I sticked not to take part in thy notable treason against these poor snakes of Impland that we trapped in Orpish. All's fair against such dirt. Besides, great need was upon us then, and hard it is for an empty sack to stand straight. But here is far other matter. All's won here but the plucking of the apple. It is the very main of my ambition to humble these demons openly, by the terror of my sword. Wherefore I will not use upon them cogs and stops and all thy devilish tricks, such as should bring me more of scorn than of glory in the eyes of aftercomers." So speaking, he issued command, and sent an herald to go forth beneath the battlements with a flag of truce. And the herald cried aloud and said, "From Corrund of Witchland unto the lords of Demonland, thus saith the Lord Corrund, I hold this burg of Eshgro Ogo as a nut betwixt the crackers. Come down and speak with me in the bateable land before the burg, and I swear to you peace and grith while we parley, and thereto pledge I mine honour as a man of war." So when the due ceremonies were performed, the Lord Just came down from Eshgro Ogo, and with him the Lords Spitfire and Brandok Dahar, and 20 men to be their bodyguard. Corrund went to meet them with his guard about him, and his 4 sons that fared with him to Impland, Hackmon namely, and Hemming, and Viglas, and Domarnes, sullen and dark young men, likely of look, of a little less fierceness than their father. Gro, fair to see and slender as a racehorse, went at his side, muffled to the ears in a cloak of ermine, and behind came Philpritz Faz, helmed with a winged helm of iron and gold. a gilded corslet had Philpritz, and trousers of panther's skin, and he came a-slinking at Corrun's heel, as the jackal slinks behind the lion. When they were met, Just spake and said, This would I know first, my lord Corrund, how thou comest hither, and why, and by what right thou disputest with us the ways eastward out of Impland. Corrund answered, leaning on his spear, I need not answer thee in this. And yet I will. How came I? I answer thee, over the cold mountain wall of Acroscabranth, and 'tis a feat hath not his fellow in man's remembrance until now, with so great a force and in so short a space of time. 'Tis well enough, said Just. I'll grant thee thou hast outrun mine expectations of thee. Next thou demandest why, said Corrund. Suffice it for thee that the king hath had advertisement of your fairings into Impland, and your designs therein. For to bring these to naught am I come. There was many firkins of wine drunk dry in Gorice, said Hackmon, and many a noble person senseless and spewing on the ground ere morn for pure delight, when cursed Lord Gro was made aware. We were little minded these healths should be proved vain at last. Was that ere thou rodest from Permior, said Lord Brandok the Har? The merry god wrote of our side that night, if my memory cheat not. Thou demandest last, said Corrund, my lord Just, by what right I bore your passage east-away. Know, therefore, that not of mine own self speak I unto you, but as vicar in wide-fronted Impland of our Lord Gorice the 12th, King of Kings, most glorious and most great. There remaineth no way out for you from this place, save into the rigour of mine hands. Therefore let us, according to the nature of great men, agree to honourable conditions. And this is mine offer, O Just. Yield up this burg of Eshgra-Ogo, and therewith thy sealed word, in a writing, acknowledging our Lord the King to be King of Demonland, and all ye his quiet and obedient subjects, even as we be. And I will swear unto you of my part, and in the name of our Lord the King, and give you hostages thereto, that ye shall depart in peace whither you list, with all love and safety. The Lord Just scowled fiercely on him. O Corrund, he said, as little as we do understand the senseless wind, so little we understand thy word. Oft enow hath grey silver been in the fire betwixt us and you Witchlanders, for the house of Gorice fared ever like the foul toad, that may not endure to smell the sweet savour of the vine when it flourisheth. So for this time we will abide in this hold, and withstand your most grievous attempts. With free honesty and open heart, said Corrund, I made thee this offer, which if thou refuse I am not thy lackey to renew it. Gro said, It is writ and sealed, and wanteth but thy signed manual, my Lord Just. And with the word he made sign to Philprit's Faz, that went to Lord Just with a parchment. Just put the parchment by, saying, No more, ye are answered. And he was turning on his heel, when Philpritz, louting forward suddenly, gave him a great yerk beneath the ribs, with a dagger slipped from his sleeve. But Just wore a privy coat that turned the dagger. Howbeit, with the greatness of that stroke, he staggered her back. Now Spitfire clapped hand to sword, and the other demons with him, but Just loudly shouted that there should not be truce-breakers, but know first what Corrund would do. And Corrund said, Dost hear me, Just? I had neither hand nor part in this. Brandok the Har drew up his lip and said, This is naught but what was to be looked for. It is a wonder, O Just, that thou shouldst hold out to such mucky dogs a hand without a whip in it. Such strokes come home or miss merely, said Gro softly in Corrund's ear, and he hugged himself beneath his cloak, looking with furtive amusement on the demons. But Corrund, with a face red in anger, said, It is thine answer, O Just. And when Just said, It is our answer, O Corrund, Corrund said violently, Then red war I give you, and this withal to testify our honour. And he let lay hands on Philprit's Faz, and with his own hand hacked the head from his body before the eyes of both their armies. Then in a great voice he said, As bloodily as I have revenged the honour of Witchland on this Philpritz, so will I revenge it on all of you, or ever I draw off mine armies from these lakes of Orgo Morveo. So the demons went up into the burg, and Gro and Corrund home to their tents. This was well thought on, said Gro, to flaunt the flag of seeming honesty, and with the motion rid us of this fellow that promised ever to grow thorns to make uneasy our seat in Impland. Corrund answered him not a word. In that same hour, Corrund marshalled his folk and assaulted Eshgra-Ogo, placing those of Impland in the van. They prospered not at all. Many a score lay slain without the walls that night, and the obscene beasts from the desert feasted on their bodies by the light of the moon. Next morning the Lord Corrund sent an herald, and bade the demons again to a parley. And now he spake only to Brandok the Har, bidding him deliver up those brethren, Just and Spitfire. And if thou wilt yield them to my pleasure, then shalt thou and all thy people else depart in peace without conditions. An offer indeed, said Lord Brandok if it be not in mockery. Say it loud, that my folk may hear. Coran did so, and the demons heard it from the walls of the burg. Lord Brandok stood somewhat apart from Juss and Spitfire and their guard. Libel it me out, he said. For good as I now must deem thy word, thine hand and seal must I have to show my followers ere they consent with me in such a thing. Write thou, said Coran to Gro. To write my name is all my scholarship. And Gro took forth his inkhorn, and wrote in a great fair hand this offer on a parchment. The most fearfullest oaths thou knowest, said Coran, and Gro wrote them, whispering, He mocketh us only. But Coran said, No matter, 'tis a chance worth our chancing, and slowly and with labour signed his name to the writing, and gave it to Lord Brandok read it attentively, and tucked it in his bosom beneath his byrnie. This, he said, shall be a keepsake for me of thee, my Lord Coran, reminding me, and here his eyes grew terrible, so long as there surviveth a soul of you in Witchland, that I am still to teach the world thoroughly what that man must abide that durst affront me with such an offer. Coran answered him, Thou art a dapper fellow. It is a wonder that thou wilt strut in the tented field with all this womanish gear. Thy shield, how many of these sparkling baubles thinkest thou I'd leave in it were we once come to knocks? I'll tell thee, answered Lord Brandok for every jewel that hath been beat out of my shield in battle, never yet went I to war that I brought not home an hundredfold to set it fair again, from the spoils I obtained from mine enemies. Now this will I bid thee, O Coran, for thy scornful words. I will bid thee to single combat, here and in this hour, which if thou deny, then art thou an open and apparent dastard. Coran chuckled in his beard, but his brow darkened somewhat. I pray what age dost thou take me of, said he. I bare a sword when thou was yet in swaddling clothes. Behold mine arm is, and what advantage I hold upon you. Oh, my sword is enchanted, my lord, it will not out of the scabbard. Brandok smiled disdainfully, and said to Spitfire, Mark well, I pray thee, this great lord of Witchland. How many true fingers hath a witch on his left hand? As many as on his right, said Spitfire. Good, and how many on both? 2 less than a deuce, said Spitfire, for there be false facets to the fingers' ends. Very well answered, said Lord Brandok. You're pleasant, Coran said, but your fusty jibes move me not a whit. It were a simple part indeed to take thine offer, when all wise counsels bid me use my power and crush you. Thou'dst kill me soon with thy mouth, said Brandok. In sum, thou art a brave man when it comes to roaring and swearing. A big bubber of wine, as men say to drink drunk is an ordinary matter with thee every day in the week. But I fear thou durst not fight. Dost not thy nose swell at that, said Spitfire. But Coran shrugged his shoulders. A footra for your baits, he answered. I am scarce bounden to do such a kindness to you of Demonland, as lay down mine advantage and fight alone against a sworder. Your old foxes are seldom taken in springies. I thought so, said Lord Brandok. Surely the frog will have hair sooner than any of you Witchlanders shall dare to stand me. So ended the second parley before Eshgrar Ogor. The same day Coran essayed again to storm the hold, and grievous was the battle, and hard put to it were they of Demonland to hold the walls. Yet in the end were Coran's men thrown back with great slaughter, and night fell, and they returned to their tents. Mine invention, said Gro, when on the next day they took counsel together, hath yet some contrivance in her purse which shall do us good, if it fall but out to our mind. But I doubt much it will dislike thee. Well, say it out, and I'll give thee my censure on't, said Coran. Gro spake. It hath been shown we may not have down this tree by hewing above ground. Let's dig about the roots, and first give them a 7 nights space for reckoning up their chances, that they may see morning and evening from the burg thine armies set down to invest them. Then, when their hopes are something sobered by that sight, and want of action hath trained their minds to sad reflection, call them to parley, going straight beneath the wall, and this time shalt thou address thyself only to the common sort, offering them all generous and free conditions thou canst think on. There's little they can ask that we'd not blithely grant them, if they'll but yield us up their captains. It mislikes me, answered Coran. Yet it may serve. But thou shalt be my spokesman herein, for never yet went I cap in hand to ask favour of the common muck of the world, nor I will not do it now. Oh, but thou must, said Gro. Of thee they will receive in good faith what in me they would account but practice. That's true enough, said Coran, but I cannot stomach it. Withal, I am too rough-spoken. Gro smiled. He that hath need of a dog, he said, calleth him Sir Dog. Come, come, I'll school thee to it. Is it not a smaller thing, the months of tedious hardship in this frozen desert? Bethink thee too what honour it were to thee to ride home to Carson with Juss and Spitfire and Brandok Dahar bounden in a string. Not without much persuasion was Corrund won to this, yet at the last he consented. For 7 days and 7 nights his armies sat before the burg without sign, and on the 8th day he bade the demons to a parley, and when that was granted, went with his sons and 20 men-at-arms up the great rib of rock between the lakes, and stood below the east wall of the burg. Bitter chill was the air that day. Powdery snow, light fallen, blew in little wisps along the ground, and the rocks were slippery with an invisible coat of ice. Lord Gro, being troubled with an ague, excused himself from that faring and kept his tent. Corrund stood beneath the walls with his folk about him. "I have matter of import," he cried, "and 'tis needful it be heard both by the highest and the lowest amongst you. Ere I begin, summon them all to this part of the walls. A lookout is enow to shield you of the other parts from any sudden onslaught, which besides I swear to you is clean without my purpose." So when they were thick on the walls above him, he began to say, "Soldiers of Demonland, against you had I never quarrelled. Behold how in this Impland I have made freedom flourish as a flower. I have strook off the heads of Philpritz Faz, and Ilarosh, and Lermesh, and Gandassa, and Fax Fair Faz, that were the lords and governors here aforetime, abounding in all the bloody and crying sins, oppression, gluttony, idleness, cruelty, and extortion. And of my clemency I delivered all their possessions unto their subjects to hold and order after their own will alone, who before did put on patience, and endured with much heart-burning the tyranny of these Fazes, until by me they found a remedy for their more freedom. In like manner, not against you do I war, O men of Demonland, but against the tyrants that enforced you for their private gain to suffer hardship and death in this remote country, namely against Juss and Spitfire, that came hither in quest of their cursed brother, whom the might of the king hath happily removed. And against Brandok Dahar am I come, of insolence untamed, who liveth a chambering idle life, eating and drinking and exercising tyranny, while the pleasant lands of Crothering and Fales and Straparden, and the dwellers in the isles, Sorbet, Morvale, Strufe, Dalney and Carnarvale, and they of Westmark, and all the western parts of Demonland, groan and wax lean to feed his luxury. To your hurt only have these 3 led you, as cattle to the slaughter. Deliver them to me, that I may chastise them, and I, that am great Viceroy of Impland, will make you free and grant you lordships, a lordship for every man of you in this my realm of Impland." While Corrund spake, the Lord Brandok Dahar went among the soldiers, bidding them hold their peace, and not murmur against Corrund. But those that were most hot for action, he sent about an errand, preparing what he had in mind. So that when the Lord Corrund ceased from his declaiming, all was ready to hand. And with one voice the soldiers of Lord Juss that stood upon the wall cried out and said, "This is thy word, O Corrund, and this our answer." And therewith flung down upon him from pots and buckets and every kind of vessel a deluge of slops and offal and all filth that came to hand. A bucketful took Corrund in the mouth, befouling all his great beard, so that he gave back spitting, and he and his, standing close beneath the wall, and little expecting so sudden and ill an answer, fared shamefully, being all well soused and bemurdered with filth and lie. Therewith went up great shouts of laughter from the walls. But Corrund cried out, "O filth of Demonland, this is my latest word with you. And though 'twere 10 years I must besiege this hold, yet will I take it over your heads. And very ill to do with shall ye find me in the end, and very puissant, proud, mighty, cruel, and bloody in my conquest." "What, lads," said Lord Brandok Dahar, standing on the battlements, "have we not fed this beast with pig-wash enow, but he must still be snuffing and snouking at our gate? Give me another pailful." So the witches returned to their tents with great shame. So hot was Corrund in anger against the demons, that he stayed not to eat nor drink at his coming down from Eshgra Ogo, but straight gathered force, and made an assault upon the burg, the mightiest he had yet essayed. And his picked men of Witchland were in that assault, and he himself to lead them. Thrice by main fury they won up into the hold, but all were slain who set foot therein, and Corrund's young son Dormanes wounded to the death. And at even they drew off from the battle. There fell in that fight 180 demons, and of the imps 500, and of the witches 399, and many were hurt of either side. Wrath sat like thunder on Corrund's brow at supper time. He ate his meat savagely, thrusting great gobbets in his mouth, crunching the bones like a beast, taking deep draughts of wine with every mouthful, which yet dispelled not his black mood. Over against him Gro sat silent, shivering now and then for all that he kept his ermine cloak about him and a brazier stood at his elbow. He made but a poor meal, drinking mulled wine in little sips and dipping little pieces of bread in it. So wore without speech that cheerless and unkindly meal, until the Lord Corrund, looking suddenly across the board at Gro and catching his eye studying him, said, "That was a bright star of thine, and then shined clear upon thee, when thou tookest this bout of shivering fits, and so wentest not with me to be soused with muck before the burg." "Who would have dreamed," answered Gro, "of their using so base and shameful a part?" "Not thou, I'll swear," said Corrund, looking evilly upon him, and marking, as he thought, a twinkling light in Gro's eyes. Gro shivered again, sipped his wine, and shifted his glance uneasily under that unfriendly stare. Corrund drank a while in silence, then flushing suddenly a darker red, said, leaning heavily across the board at him, "Dost know why I said, 'Not thou'?" "'Twas scarce needful to thy friend," said Gro. "I said it," said Corrund, "because I know thou didst look for another thing when thou didst skulk shamming here." "Another thing?" "Sit not there like some prim-mouthed miss, feigning an innocence all know well thou hast not," said Corrund, "or I'll kill thee. Thou plottest my death with the demons, and because thyself hast no shred of honour in thy soul, thou hadst not the wit to perceive that their nobility would shrink from such a betrayal as thy hopes entertained." Gro said, "This is a jest I cannot laugh at, or else 'tis madman's brabble." "Dissembling cur," said Corrund, "be sure that I hold him not less guilty that holds the ladder than him that mounts the wall. It was thy design they should smite us at unawares when we went up to them with this proposal thou didst urge on me so hotly." Gro made as if to rise. "Sit down," said Corrund. "Answer me. Didst not thou egg on the poor snipe Philpritz to that attempt on Juss?" "He told me on't," said Gro. "Oh, thou art cunning," said Corrund. "There too I see thy treachery. Had they fallen upon us, thou mightest have thrown thyself safely upon their mercy." "This is foolishness," said Gro. "We were far stronger." "'Tis so," said Corrund. "When did I charge thee with wisdom and sober judgment? With treachery I know thou art soaked wet." "And thou art my friend," said Gro. Corrund said in a while, "I have long known thee to be both a subtle and dissembling fox, and now I durst trust thee no more, for fear I should fall further into thy danger. I am resolved to murder thee." Gro fell back in his chair and flung out his arms. "I have been here before," he said. "I have beheld it in moonlight, and in the barren glare of day, in fair weather and in hail and snow, with the great winds charging over the wastes, and I knew it was accursed. From Morna Maruna, ere I was born or thou, or Corrund, or any of us, treason and cruelty blacker than night herself had birth, and brought death to their begetter and all his folk. From Morna Maruna bloweth this wind about the waste to blast our love and bring us destruction. Aye, kill me. I'll not ward myself, not in the smallest." "'Tis small matter, goblin," said Corrund, "whether thou shouldst or no. Thou art but a louse between my fingers to kill or cast away as shall seem me good." "I was King Gaslark's man," said Gro, as if talking in a dream. "And between a man and a boy, near 15 years I served him true and costly. Yet it was my fortune in all that time, and at the ending thereof, only to get a beard on my chin and remorse at heart. To what scorned purpose must I plot against him? Pity of Witchland. Of Witchland sliding us then into the pit of adverse luck. 'Twas that made force upon me. And I served Witchland well. But fate ever fought at the other side. I it was that counselled King Gorice the 11th to draw out from the fight at Cartadza. Yet wanton fortune trod down the scale for Demonland. I prayed him not wrestle with Goldry and the Foliot Isles. Thou didst back me. Naught but rebukes and threats of death got I therefrom. But because my reeds were set at naught, evil fell upon Witchland. I helped our lord the king when he conjured and made a sending against the demons. He loved me therefore and upheld me, but great envy was raised up against me in Corsa for that fact. Yet I bear up, for thy friendship and thy lady wife's were as bright fires to warm me against all the frosts of their ill will. And now for love of thee I fared with thee to Impland. And here by the Maruna, where in old days I wandered in danger and in sorrow, it is fitting I behold at length the emptiness of all my days." Therewith Gro fell silent a minute, and then began to say, "O Corrund, I'll strip bare my soul to thee before thou kill me. It is most true that until now, sitting before Eshgra Ogo, it hath been present to my heart how great an advantage we held against the demons, and the glory of their defence, so little a strength against us so many, and the great glory of their flinging of us back, these things were a splendour to my soul beholding them. Such glamour hath ever shone to me all my life's days, when I beheld great men battling still beneath the bludgeonings of adverse fortune, that, howsoever they be mine enemies, it lieth not in my virtue to withhold from admiration of them, and well nigh love. But never was I false to thee, nor much less ever thought, as thou most unkindly accusest me, to compass thy destruction. Thou dost whine like a woman for thy life, said Corrund. Cowardly hounds never stirred pity in me. Yet he moved not, only looking dourly on Gro. Gro plucked forth his own sword, and pushed it towards Corrund hilt foremost across the board. Such words are worse than sword thrusts betwixt us twain, said he. Thou shalt see how I'll welcome death. The king will praise thee, when thou showest the cause, and it will be sweet news to Corineus and them that have held me in their hate, that thy love hath cast me off, and thou hast rid them of me at last. But Corrund stirred not. After a space he filled another cup and drank, and sat on. And Gro sat motionless before him. At last Corrund rose heavily from his seat, and pushing Gro's sword back across the table, "Thou'd best to bed," said he, "for the night's air's o'ershrewd for thine ague. Sleep on my couch tonight." The day dawned cold and grey, and with the dawn Corrund ordered his lines about Esgro and sat down for a siege. For 10 days he sat before the burg, and naught befell from dawn till night, from night till dawn. Only the sentinels walked on the walls, and Corrund's folk guarded their lines. On the 11th day came a bank of fog rolling westward from the marina, chill and dank, blotting out the features of the land. Snow fell, and the fog hung on the land, and night came of such a pitchy blackness that even by torchlight a man might not see his hand stretched forth at arm's length before him. 5 days the fog held. On the 5th night, it being the 24th of November, in the darkness of the 3rd hour after midnight, the alarm was sounded, and Corrund summoned by a runner from the north, with word that a sally was made from Esgro, and the lines bursting through in that quarter, and fighting going forward in the murk. Corrund was scarce harnessed and gotten forth into the night, when a second runner came hot-foot from the south, with tidings of a great fight there away. All was confounded in the dark, and naught certain, save that the demons were broken out from Esgro. In a space, as Corrund came with his folk to the northern quarter and joined in the fight, came a message from his son Hemming that Spitfire and a number with him were broken out at the other side, and gotten away westward, and a great band chasing him back towards outer Impland, and therewith that more than 100 demons were surrounded and penned in by the shore of the lakes, and the burg entered and taken by Corrund's folk. But of Juss and Brandok Dahar no certain news, save that they were not of Spitfire's company, but were with those against whom Corrund went in person, having fared forth north away. So went the battle through the night. Corrund himself had sight of Juss, and exchanged shots with him with 12 spears in a lifting of the fog toward dawn, and a son of his bare witness of Brandok Dahar in that same quarter, and had gotten a great wound from him. When night was past, and the witches returned from the pursuit, Corrund straightly questioned his officers, and went himself about the battlefield, hearing each man's story and viewing the slain. Those demons that were hemmed against the lakes had all lost their lives, and some were taken up dead in other parts, and some few alive. These would his officers let slay, but Corrund said, "Since I am king in Impland, till that the king receive it of me, it is not this handful of earth-lice shall shake my safety here, and I may well give them their lives, that fought sturdily against us." So he gave them peace, and he said unto Gro, "Better that for every demon dead in Orgo Morveo 10 should rise up against us, if but Juss only and Brandok Dahar were slain." "I'll be in the tale with thee if thou wilt proclaim them dead," said Gro, "and nothing is likelier, if they be gone with but 2 or 3 onto the Maruna, than that such a tale should come true ere it were told in Carson." "Pshaw!" said Corrund, "to the devil with such false feathers. What's done shows bravery now without them. Impland conquered, Juss's army minced to a Gallimorfray, himself and Brandok Dahar chased like runaway thralls up on the Maruna, where if devils tear them, 'tis my best wish come true. If not, thou'lt hear of them, be sure. Dost think these can survive on earth and not raise a racket that shall be heard from hence to Carcy?" End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 12. Kostra Pivracha.
Of the coming of the lords of Demonland to Morna Maruna, whence they beheld the Zimiambian mountains, seen also by Gro in years gone by, and of the wonders seen by them, and perils undergone and deeds done in their attempt on Kostra Pivracha, the which alone of all earth's mountains looketh down upon Kostra Beloin, and none shall ascend up into Kostra Beloin, that hath not first looked down upon her. Now it is to be said of Lord Juss and Lord Brandock the Harp, that they, finding themselves parted from their people in the fog, and utterly unable to find them, when the last sound of battle had died away, wiped and put up their bloody swords, and set forth at a great pace eastward. Only Mivosh fared with them of all their following. His lips were drawn back a little, showing his teeth, but he carried himself proudly, as one who, being resolved to die, walks with a quiet mind to his destruction. Day after day they journeyed, sometimes in clear weather, sometimes in mist or sleet, over the changeless desert, without a landmark, save here a little sluggish river, or here a piece of rising ground, or a pond or a clump of rocks, small things which faded from sight amid the waste ere they were passed by a half-mile's distance. So was each day like yesterday, drawing to a morrow like to it again, and always fear walked at their heel, and sat beside them sleeping. Clanking of wings heard above the wind, a brooding hush of menace in the sunshine, and noises out of the void of darkness as of teeth chattering. So came they on the 20th day to Morna Maruna, and stood at even in the sorrowful twilight by the little round castle, silent on Ompren edge. From their feet the cliffs dropped sheer. Strange it was, standing on that frozen lip of the Maruna, as on the limit of the world, to gaze southward on a land of summer, and to breathe faint summer airs blowing up from blossoming trees and flower-clad Alps. In the depths, a carpet of huge tree-tops clothed a vast stretch of country, through the midst of which, seen here and there in a bend of silver among the woods, the Barvinan bore the waters of 1,000 secret mountain solitudes down to an unknown sea. Beyond the river, the deep woods, blue with distance, swelled to feathery hilltops, with some sharper-featured loftier heights bodying cloudily beyond them. The demons strained their eyes, searching the curtain of mystery behind and above those foothills, but the great peaks, like great ladies, shrouded themselves against their curious gaze, and no glimpse was shown them of the snows. Surely to be in Morna Maruna was to be in the death-chamber of some once lovely presence. Stains of fire were on the walls. The fair gallery of open woodwork that ran above the main hall was burnt through, and partly fallen in ruin, the blackened ends of the beams that held it jutting blindly in the gap. Among the wreck of carved chairs and benches, broken and worm-eaten, some shreds of figured tapestries rotted, the home now of beetles and spiders. Patches of colour, faded lines mildewed and damp with the corruption of 200 years, lingered to be the memorials, like the mummied skeleton of a king's daughter long ago untimely dead, of sweet gracious paintings on the walls. 5 nights and 5 days the demons and Mivosh dwelt in Morna Maruna, inured to portents till they marked them as little as men marked swallows at their window. In the still night were flames seen, and flying forms dim in the moonlit air, and in moonless nights unstarred, moans heard and gibbering accents, prodigies beside their beds, and ridings in the sky, and fleshless fingers plucking at Juss unseen when he went forth to make question of the night. Cloud and mist abode ever in the south, and only the foothills showed of the great ranges beyond Barvinan. But on the evening of the 6th day before Yule, it being the 19th of December, when Betelgeuse stands at midnight on the meridian, a wind blew out of the northwest with changing fits of sleet and sunshine. Day was fading as they stood above the cliff. All the forest land was blue with shades of approaching night. The river was dull silver. The wooded heights afar mingled their outlines with the towers and banks of turbulent deep blue vapour that hurtled in ceaseless passage through the upper air. Suddenly a window opened in the clouds to a space of clean, wan, wind-swept sky high above the shaggy hills. Surely Juss caught his breath in that moment, to see those deathless ones, where they shone pavilioned in the pellucid air, far, vast and lonely, most like to creatures of unascended heaven, of wind and of fire all compact, too pure to have aught of the gross elements of earth or water. It was as if the rose-red light of sundown had been frozen to crystal, and these hewn from it to abide to everlasting, strong and unchangeable amid the welter of earth-born mists below and tumultuous sky above them. The rift ran wider, eastward and westward, opening on moor peaks and sunset-kindled snows, and a rainbow leaning to the south was like a sword of glory across the vision. Motionless, like hawks staring from that high place of prospect, Juss and Brandok the Harp looked on the mountains of their desire. Juss spake, haltingly, as one talking in a dream. The sweet smell, this gusty wind, the very stone thy foot standeth on, I know them all before. There's not a night since we sailed out of Looking Haven that I have not beheld in sleep these mountains, and known their names. Who told thee their names? Asked Lord Brandok the Harp. My dream, Juss answered, and first I dreamed it in mine own bed in Galing when I came home from guesting with thee last June. And there be true dreams that are dreamed there. And he said, Seest thou where the foothills part to a dark valley that runneth deep into the chain, and the mountains are bare to view from crown to foot? Mark where, beyond the nearer range, bleak-visaged precipices, cobweb-streaked with huge snow corridors, rise to a rampart where the rock towers stand against the sky. This is the great ridge of Kostra Pivracha, and the loftiest of those spires his secret mountain top. As he spoke, his eye followed the line of the eastern ridge, where the towers, like dark gods going down from heaven, plunge to a parapet which runs level above a curtain of avalanche-fluted snow. He fell silent as his gaze rested on the sister peak that east of the gap flamed skyward in wild cliffs to an airy snowy summit, soft-lined as a maiden's cheek, purer than dew, lovelier than a dream. While they looked, the sunset fires died out upon the mountains, leaving only pale hues of death and silence. If thy dream, said Lord Brandok the Harp, conducted thee down this edge, over the Barvinam, through yonder woods and hills, up through the leagues of ice and frozen rock that stand betwixt us and the main ridge, up by the right road to the topmost snows of Kostra Beloin, that were a dream indeed. All this it showed me, said Juss, up to the lowest rocks of the great north buttress of Kostra Pivracha, that must first be scaled by him that would go up to Kostra Beloin. But beyond those rocks not even a dream hath ever climbed. Ere the light fades, I'll show thee our pass over the nearer range. He pointed where a glacier crawled betwixt shadowy walls down from a torn snowfield that rose steeply to a saddle. East of it stood two white peaks, and west of it a sheer-faced and long-backed mountain like a citadel, squat and dark beneath the wild skyline of Kostra Pivracha that hung in air beyond it. The Zia Valley, said Juss, that runneth into Barvinam. There lieth our way, under that dark bastion called by the gods Tetrach Namph. On the morrow Lord Brandok the Harp came to Mivarsh Faz and said, It is needful that this day we go down from Umpren Edge. I would for no sake leave thee on the Maruna, but 'tis no walking matter to descend this wall. Art thou a cragsman? I was born, answered he, in the high valley of Parashin, by the upper waters of the Berun in Impland. There boys scarce toddle ere they can climb a rock. This climb affrights me not, nor those mountains. But the land is unknown and terrible, and many loathly ones inhabit it, ghosts and eaters of men. O devils transmarine and my friends, is it not enough? Let us turn again, and if the gods save our lives we shall be famous for ever, that came unto Morna Maruna and returned alive. But Juss answered and said, O Mivarsh Faz, know that not for fame are we come on this journey. Our greatness already shadoweth all the world, as a great cedar tree spreading his shadow in a garden. And this enterprise, mighty though it be, shall add to our glory only so much as thou mightest add to these forests of the Barvinam by planting of one more tree. But so it is, that the great king of Witchland, practising in darkness in his royal palace of Karsis such arts of gramarye and sendings magical as the world hath not been grieved with until now, sent an ill thing to take my brother, the Lord Goldribluzco, who is dear to me as mine own soul. And they that dwell in secret sent me word in a dream, bidding me, if I would have tidings of my dear brother, inquire in Kostra Beloin. Therefore, O Mivarsh, go with us if thou wilt, but if thou wilt not, why, fare thee well, for naught but my death shall stay me from going thither. And Mivarsh, bethinking him that if the manticores of the mountain should devour him along with those two lords, that were yet a kindlier fate than all alone to abide those things he wist of on the Maruna, put on the rope, and after commending himself to the protection of his gods, followed Lord Brandok the Harp down the rotten slopes of rock and frozen earth at the head of a gully leading down the cliff. For all that they were early afoot, yet was it high noon ere they were off the rocks, For the peril of falling stones drove them out from the gully's bed, first onto the eastern buttress, and after, when that grew too sheer, back to the western wall. And in an hour or twain the gully's bed grew shallow, and it narrowed to an end, whence Brandok the Hard gazed between his feet to where, a few spears' lengths below, the smooth slabs curved downward out of sight, and the eye leapt straight from their clean-cut edge to shimmering tree-tops that showed tiny as mosses beyond the unseen gulf of air. So they rested a while, then returning a little up the gully, forced a way out onto the face and made a hazardous traverse to a new gully westward of the first, and so at last plunged down a long fan of scree and rested on soft fine turf at the foot of the cliffs. Little mountain gentians grew at their feet. The pathless forest lay like the sea below them. Before them the mountains of the Zia stood supreme, the white gables of his Lorgin, the lean dark finger of Tetrach Namfnant Shark lying back above the Zia Pass pointing to the sky, and west of it, jutting above the valley, the square bastion of Tetrach Namfnant Serm. The greater mountains were for the most part sunk behind this nearer range, but Kostra Beloin still towered above the pass. As a queen looking down from her high window, so she overlooked those green woods sleeping in the noonday, and on her forehead was beauty like a star. Behind them, where they sat, the escarpment reared back in cramped perspective, a pile of massive buttresses cleft with ravines, leading upward from that land of leaves and waters to the hidden wintry flats of the Maruna. That night they slept on the fell under the stars, and next day, going down into the woods, came at dusk to an open glade by the waters of the broad-bosomed Barvinam. The turf was like a cushion, a place for elves to dance in. The far bank, full half a mile away, was wooded to the water with silver birches, dainty as mountain nymphs, their limbs gleaming through the twilight, their reflections quivering in the depths of the mighty river. In the high air day lingered yet, a faint warmth tinging the great outlines of the mountains, and westward up the river the young moon stooped above the trees. East of the glade, a little wooded eminence, no higher than a house, ran back from the river bank, and in its shoulder a hollow cave. "How smiles it to thee?" said Just. "Be sure we shall find no better place than this thou seest to dwell in until the snows melt and we may on. For though it be summer all the year round in this fortunate valley, it is winter on the great hills, and until the spring we were mad to essay our enterprise." "Why then," said Brandok the Harp, "turn we shepherds a while. Thou shalt pipe to me, and I'll foot thee measures shall make the dryads think they ne'er went to school, and Mivar shall be a goat-foot god to chase them. For to tell thee truth, country wenches are long grown tedious to me. Oh, 'tis a sweet life. But ere we fall to it, bethink thee, O Just. Time marcheth, and the world waggeth. What goeth forward in Demonland till summer be come and we home again?" "Also my heart is heavy because of my brother Spitfire," said Just. "Oh, 'twas an ill storm and ill delays." "Away with vain regrettings," said Lord Brandok the Harp. "For thy sake and thy brother's fared I on this journey, and it is known to thee that never yet stretched I out mine hand upon aught that I have not taken it, and had my will of it." So they made their dwelling in that cave beside deep eddying Barvinan, and before that cave they ate their Yule feast, the strangest they had eaten all the days of their lives, seated, not as of old, on their high seats of ruby or of opal, but on mossy banks where daisies slept and creeping thyme, lighted not by the charmed escarbuncle of the high presence-chamber in Galing, but by the shifting beams of a brushwood fire that shone not on those pillars crowned with monsters that were the wonder of the world, but on the mightier pillars of the sleeping beechwoods. And in place of that feigned heaven of jewels self-effulgent beneath the golden canopy at Galing, they ate pavilioned under a charmed summer night, where the great stars of winter, Orion, Sirius, and the little dog, were raised up near the zenith, yielding their known courses in the southern sky to Canopus and the strange stars of the south. When the trees spake, it was not with their winter voice of bare boughs creaking, but with whisper of leaves and beetles droning in the fragrant air. The bushes were white with blossom, not with hoarfrost, and the dim white patches under the trees were not snow, but wild lilies and wood anemones sleeping in the night. All the creatures of the forest came to that feast, for they were without fear, having never looked upon the face of man. Little tree-apes, and popinjays, and titmouses, and coal-mouses, and wrens, and gentle round-eyed lemurs, and rabbits, and badgers, and dormice, and pied squirrels, and beavers from the streams, and storks and ravens and bustards, and wombats, and the spider-monkey with her baby at her breast. All these came to gaze with curious eye upon those travellers, and not these alone, but fierce beasts of the woods and wildernesses, the wild buffalo, the wolf, the tiger with monstrous paws, the bear, the fiery-eyed unicorn, the elephant, the lion and she-lion in their majesty, came to behold them in the firelight in that quiet glade. "It seems we hold court in the woods tonight," said Lord Brandok the Har. "It is very pleasant. Yet hold thee ready with me to put some firebrands amongst them if need befall. 'Tis likely some of these great beasts are little schooled in court ceremonies." Juss answered, "And thou lovest me, do no such thing. There lieth this curse upon all this land of the Barvinan, that whoso, whether he be man or beast, slayeth in this land or doeth here any deed of violence, there cometh down a curse upon him that in that instant must destroy and blast him for ever off the face of the earth. Therefore it was I took away from Mivarsh his bow and arrows when we came down from Ompren Edge, lest he should kill game for us, and so a worse thing befall him." Mivarsh hearkened not, but sat all a-quake, looking intently on a crocodile that came ponderously out upon the bank. And now he began to scream with terror, crying, "Save me! Let me fly! Give me my weapons! It was foretold me by a wise woman that a cocodril serpent must devour me at last." Whereat the beasts drew back uneasily, and the crocodile, his small eyes wide, startled by Mivarsh's cries and violent gestures, lurched with what speed he might back into the water. Now in that place Lord Juss and Lord Brandok the Har and Mivarsh Faz abode for 4 moons' space. Nothing they lacked of meat and drink, for the beasts of the forest, finding them well disposed, brought them of their store. Moreover, there came flying from the south, about the ending of the year, a martlet, which alighted in Juss's bosom, and said to him, "The gentle Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, had news of your coming, and because she knoweth you both mighty men of your hands and high of heart, therefore by me she sent you greeting." Juss said, "O little martlet, we would see thy queen face to face, and thank her." "Ye must thank her," said the bird, "in Kostra Belorn." Brandok the Har said, "That shall we fulfil. Thither only do our thoughts intend." "Your greatness," said the martlet, "must approve that word, and know that it is easier to lay under you all the world in arms than to ascend up afoot into that mountain." "Thy wings were too weak to lift me, else I'd borrow them," said Brandok the Har. But the martlet answered, "Not the eagle that flieth against the sun may alight on Kostra Belorn. No foot may tread her, save of those blessed ones to whom the gods gave leave ages ago, till they become that the patient years await, men like unto the gods in beauty and in power, who of their own might and main, unholpen by magic arts, shall force a passage up to her silent snows." Brandok the Har laughed. "Not the eagle," he cried, "but thou, little Flitterjack?" "Naught that hath feet," said the martlet. "I have none." The Lord Brandok the Har took it tenderly in his hand and held it high in the air, looking to the high lands in the south. The birches swaying by the Barvinan were not more graceful, nor the distant mountain crags behind them more untamable to behold than he. "Fly to the Queen," he said, "and say thou spakest with Lord Juss beside the Barvinan, and with Lord Brandok the Har of Demonland. Say unto her that we be they that were for to come, and that we, of our own might and main, ere spring be well turned summer, will come up to her in Kostra Belorn, to thank her for her gracious sendings." Now when it was April, and the sun moving among the signs of heaven was about departing out of Aries and entering into Taurus, and the melting of the snows in the high mountains had swollen all the streams to spate, filling the mighty river so that he brimmed his banks and swept by like a tide race, Lord Juss said, "Now is the season propitious for our crossing of the flood of Barvinan and setting forth into the mountains." "Willingly," said Lord Brandok the Har, "but shall's walk it, or swim it, or take to us wings? To me, that have many a time swum back and forth over Thunderfirth to whet mine appetite ere I break my fast, 'tis a small matter of this river stream, how so swift it runneth. But with our harness and weapons and all our gear, that were far other matter." "Is it for naught that we are grown friends with them that do inhabit these woods?" said Juss. "The crocodile shall bear us over Barvinan for the asking." "It is an ill fish," said Mivarsh, "and it sore dislikes me." "Then thou must here abide," said Brandok the Har. "But be not dismayed, I will go with thee. The fish may bear us both at a draught and not founder." "It was a wise woman foretold it me," answered Mivarsh, "that such a kind of serpent must be my bane. Yet be it according to your will." So they whistled them up the crocodile, and first the Lord Juss fared over Barvinan, riding on the back of that serpent with all his gear and weapons of war, and landed several hundred paces downstream, for the stream was very strong. And thereafter the crocodile, returning to the north bank, took the Lord Brandok the Har and Mivarsh Faz, and put them across in like manner. Mivarsh put on a gallant face, but rode as near the tail as might be, fingering certain herbs from his wallet that were good against serpents, his lips moving in urgent supplication to his gods. When they were come ashore, they thanked the crocodile and bade him farewell, and went their way swiftly through the woods, and Mivarch, as one new loosed from prison, went before them with a light step, singing and snapping his fingers. Now had they for 3 or 4 days a devious journey through the foothills, and thereafter made their dwelling for 40 days' space in the Zia Valley above the gorges. Here the valley widens to a flat-floored amphitheatre, and lean limestone crags tower heavenward on every side. High in the south, couched above great grey moraines, the Zia Glacier, wrinkle-backed like some dragon survived out of the Elder Chaos, thrusts his snout into the valley. Here, out of his caves of ice, the young river thunders, casting up a spray where rainbows hover in bright weather. The air blows sharp from the glacier, and alpine flowers and shrubs feed on the sunlight. Here they gathered them good store of food, and every morning they were afoot before the sunrise, to ascend the mountains and make sure their practice ere they should attempt the greater peaks. So they explored all the spurs of Tetrach Namph and Islorgin, and those peaks themselves, the rock peaks of the lower Nuanu range overlooking Varvinan, the snow peaks of Islorgin, Avsek, Kiemsur, Mersu, Birshnorgin, and Borch Meheththorsk, loftiest of the range by all his ridges, dwelling a week on the moraines of the Meheththorsk glacier above the upland valley of Foana, and westward the Dolomite group of Burgess Arshra and the Great Wall of Shilak. Now were their muscles by these exercises grown like bands of iron, and they hardy as mountain bears and sure of foot as mountain goats. So on the 9th day of May they crossed the Zia Pass, and camped on the rocks under the south wall of Tetrach Namph Nant Shar. The sun went down like blood in a cloudless sky. On either hand and before them, the snow stretched blue and silent. The air of those high snowfields was bitter cold. A league and more to the south, a line of black cliffs bounded the glacier basin. Over that black wall, 12 miles away, Costra Bellorn and Costra Pivracha towered against an opal heaven. While they supped in the fading light, Just said, "The wall thou seest is called the Barriers of Emshir. Though over it lieth the straight way to Costra Pivracha, yet it is not our way, but an ill way. For, first, that barrier hath till now been held unclimbable, and so proven even by half-gods that alone essayed it." "I await not thy second reason," said Brandok Dahar. "Thou hast had thy way until now, and now thou shalt give me mine in this, to come with me tomorrow and show how thou and I make of such barriers a puff of smoke, if they stand in the path between us and our fixed ends." "Were it only this," answered Just, "I would not gainsay thee. But not senseless rocks alone are we set to deal with if we take this road. Seest thou where the barriers end in the east against yonder monstrous pyramid of tumbled crags and hanging glaciers that shuts out our prospect east away? Menksur men call it, but in heaven it hath a more dreadful name, Elemantisera, which is to say, the bed of the manticores. O Brandok Dahar, I will climb with thee what unscaled cliff thou list, and I will fight with thee against the most grisfullest beasts that ever grazed by the Tartarian streams. But both these things in one moment of time, that were a rash part and a foolish." But Brandok Dahar laughed and answered him, "To naught else may I liken thee, O Just, but to the sparrow camel, to whom they said, 'Fly,' and it answered, 'I cannot, for I am a camel.' And when they said, 'Carry,' it answered, 'I cannot, for I am a bird.'" "Wilt thou egg me on so much?" said Just. "Aye," said Brandok Dahar, "if thou wilt be assish." "Wilt thou quarrel?" said Just. "Thou knowest me," said Brandok Dahar. "Well," said Just, "thy counsel hath been right once and saved us, for 9 times that it hath been wrong, and my counsel saved thee from an evil end. If ill be happers, it shall be set down that it had from thy peevish will original." And they wrapped them in their cloaks and slept. On the morrow they rose betimes, and set forth south across the snows that were crisp and hard from the frosts of the night. The barriers, as it were but a stone's throw removed, stood black before them. Starlight swallowed up size and distance that showed only by walking, as still they walked, and still that wall seemed no nearer nor no larger. Twice and thrice they dipped into a valley, or crossed a raised-up fold of the glacier, till they stood at break of day below the smooth blank wall frozen and bleak, with never a ledge in sight great enough to bear snow, barring their passage southward. They halted, and ate, and scanned the wall before them, and ill to do with it seemed. So they searched for an ascent, and found at last a spot where the glacier swelled higher, a mile or less from the western shoulder of Elemantisera. Here the cliff was but 400 or 500 feet high, yet smooth enow and ill enow to look on, yet their likeliest choice. Some while it was ere they might get a footing on that wall, but at length Brandok de Ha, standing on Jus's shoulder, found him a hold where no hold showed from below, and with great travail fought a passage up the rocks to a stance some 100 feet above them, whence, sitting sure on a broad ledge great enough to hold 6 or 7 folk at a time, he played up Lord Jus on the rope, and after him Mivarsh. An hour and a half it cost them for that short climb. "The northeast buttress of Ill Stack was children's gruel to this," said Lord Jus. "There's more aloft," said Lord Brandok de Ha, lying back against the precipice, his hands clasped behind his head, his feet a-dangle over the ledge. "In thine ear, Jus, I would not go first on the rope again on such a pitch for all the wealth of Impland." "Wilt repent and return?" said Jus. "If thou'lt be at last down," he answered. "If not, I'd liever risk what waits untried above us. If it prove worse, I am confirmed atheist." Lord Jus leaned out, holding by the rock with his right hand, scanning the wall beside and above them. An instant he hung so, then drew back. His square jaw was set, and his teeth glinted under his dark mustachios something fiercely, as a thunder beam betwixt dark sky and sea in a night of thunder. His nostrils widened, as of a war-horse at the call of battle. His eyes were like the violet levin brand, and all his body hardened like a bowstring drawn as he grasped his sharp sword and pulled it forth grating and singing from its sheath. Brandok de Ha sprang afoot and drew his sword, Zeldonius's loom. "What stirreth?" he cried. "Thou look'st ghastly. That look thou hadst when thou tookest the helm, and our prows swung westward toward Cartadza Sound, and the fate of Demonland and all the world beside hung in thine hand for wail or bliss." "There's little sword room," said Jus, and again he looked eastward and upward along the cliff. Brandok de Ha looked over his shoulder. Mivarsh took his bow and set an arrow on the string. "It hath scented us down the wind," said Brandok de Ha. Small time was there to ponder. Swinging from hold to hold across the dizzy precipice, as an ape swingeth from bough to bough, the beast drew near. The shape of it was as a lion, but bigger and taller, the colour a dull red, and it had prickles lancing out behind as of a porcupine. Its face a man's face, if aught so hideous might be conceived of humankind, with staring eyeballs, low wrinkled brow, elephant ears, some wispy mangy likeness of a lion's mane, huge bony chaps, brown blood-stained gubbert tushes grinning betwixt bristly lips. Straight for the ledge it made, and as they braced them to receive it, with a great swing heaved a man's height above them, and leapt down upon their ledge from aloft betwixt Jus and Brandok de Ha ere they were well aware of its changed course. Brandok de Ha smote at it a great swashing blow, and cut off its scorpion tail. But it clawed Jus's shoulder, smote down Mivarsh, and charged like a lion upon Brandok de Ha, who, missing his footing on the narrow edge of rock, fell backwards a great fall, clear of the cliff, down to the snow 100 feet beneath them. As it craned over, minded to follow and make an end of him, Jus smote it in the hinder parts and on the ham, shearing away the flesh from the thigh bone, and his sword came with a clank against the brazen close of its foot. So with a horrid bellow it turned on Jus, rearing like a horse, and it was 3 heads greater than a tall man in stature when it reared aloft, and the breadth of its chest like the chest of a bear. The stench of its breath choked Jus's mouth and his senses sickened, but he slashed it athwart the belly, a great round-armed blow, cutting open its belly so that the guts fell out. Again he hewed at it, but missed, and his sword came against the rock and was shivered into pieces. So when that noisome vermin fell forward on him, roaring like 1,000 lions, Jus grappled with it, running in beneath its body and clasping it, and thrusting his arms into its inward parts, to rip out its vitals if so he might. So close he grappled it that it might not reach him with its murthering teeth, but its claws sliced off the flesh from his left knee downward to the ankle bone, and it fell on him and crushed him on the rock, breaking in the bones of his breast. And Jus, for all his bitter pain and torment, and for all he was well nigh stifled by the sore stink of the creature's breath, and the stink of its blood and puddings blubbering about his face and breast, yet by his great strength wrestled with that fell and filthy man-eater, and ever he thrust his right hand, armed with the hilt and stump of his broken sword, yet deeper into its belly, until he searched out its heart and did his will upon it, slicing the heart asunder like a lemon, and severing and tearing all the great vessels about the heart, until the blood gushed about him like a spring. And like a caterpillar the beast curled up and straightened out in its death spasms, and it rolled and fell from the ledge, a great fall, and lay by Brandok de Ha, the foulest beside the fairest of all earthly beings, reddening the pure snow with its blood. And the spines that grew on the hinder parts of the beast went out and in like the sting of a new dead wasp that goes out and in continually. It fell not clean to the snow, as by the care of heaven was fallen Brandok Dahar, but smote an edge of rock near the bottom, and that strook out its brains. There it lay in its blood, gaping to the sky. Now was just stretched face downward as one dead on that giddy edge of rock. Mivosh had saved him, seizing him by the foot and drawing him back to safety when the beast fell. A sight of terror he was, clotted from head to toe with the beast's blood and his own. Mivosh bound his wounds and laid him tenderly as he might back against the cliff, then peered down a long while to know if the beast were dead indeed. When he had gazed down earnestly so long that his eyes watered with the strain, and still the beast stirred not, Mivosh prostrated himself and made supplication, saying aloud, O Shlimfli, Shlamfi and Shebamri, gods of my father and my father's fathers, have pity of your child, if, as I dearly trow, your power extendeth over this far and forbidden country, no less than over Impland, where your child ever worshipped you in your holy place, and taught my sons and daughters to revere your holy names, and made an altar in mine house, pointed by the stars in manner ordained from of old, and offered up my seventh-born son, and was minded to offer up my seventh-born daughter thereon, in meekness and righteousness, according to your holy will, but this I might not do, since you vouchsafed me not a seventh daughter, but 6 only. Wherefore I beseech you, of your holy name's sake, strengthen my hand to let down this my companion safely by the rope, and thereafter bring me safely down from this rock, howsoever he be a devil and an unbeliever. Oh, save his life, save both their lives, for I am sure that if these be not saved alive, never shall your child return, but in this far land starve and die like an insect that dureth but for a day. So prayed Mivosh, and belike the high gods were moved to pity of his innocence, hearing him so cry for help unto his mumbo-jumbos, where no help was, and belike they were not minded that those lords of Demonland should there die evilly before their time, unhonoured, unsung. Howsoever, Mivosh arose and made fast the rope about Lord Just, knotting it cunningly beneath the arms that it might not tighten in the lowering, and crush his breast and ribs, and so, with much ado, lowered him down to the foot of the cliff. Thereafter came Mivosh himself down that perilous wall, and albeit for many a time he thought his bane was upon him, yet by good cragsmanship, spurred by cold necessity, he gat him down at last. Being down, he delayed not to minister to his companions, who came to themselves with heavy groaning. But when Lord Just was come to himself, he did his healing art, both on himself and on Lord Brandok Dahar, so that in a while they were able to stand upon their feet, albeit something stiff and weary and like to vomit, and it was by then the 3rd hour past noon. While they rested, beholding where the beast Manticora lay in his blood, Just spake and said, It is to be said of thee, O Brandok Dahar, that thou today hast done both the worst and the best. The worst when thou wast so stubborn set to fare upon this climb, which hath come within a little of spilling both thee and me. The best, when as thou didst smite off his tail. Was that by policy or by chance? Why, said he, I was never so poor a man of my hands that I need turn braggart. 'Twas handiest to my sword, and it disliked me to see it wagging. Did aught lie on it? The sting of his tail, answered Just, were competent for thine or my destruction, and it grazed but our little finger. Thou speakest like a book, said Brandok Dahar, else might I scarce know thee for my noble friend, being bewrayed with blood as a buffalo with mire. Be not angry with me, if I am most at ease to windward of thee. Just laughed. If thou be not too nice, he said, go to the beast and dabble thyself too with the blood of his bowels. Nay, I mock not, it is most needful. These be enemies not of mankind only, but each of other, walking every one by himself, loathing every one his kind, living or dead, so that in all the world there abideth naught loathlier unto them than the blood of their own kind, the least smell whereof they do abhor as a mad dog abhorreth water, and 'tis a clinging smell. So are we after this encounter most sure against them. That night they camped at the foot of a spur of Avsek, and set forth at dawn down the long valley eastward. All day they heard the roaring of manticores from the desolate flanks of Elamantisera, that showed now no longer as a pyramid, but as a long-backed screen, making the southern rampart of that valley. It was ill going, and they somewhat shaken. Day was nigh gone, when beyond the eastern slopes of Ella they came where the white waters of the river they followed, thundered together with a black water rushing down from the southwest. Below, the river ran east in a wide valley, dropping afar at tree-clad depths. In the fork above the water's meet, the rocks enclosed a high green knoll, like some fragment of a kindlier clime that overlived into an age of ruin. Here too, said Just, my dream walked with me. And if it be ill crossing there, where this stream breaketh into a dozen branching cataracts a little above the water's meet,
yet well I think 'tis our only crossing. So, ere the light should fade, they crossed that perilous edge above the waterfalls, and slept on the green knoll. That knoll just named Thistlegarth, after a thrush that waked them next morning, singing in a little wind-stunted mountain thorn that grew among the rocks. Strangely sounded that homely song on the cold mountainside, under the unhallowed heights of Ella, close to the confines of those enchanted snows which guard Costra Belorn. No sight of the high mountains had they from Thistlegarth, nor for a long while from the bed of that straight, steep glen of the black waters up which now their journey lay. Rugged spurs and buttresses shut them in. High on the left bank above the cataracts they made their way, buffeted by the wind that leaped and charged among the crags, their ears sated with the roaring sound of waters, their eyes filled with the spray blown upward, and Mivosh followed after them. Silent they fared, for the way was steep, and in such a wind and such a noise of torrents a man must shout lustily if he would be heard. Very desolate was that valley, having a dark aspect and a ghastful, such as a man might look for in the infernal glens of Pirith-Legathon or Acheron. No living thing they saw, save at whiles high above them an eagle sailing down the wind, and once a beast's form running in the hollow mountainside. This stood at gaze, lifting up its foul human platter face, with glittering eyes bloody and great as saucers, scented its fellow's blood, started, and fled among the crags. So fared they for the space of 3 hours, and so, coming suddenly round a shoulder of the hill, stood on the upper threshold of that glen, at the gates of a flat upland valley. Here they beheld a sight to darken all earth's glories, and strike dumb all her singers with its grandeur. Framed in the crags of the hillsides, canopied by blue heaven, Costra Pivracha stood before them. So huge he was, that even here at 6 miles' distance the eye might not at a glance behold him, but must sweep back and forth as over a broad landscape, from the ponderous roots of the mountain, where they sprang black and sheer from the glacier, up the vast face, where buttress was piled upon buttress, and tower upon tower, in a blinding radiance of ice-hung precipice and snow-filled gully, to the lone heights, where, like spears menacing high heaven, the white teeth of the summit ridge cleft the sky. From right to left he filled nigh a quarter of the heavens, from the graceful peak of Eilinon looking over his western shoulder, to where on the east the snowy slopes of Jalki shut in the prospect, hiding Costra Belorn. They camped that evening on the left moraine of the high glacier of Temorn. Long spidery streamers of cloud, filmy as the gauze of a lady's veil, blew eastward from the spires on the ridge, signs of wild weather aloft. Just said, glassy clear is the air. That forerunneth not fair weather. Well, time shall wait for us, if need be, said Brandok the Harp. So mightily my desire crieth unto me from those horns of ice, that, having once looked on them, I had as lief die as leave them unclimbed. But of thee, O Jus, I make some marvel. Thou wast bidden inquire in Costra Belorn, and sure she were easier won than Costra Pivracha, going behind Jalki by the snowfields and so avoiding her great western cliffs. There is a saw in Impland, answered Jus, ware of a tall wife. Even so there lieth a curse on any that shall attempt Costra Belorn, that hath not first looked down upon her, and he shall have his death, or ever he have his will. And from one point only of earth may a man look down on Costra Belorn, and 'tis from yonder unascended tooth of ice, where thou seest the last beam burn. For that is the topmost pinnacle of Costra Pivracha, and it is the highest point of the stablished earth. They were silent a minute's space. Then Jus spake, Thou wast ever greatest amongst us as a mountaineer. Which way likes thee best for our climbing up him? O Jus, said Brandok the Harp, on ice and snow thou art my master. Therefore give me thy rede. For mine own choice and pleasure, I have settled it this hour or more, namely to ascend into the gap between the 2 mountains, and thence turn westward up the east ridge of Pivracha. It is the fearsomest climb to look on, said Jus, and belike the grandest, and for both counts I had wagered it thy choice. That gap hight the gates of Zimiambia, and the Costra glacier that runneth up to it lieth under the weird I told thee of. It were our death to adventure there, ere we had looked down upon Costra Belorn, which done the charm is broke for us, and from that time forth it needeth but our own might and skill, and a high heart, to accomplish whatsoever we desire. Why then the great north buttress, cried Brandok the Harp. So shall she not behold us as we climb, until we come forth on the highest tooth and overlook her and tame her to our will. So they supped and slept, but the wind cried among the crags all night long, and in the morning snow and sleet blotted out the mountains. All day the storm held, and in a lull they struck camp and came down again to Thistlegarth,
and there abode 9 days and 9 nights, in wind and rain and battering hail. On the 10th day the weather abated, and they went up and crossed the glacier, and lodged them in a cave in the rock at the foot of the great north buttress of Kostrupivracha. At dawn, Jus and Brandok Dahar went forth to survey the prospect. They crossed the mouth of the steep snow-choked valley that ran up to the main ridge betwixt Ashnilan on the west and Kostrupivracha on the east, rounded the base of Eilinon, and climbed from the west to a snow saddle some 3,000 feet up the ridge of the mountain, whence they might view the buttress and choose their way for their attempt. "'Tis a 2 days' journey to the top," said Lord Brandok Dahar. "If night on the ridge freeze us not to death, I dread no other hindrance. That black rib that riseth 1/2 a mile above our camp shall take us clean up to the crest of the buttress, striking it above the great tower at the northern end. If the rocks be like those we camped on, hard as diamond and rough as a sponge, they shall not fail us but by our own neglect. As I live, I ne'er saw their like for climbing." "So far, well," said Jus. "Above," said Brandok Dahar, "I'd drive thee a chariot until we come to the first great kick of the ridge. That must we round, or ne'er go further, and on this side it showeth ill enough, for the rocks shelve outward. If they be iced, there's work indeed. Beyond that I'll prophesy naught, O Jus, for I can see naught clear, save that the ridge is hacked into clefts and steeples. How we may overcome them must be put to the proof. It is too high and too far to know. This only, where we would go, there have we gone until now. And by that ridge lieth, if any way there lieth, the way to this mountain top that we cross the world to climb." Next day, with the first paling of the skies, they arose all 3, and set forth southward over the crisp snows. They roped at the foot of the glacier that came down from the saddle, some 5,000 feet above them, where the main ridge dips between Ashnilan and Kostrupivracha. Ere the brighter stars were swallowed in the light of morning, they were cutting their way among the labyrinthine towers and chasms of the icefall. Soon the new daylight flooded the snowfields of the high glacier of Temorn, dyeing them green and saffron and palest rose. The snows of Islargin glowed far away in the north, to the right of the white dome of Emshir. Elemantisera blocked the view northeastward. The buttress that bounded their valley on the east plunged it in shadow blue as a summer sea. High on the other side, the great twin peaks of Eilinon and Ashnilan, roused by the warm beams out of their frozen silence of the night, growled at whiles with avalanches and falling stones. Just was their leader in the icefall, guiding them now along high knife edges that fell away on either hand to unsounded depths, now within the very lips of those chasms, along the bases of the ice towers. These, 5 times a man's height, some square, some pinnacled, some shattered or piled with the ruins of their kind, leaned above the path, as ready to fall and overwhelm the climbers, and dash their bones for ever down to those blue-green secret places of frost and silence, where the chips of ice chinked hollow as Just pressed onward, cutting his steps with Mivarsh's axe. At length the slope eased, and they walked out on the unbroken surface of the glacier, and passing by a snow bridge over the great rift betwixt the glacier and the mountainside, came 2 hours before noon to the foot of the rock rib that they had scanned from Eilinon. Now was Brandok Dahar to lead them. They climbed face to the rock, slowly and without rest, for sound and firm as the rocks were, the holds were small and few, and the cliffs steep. Here and there a chimney gave them passage upward, but the climb was mainly by cracks and open faces of rock, a trial of main strength and endurance such as few might sustain for a short while only, but this wall was 3,000 feet in height. By noon they gained the crest, and there rested on the rocks too weary to speak, looking across the avalanche-swept face of Kostrupivracha to the corniced parapet that ended against the western precipices of Kostrubelorn. For somewhere the ridge of the buttress was broad and level, then it narrowed suddenly to the width of a horse's back, and sprang skyward 2,000 feet and more. Brandok Dahar went forward and climbed a few feet up the cliff. It bulged out above him, smooth and holdless. He tried it once and again, then came down, saying, "Naught without wings." Then he went to the left. Here hanging glaciers overlooked the face from on high, and while he gazed an avalanche of ice blocks roared down it. Then he went to the right, and here the rocks sloped outward, and the sloping ledges were piled with rubbish, and the rocks rotten and slippery with snow and ice. So having gone a little way he returned, and, "O Jus," he said, "wilt take it right forth, and that must be by flying, for hold there is none? Or wilt go east and dodge the avalanche, or west where all is rotten and slither, and a slip were our destruction?" So they debated, and at length decided on the eastern road. It was an ill step round the jutting corner of that tower, for little hold there was, and the rocks were undercut below,
so that a stone or a man loosed from that place must fall clear at a bound 3,000 or 4,000 feet to the Kostra glacier, and there be dashed in pieces. Beyond, wide ledges gave them passage along the wall of the tower, that now swept inward, facing south. Far overhead, dazzling white in the sunshine, the broken glacier edges and splinters jutted against the blue, and icicles greater than a man hung glittering from every ledge, a sight heavenly fair, whereof they yet had little joy, hastening as they had not hastened in their lives before to be out of the danger of that ice-swept face. Suddenly was a noise above them like the crack of a giant whip, and looking up they beheld against the sky a dark mass which opened like a flower and spread into 100 fragments. The demons and Mivarsh hugged the cliffs where they stood, but there was little cover. All the air was filled with the shrieking of the stones as they swept downwards like fiends returning to the pit, and with the crash of them as they dashed against the cliffs and burst in pieces. The echoes rolled and reverberated from cliff to distant cliff, and the limbs of the mountain seemed to writhe as under a scourge. When it was done, Mivarsh was groaning for pain of his left wrist, sore hurt with the stone. The others were scatheless. Just said to Brandok Dahar, "Back, howsoever it dislike thee." Back they went, and an avalanche of ice crashed down the face which must have destroyed them had they proceeded. "Thou dost misjudge me," said Brandok Dahar, laughing. "Give me where my life lieth on mine own might and main, then is danger meat and drink to me, and naught shall turn me back. But here on this cursed cliff, on the ledges whereof a cripple might walk at ease, we be the toys of chance, and it were pure folly to abide upon it a moment longer." "Two ways be left to us," said Juss. "To turn back, and that were our shame for ever, and to essay the western traverse." "And that should be the bane of any save of me and thee," said Brandok Dahar, "and if our bane, why, we shall sleep sound." "Mivarsh," said Juss, "is not so bounden to this adventure. He hath bravely held by us, and bravely stood our friend. Yet here we be come to such a pass, I sore misdoubt me if it were less danger of his life to come with us than seek safety alone." But Mivarsh put on a hardy face. Never a word he spake, but nodded his head, as who should say, "Forward." "First I must be thy leech," said Juss, and he bound up Mivarsh's wrist. And because the day was now far spent, they camped under the great tower, hoping next day to reach the top of Kostra Pivracha, that stood unseen some 6,000 feet above them. Next morning, when it was light enough to climb, they set forth. For 2 hours' space on that traverse not a moment passed but they were in instant peril of death. They were not roped, for on those slabbery rocks one man had dragged a dozen to perdition had he made a slip. The ledges sloped outward. They were piled with broken rock and mud. The soft red rock broke away at a hand's touch and plunged at a leap to the glacier below. Down and up and along, and down and up again, they wound their way, rounding the base of that great tower, and came at last by a rotten gully, safe to the ridge above it. While they climbed, white wispy clouds which had gathered in the high gullies of Eilinon in the morning had grown to a mass of blackness that hid all the mountains to the west. Great streamers ran from it across the gulf below, joined and boiled upward, lifting and sinking like a full-tided sea, rising at last to the high ridge where the demons stood, and wrapping them in a cloak of vapour with a chill wind in its folds, and darkness in broad noonday. They halted, for they might not see the rocks before them. The wind grew boisterous, shouting among the splintered towers. Snow swept powdery and keen across the ridge. The cloud lifted and plunged again like some great bird shadowing them with its wings. From its bosom the lightning flared above and below. Thunder crashed on the heels of the lightning, sending the echoes rolling among the distant cliffs. Their weapons, planted in the snow, sizzled with blue flame. Juss had counselled laying them aside, lest they should perish holding them. Crouched in a hollow of the snow among the rocks of that high ridge of Kostra Pivracha, Lord Juss and Lord Brandok Dahar and Mivarsh Faz weathered that night of terror. When night came they knew not, for the storm brought darkness on them hours before sundown. Blinding snow and sleet and fire and thunder, and wild winds shrieking in the gullies till the firm mountain seemed to rock, kept them awake. They were near frozen, and scarce desired aught but death, which might bring them ease from that hellish roundelay. Day broke with a weak grey light, and the storm died down. Juss stood up weary beyond speech. Mivarsh said, "Ye be devils, but of myself I marvel, for I have dwelt by snow mountains all my days, and many I wot of that have been benighted on the snows in wild weather, and not one but was starved by reason of the cold. I speak of them that were found, many were not found, for the spirits devoured them." Whereat Lord Brandok Dahar laughed aloud, saying, "O Mivarsh,
I fear me that in thee I have but a graceless dog. Look on him, that in hardihood and bodily endurance against all hardships of frost or fire surpasseth me as greatly as I surpass thee. Yet is he weariest of the three. Wouldst know why? I'll tell thee. All night he hath striven against the cold, chafing not himself only, but me and thee to save us from frostbite. And be sure naught else had saved thy carcass. By then was the mist grown lighter, so that they might see the ridge for 100 paces or more, where it went up before them, each pinnacle standing out shadowy and unsubstantial against the next succeeding one more shadowy still. And the pinnacles showed monstrous huge through the mist, like mountain peaks in stature. They roped and set forth, scaling the towers or turning them, now on this side, now on that, sometimes standing on teeth of rock that seemed cut off from all earth else, solitary in a sea of shifting vapour, sometimes descending into a deep gash in the ridge, with a blank wall rearing aloft on the further side, and empty air yawning to left and right. The rocks were firm and good, like those they had first climbed from the glacier, but they went but a slow pace, for the climbing was difficult and made dangerous by new snow and by the ice that glazed the rocks. As the day wore, the wind was fallen, and all was still when they stood at length before a ridge of hard ice that shot steeply up before them like the edge of a sword. The east side of it on their left was almost sheer, ending in a blank precipice that dropped out of sight without a break. The western slope, scarcely less steep, ran down in a white even sheet of frozen snow till the clouds engulfed it. Brandok Dahar waited on the last blunt tooth of rock at the foot of the ice ridge. "The rest is thine," he cried to Lord Jus. "I would not that any save thou should tread him first, for he is thy mountain." "Without thee I had never won up hither," answered Jus, "and it is not fitting that I should have that glory to stand first upon the peak, when thine was the main achievement. Go thou before." "I will not," said Lord Brandok Dahar, "and it is not so." So Jus went forward, smiting with his axe great steps just below the backbone of the ridge on the western side, and Lord Brandok Dahar and Mivarsh Faz followed in the steps. Presently a wind arose in the unseen spaces of the sky, and tore the mist like a rotten garment. Spears of sunlight blazed through the rifts. Distant sunny lands shimmered in the unimaginable depths to the southward, seen over the crest of a tremendous wall that stood beyond the abyss, a screen of black rock buttresses seamed with 1,000 gullies of glistening snow, and crowned as with battlements with a row of mountain peaks, savage and fierce of form, that made the eye blink for their brightness, the lean spires of the summit ridge of Kostrupivracha. These, that the demons had so long looked up to as in a distant heaven, now lay beneath their feet. Only the peak they climbed still reared itself above them, clear now and near to view, showing a bare beetling cliff on the northeast, overhung by a cornice of snow. Jus marked the cornice, turned him again to his step-cutting, and in half an hour from the breaking of the clouds stood on that unascended pinnacle, with all earth beneath him. They went down a few feet on the southern side, and sat on some rocks. A fair lake studded with islands lay bosomed in wooded and crag-girt hills at the foot of a deep-cut valley which ran down from the gates of Zimiambia. Eilinon and Ashnilam rose nearby in the west, with the delicate white peak of Akra Gorsh showing between them. Beyond mountain like the sea. Just looked southward, where the blue land stretched in fold upon fold of rolling country, soft and misty, till it melted in the sky. "Thou and I," said he, "first of the children of men, now behold with living eyes the fabled land of Zimiambia. Is that true, thinkest thou, which philosophers tell us of that fortunate land, that no mortal foot may tread it, but the blessed souls do inhabit it, of the dead that be departed, even they that were great upon earth and did great deeds when they were living, that scorned not earth and the delights and the glories thereof, and yet did justly, and were not dastards nor yet oppressors?" "Who knoweth?" said Brandok Dahar, resting his chin in his hand, and gazing south as in a dream. "Who shall say he knoweth?" They were silent a while, then Jus spake, saying, "If thou and I come thither at last, O my friend, shall we remember Demonland?" And when he answered him not, Jus said, "I had rather row on Moonmere under the stars of a summer's night, than be a king of all the land of Zimiambia. And I had rather watch the sunrise on the Scarf, than dwell in gladness all my days on an island of that enchanted lake of Ravari under Kostra Belorn." Now the curtain of cloud that had hung till now about the eastern heights was rent into shreds, and Kostra Belorn stood like a maiden before them, 2 or 3 miles eastward, facing the slanting rays of the sun. On all her vast precipices scarce a rock showed bare, so encrusted were they with a dazzling robe of snow. More lovely she seemed and more graceful in her airy poise
than they had yet beheld her. Juss and Brandock de Har rose up, as men arise to greet a queen in her majesty. In silence they looked on her for some minutes. Then Brandock de Har spake, saying, Behold thy bride, O Juss. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 13. Kostra Beloan. How the Lord Juss accomplished at length his dream's behest, to inquire in Kostra Beloan, and what manner of answer he received. That night they spent safely, by favour of the gods, under the highest crags of Kostra Pivracha, in a sheltered hollow piled round with snow. Dawn came like a lily, saffron-hued, smirched with smoke-grey streaks that slanted from the north. The great peaks stood as islands above a main of level cloud, out of which the sun walked flaming, a ball of red-gold fire. An hour before his face appeared, the demons of Mivash were roped, and started on their eastward journey. Ill to do with as was the crest of the great north buttress by which they had climbed the mountain, 7 times worse was this eastern ridge, leading to Kostra Beloan. Leaner of back it was, flanked by more profound abysses, deeplier gashed, too treacherous and too sudden in its changes from sure rock to rotten and perilous, piled with tottering crags, hung about with cornices of uncertain snow, girt with cliffs smooth and holdless as a castle wall. Small marvel that it cost them 13 hours to come down that ridge. The sun wheeled towards the west, when they reached at length that frozen edge, sharp as a sickle, that was in the gates of Zimiambia. Weary they were, and ropeless, for by no means else might they come down from the last great tower, save by the rope made fast from above. A fierce northeaster had swept the ridges all day, bringing snowstorms on its wings. Their fingers were numbed with cold, and the beards of Lord Brandock de Har and Mivash Faz stiff with ice. Too weary to halt, they set forth again, just leading. It was many hundred paces along that ice edge, and the sun was near setting, when they stood at last within a stone's throw of the cliffs of Kostra Beloan. Since before noon avalanches had thundered ceaselessly down those cliffs. Now in the cool of the evening all was still. The wind was fallen, the deep blue sky was without a cloud. The fires of sunset crept down the vast white precipices before them, till every ledge and fold and frozen pinnacle glowed pink colour, and every shadow became an emerald. The shadow of Kostra Pivracha lay cold across the lower stretches of the face on the Zimiandian side. The edge of that shadow was as the division betwixt the living and the dead. What dost thou think on? Said Juss to Brandock de Har, that leaned upon his sword surveying that glory. Brandock de Har started and looked on him. Why, said he, on this, that it is likely thy dream was but a lure, sent thee by the king to tempt us onto mighty actions reserved for our destruction. On this side at least, 'tis very certain there lieth no way up Kostra Beloan. What of the little martlet, said Juss, who, whiles we were yet a great way off, flew out of the south to greet us with a gracious message? Well, if it were not a devil of his, said Brandock de Har. I will not turn back, said Juss. Thou needest not to come with me. And he turned again to look on those frozen cliffs. No, said Brandock de Har, nor thou with me. Thou'lt make me angry if thou wilt so vilely wrest my words. Only fare not too securely, and let that axe still be ready in thine hand, as is my sword, for kindlier work than step-cutting. And if thou embrace the hope to climb her by this wall before us, then hath the king's enchantery made thee fair. By then was the sun gone down. Under the wings of night uplifted from the east, the unfathomable heights of air turned a richer blue, and here and there, most dim and hard to see, throbbed a tiny point of light, the greater stars opening their eyelids to the gathering dark. Gloom crept upward, brimming the valleys far below like a rising tide of the sea. Frost and stillness waited on the eternal night to resume her reign. The solemn cliffs of Kostra Beloan stood in tremendous silence, death pale against the sky. Just came backward a step along the ridge, and laying his hand on Brandock de Har's, "Be still," he said, "and behold this marvel." A little up the face of the mountain on the Zimiandian side, it was as if some leavings of the afterglow had been entangled among the crags and frozen curtains of snow. As the gloom deepened, that glow brightened and spread, filling a rift that seemed to go into the mountain. "It is because of us," said Juss in a low voice. "She is afire with expectation of us." No sound was there, save of their breath coming and going, and of the strokes of Juss's axe, and of the chips of ice chinking downwards into silence as he cut their way along the ridge. And ever brighter, as night fell, burned that strange sunset light above them. Perilous climbing it was for 50 feet or more from the ridge, for they had no rope, the way was hard to see, and the rocks were steep and iced, and every ledge deep in snow. Yet they came safe at length, up by a steep short gully to the gully's head, where it widened to that rift of the wondrous light. Here might two walk abreast, and Lord Juss and Lord Brandok the Hart took their weapons and entered abreast into the rift. Mivarsh was fain to call to them, but he was speechless. He came after, close at their heels like a dog. For some way the bed of the cave ran upwards, then dipped at a gentle slope deep into the mountain. The air was cold, yet warm after the frozen air without. The rose-red light shone warm on the walls and floor of that passage, but none might say whence it shone. Strange sculptures glimmered overhead, bull-headed men, stags with human faces, mammoths and behemoths of the flood, vast forms and uncertain, carved in the living rock. For hours Juss and his companions pursued their way, winding downward, losing all sense of north and south. Little by little the light faded, and after an hour or two they went in darkness, yet not in utter darkness, but as of a starless night in summer, where all night long twilight lingers. They went a soft pace, for fear of pitfalls in the way. After a while Juss halted and sniffed the air. "I smell new-mown hay," he said, "and flower scents. Is this my fantasy, or canst thou smell them too?" "Aye, and have smelt it this half-hour past," answered Brandok the Hart. "Also the passage wideneth before us, and the roof of it goeth higher as we journey." "This," said Juss, "is a great wonder." They fared onward, and in a while the slope slackened, and they felt loose stones and grit beneath their feet, and in a while soft earth. They bent down and touched the earth, and there was grass growing, and night dew on the grass, and daisies folded up asleep. A brook tinkled on the right. So they crossed that meadow in the dark, until they stood below a shadowy mass that bulked big above them. In a blind wall so high the top was swallowed up in the darkness, a gate stood open. They crossed that threshold, and passed through a paved court that clanked under their tread. Before them a flight of steps went up to folding doors under an archway. Lord Brandok the Hart felt Mivarsh pluck him by the sleeve. The little man's teeth were chattering together in his head for terror. Brandok the Hart smiled and put an arm about him. Juss had his foot on the lowest step. In that instant came a sound of music playing, but of what instruments they might not guess. Great thundering chords began it, like trumpets calling to battle, first high, then low, then shuddering down to silence. Then that great call again, sounding defiance. Then the keys took new voices, groping in darkness, rising to passionate lament, hovering and dying away on the wind, until naught remained but a roll as of muffled thunder, long, low, quiet, but menacing ill. And now out of the darkness of that induction burst a mighty form, 3 ponderous blows, as of breakers that plunge and strike on a desolate shore. A pause, those blows again, a grinding pause, a rushing of wings as of furies steaming up from the pit, another flight of them dreadful in its deliberation, then a wild rush upward and a swooping again, confusion of hell, raging serpents blazing through night sky. Then on a sudden out of a distant key, a sweet melody, long drawn and clear, like a blaze of low sunshine piercing the dust clouds above a battlefield. This was but an interlude to the terror of the great main theme that came in tumultuous strides up again from the deeps, storming to a grand climacteric of fury, and passing away into silence. Now came a majestic figure, stately and calm, born of that terror, leading to it again. Battlings of these themes in many keys, and at last the great triple blow, thundering in new strength, crushing all joy and sweetness as with a mace of iron, battering the roots of life into a general ruin. But even in the main stride of its outrage and terror, that great power seemed to shrivel. The thunder blasts crashed weaklier, the harsh blows rattled awry, and the vast frame of conquest and destroying violence sank down panting, tottered, and rumbled ingloriously into silence. Like men held in a trance, those lords of Demonland, listened to the last echoes of the great sad chord where that music had breathed out its heart, as if the very heart of wrath were broken. But this was not the end. Cold and serene as some chaste virgin vowed to the gods, with clear eyes which see naught below high heaven, a quiet melody rose from that grave of terror. Weak it seemed at first, a little thing after that cataclysm, a little thing like spring's first bud peeping after the blasting rain of cold and ice. Yet it walked undismayed, gathering as it went beauty and power. And on a sudden the folding doors swung open, shedding a flood of radiance down the stairs. Lord Juss and Lord Brandok the Har watched, as men watch for a star to rise, that radiant portal. And like a star indeed, or like the tranquil moon appearing, they beheld after a while one crowned like a queen, with a diadem of little clouds that seemed stolen from the mountain sunset, scattering soft beams of rosy brightness. She stood alone under that mighty portico, with its vast shadowy forms of winged lions and shining stone black as jet. Youthful she seemed, as one that hath but just bidden adieu to childhood, with grave sweet lips and grave black eyes and hair like the night. Little black martlets perched on her either shoulder, and a dozen more skimmed the air above her head, so swift of wing that scarcely the eye might follow them. Meantime, that delicate and simple melody mounted from height to height, until in a while it burned with all the fires of summer, burned as summer to the uttermost ember, fierce and compulsive in its riot of love and beauty. So that, before the last triumphant chords died down in silence, that music had brought back to Juss all the glories of the mountains, the sunset fires on Costra Bellone, the first great revelation of the peaks from Morna Maruna. And over all these, as the spirit of that music to the eye made manifest, the image of that queen so blessed fair in her youth, and her clear brow's sweet solemn respect and promise, in every line and pose of her fair form, virginal dainty as a flower, enkindled from withinward as never flower was, with that divinity before the face of which speech and song falls silent, and men may but catch their breath and worship. When she spoke it was with a voice like crystal. Thanks be and praise to the blessed gods, for lo, the years depart, and the fated years bring forth as the gods ordained, and ye be those that were for to come. Surely those great lords of Demonland stood like little boys before her. She said again, Are not ye Lord Juss and Lord Brandok the Har of Demonland, come up to me by the way banned to all mortals else, come up into Costra Bellone? Then answered Lord Juss for them both, and said, Surely, O Queen Sophonisba, we be they thou namest. Now the Queen carried them into her palace, and into a great hall where was her throne and state. The pillars of the hall were as vast towers, and there were galleries above them, tier upon tier, rising higher than sight could reach, or the light of the gentle lamps in their stands that lighted the tables and the floor. The walls and the pillars were of a sombre stone and polished, and on the walls strange portraitures, lions, dragons, nickers of the sea, spread eagles, elephants, swans, unicorns, and other, lively made and richly set forth with curious colours of painting, all of giant size beyond the experience of humankind, so that to be in that hall was as it were to shelter in a small spot of light and life, canopied, vaulted, and embraced by the circumambient unknown. The Queen sat on her throne, that was bright like the face of a river ruffled with wind under a silver moon. Save for those little martlets she was unattended. She made those lords of Demonland sit down before her face, and there were brought forth by the agency of unseen hands tables before them, and precious dishes filled with unknown viands. And they played a soft music, made in the air by what unseen art they knew not. The Queen said, Behold, ambrosia, which the gods do eat, and nectar which they drink, on which meat and wine myself do feed, by the bounty of the blessed gods. And the savour thereof wearieth not, and the glow thereof and the perfume thereof dieth not for ever. So they tasted of the ambrosia, that was white to look on, and crisp to the tooth, and sweet, and being eaten, revived strength in the body more than a circuit of bullock's flesh, and of the nectar that was all of foam, and coloured like the inmost fires of sunset. Surely somewhat of the peace of the gods was in that nectar divine. The Queen said, Tell me, why are ye come? Juss answered, Surely there was a dream sent to me, O Queen Sophonisba, through the gate of Horn, and it bade me enquire hither after him I most desire, for want of whom my whole soul languisheth in sorrow this year gone by, even after my dear brother, the Lord Gro. His words ceased in his throat, for with the speaking of that name the firm fabric of the palace quivered like the leaves of a forest under a sudden squall. Colour went from the scene, like the blood chased from a man's face by fear, and all was of a pallid hue, like the landscape which one beholds of a bright summer day after lying with eyes closed for a space face upward under the blazing sun. All grey and cold, the warm colours burnt to ashes. Withal followed the appearance of hateful little creatures issuing from the joints of the paving stones and the great blocks of the walls and pillars, some like grasshoppers with human heads and wings of flies, some like fishes with stings in their tails, some fat like toads, some like eels a-wriggling with puppy dogs' heads and asses' ears, loathly ones, exiles of glory, scaly and obscene. The horror passed. Colour returned. The Queen sat like a graven statue, her lips parted. After a while she said, with a shaken voice, low and with downcast eyes, "Sir, you demand of me a very strange matter, such as wherewith never hitherto I have been acquainted. As you are noble, I beseech you speak not that name again. In the name of the blessed gods, speak it not again." Lord Just was silent. Naught good were his thoughts within him. In due time a little martlet by the Queen's command brought them to their bedchambers, and there in great beds soft and fragrant they went to rest. Just waked long in the doubtful light, troubled at heart. At length he fell into a troubled sleep. The glimmer of the lamps mingled with his dreams, and his dreams with it, so that scarce he wist whether asleep or waking he beheld the walls of the bedchamber dispart in sunder, disclosing a prospect of vast paths of moonlight, and a solitary mountain peak standing naked out of a sea of cloud that gleamed white beneath the moon. It seemed to him that the power of flight was upon him, and that he flew to that mountain, and hung in air beholding it near at hand, and a circle is the appearance of fire round about it, and on the summit of the mountain the likeness of a burg or citadel of brass, that was green with eld and surface battered by the frosts and winds of ages. On the battlements was the appearance of a great company, both men and women, never still, now walking on the wall with hands lifted up as in supplication to the crystal lamps of heaven, now flinging themselves on their knees, or leaning against the brazen battlements to bury their faces in their hands, or standing at gaze as night-walkers gazing into the void. Some seemed men of war, and some great courtiers by their costly apparel, rulers and kings daughters, grave bearded counsellors, youths and maidens and crowned queens. And when they went, and when they stood, and when they seemed to cry aloud bitterly, all was noiseless even as the tomb, and the faces of those mourners pallid as a dead corpse is pallid. Then it seemed to Just that he beheld a keep of brass, flat-roofed, standing on the right, a little higher than the wall, with battlements about the roof. He strove to cry aloud, but it was as if some devil gripped his throat, stifling him, for no sound came. For in the midst of the roof, as it were on a bench of stone, was the appearance of one reclining, his chin resting in his great right hand, his elbow on an arm of the bench, his cloak about him gorgeous with cloth of gold, his ponderous two-handed sword beside him with its heart-shaped ruby pommel darkly resplendent in the moonlight. Naught otherwise looked he than when Just last beheld him, on their ship before the darkness swallowed them. Only the ruddy hues of life seemed departed from him, and his brow seemed clouded with sorrow. His eye met his brother's, but with no look of recognition, gazing as if on some far point in the deeps beyond the starshine. It seemed to Just that even so would he have looked to find his brother Goldry as he now found him, his head unbent for all the tyranny of those dark powers that held him in captivity, keeping like a god his patient vigil, heedless alike of the laments of them that shared his prison, and of the menace of the houseless night about him. The vision passed, and Lord Just perceived himself in his bed again, the cold morning light stealing between the hangings of the windows and dimming the soft radiance of the lamps. Now for 7 days they dwelt in that palace. No living thing they encountered, save only the Queen and her little martlets, but all things desirous were ministered unto them by unseen hands, and all royal entertainment. Yet was Lord Just heavy at heart, for as often as he would question the Queen of Goldry, so she would ever put him by, praying him earnestly not a second time to pronounce that name of terror. At last, walking with her alone in the cool of the evening, on a trodden path of a meadow where asphodel grew, and other holy flowers beside a quiet stream, he said, "So it is, O Queen Sophonisba, that when I first came hither and spake with thee, I well thought that by thee my matter should be well sped, And didst not thou then promise me thy goodness, and grace from thee thereafter? This is very true, said the Queen. Then why, said he, when I would question thee of that I make most store of, wilt thou always daff me and put me by? She was silent, hanging her head. He looked sidelong for a minute at her sweet profile, the grave clear lines of her mouth and chin. Of whom must I inquire, he said, if not of thee, which art Queen in Costa Bellorn and must know this thing? She stopped and faced him with dark eyes that were like a child's for innocence, and like a god's for splendour. My lord, that I have put thee off, ascribe it not to evil intent. That were an unnatural part indeed in me unto you of Demonland, who have fulfilled the weird and set me free again, to visit again the world of men, which I so much desire. Despite all my sorrows I there fulfilled in elder time. Or shall I forget you are at enmity with the wicked house of Witchland, and therefore doubly pledged my friends? That the event must prove, O Queen, said Lord Just. Or saw ye Morna Maruna? Cried she. Saw ye it in the wilderness? And when he looked on her still dark and mistrustful, she said, Is this forgot? And methought it should be mention and remembrance made thereof unto the end of the world. I pray thee, my lord, what age art thou? I have looked upon this world, answered Lord Just, for thrice 10 years. And I, said the Queen, but 17 summers. Yet that same age had I when thou wast born, and thy grandsire before thee, and his before him. For the gods gave me youth for evermore, when they brought me hither after the realm rape that befell our house, and lodged me in this mountain. She paused and stood motionless, her hands clasped lightly before her, her head bent, her face turned a little away, so that he saw only the white curve of her neck and her cheek's soft outline. All the air was full of sunset, though no sun was there, but a scattered splendour only, shed from the high roof of rock that was like a sky above them, self-effulgent. Very softly she began again to speak, the crystal accents of her voice sounding like the faint notes of a bell, borne from a great way off, on the quiet air of a summer evening. Surely time past is gone by like a shadow since those days, when I was queen in Morna Maruna, dwelling there with my lady mother, and the princes my cousins in peace and joy, until Gorice the Third came out of the north, the great king of Witchland, desiring to explore these mountains, for his pride's sake and his insolent heart, which cost him dear. 'Twas on an evening of early summer we beheld him and his folk ride over the flowering meadows of the Maruna. Nobly was he entertained by us, and when we knew what way he meant to go, we counselled him turn back, and the manticores must tear him if he went. But he mocked at our advisors, and on the morrow departed, he and his, by way of Umpren Edge, and never again were they seen of living man. That had been small loss, but hereof there befell a great and horrible mischief, for in the spring of the year came Gorice the Fourth, with a great army out of waterish Witchland, saying with open mouth of defamation, that we were the dead king's murderers, we that were peaceful folk, and would not entertain an action should call us villain for all the wealth of Impland. In the night they came, when all we save the sentinels upon the walls were in our beds secure, in a quiet conscience. They took the princes my cousins and all our men, and before our eyes most cruelly murdered them, so that my mother seeing these things fell suddenly into deadly swoonings, and was presently dead. And the king commanded them burn the house with fire, and he brake down the holy altars of the gods, and defiled their high places. And unto me that was young and fair to look on he gave this choice, to go with him and be his slave, other else to be cast down from the edge, and all my bones be broken. Surely I chose this rather. But the gods that do help every rightful true cause, made light my fall, and guided me hither safe through all perils of height and cold and ravening beasts, granting me youth and peaceful days for ever, here on the borderland between the living and the dead. And the gods blew upon all the land of the Maruna in the fire of their wrath, to make it desolate, and man and beast cut off therefrom, for a witness of the wicked deeds of Gorice the king, even as Gorice the king made desolate our little castle and our pleasant places. The face of the land was lifted up to high airs, where frosts do dwell, so that the cliffs of Umpren Edge, down which ye came, are 10 times the height they were when Gorice the Third came down them. So was an end of flowers on the Maruna, and an end there of spring and of summer days for ever. The Queen ceased speaking, and Lord Just was silent for a space, greatly maudling. Judge now, said she, if your foes be not my foes. It is not hidden from me, my lord, that you deem me but a lukewarm friend and no helper at all in your enterprise. Yet have I ceased not since you were here, to search and to inquire, and sent my little mortlets west and east and south and north after tidings of him thou namest. They are swift, even as wingy thoughts circling the established world, and they return to me on weary wings, yet with never a word of thy great kinsman. Just looked at her eyes that were moist with tears. Truth sat in them like an angel. "O Queen," he cried, "why need thy little minions scour the world, when my brother is here in Costrabellorn?" She shook her head, saying, "This I will swear to thee. There hath no mortal come up into Costrabellorn, save only thee and thy companions, these 200 years. But just said again, my brother is here in Costrabellorn. Mine eyes beheld him that first night, hedged about with fires, and he is held captive on a tower of brass on a peak of a mountain. There be no mountains here," said she, "save this in whose womb we have our dwelling." "Yet so I beheld my brother," said Just, "under the white beams of the full moon." "There is no moon here," said the Queen. So Lord Just rehearsed to her his vision of the night, telling her point to point of everything. She hearkened gravely, and when he had done, trembled a little and said, "This is a mystery, my lord, beyond my resolution." She fell silent a while. Then she began to say in a hushed voice, as if the very words and breath might breathe some dreadful matter, "Taken up in ascending maleficial by King Gorice the 12th, so it hath ever been, that whensoever there dieth one of the house of Gorice, there riseth up another in his stead, and so from strength to strength, and death weakeneth not this house of Witchland, but like the dandelion weed being cut down and bruised, it springeth up the stronger. Dost thou know why?" He answered, "No." "The blessed gods," said she, speaking yet lower, "have shown me many hidden matters, which the sons of men know not neither imagine. Behold this mystery. There is but one Gorice, and by the favour of heaven, that moveth sometimes in a manner our weak judgment seeketh in vain to justify, this cruel and evil one, every time, whether by the sword or in the fullness of his years he cometh to die, departeth the living soul and spirit of him into a new and sound body, and liveth yet another lifetime to vex and to oppress the world, until that body die, and the next in his turn, and so continually, having thus in a manner life eternal." Just said, "Thy discourse, O Queen Sophonisba, is in a strain above mortality. This is a great wonder thou tellest me, whereof some little part I guessed aforetime, but the main I knew not. Rightfully, having such a timeless life, this king weareth on his thumb that worm Ouroboros, which doctors have from of old made for an ensample of eternity, whereof the end is ever at the beginning, and the beginning at the end for evermore." "See then the hardness of the thing," said the Queen. "But I forget not, my lord, that thou hast a matter nearer thine heart than this. To set free him, name him not, concerning whom thou didst inquire of me. Touching this, know it for thy comfort, some ray of light I see. Question me no more till I have made trial thereof, lest it prove but a false dawn. If it be as I think, 'tis a trial yet abideth thee, should make the stoutest blench." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 14. The Lake of Ravary. Of the furtherance given by Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, to Lord Just and Lord Brandok the Har, with how the hippogriff's egg was hatched beside the enchanted lake, and what ensued therefrom. Next day the Queen came to Lord Just and Lord Brandok the Har, and made them go with her, and Mivarsh with them to serve them, over the meadows and down a passage like that whereby they had entered the mountain, but this led downward. "You may marvel," she said, "to see daylight in the heart of this great mountain. Yet it is but the hidden work of nature. For the rays of the sun, striking all day upon Costrabellorn, and upon her robe of snow, sink into the snow like water, and so, soaking through the secret places of the rocks, shine again in this hollow chamber where we dwell, and in these passages cleft by the gods, to give us our goings out and our comings in. And as sunset followeth broad day with coloured fires, and moonlight or darkness followeth sunset, and dawn followeth night, ushering the bright day once more, so these changes of the dark and light succeed one another within the mountain." They passed on, ever downward, till, after many hours, they came suddenly forth into dazzling sunlight. They stood at a cave's mouth, on a beach of sand white and clean, that was lapped by the ripples of a sapphire lake. A great lake, sown with islets craggy, and luxuriant with trees and flowering growths. Many-armed was the lake, winding everywhere in secret reaches behind promontories that were spurs of the mountains that held it in their bosom. Some wooded or green, with lush flower-spangled turf to the water's edge, some with bare rocks abrupt from the water, some crowned with rugged lines of crag that sent down scree slopes into the lake below. It was mid-afternoon, sweet-aired, a day of dappled cloud shadows and changing lights. White birds circled above the lake, and now and then a kingfisher flashed by like a streak of azure flame. That was a westward-facing beach, at the end of a headland that ran down clothed with pine forests, with open primrose glades, from a spur of Costra Bellone. Northward the two great mountains stood at the head of a straight narrow valley that ran up to the gates of Zimiambia. Vaster they seemed than the demons had yet beheld them, showing at but 6 or 7 miles distance a clear 16,000 feet above the lake. Nor from any other point of prospect were they more lovely to behold. Costra Pivracha like an eagle armed, shadowing with wings, and Costra Bellorn as a goddess fallen a-dreaming, gracious as the morning star of heaven, wondrous bright with their snows in the sunshine, yet ghostly and unsubstantial to view seen through the hazy summer air. Olive trees, grey and soft outlined like embodied mist, grew in the lower valleys. Woods of oak and birch, and every forest tree clothed the slopes, and in the warmer folds of the mountainsides, belts of creamy rhododendrons straggled upwards even to the moraines above the lower glaciers and the very margin of the snows. The Queen watched Lord Jus as his gaze moved to the left past Costra Pivracha, past the blunt lower crest of Goglio, to a great lonely peak many miles distant, that frowned over the rich maze of nearer ridges which stood above the lake. Its southern shoulders swept in a long majestic line of cliffs up to a clean sharp summit. Northward it fell steeply away. Little snow hung on the sheer rock faces, save where the gullies cleft them. For grace and beauty, scarce might Costra Bellorn herself surpass that peak. But terrible it looked, and as a mansion of old night, that not high noonday could wholly dispossess of darkness. "There standeth a mountain great and fair," said Lord Brandok de Ha, "which was hid in a cloud when we were on the high ridges. It hath the look of a great beast couchant." Still the Queen watched Lord Jus, who looked still on that peak. Then he turned to her, his hands clenched on the buckles of his breastplates. She said, "Was it as I think?" He took a great breath. "It was so I beheld it in the beginning," he said, "as from this place. But here are we too far off to see the citadel of brass, or know if it be truly there." And he said to Brandok de Ha, "This remaineth, that we climb that mountain." "That can ye never do," said the Queen. "That shall be shown," said Brandok de Ha. "List," said she, "nameless is yonder mountain upon earth, for until this hour, save only for me and you, the eye of living man hath not looked upon it. But unto the gods it hath a name, and unto the spirits of the blessed that do inhabit this land, and unto those unhappy souls that are held in captivity on that cold mountain top. Zorarach nam Psarion, standing apart above the noiseless, lifeless snowfields that feed the Psarion glaciers, loneliest and secretest of all earth's mountains, and most accursed. O my lords," she said, "think not to climb up Zora. Enchantments ring round Zora, so that ye should not get so near as to the edges of the snowfields at her feet, ere ruin gathered you." Just smiled. "O Queen Sophonisba, little thou knowest our mind, if thou think this shall turn us back." "I say it," said the Queen, "with no such vain purpose, but to show you the necessity of that way I shall now tell you of, since well I know ye will not give over this attempt. To none save to a demon durst I have told it, lest heaven should hold me answerable for his death. But unto you I may, with the less danger, commit this dangerous counsel, if it be true, as I was taught long ago, that the hippogriff was seen of old in Demonland." "The hippogriff?" said Lord Brandok de Ha. "What else is it than the emblem of our greatness? 1,000 years ago they nested on Neverdale halls, and there abide unto this day in the rocks the prints of their hooves and talons. He that rode it was a forefather of mine, and of Lord Jus." "He that shall ride it again," said Queen Sophonisba, "he only of mortal men may win to Zorarach, and if he be man enough of his hands, may deliver him we wot of out of bondage." "O Queen," said Jus, "somewhat I know of gramarye and divine philosophy, Yet must I bow to thee for such learning, that dwellest here from generation to generation, and dost commune with the dead. How shall we find this steed? Few they be, and high they fly above the world, and come to birth but one in 300 years. She answered, I have an egg. In all lands else must such an egg lie barren and sterile, save in this land of Zimianvia, which is sacred to the lordly races of the dead. And thus cometh this steed to the birth, when one of might and heart beyond the want of man sleepeth in this land with the egg in his bosom, greatly desiring some high achievement. The fire of his great longing hatcheth the egg, and the hippogriff cometh out therefrom, weak-winged at first as thou hast seen a butterfly new hatched out his chrysalis. Then only mayst thou mount him, and if thou be man enow to turn him to thy will, he shall bear thee to the uttermost parts of earth unto thine heart's desire. But if thou be aught less than greatest, beware that steed, and mount only earthly courses. For if there be aught of dross within thee, and thine heart falter, or thy purpose cool, or thou forget the level aim of thy glory, then will he toss thee to thy ruin. Thou hast this thing, O Queen? Said Lord Just. My lord, she said softly, more than 100 years ago I found it, while I rambled on the cliffs that are about this charmed lake of Ravari. And here I hid it, being taught by the gods what thing I had found, and knowing what was foreordained, that certain of earth should come at last to Costra Belorn, thinking in my heart that he that should come might be of those who bear some great unfulfilled desire, and might be of such might as could ride to his desire on such a steed. They abode, talking little, by the charmed lake's shore till evening. Then they arose and went with her to a pavilion by the lake, built in a grove of flowering trees. Ere they went to rest, she brought them the hippogriff's egg, great as a man's body, yet light of weight, rough and coloured like gold. And she said, Which of you, my lords? Just answered, He, if might and a high heart should only count, but I, because my brother it is that we must free from his dismal place. So the Queen gave the egg to Lord Just, and he, bearing it in his arms, bade her good night, saying, I need no other laudanum than this to make me sleep. And the ambrosial night came down, and gentle sleep, softer than sleep is on earth, closed their eyes in that pavilion beside the enchanted lake. Mivarsh slept not. Small joy had he of that lake of Ravari, caring for none of its beauties, but mindful still of certain lewd bulks he had seen basking by its shores all through the golden afternoon. He had questioned one of the Queen's martlets concerning them, who laughed at him and let him know that these were crocodiles, wardens of the lake, tame and gentle toward the heroes of bliss who resorted thither to bathe and disport themselves. But should such an one as thou, she said, adventure there, they would chop thee up at a mouthful. This saddened him, and indeed little ease of heart had he since he came out of Impland, and dearly he desired his home, though it were sacked and burnt, and the men of his own blood, though they should prove his foes. And well he thought that if Just should fly with Brandok Dahar, mounted on hippogriff, to that cold mountain top, where souls of the great were held in bondage, he should never win back alone to the world of men, past the frozen mountains and the manticores, and past the crocodile that dwelt beside Barvinan. He lay awake an hour or twain, weeping quietly, until out of the giant heart of midnight came to him with fiery clearness the words of the Queen, saying that by the heat of great longing in his heart that claspeth it must that egg be hatched, and that that man should then mount and ride on the wind unto his heart's desire. Therewith Mivarsh sat up, his hands clammy with mixed fear and longing. It seemed to him, awake and alone among the sleepers in that breathless night, that no longing could be greater than his longing. He said in his heart, I will arise, and take the egg privily from the devil transmarine, and clasp it myself. I do him no wrong thereby, for said she not it was perilous? Also every man raketh the embers to his own cake. So he arose, and came secretly to Just, where he lay with his strong arms circling the egg. A beam of the moon came in by a window, shining on the face of Just, that was as the face of a god. Mivarsh bent over him, and teased the egg gently from his embrace, praying fervently the while. And, for Just was in a profound slumber, his soul mounting in vision far from earth, far from that shore divine, to lone regions where Goldry watched still in frozen mournful patience on the heights of Zorla, at last Mivarsh gat the egg, and bare it to his bed. Very warm it was, crackling to his ear as he embraced it, as of a power moving from withinwards. In such wise Mivarsh fell asleep, clasping the egg as a man should clasp his dearest. And a little before dawn it hatched in his arms and fell asunder, and he started awake, his arms about the neck of a strange steed. It went forth into the pale light before the sunrise, and he with it, holding it fast. The sheen of its hair was like the peacock's neck, its eyes like the changing fires of a star of a windy night. Its nostrils widened to the breath of the dawn. Its wings unfolded and grew stiff, their feathers like the tail feathers of the peacock pheasant, white with purple eyes, and hard to the touch as iron blades. Mivosh was mounted on its back, seizing the shining mane with both hands, trembling. And now was he fain to descend, but the hippogriff snorted and reared, and he, fearing a great fall, clung closer. It stamped with its silver hoofs, flapping its wings, ramping like a lioness, tearing up the grass with its claws. Mivosh screamed, torn between hope and fear. It plunged forward and leaped into the air and flew. The demons, waked by the whirring of wings, rushed from the pavilion, to behold that marvel flown against the obscure west. Wild was its flight, like a snipe dipping and plunging, and while they looked, they saw the rider flung from his seat, and heard, some moments after, a dull flop and splash of a body fallen in the lake. The wild steed vanished, winging toward the upper air. Rings ran outward from the splash, troubling the surface of the lake, marring the dark reflection of Zorarach mirrored in the sleeping waters. "Poor Mivosh!" cried Lord Brandok-Dahar. "After all the weary leagues I made him go with me." And he threw off his cloak, took a dagger in his teeth, and swam with great overarm strokes out to the spot where Mivosh fell. But naught he found of Mivosh. Only he saw nearby, on an island beach, a crocodile, big and bloated, that eyed him guiltily, and stayed not for his coming, but lumbering into the water dived and disappeared. So Brandok-Dahar turned and swam ashore again. Lord Just stood as a man stricken to stone. As one despaired, he turned to the Queen, who now came forth to them wrapped in a mantle of swan's down, yet high he held his head. "O Queen Sophonisba, here is that secret gloam or bottom of our days, come when we sniff the sweetness of the morning." "My lord," said she, "the flies Hemeri take life with the sun and die with the dew. But thou, if thou be truly great, join not hands with desperation. Let the sad ending of this poor servant of thine be to thee a monument against such folly. Earth is not ruined for a single shower. Come back with me to Costra Beloin." He looked at the grand peak of Zora, dark against the wakening east. "Madam," he said, "thou hast little more than half my years, and yet by another computation thou art 7 times mine age. I am not light of will, nor thou shalt not find me a fool to thee. Let us go back to Costra Beloin." They brake their fast quietly, and returned by the way they came. And the Queen said, "My lords Jus and Brandok-Dahar, there be few steeds of such a kind to carry you to Zorarach Namsarion, and not ye, though ye be beyond the half-gods in your might and virtue, might have power to ride them, but if ye take them from the egg. So high they fly, so shy they are, ye should not catch them though ye waited 10 men's lifetimes. I will send my mortlets to see if there be another egg in the world." So she dispatched them, north and west and south and east. And in due time those little birds returned on weary wing, all save one, without tidings. "All have come back to me," said the Queen, "save Arabella alone. Dangers attend them in the world, birds of prey, men that slay little birds for their sport. Yet hope with me that she may come back at last." But the Lord Just spake and said, "O Queen Sophonisba, to hope and wait lieth not in my nature, but to be swift, resolute, and exact whensoever I see my way before me. This have I ever approved, that the strawberry groweth underneath the nettle still. I will essay the ascent of Zora." Nor might all her prayers turn him from this rashness, wherein the Lord Brandok-Dahar besides did most eagerly second him. 2 nights and 2 days they were gone, and the Queen abode them in great trouble of heart in her pavilion by the enchanted lake. The 3rd evening came Brandok-Dahar back to the pavilion, bringing with him Jus, that was like a man at point of death, and himself besides deadly sick. "Tell me not anything," said the Queen. "Forgetfulness is the only sovereign remedy, which with all my art I will strive to induce in thy mind and in his. Surely I despaired ever to see you in life again, so rashly entered into those regions forbid." Brandok-Dahar smiled, but his look was ghastly. "Blame us not overmuch, dear Queen. Who shoots at the midday sun, though he be sure he shall never hit the mark, yet as sure he is, he shall shoot higher than who aims but at a bush. His voice broke in his throat. The whites of his eyes rolled up. He caught at the Queen's hand like a frightened child. Then, with a mighty effort mastering himself, "I pray bear with me a little," he said. "After a little good meats and drinks taken, 'twill pass. I pray look to Juss. Is a dead, think you?" Days passed, and months, and the Lord Juss lay yet, as it were, in the article of death, tended by his friend, and by the Queen in that pavilion by the lake. At length, when winter was gone in Middle-earth, and the spring far spent, back came that last little martlet on weary wing. She they had long given up for lost. She sank in her mistress's bosom, almost dead indeed for weariness. But the Queen cherished her and gave her nectar, so that she gathered strength and said, "O Queen Sophonisba, fosterling of the gods, I flew for thee east and south and west and north, by sea and by land, in heat and frost, unto the frozen poles about and about, and at the last came to Demonland, to the range of Neverdale. There is a tarn among the mountains, that men call Dual Tarn. Very deep it is, and men that live by bread do hold it for bottomless. Yet hath it a bottom, and on the bottom lieth an hippogriff's egg, seen by me, for I flew at a great height above it." "In Demonland," said the Queen, and she said to Lord Brandok Dahar, "It is the only one. Ye must go home to fetch it." Brandok Dahar said, "Home to Demonland? After we spent our powers and crossed the world to find the way?" But when Lord Juss knew of it, straightway with hope so renewed began his sickness to depart from him, so that he was in a few weeks' space very well recovered. And it was now a full year gone by, since first the demons came up into Costra Bellone. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Joseph Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 15. Queen Presmira. How the Lady Presmira discovered to Lord Gro what she would have brought about for Demonland, in which should also appear her lord's yet more greatness and advancement, and how her too loud speaking of her purpose was the occasion whereby the Lord Corinius was to learn the sweetness of bliss deferred. On that same 26th night of May, when Lord Juss and Lord Brandok Dahar beheld from earth's loftiest pinnacle the land of Ximiambia and Costra Bellone, Gro walked with the Lady Presmira on the western terrace in Carcy. It wanted yet 2 hours of midnight. The air was warm, the sky a bower of moonbeam and starbeam. Now and then a faint breeze stirred, as if night turned in her sleep. The walls of the palace and the iron tower cut off the terrace from the direct moonlight, and flamboys spreading their wobbling light made alternating regions of brightness and gloom. Galloping strains of music and the noise of revelry came from within the palace. Gro spake. "If thy question, O Queen, overlie a wish to have me gone, I am as lightning to obey thee, howsoe'er it grieve me." "'Twas an idle wonder only," she said. "Stay, and it like thee." "It is but a native part of wisdom," said he, "to follow the light. When thou wast departed from the hall, methought all the bright lights were bedimmed." He looked at her sidelong as they passed into the radiance of a flamboy, studying her countenance that seemed clouded with grievous thought. Fair of all fairs she seemed, stately and splendid, crowned with a golden crown set about with dark amethysts. The figure of a crabfish topped it above the brow, curiously wrought in silver, and bearing in either claw a ball of chrysolite, the bigness of a thrush's egg. Lord Gro said, "This too was part of my mind, to behold those stars in heaven that men call Berenice's hair, and know if they can outshine in glory thine hair, O Queen." They paced on in silence. Then, "These phrases of forced gallantry," she said, "sort ill with our friendship, my Lord Gro. If I be not angry, think it is because I father them on the deep health thou hast caroused unto our Lord the King on this night of nights, when the returning year bringeth back the date of his sending, and our vengeance upon Demonland." "Madam," he said, "I would but have thee give over this melancholy. Seemeth it to thee a little thing that the king hath pleased so singularly to honour Corrand thy husband, as give him a king's style and dignity, and all implant to hold in fee? All took notice of it how uncheerfully thou didst receive this royal crown, when the king gave it thee tonight, in honour of thy great lord, to wear in his stead till he come home to claim it. This, and the great praise spoke by the king of Corrand, which methinks should bring the warmth of pride to thy cheeks. Yet are all these things of as little avail against thy frozen scornful melancholy, as the weak winter sun availeth against congealed pools in a black frost. Crowns are cheap trash today, said Presmira, when as the king, with 20 kings to be his lackeys, raiseth up now his lackeys to be kings of the earth. Canst wonder if my joyance in this crown were dashed some little, when I looked on that other given by the king to Laxus? Madam, said Gro, thou must forgive Laxus in his own particular. Thou knowest he set not so much as a foot in Pixieland, and if now he must be called king thereof, that should rather please thee, being in despite of Corineus that carried war there, and by whatsoever means of skill or fortune overcame thy noble brother and drave him into exile. Corineus, she answered, tasteth in that mist that bane or ill hap which I dearly pray all they may groan under who would fatten by my brother's ruin. Then should Corineus's grief lift up thy joy, said Gro. Yet certain it is, fate is a blind puppy. Build not on her next turn. Am not I a queen, said Presmira? Is not this witchland? Have we not strength to make curses strong, if fate be blind indeed? They halted at the head of a flight of steps leading down to the inner ward. The Lady Presmira leaned a while on the black marble balustrade, gazing seaward over the level marshes rough with moonlight. What care I for Laxus, she said at last. What care I for Corineus? A cast of hawks flown by the king against a quarry that in dear worthiness and nobility outshineth an hundred such as they. Nor I will not suffer mine indignation so to wit wanton with fair justice, as persuade me to put the white on witchland. It is most true the prince my brother practised with our enemies the downthrow of our fortunes, breaking open, had he but known it, the gate of destruction for himself and us, that night when our banquet was turned by him to a battle, and our winy mirths to bloody rages. She was silent for a time, then said, Oath-breakers, a most odious name, flat against all humanity, 2 faces in one hood. Oh, that earth would start up and strike the sins that tread on her. I see thou lookest west over sea, said Gro. There's somewhat thou canst see, then, my Lord Gro, by owl light, said Presmira. Thou didst tell me at the time, he said, with what compliments in vows and strange well-studied promises of friendship the Lord just took leave of thee at their escaping out of Carcy. Yet art thou to blame, O Queen, if thou take in too ill part the breaking of such promises given in extremity, which prove commonly like fish, new, stale, and stinking in 3 days. Sure, 'tis a small matter, said she, that my brother should cast aside all ties of interest and alliance to save these great ones from an evil death, and they, being delivered, should toss him a light gramercy and go their ways, leaving him to be exterminated out of his own country, and for all they know or reck to lose his life. May the great devil of hell torture their souls. Madam, said Lord Gro, I would have thee view the matter soberly, and leave these bitter flashes. The demons did save thy brother once in Leda Nanguna, and his delivering of them out of the hand of our lord the king was but just payment therefore. The scales hang equal. She answered, Do not defile mine ears with their excuses. They have shamefully abused us, and the guilt of their black deed planteth them day by day more firmlier in my deeper settled hate. Art thou so deeply read in nature and her large philosophy, and I am yet to teach thee that deadliest hellebore or the vomit of a toad are qualified poison to the malice of a woman? The darkness of a great cloud bank spreading from the south swallowed up the moonlight. Presmira turned to resume her slow pacing down the terrace. The yellow fiery sparkles in her eyes glinted in the flamboy's flare. She looked dangerous as a lioness, and delicate and graceful like an antelope. Gro walked beside her, saying, Did not Corin drive them forth in winter onto the Maruna? And can Lear continue there in life, alone amid so many devouring perils? Oh, my lord, she cried, say these good tidings to the kitchen wenches, not to me. Why, thyself didst enter in past years the very heart of the Maruna, and yet camest off, else art thou the greatest liar. This only canker frets my soul, that days go by, and months, and Witchland beateth down all peoples under him, and yet he suffereth the crown of pride, these rebels of Demonland, to go yet untrodden under feet. Doth he deem it the better part to spare a foe and spoil a friend? That were an unhappy and unnatural conclusion. Or is he fair, even as was Gorice the 11th? Heaven foreshield it, yet as ill an end may bechance him, and utter ruin come on all of us, if he will withhold his scourge from Demonland until Juss and Brandok Dahar come home again to meet with him. Madam, said Lord Gro, in these few words thou hast given me the picture of mine own mind in small. And forgive me that I bespake thee warily at the first, for these are matters of heavy moment, and ere I opened my mind to thee, I would know that it agreed with thine. Let the king smite now, in the happy absence of their greatest champions. So shall we be in strength against them if they return again, and perchance Goldring with them. She smiled, and it seemed as if all the sultry night freshened and sweetened at that lady's smile. Thou art a dear companion to me, she said. Thy melancholy is to me as some shady wood in summer, where I might dance if I will, and that is often, or be sad if I will, and that is in these days oftener than I would. And never thou crossest my mood, save but now thou did so, to plague me with thy precious flattering jargon, till I had thought thee skin changed with Laxus or young Carinus, seeking such lures as gallants spread their wings to stoop in ladies' bosoms. For I would shake thee from this late-received sadness, said Gro. And he said, Thou art to commend me too, since I spake naught but truth. Oh, have done, my lord, she cried, or I'll dismiss thee hence. And as they walked, Prismira sang softly, He that cannot choose but love, and strives against it still, never shall my fancy move, for he loves gainst his will. Nor he which is all his own, and can at pleasure choose, when I am caught he can be gone, and when he list refuse. Nor he that loves none but fair, for such by all are sought, nor he that can for foul ones care, for his judgment then is naught. Nor he... She broke off suddenly, saying, Come, I have shook off the ill disposition the sight of Laxus bred in me, and of his tawdry crown. Let's think on action. And first I will tell thee a thing. This we spoke of hath been in my mind these 2 or 3 moons, ever since Corinius' campaigning in Pixieland. So when word came of my lord's destroying of the demon host, and his driving of Juss and Brandok to Har like runaway thralls on the Maruna, I sent him a letter by the hand of Viglis, that bare him from our lord the king's name in Impland. Therein I expressed how that crown of Demonland should be a braver crown for us than this of Impland, howsoe'er it sparkle, praying him urge upon the king his sending of an armament to Demonland, and my lord the leader thereof. Or, if he could not as then come home to ask it, then I entreated him make me his ambassador, to lay this counsel before the king, and crave the enterprise for Corund. Is not his answer in those letters I brought thee? Said Gro. Ay, said she, and a very scurvy, beggarly, lick-spittle answer for a great lord to send to such a matter as I propounded. Alack, it puffs away all my wifely duty but to speak on't, and makes me rail like a gangrel woman. I'll walk apart, madam, said Gro, if thou wouldst have privateness to deliver thy mind. Prismira laughed. 'Tis not all so bad, she said, and yet it makes me angry. The enterprise he commends, up to the hilt, and I have his leave to broach it to the king as his mouthpiece, and press it with him out of all hope. But for the leading on't, he will not have it, he. Corsus must have it, or Corinius. Stay, let me read it out. And standing near one of the lights, she took a parchment from her bosom. Pooh, 'tis too fond. I will not shame my lord to read it, even to thee. Well, said Gro, were I the king, Corund should be my general to put down Demonland. Corsus he may send, for he hath done great work in his day, but in mine own judgment I like him not for such an errand. Corinius he hath not yet forgiven for his fault at the banquet a year ago. Corinius, said Prismira. So his butchery of mine own dear land goeth not only without reward, but hath not so much as brought him back to favour, thou thinkest? I think not, said Lord Gro. Besides, he is mad wroth to have plucked that prickly fruit but for another's eating. He bears himself so presumptuous ill in the hall tonight, gleeking and galling at Laxus, slapping of his sword, and with so many more shameless braves and wanton fashions, and worst of all, his most openly seeking to toy with Sriva, with this first month of her betrothal unto Laxus. It will be a wonder if blood be not spilt betwixt them ere the night be done. Methinks he is not in the mood to take the field again, without some sure reward, and methinks the king, guessing his mind, would not offer him a new enterprise, and so give him the glory of refusing it. They stood near the arched gateway that opened on the terrace from the inner court. Music still sounded from the great banquet hall of Gorice XI. Under the archway and in the shadows of the huge buttresses of the walls, it was as though the elements of gloom, expelled from the bright circles round the flambeaux, huddled with sister glooms to make a double darkness. Well, my lord, said Prismira, doth thy wisdom bless my resolve? Whate'er it be, yes, because it is thine, O queen. Whate'er it be, she cried, dost hang in doubt on't? What else but seek audience with the king as my first care in the morning? Have I not my lord's bidding so far? And if thy zeal outrun his bidding in one particular, said Gro, why just, said she. And if I bring thee not word ere tomorrow's noon that order is given for Demonland, and my lord Corund named for his general for that sailing, aye, and letters sealed for his straight recall from Orpish, "Hist," said Gro. "Steps of the court." They turned towards the archway, Presmira singing under her breath, "Nor he that still his mistress pays, for she is thralled therefore, nor he that pays not, for he says, within she's worth no more. Is there then no kind of men, whom I may freely prove? I will vent that humour then, in mine own self-love." Corineus met them in the gateway, coming from the banquet house. He halted full in their path to peer closely through the darkness at Presmira, so that she felt the heat of his breath, heavy with wine. It was too dark to know faces, but he knew her by her stature and bearing. "Cry thee mercy, madam," he said. "Methought an instant 'twas... but no matter, your best of rest." So saying, he made way for her with a deep obeisance, jostling roughly against Gro with the same motion. Gro, little minded for a quarrel, gave him the wall, and followed Presmira into the inner court. The Lord Corineus sat him down on the nearest of the benches, leaned his stalwart back luxuriously upon the cushions, and there rested, thripping his fingers and singing to himself. "What an ass is he, waits a woman's leisure, for a minute's pleasure, and perhaps may be, gold at last and lose her, what an ass is he! What need I to care for a woman's favour? If another have her, why should I despair, when for golden labour I can have my share? If I chance to see one that's brown, I love her, till I see another, browner is than she, for I am a lover of my liberty." A rustle behind him on his left made him turn his head. A figure stole out of the deep shadows of the buttress nearest the archway. He leapt up and was first in the gate, blocking it with open arms. "Ah!" he cried. "So titmice roosted the shade, ha? What ransom shall I have of thee for making me keep empty tryst last night? Aye, and was creeping hence to make me a fool once more the night long, and I had not caught thee?" The lady laughed. "Last night my father kept me by him, and tonight, my lord, wouldst thou not have been fitly served for thy shameless ditty? Is that a sweet serenade for ladies' ears? Sing it again to thy liberty, and show thyself an ass." "Thou art very bold to provoke me, madam, with not even a star to be thy witness if I quite thee for it. These flamboys are old roisterers, grown grey in scenes of riot. They shall not blab." "Nay, if thou speakest in wine, I am gone, my lord." And as he took a step towards her, "And I return not, here or otherwise, but fling thee off for ever," she said. "I will not be entreated like a serving maid. I have borne too long with thy forced soldier fashions." Corineus caught his arms about her, lifting her against his broad chest so that her toes scarce kept footing on the ground. "O Sriva," he said thickly, bending his face to hers, "dost think to light so great a fire, and after walk through it and not be scorched thereat?" Her arms were close pinioned at her sides in that strong embrace. She seemed to swoon, as a lily swooning in the flaming noonday. Corineus bent down his face and kissed her fiercely, saying, "By all the sweets that ever darkness tasted, thou art mine tonight." "Tomorrow," she said, as if stifled. But Corineus said, "My dearest happiness, tonight." "My dear lord," said the Lady Sriva softly, "since thou hast made such a conquest of my love, be not a harsh and forward conqueror. I swear to thee by all the dreadful powers that clip the earth about, there's matter in it I should to my father this night. Nay, more, now, on the instant. 'Twas this only made me avoid thee but now. This, and no light conceit to vex thee." "He can attend our pleasure," said Corineus. "'Tis an old man, and oft sitteth late at his book." "How? And thou leftest him carousing?" said she. "There's that I must impart to him, ere the wine quite o'erflow his wits. Even this delay, how sweet soe'er to us, is dangerous." But Corineus said, "I will not let thee go." "Well," said she, "be a beast then. But know I'll cry on a rescue shall make all Courcy run to find us, and my brothers, aye, and Laxus, if he be a man, shall deal thee bitter payment for thy violence toward me. But if thou wilt be thy noble self, and respect my love with friendship, let me go. And if thou come secretly to my chamber door, an hour past midnight, I think thou'lt find no bolt to it." "Ha! Thou swearest it?" he said. She answered, "Else may steep destruction swallow me quick." "An hour past midnight, and until then 'tis a year in my desires," said he. "There spoke my noble lover," said Sriva, giving him her mouth once more. Swiftly she fared through the shadowy archway, and across the court, to where in the north gallery her father Corsus had his chamber. The Lord Corineus went back to his seat, and there reclined for a space in slothful ease, humming to an old tune. "My mistress is a shuttlecock, composed of cork and feather, which battledore sets on her dock, and bumps her on the leather. But cast her off which way you will, She will recoil to another still. Fa-la-la-la-la-la. He stretched his arms and yawned. Well, Laxus, my chub-faced meacock, this medicine hath eased powerfully my discontent. 'Tis but fair, sith I must miss my crown, that I should have thy mistress. And to say true, seeing how base, little, and ordinary a kingdom is this of Pixieland, and what a delectable sweet wagtail this Sriva, whom besides I have these 2 years past ne'er looked on but my mouth watered, why I may hold me part paid for the nonce, until I weary of her. Love is all my life, for it keeps me doing, yet my love and wooing is not for a wife. An hour past midnight, ha! What wine's best for lovers? I'll go drink a stoop, and sort a dice with some of these lads to pass away the time till then. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 16. The Lady Sriva's Embassage. How the Duke Corsus thought it proper to commit an errand of state unto his daughter, and how she prospered therein. Sriva fared swiftly to her father's closet, and finding her lady mother sewing in her chair, nodding towards sleep, 2 candles at her left and right, she said, My lady mother, there's a queen's crown waits the plucking. 'Twill drop into the foreign woman's lap, if thou and my father bestir you not. Where is he? Still in the banquet house? Thou or I must fetch him on the instant. Fie, cried Zenambria, how thou'st startled me! Fall somewhat into a slower speech, my girl. With such wild sudden talk, I know not what thou meanest, nor what's the matter. But Sriva answered, Matter of state. Thou goest not? Good, then I fetch him. Thou shalt hear all anon, mother. And so turned towards the door. Nor might all her mothers crying out upon the scandal of their so returning to the banquet, long past the hour of the women's withdrawal, turn her from this. So that the lady Zenambria, seeing her so wilful, thought it less evil to go herself, and so went, and in a while returned with Corsus. Corsus sat in his great chair, over against his lady wife, while his daughter told her tale. Twice and thrice, said she, they passed me by, as near as I stand to thee, O my father, she leaning most familiarly on the arm of her curled philosopher. 'Twas plain they had never a thought that any was by to overhear them. She said so and so. And therewith Sriva told all that was spoke by the Lady Presmira, as to an expedition to Demonland, and as to her purposed speaking with the king, and as to her design that Coron should be his general for that sailing, and letters sealed on the morrow for his straight recall from Orpish. The Duke listened unmoved, breathing heavily, leaning heavily forward, his elbows on his knees, one great fat hand twisting and pushing back the sparse grey growth of his moustachios. His eyes shifted with sullen glance about the chamber, and his blabber cheeks, scarlet from the feast, flushed to a deeper hue. Zenambria said, Alas, and did I not tell thee long ago, my lord, that Coron did ill to wed with a young wife? And thence cometh now that shame that was but to be looked for. It is pity indeed of so goodly a man, now past his prime age, she should so play at fast and loose with his honour, and he at the far end of the world. Indeed and indeed, I hope he will revenge it on her at his coming home. For sure I am, Corond is too high-minded to buy advancement at so shameful a price. Thy talk, wife, said Corsus, showeth long hair and a short wit. In brief, thou art a fool. He was silent for a space, then raised his gaze to Sriva, where she rested, her back to the massive table, half standing, half sitting, a dainty jewel-besparkled hand planted on the table's edge at her either side, her arms like delicate white pillars supporting that fair frame. Somewhat his dull eye brightened, resting on her. Come hither, he said, on my knee. So. When she was seated, "'Tis a brave gown," said he, "thou wearest to-night, my pretty pug. Red for a sanguine humour." His great arm gave her a back, and his hand, huge as a platter, lay like a buckler beneath her breast. "Thou smell'st passing sweet." "'Tis Malabathrum in the leaf," answered she. "I'm glad it likes thee, my lord," said Zenambria. "My woman still protesteth that such, being boiled with wine, yieldeth a perfume that passeth all other." Corsus still looked on Sriva. After a while he asked, "What madest thou on the terrace in the dark, huh?"
She looked down, saying, "It was Laxus prayed me meet him there." Said Corsus. "'Tis strange then he should await thee this hour gone by in the paved alley of the privy court." "He did mistake me," said Sriva, "and well is he served for such neglect." "So, and thou turnest politician tonight, my little puss-cat," said Corsus, "and thou smellest an expedition to Demonland? 'Tis like enow, for methinks the king will send Corineus." "Corineus?" said Sriva. "It is not thought so. 'Tis Corund must have it, if thou push not the matter to a decision with the king tonight, O my father, ere my lady Fox be private with him tomorrow." "Bah," said Corsus, "thou art but a girl, and knowest naught. She hath not the full blood nor the resolution to carry it thus. No, 'tis not Corund stands i' the light, it is Corineus. It is therefore the king withheld him from Pixieland, which was his due, and tossed to the bauble to Laxus." "Why, 'tis a monstrous thing," said Zenambria, "if Corineus shall have Demonland, which surely much surpasseth this crown of Pixieland. Shall this novice have all the meat, and thou, because thou art old, have naught but the bones and the parings?" "Hold thy tongue, mistress," said Corsus, looking upon her as one looketh on a sour mixture. "Why hadst not the wit to angle for him for thy daughter?" "Truly, husband, I am sorry for it," said Zenambria. The Lady Sriva laughed, placing her arm about her father's bullock neck and playing with his whiskers. "Content thee," she said, "my lady mother. I have my choice, and that is very certain, of these and of all other in Carse. And now I bethink me on the Lord Corineus, why, there's a proper man indeed. Weareth a shaven lip, too, which as experienced opinion shall tell thee, far exceedeth your nasty mustachios." "Well," said Corsus, kissing her, "howe'er it shape, I'll to the king tonight to move my matter with him. Meanwhile, madam," he said to Zenambria, "I'll have thee take thy chamber straight. Bolt well the door, and for more safety I will lock it myself at the outer side. There's much mirth toward tonight, and I'd not have these staggering drunken swads offend thee, as full well might befall, whiles I am on mine errand of state." Zenambria bade him good night, and would have taken her daughter with her, but Corsus said nay to this, saying, "I'll see her safe bestowed." When they were alone, and the Lady Zenambria locked away in her chamber, Corsus took forth from an oaken cupboard a great silver flagon and 2 chased goblets. These he brimmed with a sparkling yellow wine from the flagon, and made Sriva drink with him, not once only, but twice, emptying each time her goblet. Then he drew up his chair, and sinking heavily into it, folded his arms upon the table and buried his head upon them. Sriva paced back and forth, impatient at her father's strange posture and silence. Surely the wine lighted riot in her veins. Surely in that silent room came back to her Corineus's kisses hot upon her mouth, the strength of his arms like bands of bronze holding her embraced. Midnight tolled. Her bones seemed to melt within her, as she bethought of her promise, due in an hour. "Father," said she at last, "midnight hath stricken. Wilt thou not go ere it be too late?" The Duke raised his face and looked at her. He answered, "No." "No," he said again. "Where's the profit? I wax old, my daughter, and must wither. The world is to the young, to Corineus, to Laxus, to thee, but most of all to Corund, who if a be old, yet hath his mess of sons, and mightiest of all his wife, to be his ladder to climb thrones withal." "But thou saidst but now," said Sriva. "Aye, when thy mammy was by. She cometh to her second childhood before her time, so as to a child I speak to her. Corund did ill to wed with a young wife. Ha! Phut! Is not this the very bulwark and rampire of his fortune? Didst ever see a fellow so spurted up in a moment? My secretary when I managed the old wars against the ghouls, and now climbed clean over me, that I'm yet 9 year his elder, called king forsooth, and like to be ta'en soon under the king, for dominus factotum throughout all the land, if I played this woman as I should. Will not the king, for such payment as she intends, give Demonland upon Impland, and all the world beside? Hell's dignity that would I, and 'twere offered me." He stood up, reaching unsteadily for the wine-jug. Furtively he watched his daughter, shifting his gaze ever as her eye met his. "Corund," said he, pouring out some wine, "would split his sides for laughter to hear thy mother's prim-mouthed brabble. He that hath enjoined upon his wife, there's ne'er a doubt on't, this very errand, and if he visited on her at his coming home, 'twill but be with hotter love and gratitude for that she wins him in our despite. Trust me, 'tis not every lady of quality shall find favour with a king." The casement stood open, and while they stood without speech, sounds of a lute trembled upward from the court below, and a man's voice, soft and deep, singing this song. Homes to the bull, hoofs to the steed, to little hares, light feet for speed, and unto lions she giveth teeth, a-gaping dangerously. Fishes to swim, and birds to fly, and men to judge and reason why. She teacheth, yet for womankind none of these things hath she. For women beauty she hath made, their only shield, their only blade, o'er sword and fire they triumph still, so they but beauteous be. The Lady Sriva knew it was Laxus singing to her chamber window. Her blood beat wildly, the spirit of enterprise winging her imagination not toward him, nor yet Corineus, but into paths strangely and perilously inviting, undreamed of until now. The Duke her father came towards her, thrusting the chairs from his way, and saying, "Corran his mess of sons, Corran his young queen, if he conjure with the white rose, why not thou and I with the red? It hath as fair a look, the devil damn me else, and savoureth as excellent sweet perfume." She stared at him big-eyed, with blushing cheeks. He took her hands in his. "Shall this outland woman," he said, "and her sallow-cheeked gallant still ruffle it over us? Long beards, whether they be white or black, are too huge a blemish in our eye, methinks. The thing seemeth not supportable, that this precise madam with her foreign fashions... Dost fear to stand in the field against her?" Sriva put her forehead on his shoulder, and said, scarce to be heard, "And to come to that, I'll show thee." "It must be now," said Corsus. "Presmira, thou hast told me, seeketh audience betimes of the morning. Women are best at night time too." "If Laxus should hear thee," she said. He answered, "Tush, he need never blame thee, even if he knew on't, and we can manage that. Thy silly mother prated but now of honour. 'Tis but a school name, and if 'twere other, tell me whence springeth the fount of honour, if not from the King of Kings? If he receive thee, then art thou honoured, and all they that have to do with thee. I am yet to learn dishonour lieth on that man or woman whom the king doth honour." She laughed, turning from him toward the window, her hands still held in his. "For thou hast given me a strong potion, and I think that swayeth me more than thy many arguments, O my father, which to say truth I cannot well remember, because I did not much believe." Duke Corsus took her by the shoulders. His face overlooked her by a little, for she was not tall of build. "By the gods," he said, "'tis a stronger sweet scent of the red rose to make a great man drunk withal, than of the white, though that be a bigger flower." And he said, "Why not, for a game, for a madcap jest? A mantle and hood, a mask if thou wilt, and my ring to prove thee mine ambassador. I'll attend thee through the courtyard to the foot of the stairs." She said nothing, smiling at him, as she turned for him to put the great velvet mantle about her shoulders. "Ha!" said he, "'tis well seen a daughter is worth 10 sons." In the meanwhile Gorice the king sate in his private chamber, writing at a parchment spread before him on the table of polished marmalite. A silver lamp burned at his left elbow. The window stood open to the night. The king had laid aside his crown, that sparkled darkly in the shadow below the lamp. He put down his pen and read again what he had writ, in manner following. "From me, Gorice the 12th, great king of Witchland, and of Impland, and of Demonland, and of all kingdoms the sun doth spread his beams over, unto Corsus my servant. This is to signify to thee, that thou shalt, with all convenient speed, repair with a sufficient strength of men and ships to Demonland, because that untoward and traitorly cattle that do there inhabit, are to feel by thee the sharpness of my correction. I will thee as holding the place of my general there, that thou enter forcibly into the said country, and do with all diligence spoil, ravish, and depopulate that land, enslaving, oppressing, and putting to the death, as thou shalt think most serviceable, all them that shall fall into thy power, and in particular putting down and ruinating all their strongholds or castles, as Galing, Drepaby, Crothering, Owlswick, and other. This enterprise in head is one of the greatest that ever was, since it is to tramp down Demonland, and once and for all to cut their combs, whose crests may danger us, and thou art to understand that without extraordinary experience of thy former merits, I would not commit to thee so great a charge, and especially in such a time. And since all great enterprises ought to be suddenly and resolutely prosecuted, therefore this ought to be done and executed at furthest in harvest next. Therefore it is my commandment that thou, Corsus, take order for the instant furnishing of ships, seamen, soldiers, horsemen, officiers, and particular persons, weapons, munitions, and all other necessaries, which is thought to be needful for the army and host which shall be levied for the said enterprise, for which this letter shall be thy sufficient warrant under my hand, given under my signeth of Ouroboros, in my palace of Carse, this 19th day of May, being the 7th day of my year the 2nd. The king took wax and a taper from the great gold inkstand, and sealed the warrant with the ruby head of the worm Ouroboros, saying, The ruby, most comfortable to the heart, brain, vigour, and memory of man. So 'tis confirmed. In that instant, when the wax was yet soft of the king's seal, sealing that commission for Corsus, one tapped gently at the chamber door. The king bade enter, and there came the captain of his bodyguard, and stood before the king, with word that one waited without, praying instant audience, and showed me for a token, O my lord the king, a bull's head with fiery nostrils, graven in a black opal in the bezel of a ring, which I knew for the signet of my lord Corsus, that his lordship beareth alway on his left thumb. And 'twas this, O king, that only persuaded me to deliver the message unto your majesty in this unseasonable hour, which if it be a fault in me, I do humbly hope your majesty will pardon. Knowest thou the man? Said the king. He answered, I might not know him, dread lord, for the mask and great hooded cloak he weareth. It is a little man, and speaketh a husky whisper. Admit him, said King Gorice. And when Sriva was come in, masked and hooded and holding forth the ring, he said, Thou lookest questionable, albeit this token opened a way for thee. Put off these trappings and let me know thee. But she, speaking still in a husky whisper, prayed that they might be private ere she disclosed herself. So the king bade leave them private. Dread lord, said the soldier, is it your will that I stand ready without the door? No, said the king. Void the antechamber, set the guard, and let none disturb me. And to Sriva he said, If thine errand prove not more honester than thy looks, this is an ill night's journey for thee. At the lifting of my finger I am able to metamorphose thee to a mandrake, if indeed thou beest aught else already. When they were alone, the lady Sriva doffed her mask, and put back her hood, uncovering her head that was crowned with 2 heavy trammels of her dark brown hair, bound up and interwoven above her brow and ears, and pinned with silver pins, headed with garnets coloured like burning coals. The king beheld her from under the great shadow of his brows, darkly, not by so much as the moving of an eyelid or a lineament of his lean visage, betraying aught that passed in his mind at this disclosing. She trembled and said, O my lord the king, I hope you will indulge in pardoning me this trespass. Truly I marvel at mine own boldness how I durst come to you. With a gesture of his hand the king bade her be seated in a chair on his right beside the table. Thou needest not be afraid, madam, he said. Let I admit thee, let it make thee assured of welcome. Let me know thine errand. The fire of her father's wine shuddered down within her like a low-lit flame in a gust of wind, as she sat there alone with King Gorice XII in the circle of the lamplight. She took a deep breath to still her heart's fluttering, and said, O king, I was much afeard to come, and it was to ask you a boon. A little thing for you to give, lord, and yet to me that am the least of your handmaids a great thing to receive. But now I am come indeed, I durst not ask it. The glitter of his eyes, looking out from their eaves of darkness, dismayed her, and little comfort had she of the iron crown at his elbow, bright with gems and fierce with uplifted claws, or of the copper serpents interlaced that made the arms of his chair, or of the bright image of the lamp reflected in the tabletop, where were red streaks like streaks of blood, and black streaks like edges of swords streaking the green shining surface of the stone. Yet she took heart to say, Were I a great lord had done your majesty service as my father hath, or these others you did honour tonight, O king, it had been otherwise. He said nothing, and still gathering courage, she said, I too would serve you, O king, and I came to ask you how. The king smiled. I am much beholden to thee, madam. Do as thou hast done, and thou shalt please me well. Feast and be merry, and charge not thine head with these midnight questionings, lest too much carefulness make thee grow lean. Grow I so, O king? You shall judge. So speaking, the lady Sriva rose up and stood before him in the lamplight. Slowly she opened her arms, upwards right and left, putting back her velvet cloak from her shoulders, until the dark cloak hanging in folds from either uplifted hand was like the wings of a bird lifted up for flight. Dazzling fair shone her bare shoulders and bare arms, and throat and bosom. One great hyacinth stone, hanging by a gold chain about her neck, rested above the hollow of her breasts. It flashed and slept with her breathing's alternate fall and swell. You did threaten me, lord, but now, she said, to transmute me to a mandrake. Would you might change me to a man? She could read nothing in the crag-like darkness of his countenance, the iron lip, the eyes that were like pulsing firelight out of hollow caves. "I should serve you better so, Lord, than my poor beauty may. Were I a man, I had come to you tonight and said, 'O King, let us not suffer any longer of that hound Juss. Give me your sword, O King, and I will put down Demonland for you and tread them under feet.'" She sank softly into her chair again, suffering her velvet cloak to fall over its back. The King ran his finger thoughtfully along the upstanding claws of the crown beside him on the table. "Is this the boon thou askest me?" he said at length. "An expedition to Demonland?" She answered it was. "Must they sail tonight?" said the King, still watching her. She smiled foolishly. "Only," he said, "I would know what gadfly of urgency stung thee on to come so strangely and suddenly and after midnight." She paused a minute, then summoning courage, "Lest another should first come to you, O King," she answered. "Believe me, I know of preparations, and one that shall come to you in the morning praying this thing for another. What intelligence soever some hath, I am sure of that to be true that I have." "Another?" said the King. Sriva answered, "Lord, I'll say no names. But there be some, O King, be dangerous sweet suppliants, hanging their hopes belike on other strings than we may tune." She had bent her head above the polished table, looking curiously down into its depths. Her corsage and gown of scarlet silk brocade were like the chalice of a great flower, her white arms and shoulders like the petals of the flower above it. At length she looked up. "Thou smilest, my Lady Sriva," said the King. "I smiled at mine own thoughts," she said. "You'll laugh to hear it, O my Lord the King, being so different from what we spoke on. But sure of women's thoughts is no more surety nor rest than is in a vein that turneth at all winds." "Let me hear it," said the King, bending forward, his lean hairy hand flung idly across the table's edge. "Why, thus it was, Lord," said she. "There came me in mind of a sudden that saying of the Lady Presmira, when first she was wed to Corrund and dwelt here in Corsey. She said all the right part of her body was of Witchland, but the left Pixie. Whereupon our people that were by rejoiced much that she had given the right part of her body to Witchland. Whereupon she said, but her heart was on the left side." "And where wearest thou thine?" asked the King. She durst not look at him, and so saw not the comic light go like summer lightning across his dark countenance as she spoke Presmira's name. His hand had dropped from the table edge. Sriva felt it touch her knee. She trembled like a full sail that suddenly for an instant the wind leaves. Very still she sat, saying in a low voice, "There's a word, my lord the King, if you'd but speak it, should beam a light to show you mine answer." But he leaned closer, saying, "Dost think I'll chaffer with thee? I'll know the answer first in the dark." "Lord," she whispered, "I would not have come to you in this deep and dead time of the night, but that I knew you noble, and the great King, and no amorous servitor that should deal false with me." Her body breathed spices, soft warm scents to make the senses reel, perfume of malabathrum bruised in wine, essences of sulphur-coloured lilies planted in Aphrodite's garden. The King drew her to him. She cast her arms about his neck, saying close to his ear, "Lord, I may not sleep till you tell me they must sail, and Corsus must be their captain." The King held her gathered up like a child in his embrace. He kissed her on the mouth, a long, deep kiss. Then he sprang to his feet, set her down like a doll before him upon the table by the lamp, and so sat back in his own chair again, and sat regarding her with a strange and disturbing smile. On a sudden his brow darkened, and thrusting his face towards hers, his thick black square-cut beard jutting beneath the curl of his shaven upper lip, "Girl," he said, "who sent thee on this errand?" He rolled his eye upon her with such a Gorgon look that her blood ran back with a great leap towards her heart, and she answered, scarce to be heard, "Truly, O King, my father sent me." "Was he drunk when he sent thee?" asked the King. "Truly, Lord, I think he was," said she. "That cup that he was drunken withal," said King Gorice, "let him prize and cherish it all his life natural. For if in his sober senses he should make no more estimation of me than think to bribe my favours with a bona roba, by my soul, in his evil health he had sought to do it, for it should cost him nothing but his life." Sriva began to weep, saying, "O King, your gentle pardon." But the King paced the room like a prowling lion. "Did he fear I should supply Corrund in his place?" said he. "This was a cocksure way to make me do it. if indeed his practice had might to move me at all. Let him learn to come to me with his own mouth, if he hope to get good of me. Other else, out of course he let him go, and avoid my sight, that all the great masters of hell may conduct him thither. The king paused at length beside Sriva, that was perched still upon the table, showing a kind of sweetness in tears, sobbing very pitifully, her face hidden in her 2 hands. So for a time he beheld her, then lifted her down, and while he sat in his great chair, holding her on his knee with one hand, with the other drew hers gently from before her face. "Come," he said, "I blame it not on thee. Give over all thy weeping. Reach me that writing from the table." She turned in his arms and stretched a hand out for the parchment. "Thou knowest my signet?" said the king. She nodded, aye. "Read," said he, letting her go. She stood by the lamp and read. The king was behind her. He took her beneath the arms, bending to speak hot-breathed in her ear. "Thou seest, I had already chose my general. Therefore I let thee know it, because I mean not to let thee go till morning, and I would not have thee think thy loveliness, howe'er it please me, moveth such deep commanding spells as to sway my policy." She lay back against his breast, limp and strengthless, while he kissed her neck and eyes and throat. Then her lips met his in a long, voluptuous kiss. Surely the king's hands upon her were like live coals. Bethinking her of Gorice, fuming at an open door and an empty chamber, the Lady Sriva was yet content. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Worm Ouroboros. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Mills. The Worm Ouroboros by E.R. Eddison. Chapter 17. The King Flies His Haggard. How the Lady Presmira came to the king on an errand of state, and how she prospered therein. Wherein is also seen why the king would send the Duke Corsus into Demonland, and how on the 15th day of July these lords, Corsus, Laxus, Gro, and Galandus, sailed with a fleet from Tenemos. On the morn came the Lady Presmira to pray audience of the king, and being admitted to his private chamber, stood before him in great beauty and splendour, saying, "Lord, I came to thank you, as occasion served not for me fitly so to do last night in the banquet hall. Sure it is no easy task, since when I thank you as I would, I must seem too unmindful of Coron's deserving, who hath won this kingdom. But if I speak too large of that, I shall seem to minish your bounty, O king, and ingratitude is a vice aboard." "Madam," said the king, "thou needest not to thank me, and to mine ears great deeds have their own trumpets." So now she told him of her letters received from Coron out of Impland. "It is well seen, lord," said she, "how in these days you do beat down all peoples under you, and do set up new tributary kings to add to your great praise in Carsi. O king, how long must this ill weed of Demonland offend us, going still untrodden under feet?" The king answered her not a word, only his lip showed a gleam of teeth, as of a tiger's troubled at his meal. But Presmira said, with great hardiness, "Lord, be not angry with me. Methinks it is the part of a faithful servant, honoured by his master, to seek new service. And where lieth likelier service Coron should do you, than west overseas, to lead presently an army naval thither, and make an end of them, ere their greatness stand up again from the blow wherewith last May you did strike them?" "Madam," said the king, "this charge is mine. I'll tell thee when I need thy counsel, which is not now." And standing up as if to end the matter, he said, "I do intend some sport to-day. They tell me thou hast a falcon gentle, towereth so well she passeth the best Corineus hath. 'Tis clear calm weather. Wilt thou take her out to-day, and show us the mounty at a heron?" She answered, "Joyfully, O king. Yet I beseech you add this favour to all your former goodness, to hear me yet one word. Something persuades me you have already determined of this enterprise, and by your putting of me off, I do fear your majesty meaneth not Coron shall undertake it, but some other." Dark and immovable as his own dark fortress facing the bright morning, Gorice the king stood and beheld her. Sunshine streaming through the eastern casement lighted red-gold smouldering splendours in the heavy coils of that lady's hair, and flew back in dazzling showers from the diamonds fastened among those coils. After a space he said, "Suppose I am a gardener. I go not to the butterfly for counsel. Let her be glad that there be rose trees there, and red stone crops for her delight, which, if any be lacking, I'll give her more for the asking, as I'll give thee more masques and revels and all brave pleasures in Corsey. But war and policy is not for women. You have forgot, O king, said the Lady Presmira, Corund made me his ambassador. But seeing a blackness fall upon the king's countenance, she said in haste, But not in all, O king. I will be open as day to you. The expedition he strongly urged, but not for himself the leading on't. The king looked evilly upon her. I am glad to hear it, he said. Then, his brow clearing, Know thou it for thy good, madam, order is ta'en for this already. Ere winter nights return again, Demonland shall be my footstool. Therefore write to thy lord, I gave him his wish beforehand. Presmira's eyes danced triumph. Oh, the glad day, she cried. Mine also, O king? If thine be his, said the king. Ah, said she, you know mine outgallops it. Then school thine, madam, said the king, to run in harness. Why think'st thou I sent Corund into Impland, but that I knew he had excellent wit and noble courage to govern a great kingdom? Wouldst have me a wilful child snatch Impland from him like a sampler half-stitched? Then, taking leave of her with more gracious courtesy, We shall look to see thee then, madam, at the 3rd hour before noon, he said, and smote on a gong, summoning the captain of his guard. Soldier, he said, conduct the Queen of Impland, and bid the Duke Corsus straight attend me. The 3rd hour before noon the Lord Gro met with Presmira in the gate of the inner court. She had a riding habit of dark green tiffany, and a narrow ruff edged with margery pearls. She said, Thou comest with us, my lord? Surely I am beholden to thee. I know thou lovest not the sport, yet to save me from Corineus I must have thee. He plagueth me much this morning with strange courtesies, though why thus on a sudden I cannot tell. In this, said Lord Gro, as in greater matters, I am thy servant, O queen. 'Tis yet time enough, though. This half hour the king will not be ready. I left him closeted with Corsus, but setteth presently about his arming against the demons. Thou hast heard? Am I deaf, said Presmira, to a bell clangeth through all Corsey? Alas, said Gro, that we waked too long last night, and lay too long abed i' the morning. Presmira answered, That did not I, and yet I'm angry with myself now that I did not so. How? Thou sawest the king before the council? She bent her head for yes. And he ne'er said thee? With infinite patience, said she, but most irrevocably. My lord must hold by Impland till it be well brought to the saddle, and truly when I think on't, there's reason in that. Gro said, Thou takest it, madam, with that clear brow of nobleness and reason I had looked for in thee. She laughed. I have the main of my desire, if Demonland shall be put down. Natheless, it maketh a great wonder the king picketh for this work so rude a bludgeon, when so many goodly blades lie ready to his hand. Behold but his armoury. For, standing in the gateway at the head of the steep descent to the river, they beheld where the lords of Witchland were met beyond the bridge gate, to ride forth to the hawking. And Presmira said, Is it not brave, my Lord Gro, to dwell in Corsey? Is it not passing brave to be in Corsey, that lordeth it over all the earth? Now came they down, and by the bridge to the Way of Kings, to meet with them on the open mead on the left bank of the Rena. Presmira said to Laxus, that rode on a black gelding full of silver hares, I see thou hast thy goshawks forth to-day, my lord. Ay, madam, said he. There is not a stronger hawk than these. Withal they are very fierce and crabbed, and I must keep them private, lest they slay all other sort. Sreba, that was by, put forth a hand to stroke them. Truly, she said, I love them well, thy goshawks. They be stout and kingly. And she laughed and said, Truly to-day I look not lower than on a king. Thou mayst look on me then, said Laxus, albeit I bear not my crown i' the field. 'Tis therefore I'll mark thee not, said she. Laxus said to Presmira, Wilt thou not praise my hawks, O queen? I praise them, answered she, circumspectly, for methinks they fit thy temper better than mine. These be good hawks, my lord, for flying at the bush. I am for the high mountie. Her stepson Hemming, black-browed and sullen-eyed, laughed in his throat, knowing she mocked and thought on Demonland. Meanwhile, Corineus, mounted on a great white leard like silver, with black ear-tips, mane and tail and all 4 feet black as coal, drew up to the Lady Sreva and spoke with her apart, saying secretly so that none but she might hear, Next time thou shalt not carry it so, but I will have thee when and where I would. Thou mayst gull the devil with thy perfidiousness, but not me a second time, thou lying, cozening vixen. She answered softly, Beastly man, I did perform the very article of mine oath, and left thee an open door last night. If thou didst look to find me within, that were beyond aught I promised, and know for that I'll seek a greater than thou, and a nicer to my liking, one less ready to swap each kitchen slut on the lips. I know thy practice, my lord, and thy conditions. His face flamed red. Were that my custom, I'd now amend it. Thou art so true a runt of their same litter, they shall all be loathly to me as thou art loathly. Mew, said she, wittily spoke, i' faith, and right in the manner of a common horseboy, which indeed thou art. Corineus struck spurs into his horse so that it bounded aloft, then cried out and said to Presmira, Incomparable lady, I shall show thee my new horse, what rounds, what bounds, what stop he makes i' the full course of the gallop galliard. And therewith, trotting up to her, made his horse fetch a close turn in a flying manner upon one foot, and so away, rising to a racking pace, an amble, and thence, after some double turns, returning at the gallop and coming to a full stop by Presmira. "'Tis very pretty, my lord," said she, "yet I would not be thy horse." "So, madam," he cried, "thy reason?" "Why," said she, "were I the most temperate, strongest, and of the gentlest nature i' the world, of the heat of the ginger, most swift to all high curvets and caprioles, I'd fear my crest should fall i' the end, tired with thy spur-galling." Whereat the Lady Sreva fell a-laughing. Now came Gorice the king among them, with his ostringers and falconers, and his huntsmen with setters and spaniels, and great fierce boar-hounds drawn in a string. He rode upon a black mare with eyes fire-red, so tall a tall man's head scarce topped her withers. He wore a leather gauntlet on his right hand, on the wrist thereof an eagle sat, hooded and motionless, gripping with her claws. He said, "It is met. Courses go not with us. I fly him at higher game. His sons attend him, losing not an hour in preparation for this journey. The rest take pleasure in the chase." So they praised the king, and rode forth with him easterward. The Lady Sreva whispered Corineus in the ear, "Enchantery, my lord, ruleth in Carse, and this it must be bringeth it about that none may see nor touch me twixt midnight hour and cock-crow, save he that must be king in Demon-land." But Corineus made as not to hear her, turning toward the Lady Presmira, that turned thence toward Gro. Sreva laughed. Merry of heart she seemed that day, eager as the small Merlin sitting on her fist, and willing at every turn to have speech with King Gorice. But the king heeded her not at all, and gave her not a look nor a word. So rode they a while, jesting and discoursing, toward the Pixie-land border, rousing herons by the way, whereat none made better sport than Presmira's falcons, flown from her fist at many hundred paces as the quarry rose, and mounting with it to the clouds, in corkscrew flights, ring upon ring, up and up till the fowl was but a speck in the upper sky, and her falcons 2 lesser specks beside it. But when they were come to the higher ground, and the scrub and underwood, then the king whistled his eagle off his fist. She flew from him as if she would never have turned head again, yet presently upon his shout came in. Then, soaring aloft, waited on above his head, till the hounds started a wolf out of the brake. Thereon she swooped sudden as a thunderbolt, and the king lighted down and helped her with his hunting knife. And so again, thrice and 4 times, till 4 wolves were slain, and that was the greatest sport. The king made much of his eagle, giving her the last wolf's lights and liver to gorge herself withal. And he gave her over to his falconer, and said, "Ride we now into the flats of Armony, where I will fly my haggard. My haggard eagle caught this march in the hills of Lagos. Many a good night's rest hath she cost me, to wake her and man her, and teach her to know my call, and be obedient. I will fly her now at the big black boar of Lagos, that afflicteth the farmers hereabouts these 2 years past, and bringeth them death and loss. So shall we see good sport, if she be not too coy and wild." So the king's falconer brought the haggard, and the king took her on his fist. A black eagle she was, red-beaked and glorious to look on. Her jesses were of red leather, with little silver varvels, whereon the crab of Witchland was engraved in small. Her hood was of red leather tasselled with silver. First she baited from the fist of the king, screaming and flapping her wings, but soon was quiet. And the king rode forth, sending his great brindled hounds before him to put up the boar, and all his company followed after. In no long time they roused the boar, that turned red-eyed and moody mad on the king's hounds, and charged among them, ripping up the foremost so that her bowels gushed out. The king unhooded his eagle, and flew her off his fist. But she, wild and ungentle, fastened not upon the boar, but on a hound that held him by the ear. She fixed her cruel claws in the hound's neck, and picked his eyes out, ere a man might speak 2 curses on her. Gro, that was by the king, muttered, "Oh, I like not that. 'Tis ominous." By then was the king ridden up, and thrust the boar through with his spear, piercing him above and a little behind the shoulder, so that the blade went through the heart of him, and he sank down dying in his blood. Then the king smote his eagle in his wrath with the butt of his spear shaft, but smote her lightly and with a glancing blow, and away she flew and was lost to sight. And the king was angry, for all that the boar was slain, for the loss of his hound and his haggard, and for her ill behaviour. So he bade his huntsman skin the boar, and bring home his skin to be a trophy, and so turned homeward. After a while the king called to him the Lord Gro to ride forward a little with him, and out of earshot of the rest. The king said to him, "Thou hast a discontented look. Is it that I send not Corund into Demonland to crown the work he began at Eshgra Ogo? Thou babblest besides of omens." Gro answered, "My lord the king, pardon my fears. For omens indeed, 'tis oft as the soul saith, as the fool thinketh, so the bell blinketh. I spake in haste. Who shall weep fate from her determined purpose? But since you did name Corund's name—" "I named him," said the king, "because I am still ringing in the ears with women's talk, whereto also I doubt not thou art privy." "Only so much," answered he, "that this is my thought. He were our best, O king." "Haply so," said the king, "but wouldst have me therefore hold my stroke in the air, while occasion knocketh at the gate? I'll tell thee, I am potent in art magical, but scarce may I stay time's wing the while I fetch Corund out of Impland and pack him westaway." Gro held his peace. "Well," said the king, "I will hear more from thee." "Lord," he answered, "I like not courses." The king gave him a frump to his face. Gro held his peace again a while, but seeing the king would have more, he said, "Since it likes your majesty to demand my counsel, I will speak. You know, lord, of all your men in Corsi, Corineus is least my friend, and if I back him you will be little apt to think me moved by interest. In my clear judgment, if Corund be barred from this journey, as reason is I freely embrace it, he must bide in Impland, both to harvest there his victories and to deny the road to Juss and Brandok Dahar, if haply they return from the Marina. And besides, time, as you most justly say, O king, calleth for speedy action. If he be barred, you have no better than Corineus, a complete soldier, a tried captain, young, fierce and resolute, and one that sitteth not down again when once he standeth up, till that his will be accomplished. Send him to Demonland." "No," said the king, "I will not send Corineus. Hast thou not seen hawks that be in their prime and full pride for beauty and goodness, but must be tamed ere they be flown up the quarry? Such an one is he, and I will tame him with harshness and duress till I be certain of him. Also I have sworn and told him, last year when in his drunkenness he betrayed my counsel and o'erset all our plans, broke me from Pixieland and set my prisoners free, that Corund and Corsus and Laxus should be preferred and advanced before him, until by quiet service he shall purchase my goodwill again. Give then the glory to Corsus, but to Corineus the rude work on't for retiring. Send him as Corsus' secretary, and your work shall be better performed, O king." But the king said, "No, thou art a fool to think he would receive it, that being in disgrace could not humble himself, but look bigger than before. And certainly I will not ask him, and so give him the glory to refuse it." "My lord the king," said Gro, "when I said unto you, I like not Corsus, you did scoff. Yet 'tis no simple niceness made me say it, but because I do fear he shall prove a false cloth. He will shrink in the wetting, and can abide no trial." "By the blight of Sathanas," said the king, "what crazy talk is this? Hast forgot the ghouls 12 years ago? True, thou wast not here, and yet what skills it, when the fame hath gone back and forth through all the world of their great spill, when Witchland stood in the greatest strait that ever she stood, and more than any other Corsus was to praise for our delivering. And since then, 5 years later, when he held Harquim against Goldry Blusco, and made him at last to give over the siege and go home most ingloriously, and else had all the Cibrian coast been the demon's appanage, not ours." Gro bowed his head, having naught to say. The king was silent a while, then bared his teeth. "When I would burn mine enemy's house," he said, "I choose me a good brand, full of pitch and rosin, apt to sputter well i' the fire and fry them. Such an one is Corsus, since he fared to Goblinland 10 years ago, on that ill faring which, had I been king, I never had agreed to. when Brandok took him prisoner on Lormerun Field, and despitefully used him, stripped him stark naked, shaved him all of one side smooth as a tennis ball, and painted him yellow, and sent him home with mickle shame to Witchland. Hell devour me, but I think his heart is in this enterprise. I think thou'lt see brave doings in Demonland when he comes thither." Still Gro was silent, and the king said after a while, "I have given thee reasons enow, I think, why I send Corsus into Demonland. There is yet this other, that by itself weigheth not one doit, yet with the others beareth down the balance, if more thou lookest for. Unto mine other servants great tasks have I given, and great rewards. To Corund Impland and a king's crown therefore, to Laxus the like in Pixieland, to thee by anticipation Goblinland, for so I do intend. But this old hunting dog of mine sitteth yet in's kennel, with ne'er a bone to busy his teeth withal. That is not well, and shall no longer be neither, since there's no reason for it." "Lord," said Gro, "in all argument and wise prevision you have quite o'erset me. Yet my heart misgives me. You would ride to Gaeling. You have ta'en an horse therefore, with never a star in's forehead. Instead I see there is a cloud in's face, and such prove commonly furious, dogged, full of mischief and misfortune." They came down now upon the way of kings. Westward before them lay the marshes, with the great bulk of Carse 8 or 10 miles distant, their chiefest landmark, and the towers of Tenemos breaking the level horizon line beyond it. The king, after a long silence, looked down on Gro. His lean, rugged countenance was outlined darkly against the sky, terrible and proud. "Thou too," said he, "shalt be in this faring to Demonland. Laxus shall have sway afloat, since that is his element of water. Galandus shall be secretary to Corsus, and thou shalt be with them in their councils. But the main command, as I have decreed, lieth in Corsus. I'll not crop his authority, no, not by an hair's breadth. Sith Jus hath called the main, I will go hazard with Corsus. If I throw out with him, hell rot him for a false die. But 'tis not such a cast shall cast away all my fortune. I have a langret in my purse shall crossbite for me at the end, and win me all, howsoe'er the demons cog against me." So ended that day's sporting, and that day, and the next, and near a month thereafter, was the Duke Corsus busied up and down the land preparing his great armament. And on the 15th day of July was the fleet busked and bound in Tenemos roads, and that great army of 5,000 men-at-arms, with horses and all instruments of war, marched from their camp without Carse down to the sea. First of them went Laxus with his guard of mariners, he wearing the crown of Pixieland, and they loudly acclaiming him as king, and Gorice of Witchland as his overlord. A gallant man he seemed, ready-looking and hard, well-armed, with open countenance and bright seaman's eyes, and brown, crisp, curly beard and hair. Next came the main foot army, heavy-armed with axe and spear and the short Witchland hanger, yeomen and farmers from the lowlands about Carse, or from the southern vineyards, or the hill country against Pixieland. Burly, swashing fellows, rough as bears, hardy as wild oxen, agile as an ape. 4,000 fighting men, chose out by Corsus up and down the land as best for this great conquest. The sons of Corsus, Decalargius and Gorius, rode abreast before them with 20 pipers piping a battle song. Surely the tramp of that great army on the paven way was like the tramp of fate moving from the east. Gorice the king, sitting in state on the battlements above the watergate, sniffed with his nostrils as a lion at the scent of blood. It was early morn, and the wind hung southerly, and the great banners, blue and green and purple and gold, each with an iron crab displayed above it, flaunted in the sun. Now came 4 or 5 companies of horse, 400 or more in all, with brazen armour and bucklers and glancing spears, and last of all Corsus himself, with his picked legion of 500 veterans to bring up the rear, fierce soldiers of the coastlands that followed him of old to the eastern main and Goblinland, and had stood beside him in the great days when he smote the ghouls in Witchland. On Corsus's left and right, a little behind him, rode Gro and Galandus. Ruddy of countenance was Galandus, gay of carriage and likely looking, long of limb, with long brown mustachios and large kind eyes like a dog. Presmira stood beside the king, and with her the ladies Zenambria and Sriva, watching the long column marching toward the sea. Hemming the son of Corund leaned on the battlements. Beside him stood Corineus, scornful-lipped, with folded arms, most glorious in holiday attire, a wreath of dwale about his brows, and wearing on his mighty breast the gold badge of the king's captain-general in Carse. Corsus, as he rode by beneath them, planted on the point of his sword his great helm of bronze, plumed with green-dyed estrich plumes, and raised it high above his head in homage to the king. The sparse grey locks of his hair lifted in the breeze, and pride flamed on the heavy face of him like a November sunset. He rode a dark bay, heavily built like a bear, that stepped ponderously as weighed down by his rider's bulk and the great weight of gear and battle harness. His veterans marching at his heel lifted their helms on spear and sword and bill, singing their old marching song in time to the clank of their mailed feet marching down the way of kings. When Corsus dwelt at Tenemos, beside the sea in Tenemos, Tira lira lay, the ghouls came down to Tenemos, they brent his house in Tenemos, down daddy down day. But Corsus carved the ghouls, the coarsest meat they e'er did eat. He made him garters with their bowels, when he came home to Tenemos, came home again to Tenemos, with a roundelay. The king held aloft his staff royal, returning Corsus' salute, and all Carsis shouted from the walls. In such wise rode the Lord Corsus down to the ships with his great army, that should bring bale and war to Demon Land. End of chapter 17.